A rookie painter in the Navy encounters a fierce pirate. This ship is going down. Arthur is painting a seascape on the deck when he hears a loud shout from behind. "Draw us in." He turns around only to be confronted by his sergeant. "Have you finished cleaning the deck?" This group of rookies seems unaware that death is right before them. Suddenly, the captain screams, "Pirates!" The black dot is getting closer. The skull flag is clearly visible. Just as they enter firing range, cannonballs come whistling in, and with a loud bang, the Navy warship is left riddled with holes, body parts flying everywhere. The original text states, "The powerful shockwave from the explosion not only has incredible lethality, but also occasionally sends shattered limbs and flesh into the air." The starboard side is taking on water. The ship is sinking fast, and the rookies' faces turn pale. Reinforcements haven't arrived. Is everyone going to end up as fish food? Arthur's hand, holding the paintbrush, trembles. His dream is to become a painter, yet he's forced into battle, fighting for his life as a bastard child without family support. He can only rely on himself. In the next moment, will he throw away the paintbrush and pick up a sword? In the next chapter, the pirates are about to board the ship. Are you ready to see how the rookies will stand their ground? Did the reinforcements come only to run away? The Navy has been severely let down by their own. The pirates board and start hacking away, forcing the Navy into a corner. Just as it seems they will be completely wiped out, a seagull flag appears in the distance. It's Major Sap. The Navy on the damaged ship ignite with hope, but that ship actually turns around and flees, completely abandoning them. The lieutenant captain's head is thrown in front of them, causing several Navy soldiers to kneel immediately. "I surrender. Spare me." But the pirates cleave them in half with an axe. The captain doesn't take prisoners. This operation doesn't even give them a chance to defect. The sharks in the water go wild. Soldiers who fall in are instantly torn apart, blood staining the sea. Staying means death. Jumping into the sea also means death. Arthur grips his sword tightly. Killing one breaks even, killing two makes a profit. This painter rookie is determined to fight to the end. The original text states, with a solemn expression, Arthur stepped forward with his sword drawn and said to the group of pirates, "Since we're all going to die anyway, we might as well fight to the death. Killing one breaks even. Killing two makes a profit." The skilled pirates on their ship haven't even made their move yet, and the lackeys are quickly wiping them out. Can Arthur create a miracle this time? I feel it's unlikely, but I just want to see him fight. In the next chapter, the final desperate battle awaits. Are you ready to see how Arthur will carve out a bloody path? Do the pirates suddenly flee? In the next moment, everyone is swept away by a storm. Just as Arthur is about to clash with a burly pirate, the pirate ship suddenly sounds an alarm. The fierce-looking pirates jump into the water as if they've seen a ghost, forgetting to even deal a finishing blow. This operation leaves the Navy dumbfounded. Before they can react, Sergeant Eugene suddenly shouts, "Bad news." The distant sea is eerily calm, and the sharks are fleeing like mad. Dark clouds gather as if being sucked together. It seems a superstorm is about to hit. Arthur grabs a piece of wood and jumps into the sea, and others quickly follow suit. Just moments after leaving, the warship is dragged into the depths by a whirlpool. Soon after, towering waves come crashing in, like water tornadoes, sweeping them away without a trace. When he wakes up again, Arthur finds himself lying on a beach, a hermit crab crawling on top of him. He turns and is stunned. The island is sunny and pleasant, but a few kilometers away, lightning and thunder roar, and water tornadoes appear one after another. It's like two different worlds. The original text states, "At this moment, the small island is sunny and pleasant, with refreshing sea breezes. If there were a few bikini-clad women, it would be a perfect vacation spot." But several miles away, the sea is a scene of shocking lightning and thunder, with fierce winds raging. Where are Sergeant Eugene and the other Navy members? Are they alive or dead? What secrets does this strange island hold? Without a paintbrush or a sword, Arthur is likely to first consider how to survive. In the next chapter, the exploration of the mysterious island begins. Are you ready to see what treasures he discovers? Is there a healing elixir hidden in a broken cave? This rookie is about to go on a power trip. Arthur digs Eugene out from the beach. The old man is shouting for water, but there isn't a drop of fresh water on the island. Arthur anxiously rushes up the hill, grabbing a vine to try and squeeze out some juice to save him, but ends up pulling out a black hole. After crawling in and walking in the dark for a while, he suddenly feels a smooth rock wall. Blood from his arm drips onto it, and with a rumble, a secret door opens. A luminous pearl illuminates the entire stone chamber, and there's a small pool of water in the corner. The sergeant is saved. On the stone platform, a small blue vial drips black liquid onto the wound, and the broken skin heals instantly. The speed of recovery is even more impressive than Chopper's medicine. The nearby tricolored ceramic pot is even more mysterious the moment he picks it up. It automatically pours into his mouth, making Arthur feel as if his entire body is on fire, then frozen in an icy cellar, causing him intense pain. The original text states, as the water enters his stomach, Arthur feels a wave of heat throughout his body, as if he's about to ignite. Under the burning fire within, he sweats profusely, and in the next moment, he feels as if he's in an extreme cold ice cellar, with translucent frost clinging to his body, unable to move and trembling uncontrollably. After enduring through it, the ceramic pot shatters into dust, and Arthur opens his eyes, feeling an endless surge of strength. What kind of inheritance has he obtained? Sergeant Eugene is still waiting to die on the beach, but Arthur runs back with the miraculous medicine. With this treasure, let alone surviving, he might even walk confidently through the Grand Line. In the next chapter, Arthur is going to save someone. Are you ready to see him unleash new powers? Can drinking the divine water allow him to control the sea? This rookie is about to defy the heavens. Arthur has actually drunk the water of the sea god, a legendary item said to suppress the powers of the devil fruit. No one has found it for hundreds of years, yet this unfortunate rookie has stumbled upon it. Just because of this sip, he clenches his palm, and the pool water instantly solidifies into a water ball, not breaking no matter how he shakes it. This ability might just allow him to take down those with powers. He brings the water back to save Sergeant Eugene, but there's no food on the island. Mountains of gold and jewels are useless. He can't just gnaw on a sword, can he? 2 days later, with his eyes turning green from hunger, he suddenly spots a ship in the distance, frantically lighting a signal fire. Whether they live or die depends on this moment. The people on the ship are in an uproar. The first mate says, "Don't rescue them. What if they are pirates?" The young captain, Michael, is still hesitating. The ship is carrying valuable cargo, and rescuing 2 people poses too great a risk. The original text says, in order to avoid the week-long stormy weather, they boldly chose this remote sea area. According to the nautical records, they would be able to reach Whiteport smoothly in just 3 days. Arthur was still hopping on the beach, worried that the other party couldn't see the thick smoke. Little did he know how powerful he was now. Any random giant wave could pull the ship over. He just hadn't realized how strong his ability was yet. In the next chapter, will the ship make it to shore? Get ready to see how Arthur showcases his water control ability. The merchant ship won't save people. The next moment, it gets slammed back to the shore by a giant wave. The first mate pulled out a parchment, directly dismissing the young captain. Full speed ahead. Don't worry about those 2 dead guys. As soon as they turned around, Arthur on the beach got angry. Come back. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea suddenly surged with towering waves, forcefully pushing the Tinta-Sandin merchant ship back. With a crack, it got stuck on a hidden reef. Sergeant Eugene was dumbfounded. This kid could actually control the sea. That last wave nearly smashed the ship to pieces. Arthur himself was stunned, quickly pulling back his strength. The sea surface immediately calmed down. The people on the merchant ship were almost crying. The first mate had just been acting captain for 5 minutes, and now he had run the ship aground. Food and fresh water were running low. If they couldn't reach the port in 3 days, they'd all starve to death. And now, they couldn't even leave. The original text says, what terrified them even more was the strange weather just now. If it hadn't suddenly calmed down, the Myron, a large merchant ship, would have sunk in an instant. Harold regretted it deeply. If he had known, he would have saved them. Now, he could only watch helplessly. That Navy man they abandoned, standing on the beach. This was simply retribution that in the next chapter, Arthur is going to board the ship. Are you ready to see how he deals with this group of people? The new Navy recruit shouts, making the sea obey his commands. As soon as the merchant ship picked up Arthur, the first mate came in with a long face to report. The reef is too deep. We have to chisel around it. The food only lasts for 5 days. Arthur held his teacup and smiled. Why not ask the sea god for help? Harold scoffed, thinking the kid was talking nonsense. But the next second, Arthur walked to the edge of the ship, steam rising from his body. Sea, take us away. As soon as he finished speaking, a towering wave directly lifted the ship. With a thunderous sound, it safely landed in calm waters. Aground? Not happening. The people on the ship went crazy, cheering with beers, thinking it was a miracle. Only Sergeant Eugene knew this was all Arthur's doing. This kid was simply possessed by the sea god. But after using up his strength, he collapsed, being helped back to the cabin to sleep. The original text says, the large merchant ship, stuck on the hidden reef, rose gracefully under the surging waves as if it wanted to soar into the sky in one breath. Captain Michael received the news, and he must have been dumbfounded. Had they run into a lucky star? Or provoked a monster? Harold turned pale. He had just mocked them. and now was slapped in the face by their strength. In the next chapter, after Arthur wakes up, are you ready to see how he takes control of this ship? Pirates bombarding the merchant ship. The new Navy recruit raises his hand to create a 10-meter water wall to block the cannonballs. Michael was chatting with Arthur when the first mate rushed in like crazy. The pirates are chasing us. Michael turned pale. It's the Lance pirates. My family's competitor hired them. As soon as he finished speaking, with a thunderous sound, 3 large holes were blown into the deck. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The first mate was cut in half. Michael's belly was blown open. He grabbed Arthur and shouted, "Save me." Another round of cannon fire from the pirate ship. The bullets whistled through the air. The sailors were stunned. Arthur was sweating in a panic, focusing his energy and shouting, "Rise!" In an instant, a 10-meter high water wall rose beside the ship. The cannonballs that hit it were directly swallowed. Not a scratch on them. The surviving sailors were dumbfounded. This was no ordinary Navy recruit. This was the sea god incarnate. Arthur cradled the barely breathing Michael, holding that mysterious glass bottle in his hand. Whether he could save him depended on this miraculous medicine. The original text says, suddenly, more than 10 meters away from the merchant ship, a thick water wall rose, instantly swallowing the whistling bullets. The Lance pirates must have been dumbfounded too. After fighting for so many years, they had never seen anyone use a water wall to block cannonballs. They had run into a tough opponent this time. In the next chapter, is Arthur going to flood the pirate ship? Get ready to see him wash the Lance pirates with blood, raising his hand to summon water columns to sink the pirate ship. This Navy recruit is fiercer than the generals. The Lance pirate ship was still howling and charging. Arthur stood at the edge of the ship and waved his hand. Suddenly, a water column as thick as a wine barrel shot up from the sea. With a whoosh, it pierced straight through the pirate ship. Then pressing down, the entire ship was smashed into wood chips. The pirates who fell into the water became shark bait. The sailors were so scared they didn't dare to breathe. This was no mere ability user. This was the sea god descending to earth. Arthur sat down wanting a beer, downing it in one go and laughing. Drinking on the corpses of my enemies is so satisfying. Suddenly someone shouted, "Captain Michael's bleeding won't stop." Arthur jumped up and rushed to the medical cabin. The sailors blocking his way were directly pushed aside. The ship's doctor was almost kneeling. The intestines couldn't be stitched up at all. "Leave this to me." Arthur pulled out a small blue bottle. A drop of black liquid fell on the wound. The mangled flesh instantly healed, without leaving a scar. The original text says, if it weren't for the blood on the sickbed and the floor, Arthur would even think that Michael had never been injured. This miraculous medicine was too against the heavens. It could even bring the dead back to life. Michael's breathing stabilized. Arthur's operation this time, completely, convinced everyone on the ship. Now, when he said to go east, no one dared to go west. In the next chapter, when they arrive at Feelingport, are you ready to see how Arthur deals with the fleeing Major Sapper? As soon as they arrive at the naval division, they're met with guns pointed at them. This water is too deep. Arthur and Sergeant Eugene headed straight for the naval division. Just as they reached the street corner, dozens of Navy soldiers surrounded them with guns. The leading second lieutenant shouted angrily, "Traitors who surrender to the pirates dare to come back." Arthur sneered, "Those who speak recklessly must pay the price." Just as they were in a standoff, a colonel stepped out, immediately sending the second lieutenant away, smiling and saying, "The hero has suffered. Follow me." The colonel arranged for them to stay in the officer's dormitory, pounding his chest and assuring, "Don't worry, they'll definitely deal with that bastard sapper." But Arthur always felt something was off. In the middle of the night, he rushed to Eugenie's room. The old guy was drunk as a skunk. Fortunately, nothing happened. Arthur forced a bitter smile. Could it be that he was too suspicious? After all, this is a naval branch. The next morning, heavily armed soldiers came in, taking out handcuffs and leg irons. "Routine procedure, please cooperate." Arthur frowned, but still extended his hand. He believed the military court would clear his name. The original text stated, the leading sergeant took the handcuffs and leg irons and said to Arthur with a smile, "Routine procedure, please cooperate." But that smile seemed off. How powerful was Major Sapper's influence? Even the naval branch had been infiltrated. Once Arthur entered, he feared he was walking into a tiger's den. In the next chapter, the military court is in session, ready to see how Arthur makes a comeback. Under the escort of armed soldiers, Arthur walked through the corridor and arrived at the sacred and solemn military court hall. It was spacious, with brilliant sunlight streaming in through the windows, seemingly capable of dispelling any darkness. The military judge from the naval headquarters at Marinvan, had arrived, and the jury and the Navy-appointed defense attorney were already in place. Everything seemed perfectly normal, almost too normal to grasp. That moment, Major Sapper, whom Arthur regarded as an enemy and wished to crush into dust, walked in from outside. Dressed in a brand-new military uniform, Major Sapper looked down on Arthur with an air of arrogance, his blue eyes shining with the victorious light of having everything under control, and his playful smile suddenly made Arthur uneasy. Arthur's heart sank to the lowest point as he realized something was wrong. Since it was a military court open confrontation, why did the defendant, Major Sapper, appear impeccably dressed and with an air of arrogance? In contrast, the plaintiff Arthur looked like a prisoner awaiting trial, shackled with handcuffs and leg irons, as if this was not an open confrontation, but a judgment against him. The lieutenant who had previously blocked them at the Navy Division's entrance was now clearly the court's bailiff, and the corpulent colonel had become a juror with decision-making power. All of this indicated that the earlier encounter was a performance, merely meant to convince Arthur and Sergeant Eugene that the military court would conduct a fair and open trial. What was even more unbelievable to Arthur was that Major Sapper was not seated in the defendant's chair, but in the plaintiff's. Meanwhile, Arthur, wearing handcuffs and leg irons, was roughly pushed onto the defendant's seat. Plaintiff, please state the situation of that day, without concealment, fabrication, or defamation. The stern-faced judge signaled Major Sapper to stand and testify. Major Sapper stood up and calmly said, "Honorable Judge, on the evening of July 25th, our ship received a distress signal from the USS Hubert. The captain requested assistance, stating that the majority of the naval soldiers on board had mutinied under the leadership of Sergeant Eugene and Private Arthur and required urgent rescue. When we arrived, the captain of the USS Hubert had already been killed, his head hanging visibly from the mast." Major Sapper's tone was filled with indignation. At the same time, pirate ships that had been lying in wait suddenly headed towards our naval vessel, which we judged to be the side that Sergeant Eugene and Private Arthur had allied with. According to naval warfare regulations, we had reason to retreat when ambushed by overwhelming forces. End of statement, Your Honor. Major Sapper sat down composedly, as if all of this were true. Your Honor. Arthur stood up in anger, staring at the judge high above. Silence. A flicker of disgust passed through the judge's eyes. Private Arthur, this court has not yet inquired of you. Please respect the court's order and do not speak out of turn. Call the witness. The judge suddenly said loudly. Witness? Arthur was taken aback, momentarily finding it hard to believe. By rights, witnesses should be those who witnessed the events of that day, and the naval soldiers on Major Sapper's ship had no right to testify due to their chain of command. So, did that mean there were survivors among the naval soldiers who went missing from the USS Hubert that day? Arthur was both surprised and delighted, looking forward to the slowly opening heavy door. The door of the military court slowly opened, and a naval soldier was brought up. This person was not a stranger. He was Jonah, who had enlisted a day earlier than Arthur and called himself the handsome recruit of the fatty community. Arthur had thought that Jonah, like the other naval soldiers, had perished in the astonishing stormy seas, but to his surprise, he had survived, leaving him both shocked and delighted. After a week apart, Jonah, with a gloomy face, had visibly lost a lot of weight. As Jonah passed near the defendant's stand, he deliberately slowed his pace and quickly whispered to Arthur, "Plead guilty." Arthur, that's the only way to survive. Before Arthur could respond, Jonah had already stepped up to the witness stand and solemnly declared the sacred court oath to never commit perjury. Please state the circumstances of that day. The judge's tone was as usual, neither warm nor cold. Your Honor, Jonah slightly bowed and continued. I saw Sergeant Eugene stab Lieutenant Captain in the back of the neck with a knife and fork, and he promised all crew members benefits if we cooperated with the pirates. We could earn a large reward. Some dissenters were pushed into the sea by Corporal Arthur to feed the sharks. So you accepted this condition? The judge's voice suddenly became severe. Your Honor, I admit I am guilty. Jonah, standing in the witness stand, was filled with regret, his voice choked with emotion. Out of fear, I could only pretend to agree. I didn't want to end up like those dissenting crew members, thrown alive into the sea to be fed to the sharks. Standing at the defendant's stand, Arthur, wearing heavy shackles and leg irons, laughed in anger, causing his whole body to tremble slightly. What a sarcastic and grandiloquent statement. This so-called righteous naval officer was committing perjury in a military court, and yet it sounded so grandiose. Arthur suddenly understood the playful smile of the major, who had seemed to have everything under control. This military trial was entirely a setup. If Arthur and Sergeant Eugene did not return, the matter would remain in doubt and drag on, and the Navy headquarters in Marinvando would send a special investigation team to conduct a review. But now, once subjected to a military court trial, Arthur would be left with no defense and would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Bring up the culprit, Sergeant Eugene. The judge's stern and cold voice echoed in the hall. Arthur's face turned extremely cold as he stared blankly at Sergeant Eugene, whose body was beaten to a pulp and dragged in by 2 soldiers, leaving a trail of gruesome blood in the corridor. The high-ranking judge took a blood-stained testimony with a fingerprint and immediately stood up to solemnly announce, "The evidence in this case is conclusive, with both witnesses and physical evidence present. The facts are clear. I hereby pronounce the sentence. Sergeant Eugene, death penalty. Private Arthur, death penalty, to be executed immediately. Enough. You bunch of damn bastards." Arthur sneered as he scanned the crowd, his sharp shout interrupting the judge's pronouncement. It was a ridiculous trial, a farcical performance, a premeditated trap. Deceived, Arthur exploded with despair towards the so-called justice. With a loud bang, he suddenly broke free from the heavy shackles and leg irons that had confined him. As several soldiers around him raised their guns to aim, Arthur charged forward, kicking them away, sending them crashing into the distant wall, unconscious or worse. In the terrified gazes of those present, the rampaging Arthur swiftly approached Major Saber, and with rage, he threw a punch that struck the Major squarely in the face. With a dull thud, Major Saber, unable to dodge, had his entire face caved in by the blow. His eyeball burst, blood splattering everywhere, and his lifeless body fell across his seat, looking eerily grotesque. "Don't come any closer." The lieutenant colonel who had previously lured Arthur into the naval division collapsed on the ground, shouting in terror while tremblingly trying to draw his sidearm. But Arthur moved with blinding speed, like a gust of wind. "Die, scum!" With a sickening crack, Arthur mercilessly twisted the lieutenant colonel's neck, breaking it. Arthur raised the colonel's sidearm and fired several shots at the judge who was trying to escape. With the judge's dying scream, he fell to the ground, hit by the bullets. "Don't kill me, we are comrades." Jonah, sitting on the ground and trembling uncontrollably, looked at the rampaging Arthur with a face full of terror. Arthur's gaze was icy, as if he hadn't heard Jonah's words. In fact, for Arthur, the most important thing right now was to get the barely alive Sergeant Eugene out of this hellish place. As for killing a pathetic creature like Jonah, it would only dirty his hands. He casually tossed the handgun aside, tilted his head slightly back, and coldly took one last look at the naval flag hanging in the center of the hall, a symbol of justice and fairness. Arthur was well aware that he could no longer continue serving in the Navy, even though the events at sea had cleared his name. The charge of killing the commander was still an absolute death penalty. Moreover, Arthur suddenly realized that the once holy and solemn naval division before him now felt as cold and eerie as a graveyard. He approached the severely injured and unconscious Sergeant Eugene and took out the blue glass bottle he carried with him. Arthur carefully dripped the precious medicine onto the bloody and mangled wound, and soon the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Sergeant Eugene's life was finally saved. Planning to leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, Arthur quickly carried Sergeant Eugene and rushed outside, only to collide head-on with the Navy soldiers guarding the courthouse. Dozens of armed Navy soldiers, led by a lieutenant, charged forward, simultaneously aiming their guns at the indifferent Arthur. When the lieutenant saw his uncle, Major Saber, with his skull nearly crushed by a punch, he furiously shouted with a twisted face, "Open fire immediately! Kill this bastard!" Just as the group of Navy soldiers was about to pull the trigger, the grief-stricken Arthur seemed to sense a strange and powerful force within him, letting out an astonishing roar. A strong aura surged and rippled, instantly affecting the entire corridor. The Navy's soldiers, who were about to pull the trigger, suddenly lost consciousness under the immense power, collapsing one after another, leaving Arthur as the only one awake in the entire corridor. Arthur was equally shocked. The overwhelming force of intimidation he had just displayed was truly astonishing, defeating dozens of Navy soldiers in an instant. If there had been other strong individuals on the scene, they would have been shocked to discover that Arthur possessed the rare conqueror's haki. This powerful ability, which cannot be learned or inherited, is only possessed by those born with the qualities of a king, the chosen ones. However, Arthur, who was determined to distance himself from the Navy base, had no time to study this mysterious and powerful force. Carrying Sergeant Eugene, he rushed out of the Navy base and quickly headed towards the seaside fill-in port, which was the only escape route. As a former Navy member, Arthur was well aware that Navy bases around the world often house varying numbers of strong individuals, including formidable devil fruit users. Now, without having fully mastered the power of the sea god, Arthur had no confidence in his ability to confront the entire combat force of the Navy base. More importantly, as a former Navy member, He could not bring himself to slaughter all the Navy soldiers who were just following orders, at least not at this moment. Heaven only knows what kind of powerful Navy forces were stationed at Philin Navy Base. Therefore, it was best to leave this perilous place as soon as possible. Fortunately, the Navy base was not far from Philin Port, but as Arthur reached the port, he was taken aback. At that moment, Philin Port bore no resemblance to a trade port. The many merchant and fishing ships that had originally docked there were nowhere to be seen. On the spacious sea, several imposing Navy warships were sailing. Dozens of massive cannons pointed menacingly at Arthur on the shore, ready to blast him into pieces at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from a distance, and it was clear that the main Navy forces stationed nearby were in pursuit. Although Arthur did not want to kill these Navy soldiers who were merely following orders, he found himself with no way to retreat. An overwhelming aura began to rise from his body, as if the sea itself sensed Arthur's emotions, causing the winds to change and the waves to surge violently. The astonishing power filled many Navy soldiers with an endless fear, making it seem as if it was not the Navy traitor Arthur who was surrounded and suppressed, but rather all the pursuing Navy forces. The atmosphere at the spacious and open Philin Port was extremely tense, as if the air was thick with the scent of gunpowder. The Navy lieutenant leading the main force stared in terror at the proud figure of Arthur not far away, swallowing hard and even hesitating to give the order to attack. This treacherous traitor had just eliminated all the senior officers of the military court and had single-handedly defeated all the guard soldiers. That was a full 100 elite Navy soldiers armed to the teeth, not to be underestimated. Yet Arthur, while carrying an injured comrade, had emerged unscathed. Looking at Arthur's tall and lonely silhouette, the Navy lieutenant even had the illusion that standing there was not a person, but a deity wielding immense power, representing the turbulent sea before him. If he gave the order to attack, in the next moment, everyone would die here, crushed by that overwhelming power. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks, and the lieutenant, feeling extremely uneasy, attempted several times to issue the order to attack. But his trembling hand could not be raised. Surrounded by numerous Navy soldiers and under the targeting of the massive cannons of the Navy warships, Arthur, who seemed to have no way to escape, stood calmly in place. It was as if time itself had completely frozen, with no one willing to break the current eerie silence. Suddenly, on the tumultuous sea in the distance, a small ship appeared, looking no larger than a fist. This ship ignored the Navy's warnings and was returning, approaching Philin Port at a rapid speed. Arthur suddenly remembered that when he parted ways with the wealthy young man Michael, he had promised to be there to support him. He didn't expect Michael to return, risking his life. Touched, Arthur estimated the distance and realized that with his current abilities, he could barely reach there. Without hesitation, Arthur dashed toward the sea, instantly breaking the original calm. The naval captain, holding his breath, suddenly raised his hand and immediately issued the command to attack. Regardless of everything, they were the righteous Navy, having sworn an oath before the fluttering flag. Even knowing their opponent was incredibly powerful, they could not retreat, even if they felt fear. Many naval soldiers immediately raised their guns to fire, while more soldiers armed with weapons charged angrily toward Arthur. The naval warships on the sea fired their cannons in unison, and with a tremendous and continuous roar, the whistling shells came crashing down. Intense explosions created fireballs with immense destructive power, shattering the ground and turning the original port into a wasteland amid rolling smoke and flames. Amidst the hail of bullets and cannon fire, Arthur advanced quickly, his expression calm, whether it was the deadly bullets flying toward him or the incredibly powerful shells. They were easily blocked by the water barrier that formed around Arthur. Strolling leisurely, Arthur reached the edge of the port unscathed and leaped into the sea with a swift motion. As Arthur fell, the enormous waves on the sea rose like a giant water dish, forming a massive staircase that supported him as he stepped towards the approaching ship in the distance. Sink that damn ship! On a naval warship, the lieutenant captain watched as Arthur was about to escape and in a fit of rage, ordered the soldiers to open fire on the distant ship. Just as the cannons were aimed at the ship, suddenly the naval warship shook violently as if experiencing an earthquake, followed by a towering wave rising dozens of meters high on the nearby sea. "Oh God, who will save us?" Several naval soldiers standing at the railing cried out in despair, watching in endless terror as the colossal wave crashed down. "It's all over," the hot-tempered lieutenant captain murmured bitterly. He sat down on the deck, looking at the terrifying wave approaching, already pale with fear. With a thunderous roar, the naval warship, struck by the immense wave, crumbled like paper, disintegrating and scattering. In an instant, The sea was littered with the wreckage of the naval warship and struggling soldiers calling for help. Meanwhile, Arthur, who was being pursued and intercepted by the Philin Naval Division, had successfully boarded the ship that had turned around and quickly disappeared from sight. Many naval soldiers who witnessed the power of the sea god secretly felt relieved. Nothing was more important than being alive. Some devout sailors clasped their chests with crosses and prayed silently. For most naval soldiers, this pursued naval traitor, Arthur, despite possessing the powerful strength of a godlike sea deity, did not ruthlessly eliminate them all, nor did he deliberately kill anyone. Perhaps he was not as irredeemably wicked as the rumor suggested. However, some naval officers were quite frantic, fearing it wouldn't be long before the Ministry of Justice would launch an investigation against him. The Ministry of Justice, known for adding charges against people, would require them to explain how a wounded naval traitor managed to escape from heavy encirclement so easily, regardless of the investigation's outcome. The career prospects of these officers were already ruined. On the calm sea, Arthur boarded the ship, rapidly leaving Philin port, cautiously placing the unconscious Sergeant Eugene to the side. Arthur, exhausted to the limit, sat down on the deck, gasping for breath. The recent experience had been extremely perilous. Had the ship been 100 meters further away, Arthur would have surely collapsed into the sea, and without fully mastering the sea god's power, he could have easily drowned. If such a bizarre incident were to occur, the long-dead previous generation of sea gods would probably rise from their graves in anger. After experiencing this crisis, Arthur silently decided he must quickly enhance his strength. If he remained the ordinary private he once was, he would soon face execution, forever nailed to the pillar of shame in history, unable to resist. In this world where might makes right, only the strong can survive. Soon someone approached Arthur and handed him a jug of water. It was the striking Michael, who smiled and said, "Brother Arthur, we meet again." Arthur took the jug and drank deeply, then slightly raised his head to look at Michael. Although only 16, Michael, born into a noble family, had a maturity that surpassed his peers. However, he always gave off a charming impression. If he didn't call himself a man, he would certainly be mistaken for a girl. It must be said that Michael's timely rescue was crucial, otherwise, to save his own life, Arthur would have had to eliminate all the pursuing navy. Thus, while it seemed that Michael merely arrived in time to save Arthur, in reality, he was the one who truly saved all the naval forces pursuing Arthur. The ship sailed for about half a day, and, after checking on Sergeant Eugene's injuries, Michael came to the bow and elegantly sat beside Arthur on the deck, playfully swinging his legs. The benefit of alcohol is that it allows one to temporarily escape everything, Arthur said, leaning against the railing with a bottle in hand, as if talking to himself. Michael brushed his hair back, suddenly realizing this action was somewhat inappropriate. His face flushed as he quickly turned to face the wind and casually asked, "Brother Arthur, what are your plans for the future?" "Of course, I need to prioritize settling Sergeant Eugene. No, I should say Uncle Eugene." Arthur smiled wryly. From now on, they were no longer part of the Navy, and naturally, they could no longer refer to their ranks. It wouldn't be long before his older brother was wanted by the Navy. In my opinion, it's best to stay as far away from areas with naval activity as possible, Michael analyzed calmly. "Do you have any suggestions, Michael?" He knew that Michael already had an idea. All Arthur had to do was to get him to say it. "There is a seaside manor on York Island to the southeast. If Brother Arthur is willing, he could take Uncle Eugene there to recuperate," Michael said with great anticipation. As Arthur was about to respond, a whistling cannonball suddenly struck near the ship's side, sending up a massive column of water and causing the entire vessel to shake violently. Michael, unable to maintain his balance, let out a cry and dove into Arthur's arms, his face turning red and clearly feeling a bit unnatural. Arthur, with a serious expression, did not notice Michael's awkward demeanor in his embrace. His gaze quickly locked on 3 naval warships pursuing them on the sea. The flagship leading the charge was unmistakable, with the special naval flag flying high. And Arthur knew at once that the pursuers were none other than the renowned beauty of the Navy, Colonel Tina of the Naval Headquarters, known as the Black Presentina. A cold and stern ultimatum echoed from the 3 naval warships, which were pursuing in AV formation. "Stop the ship immediately for inspection. Noncompliance will result in sinking." A woman dressed in a rose-colored professional outfit and a Navy Justice cape elegantly removed her deep purple gloves, discarding a half-smoked cigarette with a haughty demeanor. Colonel Tina stepped forward, standing at the bow of the flagship against the sea breeze. With her excellent appearance and figure, and an extraordinary poise in her every gesture, Colonel Tina had set her sights on the fast ship where Arthur was located, several nautical miles away. Several hours earlier, while patrolling the nearby waters with her fleet, Colonel Tina received a direct order from the naval headquarters in Vondo through the phone bug installed on her warship. The shocking news was that a naval traitor, a former second-class sailor named Arthur, had single-handedly killed all the senior officers of the Phila Naval Division and effortlessly crushed the entire fighting force of the division, leaving without a scratch. Such formidable strength was surprising even for an officer, and it was hard to imagine that the opponent was merely an obscure, ordinary second-class sailor. The order given to her by Vondo was resolute. Patrol this sea area, spare no passing ships, and capture the naval traitor Arthur alive. Tina knew well that although the commander of Vondo did not explicitly state it, the absolute command to capture him alive rather than as a corpse indicated a great interest from the higher-ups in the abilities of this second-class sailor. Without hesitation, Tina immediately led her fleet to conduct a thorough patrol of the area, unaware that Arthur was on this very ship. A clash between the two sides was now inevitable. On the clippers where Arthur was, a group of sailors standing at the bow were discussing anxiously as they watched the naval warship approaching in the distance. Their hearts were filled with unease. Faced with the formidable strength of the Navy headquarters, no one could remain calm. One old sailor, with dark skin and a full beard, stared at the fluttering naval flag, his expression frantic and disheartened as he shouted, "It's Colonel Hylatina from the Navy headquarters. We're done for." "Hylatina?" Michael, standing next to Arthur, asked in confusion. Arthur gave a bitter smile, but didn't say much. As a former ordinary sailor in the Navy, he had once heard a lot about this famous Navy colonel. Tina, who possessed the superhuman Kankang fruit ability, was simply a nightmare for pirates and smugglers. A single disagreement would lead her to use her devil fruit power to imprison her enemies. Pirates and smugglers captured by her could circle the city walls when sent to the Navy prison. This time was the Navy if Big Brother hides, maybe. Michael suddenly suggested. "Don't worry, leave this beautiful lady to me," Arthur said proudly. Although Arthur did not plan to wipe out all the pursuing Navy forces, he would never allow them to act tyrannically. Moreover, just half a day ago, they had experienced an unfair trial, and Uncle Eugene had nearly lost his life under torture. Now, being wanted by the Navy, Arthur was already burning with anger. "Beautiful lady?" Michael turned to look at the poised Colonel Tina on the Navy flagship, puffed his cheeks in annoyance, and cast a resentful glance at Arthur, who praised her. On the Navy warship, seeing that the fast boat had no intention of stopping for inspection, Tina's expression darkened instantly. These bastards must have something to hide. Tina was very angry. With a swift wave of her hand, she coldly ordered, "Use the black gun formation to sink it." "Yes, ma'am." A group of Navy soldiers, who admired their captain, were all excited and rushed to their positions, executing the black gun formation as ordered. Soon, huge and heavy black iron bars were lined up along the ship's railing, aimed at the fast boat within range. In fact, this so-called black gun formation involved using these heavy black cylindrical iron bars as projectiles to penetrate and sink enemy ships, proving to be very effective in several naval battles. "Run away! Help! We surrender!" As the thick cylindrical iron bars whistled through the air like a torrential rain, the pale-faced sailors on the fast boat completely collapsed, screaming and fleeing in all directions, creating chaos on the deck. Only the young noble Michael, standing aside, seemed full of confidence in Arthur and showed no signs of unease. Facing the impending destruction of the ship and loss of life, Arthur raised the corners of his mouth in a relaxed smile, leaping onto the ship's railing, standing against the wind, letting his clothes billow wildly. Arthur was engulfed in a surge of violent energy, causing the sea to churn with massive waves crashing against the surface, splashing up turbulent spray. With a casual gesture, he raised a towering wall of water several meters high around him. The iron rods that came whistling through the air suddenly struck the surface, sending countless droplets flying. But the powerful impact was effortlessly dissipated by the gentle curtain of water. Leaping into the air and landing on the surface of the sea, Arthur appeared calm, his spirit highly focused, as the energy flowing from him continuously merged with the raging waters. Seeing that the black gun technique was ineffective, the naval warships, under the captain's orders, adjusted their massive cannons to aim at Arthur, who stood atop the waves. Arthur wore a calm smile on his face, as if he hadn't noticed the naval warships lurking in the distance. His glowing palm gently brushed the surface of the sea, causing the water to slowly part. The black cylindrical iron bars that had previously fallen into the sea began to rise slowly under the waves' wash. Intrigued by the black gun technique, Arthur suddenly clenched his fists and shouted loudly. With powerful momentum, the sea water, under Arthur's control, instantly hurled the heavy iron bars as if they were javelins. With a series of thunderous booms, the heavy iron bars easily pierced through the naval warships, instantly turning them into iron porcupines. A large amount of surging seawater continuously flooded into the ship's cabin through the gaping holes, rendering the 3 naval warships, which could barely float on the surface, completely powerless. The naval flagship, having lost its power and turned into a sitting target, clearly did not give up. Under Colonel Tina's orders, it aimed its massive cannon at the ship anchored not far away. Arthur furrowed his brow and coldly muttered to himself, "If you seek death, then don't blame me." In his palm, as the violent power surged, an unstable water ball the size of an apple quickly formed and was hurled towards the warship that attempted to bombard the naval ship. With a thunderous roar that shattered everything, under the immense explosive power, the entire naval ship was obliterated as if it were made of paper, instantly turned to ruins. Debris from the destroyed warship floated everywhere on the sea, and the naval soldiers suffered heavy casualties, with blood staining the surface of the water. The sailors on the fast ship widened their eyes, watching Arthur's godlike, formidable strength, momentarily speechless in shock. This seemingly ordinary young man was able to crush the fleet led by a naval colonel with a mere wave of his hand, turning it to ashes in a casual manner. What terrifying power this was! Most of the sailors on the fast ship were desperate rogues hired by Michael for a hefty sum, and they had never seen such a powerful warrior. Their respect for Arthur immediately rose to a new height. Michael, who was nervously watching from the ship's railing, stared blankly at the naval ship turned into countless fragments in the distance, then looked at Arthur's back, suddenly feeling anxious. For Michael, the stronger Arthur became, the harder it would be to stand by his side, and strong figures were always surrounded by beautiful people. Determined, Michael silently vowed to confront Arthur as soon as possible. The other 2 disabled naval ships immediately dropped rescue ropes. Before numerous hungry sharks arrived, they pulled the still-breathing naval soldiers out of the water. Looking at the horrific scene, many pale-faced naval soldiers felt their scalp tingling. Countless corpses and debris made the Navy genuinely realize that this opponent was far too powerful for them to contend with. Their stubbornness would only lead to death. No one knew how this terrifying figure would deal with them. Naval battles were often cruel, and the defeated side would always face a tragic fate. This feeling of being at the mercy of others left the naval soldiers gasping for breath. On the turbulent sea, the naval soldiers who were instantly defeated by Arthur anxiously awaited their impending fate. Suddenly, a striking figure leaped onto the warship. It was Colonel Tina from the naval headquarters. The furious water strike when Arthur destroyed the flagship had severely injured Tina's abdomen, and blood flowed profusely, staining her clothes. However, Tina seemed indifferent to her injury. Her fists clenched tightly as her cold gaze fixed on Arthur, who stood proudly on the sea, seeing the surrounding naval soldiers devoid of fighting spirit. Tina furrowed her brow and suddenly said in a deep voice, "It's normal to fear a powerful enemy. But remember, without fear, there is no courage." Before the naval soldiers could react, Tina suddenly leaped off the warship. In an instant, the naval soldiers on the ship were horrified and rushed to the railing, desperately trying to stop the colonel's reckless act. They knew that those with devil fruit abilities would be rejected by the sea and could never swim. Once they fell directly into the ocean, even the strongest devil fruit user would drown, which was the most fatal weakness of powerful users. Under the shocked gaze of the naval soldiers by the railing, Tina's beautiful figure gracefully floated on a wooden plank following the water flow, quickly approaching Arthur. When enemies meet, their eyes widen. Seeing her subordinates being killed, Tina had completely forgotten the naval headquarters order to capture Arthur alive. She was intent on eliminating this detestable guy, no matter how terrifyingly powerful he was. Feather barrier. With a delicate shout, iron branches resembling railings extended from Tina's arm, instantly binding the grinning Arthur in midair. Arthur was instantly trapped in an iron cage with nowhere to escape. Tina, filled with murderous intent, unleashed her powers once again, and countless iron spikes instantly pierced through the entire iron cage. So strong, truly worthy of the colonel. That damn guy is finally dead. As the sharp iron spikes crisscrossed through the prison, it was impossible for anyone to survive in such a situation, leading to cheers from the naval warship. On the ship, Michael, pale-faced, stumbled back a few steps, unable to believe that Arthur had vanished from the iron cage. The battle had developed too quickly, too fast to truly grasp what had happened. The Arthur who had just defeated the naval fleet was actually defeated, and it was very likely he had already died at the hands of the naval colonel. Michael felt a wave of darkness in front of him, his whole body trembling slightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. Seeing Arthur defeated and dead, many sailors on the fast ship began to entertain sinister thoughts to save their own lives. Soon, someone rushed to the cabin. carrying the unconscious Uncle Eugene out and hoisting a white flag on the ship's mast. A few sailors with sinister expressions surrounded them, brandishing knives, and tied up several unwilling sailors along with Michael. Although the commission Michael provided was generous, the so-called morality was nothing compared to their own lives, and they unanimously decided to hand Michael and Uncle Eugene over to the Navy. "You bunch of opportunistic scoundrels," Michael scolded coldly. With a sharp sound, Michael's right cheek swelled up immediately, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "What is so great about having a little money?" A thin, ugly sailor sneered, raising his hand to slap him several times. "Why don't we strip this kid and tie him to the mast? I heard the Navy loves to treat pirates like that." A young man standing outside suggested obsequiously, willing to do anything to please the Navy for a chance at survival. "Come on, strip this kid," the thin, ugly man ordered immediately. Soon, several sailors rushed forward, tearing at Michael's clothes. His frantic screams only made the sailors work harder. "It's a woman." Suddenly, several sailors exclaimed, staring at Michael, who was only in his underwear, with his fair skin. "What are you staring at? Since she's going to die in the hands of the Navy anyway, might as well let her experience the pleasures of being a woman." The thin sailor who had initially been surprised quickly issued a cruel command upon discovering that Michael, who usually dressed as a male, was actually a woman. Meanwhile, in mid-battle, Tina, who believed she had killed Arthur, suddenly had a change in expression as the iron cage dissipated, landing steadily on a piece of wreckage from the warship. Tina frowned. She was certain she had imprisoned Arthur, and the sharp iron spikes she had generated could easily pierce through solid rock. However, the Arthur who had been in the cage had mysteriously vanished without leaving a trace of blood. Tina did not know that Arthur had indeed been trapped in the cage. The reason he had been caught was simply due to his lack of combat experience. It was his first time facing an ability user. The earlier easy battle with the Navy had made Arthur somewhat overconfident, thinking that this naval colonel was not a big deal and that he could defeat her again in an instant with the power of the sea god. It was only when he was trapped in the iron cage that Arthur truly realized the strength of Colonel Tina. The sudden iron spikes had nearly cost him his life, but battles on the edge of life and death often unleash infinite potential. Just as the sharp iron spikes were about to pierce through his body in the cage, Arthur suddenly grasped a small part of the power of the sea god. In an instant, his body melded with the seawater, easily escaping Tina's proud iron cage. The reason he had not appeared for so long was that he soon encountered another major problem. As part of the seawater, he could not return. Moreover, the powerful impact of the seawater seemed to threaten to dissolve his body into the sea. If his body disintegrated, he would die on the spot. Between life and death, Arthur's mind was filled with the insights he had gained when he became part of the seawater, a feeling that was always just out of reach. As time passed, his consciousness gradually became hazy. Suddenly, the screams from the ship completely awakened Arthur, who had become part of the seawater. Michael is in danger, Arthur thought anxiously. As a friend he felt a connection with, and who had dared to risk being sunk by the Navy to come to his aid. Arthur felt grateful, even though he had not expressed it. Upon hearing Michael's cries, he felt an urgent fire in his heart, but his body remained immobilized as seawater. A strong rage surged within him. The spirit of the sea remains, never to be extinguished. A small fragment of the sea god's memories buried in Arthur's mind awakened, swirling with powerful and eternal words. Suddenly, the majestic Arthur re-emerged from the surface, finally returning to his original human form, his aura drastically changing. If the previous Arthur was merely a sharp dagger, influenced by emotions affecting the sea, now he was a sword about to be unsheathed, filled with an astonishing sense of oppression, while the endless sea seemed to be filled with fear of the current Arthur. For the first time, he truly felt the power of the sea god. It was hard to imagine how powerful Arthur would become when he fully comprehended the mysteries of the sea god and regained all his memories. Suspended over the sea, with a drastically changed aura, Arthur slowly opened his deep eyes, looking disdainfully at the shocked naval Colonel Tina standing on the wreckage of the warship. P.S. Alive, a sailor on the ship, terrified and nearly wetting himself, screamed in fear at the sight of Arthur's strange reappearance. The thin sailor leading the group stepped forward with a grim face, slapping the sailor to the ground, his cold gaze sweeping over the surrounding sailors. When the others lowered their heads, the thin man coldly warned, "Listen up, that kid will never let us go. But his companions and the woman are in our hands. The only way to survive is to cooperate with the Navy and take down this monster together." The sailors, anxious and uneasy, quickly gained confidence upon hearing the thin sailor's words, their eyes flashing with ferocity. They had almost beheaded Sergeant Eugene and insulted his woman. The sailors, with nowhere to turn, could only pray that Arthur will be taken down by the Navy, as that might allow them to live. The only consolation was that they had hostages, believing that Arthur would not dare to act against them. However, fearing that they might provoke Arthur too much, the thin sailor instructed the others to keep their distance from Michael and covered her body, which was only clad in underwear, with an old coat. "Brother Arthur will definitely kill you all." Michael's face, cold as ice, was filled with rage, wishing she could kill them all with her own hands. "Dear, with you here, he wouldn't dare to act." The thin sailor sneered in response, stepping forward to the ship's edge and coldly addressing Arthur in midair. "Your people are in our hands. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently, or I won't hesitate to chop off their limbs first." Unexpectedly, this shout awakened Arthur, who was locked in a standoff with Colonel Tina. His deep gaze suddenly turned sharp, and a layer of water vapor, resembling silk, formed around him, suddenly turning into countless raindrops that tilted down towards the ship. Don't even think about it. Colonel Tina of the Navy doesn't have much fondness for these rebellious sailors. But as long as she can take down the troublesome Arthur, she doesn't care about the means. "Don't bother me." Arthur casually waved his hand, and suddenly a giant wave surged from the sea, instantly transforming into a roaring prehistoric beast, swallowing the airborne Navy Colonel Tina in one bite. Countless raindrops slanted onto the ship, instantly making the entire deck wet, as if there was nothing special about this rain. "I was scared to death, I thought it was." The leading lean man, seeing it was just ordinary rainwater, began to boast again. But suddenly he felt excruciating pain throughout his body and soon discovered that rainwater had pierced countless tiny holes in him, blood spraying out like a fountain as he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. In an instant, all the sailors from the lean man's group on the deck fell dead, their deaths extremely tragic. Meanwhile, Michael and more than a dozen tied-up sailors were unharmed. On the contrary, the ropes binding them all broke apart under the wash of the rainwater. Michael hurriedly covered her clothes, fearing that Arthur would see her embarrassing state. However, when Michael looked up, she felt aggrieved to find that Arthur's attention was completely focused on the imprisoned Navy Colonel Tina in the water prison. Although she knew that brother Arthur was fighting, the fact that he kept looking at another woman made her feel uncomfortable. Navy headquarters Colonel Tina was shocked, not expecting Arthur to be this powerful, seemingly even more formidable than during their first encounter. Not only did he easily deal with all the traitorous sailors on the ship and rescue Michael and the others, but with just one move, he had incapacitated her, rendering her unable to move. No wonder this man could escape the Navy headquarters alone with the injured and defeat all the combat power of the Navy headquarters. Even more critically, this water prison soaking her made her feel completely weak, and there was no oxygen to breathe inside. If she were to be imprisoned for a long time, she would likely suffocate to death. However, compared to her own life, Tina was more worried about her subordinates. It was she, the Navy colonel, who had ordered the interception, and once this terrifying man went on a rampage, it was likely that no one would survive to return. Arthur hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to kill Tina, but letting her go like this felt too lenient. Moreover, once the water prison was opened, Tina could use her devil fruit powers again, making it quite tricky to control her. However, Arthur's eyes soon brightened as she looked at a piece of floating warship wreckage several meters wide, which surprisingly had several chains that resembled handcuffs. As a member of the Navy, Arthur recognized at a glance that these were not ordinary chains. They were made of sea stone, capable of temporarily nullifying the abilities of devil fruit users. It was likely that the Navy carried sea stone on board to deal with those pirate devil fruit users, but unexpectedly, it now benefited Arthur. With a flick of her hand, waves of water surged up, smoothly transporting several sea stone chains over. One of them plunged into the water prison, locking Tina in place. As the water prison broke, Arthur caught the drenched Tina, who had been lifted by the waves, securely in her arms. The faint, refreshing fragrance of her body stirred something in Arthur, and the glimpse of her snow-white skin made Arthur's blood surge. That indomitable, bright gaze instantly ignited Arthur's desire for conquest. Arthur strolled leisurely towards the fast boat, but with the support of the waves, he moved quickly and landed steadily on the deck. Seeing that Arthur had actually captured Colonel Tina, and recalling how he had ruthlessly killed all the rebellious sailors in one move, some sailors standing with Michael were at a loss, fearfully standing aside. The powerful deterrence made them too afraid to move a muscle. Michael, now dressed in a new suit, walked over and, seeing Arthur still holding the colonel, said somewhat displeased, "Brother Arthur, you must be quite comfortable holding her." Michael turned his head and muttered softly, "You've never held me like that. This is a prisoner." Arthur was taken aback. "What did you say?" Michael seemed a bit strange about his reaction to capturing the colonel. He must be worried about naval retaliation. That had to be it. As for the softly muttered words, He didn't hear them clearly. Nothing at all, really. Michael explained in a flustered and awkward manner. Tina also realized it was inappropriate and immediately shouted, "Bastard! Let go of me." Arthur smiled calmly and directly released his hands, causing Tina to unexpectedly fall onto the deck, looking quite disheveled. With her eyes nearly blazing with fire, Tina stared at Arthur, having never seen such a shameless man who showed not an ounce of gentlemanly demeanor. "Listen well, from now on you are my slave, and you will obey my orders until I am in a good mood." Arthur suddenly decided on a whim, giving an uncompromising order to Tina. "Why should I? You traitor of the Navy," Tina coldly responded. "So you're unwilling to cooperate, tis-tsk." Arthur took a couple of steps to the edge of the ship and casually raised his hand, forming a water ball the size of an apple. Tina, whose hands were bound by sea stone chains, turned pale. She was all too familiar with this seemingly inconspicuous water ball, which had once shattered the flagship of the Navy she was on. She quickly leaned over to look out at the sea and, in a moment of urgency, shouted at Arthur, "Stop it. I'll do what you say. I beg you." It turned out that the water ball in Arthur's hand was aimed at the naval soldiers who had come in small boats to rescue the colonel. If that powerful water ball hit them head-on, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tina, who had always been proud and looked down on men, could only lower her noble head and obey Arthur. Arthur suddenly swung his arm, causing a deafening explosion that created a nearly 100-meter-wide shockwave on the ocean surface. The tumultuous waves nearly capsized the naval rescue boats, which looked like leaves, and some veterans hurriedly pulled the unfortunate souls who had fallen into the sea back on board. The panicked sailors turned pale, anxiously staring at the hundreds of meters of shockwave created by the water ball, none daring to move even a paddle. If that water ball had hit them head-on, it was likely that not even their corpses would remain. This man was just too powerful, completely beyond their capacity to confront, and the fiery determination to rescue Colonel Tina was instantly extinguished. "Stop it." Tina glared at Arthur with resentment. "This is just a warning." Arthur replied with his usual calm demeanor, adding, "By the way, I don't like your gaze, Tina the maid." Tina ground her teeth in hatred, wishing she could dismember this detestable man. However, to protect the lives of her soldiers, she reluctantly lowered her head and murmured, "Yes, master. By the way, I heard some sailors have a collection of bunny outfits. Tina the maid, why don't you wear one?" Arthur said with a half-smile, "You bully people. You wish." Tina suddenly stood up, feeling that being made a maid had crossed a line, and she couldn't believe this detestable man was escalating things. "That's right. I am bullying you." Arthur laughed heartily. "Or should I say, I'll sell you to a slave trader? I'm sure a noble naval colonel can attract plenty of customers at a brothel." Despicable. Tina's heart trembled, filled with fear as she stared at Arthur. Although Tina was quite powerful, she was still a woman, and now trapped by sea prism stone. She couldn't exert her strength at all. If she fell into the hands of a slave trader, it would be a suffocating fate. As a naval colonel who had long fought against pirates and smugglers, including slave traders, she had seen the horrific plight of women who were trafficked. Tina was nearly driven mad by Arthur. It was her first time regretting executing a superior's orders since becoming a Navy officer, underestimating herself by attempting to intercept such a powerful figure. Despicable? Arthur's expression turned cold, and a powerful aura immediately spread. "We fight against pirates and are ultimately abandoned by our superiors, and a ridiculous military trial labels me a traitor. Calling the Navy despicable is very fitting." "Yes, master." Tina didn't dare to say more. Although she loathed this man, she surprisingly found herself believing Arthur's words. Because for someone with formidable strength, being bold and taking responsibility is exhilarating. Lying is a disgraceful act. Tina felt a twinge of regret in her heart. It would have been wonderful if Arthur were still in the Navy. If everything were true, then the Navy was self-destructing, forcing him into the ranks of pirates. The ship quickly left the waters, and the naval soldiers could only watch helplessly as their colonel was taken away as a prisoner. However, for many of the naval soldiers, there was a sense of relief in their hearts. This demonically powerful man did not kill them all. The joy of surviving dulled the humiliation of their failure. The ship sped forward, so fast it felt like a cannonball, and days passed in the blink of an eye. This was, of course, not something the remaining quarter of the sailors could achieve. It was due to Arthur's ability while lounging on the deck, sunbathing. The massive waves posed no obstacle to the ship's progress, if it weren't for the swift ship being unable to handle greater speeds, and the people on board unable to endure it. Arthur could have gone even faster. Lying on the sun lounger, Arthur stretched and raised his hand to pass the wine glass. Standing beside him in a bunny outfit, Tina's face was flushed, and she angrily poured wine for Arthur, unable to resist due to the sea prism stone chains binding her. However, After spending these days together, Tina realized that although this man was somewhat despicable, he was not as irredeemably wicked as the intelligence reports described. Although he often made inappropriate advances and looked at her with lingering eyes, he had not done anything excessive. He merely made her serve tea, wash clothes, and cook as if she were a servant. For Arthur, having such a beautiful woman around was impossible not to be tempted by. However, he didn't enjoy forcing women. The reason for this was simply a punishment for Tina. And over the past few days, making this beautiful woman suffer was probably more than a lifetime's worth. Arthur was already prepared to let her go. What puzzled Arthur was that Michael seemed to have been sulking for the past few days, leaving Arthur somewhat baffled. In the evening, the fast ship passed by a passenger liner, and Arthur easily made the massive vessel stop dead in the water. Now free, Tina, wearing a simple white dress, stood by the ship's rail waiting for the passenger liner to lower its gangway. It must be said that Tina was beautiful, especially accustomed to seeing her in her naval officer's uniform. Now she looked pure like a girl next door. Soon the gangway was lowered, and Tina turned to look at Arthur with a complicated expression, finally murmuring, "Tina is leaving." Arthur suddenly stepped forward, arrogantly wrapping his arms around Tina. Tina let out a startled gasp, her face instantly turning crimson, and her breathing became heavy and unnatural. Thinking that the other party was going to do something, Tina was suddenly surprised to find that Arthur was merely reaching out to remove the necklace from her neck. Arthur said arrogantly, "Come back when you have the strength to take it." Tina had a complicated expression, seemingly wanting to say something but hesitating. This necklace was indeed very important to her, as it was left to her by her mother. However, it was meant to be a token of love for her future partner. Arthur's reckless actions made Tina's heart race, and she felt both amused and exasperated, unable to express it directly. Could this be fate? Tina murmured to herself as she quickly climbed up the suspended ladder that had been dropped from the passenger ship. "I won't forget you, Arthur." Tina, standing by the ship's railing, shouted to Arthur on the deck. Arthur did not catch Tina's double entendre and took it as a provocation, casually responding with a light laugh. "It's my honor to be remembered by such a beautiful woman like you." The passenger ship quickly departed, disappearing into the vast sea, and Arthur stood on the deck, secretly relieved that the big trouble of Tina had finally left. However, the only thing Arthur couldn't understand was that Michael, who had witnessed everything, seemed even angrier. That night, after chatting with Uncle Eugene for a while, Arthur walked out of the cabin with a slight sigh. Thinking about the mental state of this veteran with 20 years of service, Arthur felt a bit worried. Ever since Uncle Eugene woke up, he had suddenly become taciturn, staring out at the sea from the window every day, his eyes filled with fatigue and confusion. It was understandable. A dedicated and fearless naval veteran, first abandoned by his superiors, and then nearly beaten to death by torture on the eve of his trial. If Arthur hadn't helped him escape, he would have likely been executed and branded as a traitor, forever nailed to the disgrace column of naval traitors. This was a heavy blow, especially for someone like Eugene, who was rigid and had faith. And who knows how the Navy would treat Eugene's relatives as a traitor. Arthur just couldn't comfort people and could only tell a few jokes that even he couldn't laugh at. Arthur was in a bad mood, and his slightly gloomy gaze immediately frightened the sailors he encountered. Along the way, the sailors stood up straight, not daring to move an inch, lowering their heads in awe and not daring to make eye contact with him. Arthur entered Michael's exclusive bathroom alone. After a moment, the two sailors standing at the door, not daring to budge, wore faces full of bitterness. They were ordered by Michael to guard this spot, not allowing anyone to come close. But they didn't even have the courage to look at Arthur, let alone speak the truth. Captain Arthur went in, but Miss Michael instructed that no one is allowed to come any closer. "What should we do?" said the sailor on the right with a mournful expression. "Maybe the lady is quite happy." The other sailor waved his hand, trying to comfort himself with a mental victory. "If you have the ability, stop him." The two sailors wisely chose to move a bit further away to avoid hearing any inappropriate sounds and actively closed the gate to prevent anyone from accidentally barging in. In the misty, steamy bathroom, Arthur jumped directly into the warm water, feeling as if every pore in his body was opening up in comfort. "Who?" Suddenly, from the depths of the pool came a panicked shout filled with anger. Arthur was taken aback for a moment, feeling a mix of amusement and confusion. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion that he failed to notice there was another person in the misty pool. However, the voice he heard just now had a hint of feminine grace. Could it be a woman in the bathroom? But upon further thought, that seemed unlikely. Ever since Tina left, the entire ship had been all men. Otherwise, Arthur wouldn't have walked in here so bare. "Is it one of the brothers on the ship?" "I'm Arthur." Arthur tentatively called out through the mist. "Ah, Arthur, big brother, what are you doing here?" Today what? Michael, who was in the bath with Arthur, became flustered and incoherent upon realizing it was Big Brother Arthur. However, he felt somewhat relieved that the person was Arthur. As Michael calmed down a bit, he even felt a bit pleased, as if he didn't mind this abrupt encounter. What am I thinking? Michael, who was submerged in the water, felt completely embarrassed about his lack of modesty. But fortunately, the mist obscured a clear view. It's me, Michael, Big Brother Arthur. Finally stabilizing his emotions, Michael responded in a neutral tone. Oh, it's Michael. Should I come over? Arthur felt reassured. If Uncle Eugene, whom he respected, misunderstood him for fooling around with women, he would be in big trouble. No, this is best, really. Big Brother Arthur, please don't come over. Hearing that Arthur intended to come over, Michael was so frightened that he almost jumped out of the pool to escape the spacious bathroom. Oh! Although Arthur didn't understand why Michael, as a man, would be shy, he respected his feelings. Big Brother Arthur, do you like that woman? To break the awkward silence, Michael suddenly asked with a hint of grievance, completely forgetting his original shyness. You mean Tina? Arthur suddenly burst into laughter and then said meaningfully, many naval soldiers like her, or rather, they admire her. This can be considered a belief for many young sailors. Big Brother Arthur, you still haven't answered my question. Michael was quite dissatisfied with Arthur's response, looking like he was determined to get to the bottom of it. It can't be considered liking. The reason I'm making things difficult for her is to punish her for daring to attack us and nearly taking me down, Arthur replied with a light laugh. Though he was somewhat curious about why Michael was asking such strange questions, it wasn't really a secret, so there was nothing to hide. If I were to say would Big Brother Arthur like a girl born into a noble family who was a bit tomboyish? Michael stared at Arthur, who was obscured by the mist in the opposite pool, feeling her heart racing. She was afraid to hear a rejection and even more afraid of experiencing the despair of suddenly losing Arthur, like in the last battle. Today, Michael finally mustered the courage to ask clearly. If Big Brother Arthur was willing, she would truly lay everything about herself on the table. I'm serious, don't laugh. Arthur, feeling both amused and helpless, leaned against the edge of the pool and looked at the misty ceiling. I must say, Michael's words made Arthur consider such things for the first time. Before joining the Navy, he just wanted to escape from that family without status. Later, in the Navy, he followed orders every day, striving to become stronger and earn the rank of admiral. Until now, being wanted by the Navy and becoming a pirate, Arthur hadn't really thought about where to go next. In other words, he had never truly lived for himself. Michael's words today brought back to his mind the original passion he had for painting the world while carrying a sketch pad. Of course, having a like-minded girl by his side would be wonderful. Just as Arthur was about to respond to Michael, a trembling voice suddenly came from outside the bathroom. Young master, Mr. Arthur, the big ship that is here to pick us up has arrived. Should we? Okay, I'll be right there. Arthur got up, stepped out of the pool, and put on his outer garments. He looked at the motionless Michael and said, We need to go, Michael. I'm not going. I want to continue soaking. Michael, still in the pool, wore a resentful expression, looking like a child who was upset and wanted to be coaxed. Unfortunately, the mist completely obscured him, and Arthur couldn't see it at all. Then I'll go ahead. Arthur didn't mind Michael's childishness. He had always treated this brave and genuine child like a younger brother, caring for him. Arthur had just left, and Michael, soaking in the pool, looked down at his chest and sighed helplessly. The rumor that you will grow bigger at 16 is indeed a lie. Maybe Brother Arthur only likes voluptuous women. For a moment, Michael seemed to have received a heavy blow. Half an hour later, Michael, dressed in an exquisite noble outfit, strode onto the deck. A huge ship was docked next to the fast boat, and nearly 100 armed bodyguards were already waiting on the deck for Michael's arrival. A frail old man in a fitted tailcoat, appearing to be in his 50s, stepped forward and respectfully bowed to Michael. Young master, please board the ship. A hint of sadness flashed in Michael's eyes, seemingly displeased with the title young master. She did not respond, but directly turned to Arthur and whispered, This ship will take you and Captain Arthur to York Island. It's very safe there, and the Navy won't go there. Michael's words were somewhat urgent, as if she were afraid that Arthur would be unwilling to go there. If that were the case, where would she find someone in such a vast world? Don't worry, I will go. Indeed, Uncle Eugene needs a quiet environment to recuperate. Arthur said gratefully, Thank you, Michael. What are you being polite for? Michael feigned displeasure, then composed herself and regained her noble demeanor. Perhaps only beside Arthur could she truly reveal her inner world. In the distance, the old man in the tailcoat watched Michael and Arthur whispering, his brow slightly furrowed, but he did not say anything more. Watching Michael leave, the fast boat that Arthur was on also set off again towards York Island. The sailors accompanying the ship were equally delighted, expressing their desire to escort Arthur, as following a strong person was a great honor. It had been several days since parting with Michael at sea, and the destination of the ship was indeed York Island. A group of sailors whose lives had been saved by Arthur pounded their chests, vowing never to reveal the whereabouts of Arthur and Uncle Eugene. However, the cautious Arthur still chose to leave the fast boat with Uncle Eugene when passing through a city harbor, wanting to keep the number of people who knew they were going to York Island as low as possible. Moreover, given Arthur's current strength, it was no problem for him to sail alone, so there was no need to bring these sailors along. The city harbor, called Onshing City as a vital maritime route, attracted countless people. Bounty hunters, pirates, the navy, smugglers, and slave owners seemed to coexist peacefully in Onshing City, maintaining a strange balance. The Lord of Onshing City did not care where any wealthy person came from, whether a wanted pirate, a noble, or a loyal navy officer. As long as you had enough money, you could enjoy a life more luxurious than that of an emperor, with beautiful women, strong bodyguards, and even rumors of devil fruits for sale. It was both heaven and hell. There were no laws, only the voice of power in the slums, where countless battles occurred daily. The graves for burying bodies were so dense that one could not see the end, and more bodies were directly thrown into the sea. Within one wall, a life of drunken luxury thrived, while outside, countless people fought over a piece of moldy black bread. Fairness had never descended upon Onshing City. In the dim and damp alley, Arthur, dressed in a black hooded cloak, held a sketch in his hand, weaving through the slum streets as if searching for something. Arthur's purpose on this journey is to quickly buy a ship capable of sailing in deep waters and head to York Island to help Uncle Eugene recover. Along the way, although Arthur did not want to cause trouble, he ended up annihilating 3 robbery gangs. Perhaps due to experiencing numerous life and death battles, Arthur showed no mercy when facing the robbers. In a flash, the ground was already littered with corpses, and they couldn't even stop him for a second. As he was about to reach the depths of the alley, Arthur suddenly stopped and said indifferently, "Come out, I'm in a hurry." No sooner had he spoken than 5 or 6 boys and girls, no older than 11 or 12, rushed out from the dark dead and around him. The best weapon they held was merely a rusty dagger, while a few other children wielded broken glass. To bolster their courage, some of the kids shouted wildly, and among them, a seemingly frail girl, out of fear, closed her eyes tightly as she lunged forward. Arthur took a step back, easily dodging the attacks from the group of children. He casually tossed a few bags of berries on the ground and turned to walk deeper into the alley. "Stop! Hand over all the money you have," shouted a 12-year-old boy, who seemed to be the leader of the group, mustering his courage to confront Arthur. "How do you know I have any money on me?" Arthur replied with a smirk. To him, giving these children a few hundred berries was nothing, especially since they were clearly young and likely out for the first time to do something like this. However, Arthur reminded himself that he was not a savior. There were countless children in the world who had suffered, and it was impossible to help every single one of them. The leading boy was momentarily at a loss for words and turned to a small girl beside him, who looked very thin and was wearing a tattered short shirt. However, she had a pair of gem-like blue eyes. She gathered her courage and said to Arthur, "Up ahead is Uncle Norman's house. Anyone in the slums looking to buy a boat goes to him, so you must have money, and a lot of it." Very clever, but Arthur smiled and reached out, slowly placing his palm against the wall. The boy, thinking Arthur was about to escape along the wall, raised his rusty dagger and threatened with a fierce roar, "Don't run, or I'll kill you." A faint ripple appeared on the wall covered by Arthur's palm, and with a loud bang, the entire wall shattered. A strong shockwave instantly sent several nearby children flying to the ground, who looked at Arthur in terror, astonished by his immense power. "Go home, don't do this anymore, or you will all die," Arthur said as he walked deeper into the alley. "Say no," came the cries of several children from behind Arthur. Arthur stopped in his tracks, frowning as he looked at the girl rushing towards him. This girl with gem-like eyes was very clever, and Arthur had a fairly good impression of her. However, that didn't mean Arthur wouldn't take action to make her understand the difference between the strong and the weak. As Arthur's palm condensed into a wisp of water vapor, just as he was about to take action, a little girl suddenly lunged forward and hugged his leg, pleading urgently, "As long as you can help us save Sister Jenny, I am willing to work like an ox or a horse to repay your kindness." "Shouldn't I?" "You shouldn't ask him. We definitely. Alvin, we can't do it. Don't forget that Sister Jenny was captured because of us." The boy named Alvin had a fierce expression, squeezing the rusty dagger in his hand until it creaked. Shania was right. They simply couldn't do it. Initially, they only wanted to raise money to rescue Sister Jenny, but making money in the slums was incredibly difficult. A few days ago, Two kids who went out to work were killed. With no other options, the group of children ultimately chose to rob. But they never expected to encounter a powerful figure like Arthur on their first attempt. Arthur looked at Saint Nye, who was full of expectation, with indifference, and said coldly, "This has nothing to do with me. If you dare to entangle me again, I will kill you all." His icy words immediately frightened several children into crying out loud. But they did not run away, because Saint Nye was still tightly hugging Arthur's calf. Arthur thought that Saint Nye would give up as well, but he didn't expect that this seemingly frail little girl would suddenly bite down hard on his calf, her eyes filled with a resolute determination to face death, making his heart tremble. Arthur smiled wryly and said helplessly, "I will help you save them. You really are willing." Saint Nye's eyes were filled with heartfelt joy. "You've scared me with your bite," Arthur teased. Saint Nye's face turned red, and she quickly released Arthur, glancing at the wound on her calf with a hint of guilt. However, in a critical moment, she couldn't think of any other way. But Saint Nye was very clear that the strong person in front of her could solve their problems effortlessly, and she was sincerely grateful that he agreed to save them. "Your name is Alvin, right? Go buy some food and fresh water," Arthur called out to the boy not far away. "You won't run away, will you?" Alvin's eyes were filled with worry. Growing up in the slums, he knew very well that to survive, one should not trust worthless promises. "Run? If I wanted to leave, could you stop me?" Arthur's tone was as calm as ever. Hearing Arthur's words, Alvin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood that this was reality, for now. He could only trust that this strong person could keep his word and save Sister Jenny. Saint Nye and a few friends soon learned from Arthur that he was a pirate, and the atmosphere became somewhat tense. There are good people among pirates too. Saint Nye quickly tried to smooth things over, although it was clear she was not entirely sincere. Relatively speaking, the Navy represented justice. Arthur was not concerned. It seemed that only the legendary four emperors could make ordinary people respect pirates. From Saint Nye, Arthur learned roughly about Jenny. What surprised Arthur was that Saint Nye and others' understanding of Jenny was based solely on her regular deliveries of money and food. They were completely unaware of her identity and occupation, and they didn't even know if Jenny was her real name. 2 months ago, Jenny, who came to deliver food and money, told them she was going to attend a high society event hosted by Mr. Andrew. If everything went well, they would all be able to live in the same big house, without having to worry about daily fears or lacking food and clothing. 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye, and Jenny had not returned, nor had there been any news. It was only by chance that they learned the event was a complete scam. Arthur, who understood everything, realized that this Sister Jenny, whom Saint Nye admired, was very likely involved in selling her body. This so-called social event mostly provided opportunities for girls like her to meet the upper-class elite, trading youth for money and status. It was evident that this elite, Andrew, was not a good person, and the event was indeed a scam. Arthur had a rough idea of where to find Jenny. Anqing City, located in the central area, had heavily militarized gates that divided the port city into 2 worlds. After paying an entry fee of 100,000 berries, Arthur entered the heavily guarded inner city gate of the armed forces and received a pass that allowed access to any area. Upon learning that Arthur needed to go to the vibrant nightlife spots, some professional guides nearby, looking for business, quickly approached him like hunting dogs catching the scent of prey. It was obvious that Arthur was new, and being alone, he was often seen as a big spender who could be charged a high commission. Arthur was well aware of these people's intentions, but he needed the help of these local toughs to find Jenny as soon as possible. He casually chose a trendy guy with a mohawk named Bill. After paying 10,000 Bailey, Arthur was taken to the infamous brothel of this port city. By now, the night had fallen, but the place mockingly referred to as Eden was bustling with people, marking the true beginning of the day. Countless men of various identities gathered here, recklessly spending their hard-earned Bailey in a state of lost rationality. "You mentioned Mr. Andrew?" On the way, Bill's expression became somewhat unnatural when he heard Arthur mention Mr. Andrew. Arthur's heart sank. Could it be that this person had already left Anqing City? Or was his influence so great that he was simply unreachable? If that were the case, it would be very difficult to find Jenny. Suddenly, Bill, with his rooster comb hairstyle, stopped and said enviously, "Mr. Andrew is the most outstanding con man in Anqing City. Not long ago, he sent a large batch of beauties to the city lord. This has made his reputation soar, and he only rents them out, never sells. Now even the city lord seeks his favor. Take me to Mr. Andrew's shop." Arthur was indifferent to these people who took pride in theft and deception. His only goal was to find Jenny and take her away. "Are you joking, sir?" Bill's expression grew colder. "I strongly suggest you go to the shop I recommend. Mr. Andrew's establishment is not for ordinary people." Although Bill thought Arthur had an impressive demeanor and must have some money, He believed that without a million Bailey, it would be impossible to even think about going to Andrew's shop. Arthur's expression changed, and he casually took out a black card, but was taken aback for a moment. Then his attitude did a complete turnaround. He nodded and bowed in a flattering manner. Even afraid that Arthur would be dissatisfied, he slapped himself a few times. As a local big shot, Bill had been a professional tour guide for so long that he naturally had some insight. That black card represented astonishing wealth, and a mere million berries was nothing in comparison. Arthur was quite satisfied as he casually put away the black card. It must be said that Michael had helped him out greatly again. The treasures collected from the ship had all been deposited in the bank by Michael, who also used special connections to get him this universally accepted black card. "We can go now," Arthur said calmly. "Of course, it would be quite embarrassing for you to go like this, so please wait a moment." Bill, with a fawning expression, immediately dove into the crowd. In no time, 8 giants, several meters tall, carried a golden sedan chair to Arthur's front. On the sedan chair, 2 young girls dressed in light silk respectfully bowed to Arthur. Their faint fragrance, impressive figures, and outstanding looks made them hard to refuse. "These are all well-trained slaves. Please step into the sedan chair," Bill quickly reminded him. "Rest assured, these are all free." Bill certainly did not want to offend someone who possessed a black card. As long as he could take Arthur to his destination, he would earn a generous commission and naturally wouldn't be greedy for a few small coins. Arthur sat on the soft cushion amidst the envious gazes of countless people. 2 young girls dressed in light gauze immediately approached him, and 8 giants lifted the palanquin, setting off towards their destination. Like an emperor, Arthur passed through the crowd and arrived at the splendid, palace-like property of Andrew. Once inside, Arthur enjoyed treatment befitting royalty, and he finally understood why countless people in this world would go to any lengths for money and power. A beautiful young girl with a sweet appearance approached him, politely bowing before smiling and saying, "Sir, please present your bank card." Arthur placed the black card in the girl's hand and looked at her with indifference. It was actually an anonymous black card from the World Bank. The stunning girl was momentarily taken aback. Working here, she had naturally encountered countless big shots and had seen her fair share of black cards. But a World Bank anonymous black card was something even the wealthiest city lord wouldn't qualify for. She immediately became respectful. "Your VIP suite is ready. Please follow me." The beautiful girl, standing in a side pose to deliberately showcase her alluring figure, said gently, "Come to my room later." Arthur unceremoniously wrapped his arm around the girl's slim waist. The girl blushed, slightly lowering her head, hesitatingly nodding in response. But inwardly she cursed. Men are all like this, not a single good one. They walked through the corridor and entered a suite that was as luxurious and grand as a palace. Suddenly, the room became slightly dim, and the faint lighting added to the ambience. The captivating girl, dressed in alluring sheer fabric, walked in with graceful steps. One must say this stunning girl was top-notch in both figure and appearance. Every frown and smile, every gesture was filled with temptation. However, the unfortunate truth was that this girl had long lost her soul. All her emotions were merely practiced to attract men, which was not the type Arthur preferred. Moreover, Arthur's purpose for coming was not to indulge in pleasure, but to fulfill St. Nye's request to find Jenny and take her out. As the beautiful girl looked at him in slight surprise, Arthur actually turned on the lights in the room, instantly shattering the original atmosphere. However, the girl did not seem displeased. Instead, she leaned in closer, her enchanting gaze hard to resist. "You need another girl." Upon realizing Arthur's intentions, the stunning girl was slightly surprised. She had seen too many powerful people with different preferences. Compared to them, she didn't find this young and handsome man unappealing. She stepped forward, picked up the menu placed on the dining table, and handed it to Arthur. Of course, it wasn't a menu of dishes, but rather a selection of carefully groomed girls. Just from their expressions and aura, one could generally gauge the personalities of these girls. Some were fresh and lovely, others cold, and some gentle. Clearly, these images were meticulously taken. Arthur was examining the pages carefully. Although the beautiful girl felt secretly annoyed, she still obediently accompanied Arthur. When Arthur stopped on one page, the girl, despite her mature appearance due to makeup, was instantly recognized by Arthur as Jenny, having seen the photos provided by St. Nye. The beautiful girl issued a command through the intercom, ordering Jenny to come immediately. Just as she turned around, she suddenly felt a misty sensation in front of her, and she collapsed softly, landing in Arthur's arms, who casually placed her in a nearby wardrobe. Soon, Jenny, dressed in a backless evening gown, was brought in by several capable bodyguards. In the dimly lit bedroom, Jenny faced Arthur, who was sitting in a chair, his face obscured, and her heart raced. Although the room was dark, Arthur's keen eyesight allowed him to see clearly even in the shadows. It must be said that Jenny was indeed beautiful, especially with her slightly mature light makeup and the evening gown that accentuated her figure. Such a beauty would become the center of attention wherever she went. "Are you Jenny?" "Yes, sir," Jenny replied obediently. "Do you know St. Nye and Alvin?" Arthur asked again for confirmation. "Who are you?" Jenny was taken aback and couldn't help but scream. But in the next moment, she was pressed down onto the sofa by Arthur, unable to make sound. "Please don't kill me." St. Nye trembled all over, her heart filled with fear and tears welling up in her eyes. "I'm here to take you away. It was St. Nye and Alvin who asked me to," Arthur said, casually pulling out the bracelet that St. Nye had given him before leaving. When Jenny saw the bracelet, she immediately recognized it as St. Nye's. Thinking of the grievances she had endured during this time, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Instead, Arthur felt awkward, as if he had bullied Jenny. "Are they all right?" Jenny regretted asking such a foolish question as soon as she spoke. She was well aware of the chaos in the slums and thought of how St. Nye and the others must be crying nonstop, which made Arthur sigh. Indeed, women were made of water. "We should not delay, let's go." Jenny nodded slightly. Seeing the bracelet that St. Nye had always carried, she naturally trusted Arthur very much. Just as the two were about to stand up, the door was suddenly kicked open, and a plump man in his 40s, with a neck that was hardly visible, barged in with a group of subordinates. "This woman is mine. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Or I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs," the man boasted arrogantly. Arthur stood up and coldly sneered, "Hey, dog. Of course I want to use a fat pig like you." The fat pig who barged into Arthur's room was named Angelo, the cousin of the city lord Bagheero, who abused his identity to bully others in the city. By chance, Angelo set his sights on the intellectual and charming Jenny, becoming infatuated with her to the point of obsession. No matter how much it cost, he wanted to make her part of his harem of 1,000 beauties. But Andrew only rented her out, which drove Angelo mad with frustration. However, those who dared to summon Jenny for companionship had some status and would only get beaten up, while those without any background were directly chopped into pieces and fed to hunting dogs. Due to the city lord's influence, many who were beaten could only swallow their anger and accept their misfortune. For a time, an unwritten rule spread in this luxurious brothel. Jenny was absolutely off limits. However, some newcomers disregarded this, as those who could come here were either wealthy or powerful, usually in high positions. Naturally, they wouldn't care about such unwritten rules and even deliberately summoned Jenny for companionship, which caused a stir. The extremely arrogant city lord's cousin, Angelo, would almost daily bring his fierce subordinates to teach these rule breakers a lesson. The brothel had become a battleground, with the fierce hunting dogs raised since childhood growing fat on human flesh. Generally, Angelo would arrive first at the rooms of those who were unaware of the rules. But today, unfortunate for him, he was summoned by the city lord to attend a very important social gathering. Upon returning to the brothel and learning that Jenny had been summoned by someone else, he immediately rushed to Arthur's room with his subordinates. He thought that relying on his identity and making a bold threat would force the other party to back down. Unexpectedly, Arthur not only ignored Angelo, but dared to utter the word he most despised, "Fat pig." Completely enraged, Angelo laughed in anger and coldly instructed his subordinates, "Remember, don't kill him. I want to personally slice off every piece of meat from his body." Arthur was about to step forward when Jenny suddenly pulled him back, her voice filled with fear as she whispered, "Don't make a move. He is the Lord's cousin, Angelo. Don't provoke him. I would still beat up even the Emperor himself, let alone a mere Lord's cousin." Arthur wore a relaxed smile on his face, and although his confident tone was not loud, it exuded an undeniable aura that made Jenny's heart tremble. If an ordinary person had said such words, Jenny would have scoffed. The Lord of Anqing City was an absolute figure of authority. Whether they were navy or pirates or influential figures with powerful backgrounds, everyone had to give him some respect. Yet, Arthur's words made Jenny instinctively believe him, calming her previously anxious heart. Perhaps this was the sense of security Jenny had longed for. She looked up slightly at Arthur's handsome profile, her expression becoming somewhat unusual. "Hawk, cut off his arms," Angelo ordered coldly. Not far away, a man dressed in a black brocade robe, playing with a dagger, had a shadow flash in his eyes as he suddenly threw the dagger at Arthur. Just as Arthur dodged the dagger, the next moment, Hawk had already rushed to his side. "How fast?" Arthur murmured appreciatively. "I really want to cut your throat, but I can only follow orders. I'll take your arms." Hawk slightly shifted his stance and instantly stood next to Arthur, two sharp short knives glimmering in his hands, aiming directly at Arthur's arms. "Don't!" Jenny cried out in alarm, seeing that Arthur's arms were about to be severed by the short knives. At that critical moment of life and death, Arthur unexpectedly smiled at Jenny, and in the next second, he raised his hand to grasp Hawk's face, lifting him into the air. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, Hawk struggled and screamed in pain, but he was utterly powerless to escape. You shouldn't be called Hawk. You should be called a lapdog. Arthur's tone suddenly turned cold and harsh. Since you are willing to be a lackey, you must have already prepared to be killed. A surge of water vapor suddenly condensed, and amidst Hawk's continuous cries for mercy, his entire head exploded under the water vapor, and his headless corpse fell to the ground, continuously spilling bright red blood. Angelo, standing not far away, forced himself to remain calm, unable to speak as he looked at the gruesome sight of Hawk's death. This Hawk was not only loyal to him, but also incredibly strong, having resolved many of Angelo's troubles, and he was a highly paid expert hired from the East. He never expected that he would be killed in just one move. If it weren't for the gruesomely dead body on the ground, Angelo wouldn't even believe that Hawk was dead. This young kid's strength was truly unfathomable. However, Angelo was the type who valued face over life. Moreover, he quickly became convinced that Hawk must have been careless to be killed on the spot. More importantly, he represented the Lord's cousin, Bagheero. If he left today in such a disgraceful manner, not only would he be laughed at by others, but he might also fail to protect Jenny. How could he continue to mix in this area? He couldn't afford to lose face. Looking at the group of bodyguards beside him, Angelo's confidence surged. At worst, they would all attack together. As long as they took down this kid in front of them, who would care about the knightly spirit of fighting alone? What useless Hawk? A man wearing a tall top hat and a smiling mask, dressed in a crisp white suit, stepped forward confidently and bowed to Angelo. My lord, please rest assured, this inexperienced kid will be handled by me. The ghost hand magician, Galbo. Seeing this man actively volunteering, Angelo felt delighted in his heart. Then I'll leave it to you. This man named Galbo was a magician who usually liked to wear a smiling mask and a crisp white suit. Although he rarely took action, his strength was among the top of Angelo's bodyguards. He had once slaughtered a 100-person resistance group, and although there were piles of corpses on the ground, not a single drop of blood had splattered on his white suit. Moreover, Galbo's disdainful words about Hawk made Angelo even more convinced that the recently dead Hawk must have been careless. It was not that this young kid was particularly strong. I do not kill nameless people. Please state your name. The ghost hand magician Galbo pulled out a blank playing card, looking at Arthur with deep interest. Saonyang. Arthur answered casually. What? Galbo was taken aback, somewhat puzzled by Arthur's name. That's right, it's Saonyang. Arthur replied with a half-smile, and Jenny, who was nervously watching from not far away, suddenly burst into laughter, looking at Arthur in disbelief. She never expected that even at this moment, Arthur would still have a mood to tease his opponent. Wait, Arthur suddenly raised his hand to stop. Do you have any last words, kid? I also have a nickname. I'm a pig. You can call me that, Arthur said with a serious and domineering tone. What a strange nickname. The ghost hand magician Galbo was somewhat confused but still arrogantly proclaimed, I am a pig. Remember this well. Today, meeting me is your misfortune. And next year on this day will be your death anniversary. Jenny, standing aside, suddenly clutched her stomach and laughed out loud. This magician must really be foolish. The group of bodyguards aside, Angelo also looked at Galbo with shock. All right, I will definitely go pee on your grave, Arthur coldly replied. Beckoning towards the ghost hand magician, Galbo, watch out. Galbo raised his hand, and dozens of playing cards shot out, the sharp sound seeming to tear through the air, creating a piercing sonic boom. Arthur's expression became serious. Although the ghost hand magician wasn't very bright, he was still quite powerful. These playing cards seemed simple, but each one was a sharp blade with immense power. With a flick of his hand, a hazy curtain of water formed around him, causing many of the flying playing cards to lose their momentum and drop to the ground. The entire luxurious bedroom was completely devastated. The couch, sofa, and furniture were instantly shredded by the flying cards, leaving a scene of chaos. You're not so special, Arthur sneered. Do you think this is the end? The ghost hand magician laughed maniacally, and in an instant, the cards that had fallen on the ground began to swell. Oh no! Arthur frowned and rushed towards Jenny, quickly embracing her. With a violent explosion, the swollen cards on the ground detonated, sending powerful flames shooting up, and the entire room was filled with thick smoke. The security team of the brothel had been on standby, and upon hearing the intense explosion, they realized the situation was critical. However, when they learned that the troublemaker was the Lord's cousin, Angelo, the captain immediately announced to disperse. After all, he was the Lord's cousin, a person of high status and power. Rushing in could get them killed on the spot, and there would be no place to seek justice. The best course of action was to pretend they didn't hear anything, as the Lord would compensate for any damages caused by Angelo. Just as the explosion subsided, a scorching heat rose around, and the powerful force of the explosion swept through the entire room, filling it with choking smoke. Standing at the door, Angelo was overjoyed and looked at Galbo with great satisfaction, proud to be called the Ghost Hand Magician, as he indeed had great strength. Under such an explosion, he believed that this unruly kid would have been reduced to ashes, finally relieving Angelo's anger and preserving his title as the #1 bully in Anqing City. Just as Angelo smiled broadly, promising various benefits to the magician Galbo, the billowing smoke in the room finally began to dissipate. Arthur stood proudly, holding the blushing Ginny in his arms, surrounded by a shimmering defensive barrier that rippled like water, watching Angelo and the others without a scratch. In the luxurious room, only a cabinet containing a fainted beautiful girl remained intact. Impossible, the demon hand magician Galbo exclaimed, his face filled with disbelief. But he quickly took up an attacking stance, focusing intently on the unharmed Arthur. "Quick, kill him!" Angelo shouted angrily at the other guards, stepping back a few paces. "What are you idiots doing just standing there? Get in here!" Although they were treated like lowly slaves, the powerful individuals hired at great expense felt displeased but dared not disobey Angelo's orders. A group of masters rushed forward, wielding knives, guns, clubs, and axes, surrounding the seemingly smiling Arthur. Galbo, in particular, quickly took out billiard balls and hurled them at Arthur with great force, the whistling balls descending like cannonballs aimed at his vital points. Arthur waved his hand casually, and the rippling water vapor around his palm suddenly became gentle. The water balls rushing in, upon touching the water waves, instantly broke free from the control of the high wave and continuously struck the experts surrounding Arthur. Those hit on the head died on the spot, and many others were struck in the chest and limbs, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Soon, the ground was filled with the groans and cries of the fallen expert guards. The high wave, confident in his attack, found that his prideful heavy pool balls not only failed to harm Arthur in the slightest, but instead took out half of his companions, making Angelo's face turn purple with anger. "Next time, aim better, expert." Arthur looked at the high wave with a mocking expression, leisurely teasing him. Just as the high wave was about to continue using his attack props, a heavy water vapor suddenly condensed around them, and Arthur's expression sharpened as everyone was instantly covered by the water vapor. "Watergrave!" Arthur coldly shouted, and the group of guards engulfed by the mist of water had not yet had time to scream before being crushed on the spot and turned into a pool of blood. Arthur suddenly rushed in front of Angelo, raising his fist for a powerful blow. With a dull thud, Angelo's hefty body was sent crashing into the wall, and as the dust settled, he was completely embedded in the wall, his eyes rolled back, unconscious and unaware of his fate. "Stop!" A middle-aged man in a black suit, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, rushed over, intending to intervene, but was just a moment too late. Glancing at the severely injured and unconscious cousin of the city lord, the middle-aged man sighed. This man, named Karma, was sent by Andrew, the owner of the brothel, to mediate. Upon learning that Arthur possessed the prestigious anonymous black card from the World Bank, Andrew naturally did not want such a distinguished guest to inexplicably die in his establishment. Karma's original intention was to ensure Arthur's safety, but upon arriving at the scene, he was met with a pool of blood and the city lord's cousin, Angelo, who had been knocked unconscious. This was certainly not the outcome Andrew hoped to see. Karma shouted into the intercom, "Everyone's dead. Hurry and bring the medical team." After sizing up Arthur for a moment, Karma secretly noted that although the young man appeared to be casually standing there, he had no discernible weaknesses. Karma, who was proud and confident in his own abilities, realized that if he were to engage, he might not be a match for this young man. Moreover, Karma was well aware that Angelo's subordinates, such as Falcon and Galbo, were top-tier experts, and the other guard were no pushovers either. Yet, in front of this person, they had no means to fight back, meeting a tragic end and turning into pools of blood. Cold sweat dripped down Karma's face. It seemed that any threatening move he made could lead to his own demise in the next moment. This terrifying sense of crisis was almost torturous, and Karma involuntarily became respectful, saying, "Mr. Andrew requests your presence, esteemed sir." Hearing the name of the boss Andrew, Ginny suddenly became tense, gripping Arthur's clothing and trembling slightly. Suddenly, a large hand grasped Ginny's delicate, fragile little hand. Arthur smiled gently at her and led her out of the completely destroyed and chaotic bedroom. After an unknown amount of time, a wardrobe was opened, and the stunning young girl who had been knocked out by Arthur and left in the wardrobe just regained consciousness. Looking around in confusion at the ruined bedroom, suddenly, Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she shouted angrily, "Where the hell am I?" In a luxurious hall that resembled a palace, only Jenny, Arthur, Karma, and Andrew on the throne remained, making the space feel even emptier. Jenny tightly clutched Arthur and didn't dare to look up at Andrew, sitting on the throne steps. If it weren't for Arthur by her side, she might have immediately knelt down and submitted at her master's feet. Arthur slightly raised his head, carefully scrutinizing the so-called legendary man named Andrew, who sat atop the steps on his throne. His meticulously maintained skin was very fair and clean, making him appear to be only in his early 30s, though his actual age should be much older. The well-groomed beard added a touch of mature charm, and his luxurious robe exuded elegance and grace in every gesture. However, all of this could not conceal the coldness lurking in his eyes. Arthur's assessment is that Andrew is a dangerous person who will stop at nothing to get what he wants. If he can't obtain it, he will unhesitatingly destroy everything. "Mr. Arthur, welcome to Onshing City." Andrew slightly bowed and greeted, looking at Arthur gently, as if he were completely unaware of what had just happened in the luxurious suite. "You know me?" Arthur hesitated slightly. "You are a pirate with a bounty of 70 million. I'm sure it's not just me who knows your reputation. There are many bounty hunters waiting for opportunities. My purpose is simple, to take her away." Arthur had no time to chat idly with Andrew and stated his intention directly. Arthur knew about Angelo's identity as the Lord's cousin, and to avoid trouble, it would be best to leave Onshing City as soon as possible and head to York Island. However, Arthur never let his guard down while speaking. If Andrew could handle the situation peacefully, that would be ideal. But if it came down to a bloody path, Arthur wouldn't mind. "Of course, dear Mr. Arthur." Andrew remained calm and showed no dissatisfaction with Arthur's forceful demands. "It was an honor for this slave girl to follow you." However, Andrew suddenly paused. "Mr. Arthur, there are rules in Onshing City. Although you're very powerful, I hope you do not intend to confront the entire city." "Is this a threat?" Arthur's tone grew cold. "No, Mr. Arthur, just a friendly piece of advice from a friend. Please feel free." Andrew bowed again, gesturing for Arthur to leave at any time. Arthur quickly thought that Andrew wouldn't be able to pull any tricks in the face of absolute power. All schemes are of no value. "Master, you really have to let this kid go," Kama said anxiously beside him. He had just severely injured the mayor's cousin Angelo and taken away a valuable slave, and there was also... "Fool!" Andrew interrupted Kama angrily and coldly reprimanded him. Even if he summoned the Blood Alliance guards from both sides, they would not be his opponents. How is that possible? Kama was shocked, clearly unable to believe it. Although Arthur had taken out all of Angelo's subordinates, Kama felt he was not a match for this kid. But in Andrew's palace, there was a group of emotionless and powerful Blood Alliance guards born for slaughter. As long as Andrew did not allow it, no one could leave this hall alive. However, Andrew had been amiable and even tacitly allowed Arthur to take away the valuable slave, which meant only one thing. Arthur's strength was far above that of the Blood Alliance guards. Kama found it hard to believe. How astonishing was that? Had this kid been training since birth? Andrew's expression suddenly turned cold as he picked up a glass of cocktail that was as red as blood. This drink, called Blood Mary, was a must for the slaves to drink every day and seemed to hide a significant secret. "Rest assured, Kama, someone will take care of Arthur. As for my beautiful goods, no one has ever left Onshing Island alive." In the mayor's mansion at the top of Onshing City, the current mayor Bajilo, who held great power, was seething with anger. The atmosphere in the mansion was extremely tense. Everyone around lowered their heads, fearing the mayor's wrath. When the mayor was angry, who knew how many people would die? They didn't want to be collateral damage. With a face that changed like the weather, he fixed his murderous gaze on the guard who came to kneel and report, coldly saying, "Say that again." Upon learning that his most cherished cousin Angelo had been severely injured by a mysterious master in a brothel under Andrew's command, Mayor Bajilo was filled with rage, wishing he could immediately dismember the opponent. However, he quickly calmed down and did not lose his composure to seek revenge on the spot, but instead asked detailed questions about the opponent's strength and background. Although his cousin Angelo was usually reckless, the guard accompanying him were all carefully selected and invited with a hefty sum. Knowing Angelo's identity, if someone could wipe out his subordinates without hesitation and severely injure him, that person was either a madman or had an astonishing background and formidable strength. But when Mayor Bajilo asked who the mysterious master was, the kneeling guard was sweating profusely, lowering his head and stuttering, unable to answer. Because he only knew that Angelo had been severely injured, he was unaware of any mysterious information. "So you know nothing, huh? That's good." The plump Mayor Bajilo, whose dark expression had faded, slowly rose with the support of a maid. Holding a long-handled scepter symbolizing power, as he stepped down from his throne and approached the trembling guard on the ground. "My lord, I beg you." The guard was already pale with fright. Bajilo patted the guard's shoulder with a friendly demeanor and said gently, "Next time, make sure to investigate thoroughly before reporting back." "Got it. That's your duty." As Bajilo spoke, he took a cup of juice from the maid and personally handed it to the guard, who was afraid it might be poisoned, holding the juice with a face full of pleading. Suddenly realizing something, Bajilo took a sip of the juice and immediately handed it back to the guard. The guard, relieved of his doubts, raised the juice to drink. But Bajilo's face suddenly changed, and he swung the scepter, the sharp tip breaking the juice cup and instantly piercing the guard's throat. "Use le strèche, Gaudi." As expected of the mayor, he was indeed decisive. A man dressed in fine clothing entered from outside the hall. It was Andrew, the slave master who had met Arthur before. "It's you, Andrew. I'm here to settle the score with you," Mayor Bajilo shouted angrily, his cold eyes fixated on Andrew, who was calm and composed. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, as if the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Both the mayor and Andrew's subordinates had already tightened their grips on their weapons, ready to annihilate each other at a signal. "Respected Mayor, I deeply regret your brother's injury." Andrew stepped forward and respectfully bowed, his expression serious as he continued, "But this young man named Arthur is very strong. Even my Blood Alliance guards cannot stop him. Then what are you here for? To watch me make a fool of myself?" Mayor Bajilo sneered. "My lord, Arthur is our common enemy. Please remain calm." Andrew narrowed his eyes, clearly dissatisfied with the mayor's attitude. Thinking that Andrew was indeed not to be trifled with, and wanting to avenge his cousin, Bajilo realized he needed to cooperate temporarily. As for the future, there would be plenty of opportunities to deal with this arrogant slave master. Arthur, originally a second-class sailor in the Navy, has a bounty of 70 million for being a pirate, Andrew explained to Mayor Bajilo. According to reliable intelligence, he possesses terrifying abilities to control seawater and has previously defeated all forces of the Phylon Navy branch, capturing a Navy colonel. His record is indeed magnificent. "It seems you have already planned this," Mayor Bajilo said flatly, clearly displeased with Andrew's unilateral decision. "Yes, respected mayor," Slave Master Andrew respectfully explained. "Coincidentally, a Navy major named Ross, who has some enmity with me, is currently docking his fleet at Anqing City's harbor. I have already sent the information over. I believe Major Ross will be very keen on capturing the pirate and the Navy's traitor. By the way, I have deployed all the battle forces of Anqing City around the harbor. By then, we can catch both Arthur and Navy Major in one net." Andrew appeared calm and in control of everything. "How did you manage to transfer the city defense forces?" Mayor Bajilo suddenly stood up, examining the bewildered city defense commander MacArthur beside him. "Listen up, despicable slave master." Bajilo pointed his scepter at Andrew with a determined face. "This mayor will never have a feud with the Navy, and you must die here today. Respected mayor, I have a gift for you, hoping it will persuade you to spare my life." Andrew, seemingly softening a bit, took a brocade box from Kama's hand and casually opened it in front of Mayor Bajilo, revealing his severed head. "Angelo, my cousin." Upon seeing the head that should have been recovering, Mayor Bajilo nearly fainted on the spot, realizing that Andrew had decapitated him. "Someone killed him for me." The vengeful Mayor Bajilo roared angrily at the surrounding guards, his face twisted with rage. However, the surrounding guards stood still, not moving an inch, as if they had not heard Mayor Bajilo's orders at all. Suddenly, the city defense commander MacArthur, standing beside the mayor, drew a sharp dagger and suddenly pierced it through the mayor's chest from behind. "You dare!" Bajilo's eyes widened in disbelief, never imagining that the city defense commander he had always valued, MacArthur, would betray him. "Respected mayor, you must understand that everyone has a bottom line and a price," Andrew said with a half-smile as he looked at the dying Mayor Bajilo, speaking calmly. "If someone is unwilling to obey you, it only means that what you offer is not enough. Welcome, the new city lord." Commander MacArthur of the city defense forces knelt on one knee to show loyalty. "No, my lord, you take the position. As for those who opposed you, I have already taken care of them." Andrew was clearly uninterested in the position of city lord. Upon hearing that he would become the lord of Anqing City, MacArthur was initially overjoyed but soon broke into a cold sweat. It should be noted that the former lord, Bajilo, had a group of die-hard loyalists, many of whom were quite powerful, yet Andrew had quietly and easily dealt with all of them. This meant that Andrew could make MacArthur the city lord, but he could also send him to hell at any time, leaving MacArthur both in awe and fear of the capable slave owner Andrew. "All right, we should go watch the excitement, my lord," Andrew said politely. "Please, after you." MacArthur dared not be presumptuous and quickly followed respectfully behind Andrew, heading towards the harbor where traps were laid out. In the slums, Arthur, accompanied by Jenny, headed towards the place where saint and Alvin were. Along the way, there were still countless gangs blocking the road to rob them. Especially after seeing such a stunning beauty like Jenny, they rushed forward recklessly. Arthur, of course, showed no mercy to these desperate criminals, taking down 30 armed gangs along the way, which showed just how captivating Jenny was. When they arrived at a somewhat old residence and were about to meet Saint and the others, Jenny suddenly became anxious, her guilty conscience making her feel apprehensive. Don't worry, Saint and the others don't know what you're doing. They just want you to come back soon. Arthur was very clear about Jenny's concerns. Thank you, Mr. Arthur. Jenny was grateful that Arthur had preserved her dignity, although it was for the children. She didn't want Saint and the others to know about her profession. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, Jenny took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and quickly walked in. Inside the room, there were initial exclamations of surprise, followed by a chorus of cries, perhaps from the joy of reunion, but more likely from the grievances of fearing they might never see each other again. Arthur did not interrupt this warmth, but instead sat at the door, lighting a cigarette and contemplating what to do next. He had beaten the Lord's cousin and taken Jenny away, and it was clear that Arthur had already offended the most powerful person in Anqing City, making a great battle inevitable. After a moment, Saint came out from inside and pulled Arthur into the house, at which point Jenny and a group of children turned to look at him. Jenny's eyes, which had just been crying, were somewhat red, but Arthur could feel that the smile on her face was no longer just for show. It was genuinely heartfelt. We've made up our minds to follow you from now on. Jenny looked at Arthur with great anticipation, but you can't refuse, okay? Big brother wouldn't want to leave us behind. Saint immediately chimed in. And who wouldn't like such a beautiful sister like Jenny? Right, big brother Arthur? Saint suddenly turned to ask Arthur. Arthur was slightly taken aback, not expecting Saint to suddenly ask him a question. He casually responded, "Oh yes." When he realized what he had done, he immediately felt tricked. Didn't that mean he was directly admitting that he liked Jenny? Standing aside, Jenny's face turned crimson, and she shot a helpless glare at Saint who was sticking out his tongue. Although he did have a good impression of Arthur, it was still a bit embarrassing to have it said out loud. "What are you planning, Arthur?" To avoid awkwardness, Jenny quickly changed the subject. "I'm about to head to York Island. If you all are willing, you can come with me." "Of course," Jenny answered without hesitation. Not only for herself, but also for those homeless orphans. They desperately needed to leave the chaotic slums. If they could live in a house, eat every day, and rest peacefully, it would undoubtedly be the best refuge for Jenny, Saint and the others. Her eager agreement stemmed from the fear that Arthur might change his mind. No matter how you looked at it, Arthur had no obligation to help them. Moreover, for Jenny, it was rare to meet a capable man she felt attracted to. So she had already decided to gamble her lifelong happiness on this once. Oh dear, Sister Jenny is so eager to go to her future love nest. Saint deliberately used an exaggerated tone and gestures, causing a group of little friends to laugh uncontrollably. "Let's see how I deal with you." Jenny pounced on him, playfully wrestling with Saint I'm going to pick up Uncle Eugene and buy a new ship for departure. It was unavoidable to buy a new ship as soon as possible. The small boat they originally planned to buy could only carry Arthur and Uncle Eugene. Also, considering they could advance quickly, they didn't need a large ship filled with supplies. Now that they had to take a delicate woman and a group of children, they could only buy a new ship. Leaving the slightly dilapidated house, Arthur surveyed the surroundings for a moment and found no threats. However, he still casually set up a layer of mist around the house. Under the refraction of sunlight, the original house seemed to vanish into thin air. Time was of the essence. Arthur needed to leave Anqing City as quickly as possible, so he dashed out of the alley and quickly arrived at the street bar. However, Arthur did not know that not long after he left, more than a dozen armed Navy soldiers, led by a lieutenant officer, found their way here based on intelligence. "This is strange. The intelligence said it was right here." A sergeant muttered in confusion. "It must be that informant who tricked us. Damn it. We shouldn't have trusted these informants." The lieutenant roared in frustration. Just as a group of Navy soldiers, having found nothing, were about to leave, a small boy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, looking terrified at the group of armed soldiers. Out of instinct, the frightened little boy turned and ran. "Stop!" the lieutenant shouted, immediately giving chase. The sergeant raised his gun and pulled the trigger. With a muffled sound, the bullet pierced the boy's chest, and his frail body collapsed to the ground. Blood staining the ground. "Bastard, who told you to shoot?" The lieutenant was furious and slapped the sergeant hard, causing his face to swell. The lieutenant approached to check the boy's neck. The pulse had already stopped, and it was meaningless to say more. Just as the lieutenant stood up, he he suddenly noticed a strange disappearance in his palm, and when he reached out, his entire arm vanished as well. Overjoyed, the lieutenant stepped into the mist. To the outside Navy soldiers, it seemed like the lieutenant had suddenly disappeared. "Follow me. We've found the house." Suddenly, the lieutenant's voice came from the air, and the Navy soldiers hurriedly rushed inside, finding the dilapidated house they were looking for. Meanwhile, Arthur was unaware of what was happening here and continued moving quickly to the roadside bar, where he had arranged to meet Uncle Eugene. Pushing open the door, Arthur quickly found Uncle Eugene, who was drinking heartily in the dimly lit bar, which looked almost like a dream due to the smoke. "Are we about to set off?" Perhaps encouraged by the alcohol, this was the first time in days that Uncle Eugene actively spoke to Arthur. Of course, the plan has changed a bit. Arthur helped Uncle Eugene up, and they talked as they walked. Eugene suddenly pointed at the table, and Arthur looked over to find a bag of purchased food and fresh water, along with a receipt for a new ship on the table. And this ship was large enough. A relieved smile flashed across Arthur's face. It seemed that Uncle Eugene, who had been feeling down after being abandoned by the Navy, had recovered quite a bit. Carrying food and fresh water, Arthur helped the somewhat tipsy Uncle Eugene as they walked out of the bar. Navy traders Arthur and Eugene, you have nowhere to escape now. At that moment, a loud voice came from afar. A tall, square-faced man wearing a major general's cloak stood proudly in the square not far from the bar. In an instant, the warships at sea turned their cannons, and countless dark gun muzzles were aimed this way, while many Navy soldiers armed with various weapons fixed their gazes on Arthur and Eugene. For these Navy soldiers, the nearly 50-year-old Sergeant Eugene was not a threat. The only one they feared was Arthur, who had single-handedly defeated the Philippine Navy branch and captured a Navy colonel. The combat power of Navy Headquarters Colonel Tina was well known, and the fact that she was captured by Arthur was a tremendous disgrace for the Navy. Navy Major General Ross, ordered to lead the fleet to this sea area, was originally on a mission to combat human trafficking. However, a few hours earlier, he accidentally learned that the Navy trader Arthur, with a bounty of 70 million, had appeared in Nanjing City. Eager to vent his anger on behalf of the Navy, Ross immediately abandoned his original mission and led his troops to quickly head towards the port, laying down a trap. As expected, just as Major General Ross had anticipated, Arthur indeed appeared at the port, not making him wait for hours in vain. "Get lost, but if you don't know when to back off, I don't mind taking you all down." Although Arthur's voice was not loud, it reached the ears of all the Navy soldiers, and his domineering words sent chills down their spines. "You do have some strength, but I still suggest you surrender. Respectable Rear Admiral, have you taken too much medicine or not taken any at all?" Arthur sneered and questioned. "Surrender? That word has never appeared in his dictionary. I hope your strongest weapon isn't just your mouth." Rear Admiral Ross was unfazed by Arthur's cold mockery and confidently said, "The reason I want you to surrender is just to follow the orders of Marine Van Du. Personally, I would prefer to directly cut off your head." Of course, Rear Admiral Ross changed his tone, confidently asserting that he had Arthur in his grasp. "If you are unwilling to surrender, that's fine. But shortly my subordinates will bring your woman and those lovely children here. You should know the consequences of a woman falling into the hands of soldiers who haven't seen women in a long time. So, have you decided to surrender? Despicable. This is the so-called righteous Navy." Arthur's cold eyes fixed intently on Rear Admiral Ross. Arthur had no doubt that it was a trick by Major Ross, as very few people knew that Jenny was with a group of children. It was highly likely that Jenny and the others had already fallen into the hands of the Navy and were now heading this way, leaving Arthur in a position of absolute passivity. Despicable? Dealing with wanted pirates and traitors of the Navy. This general was still too merciful. Major Ross of the Navy shouted triumphantly. According to common sense, Arthur should have immediately abandoned Jenny and the others, using his powerful control over the sea to escape the port. However, the promise-keeping Arthur could not do that, even if it meant a bloody battle at the port today. He could never abandon Jenny and the others. This was a matter of promise and responsibility. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over with a hurried expression and whispered a few words to Major Ross. In an instant, Ross's face changed dramatically, and in anger, he ordered the surrounding soldiers to attack. Seeing Ross's demeanor, Arthur let out a breath of relief, as the tension he had been holding finally eased. It was clear that they could have forced Arthur to surrender, but now they suddenly attacked, which meant that Jenny and the others had not fallen into the hands of the Navy. However, Arthur found it hard to imagine how a weak woman and a few children could resist a group of heavily armed Navy soldiers. But now, Arthur had no time to consider these issues. His cold, sharp eyes, like shards of ice, swept over the Navy soldiers and Major Ross. Those who dared to touch me will be sent to hell. With Major Ross's command, a violent roar erupted from the ships on the sea, and countless black projectiles rained down on Arthur. Arthur Ly smiled, deciding not to hold back against the navy that had touched his reverse scale. With a casual wave, a layer of misty water rippled out, and before the falling bullets hit the ground, they fell directly into a group of Navy soldiers charging towards Arthur. Carried by the mist, a violent explosion produced a strong flash of fire, and the shock wave sent many Navy soldiers flying, accompanied by screams and wails, with blood and corpses scattered everywhere. A curtain of water formed around Arthur, and when his finger pointed towards the Navy, countless droplets shot out like bullets. Many Navy soldiers only felt a coolness on their bodies from these droplets, which seemed to have no power other than alleviating the summer heat. But in the next moment, numerous Navy soldiers were shocked to find that the flesh and blood where the droplets hit had mysteriously vanished. Without feeling any pain, one Navy soldier after another fell dead on the spot, and Arthur had killed hundreds with a single move. This was not a battle, it was a one-sided massacre. Although Rear Admiral Ross led a considerable number of Navy soldiers, including some capable officers, they were utterly powerless against Arthur. Even though these Navy soldiers were fearless, having accepted the possibility of dying in battle when they joined the Navy, no one could withstand such a one-sided slaughter. Regardless of how the officers urged them on, the frightened Navy soldiers hesitated. No one was willing to charge forward to die in vain. A powerhouse like Arthur was simply not something they could handle. At that moment, the Navy warships on the sea suddenly turned their cannons towards Uncle Eugene, who was standing not far from Arthur. Sensing this, Arthur's expression stiffened, and he gathered a swaying water ball in his palm, hurling it towards the distant warship. Water strike! With Arthur's roar, a thunderous sound followed, and the powerful water ball struck the Navy warship closest to the harbor. The imposing Navy warship was shattered into pieces as if made of paper, with debris and the bodies of Navy soldiers scattered across the sea. The Navy soldiers gaped in shock at the warship that had been reduced to fragments. The overwhelming power and heavy casualties instantly instilled fear in countless Navy soldiers, causing morale to plummet. If it weren't for strict military discipline, they might have already turned and fled. Initially, their assessment of Arthur's strength was based solely on the reports sent from headquarters. Generally, defeated navies tend to exaggerate their opponent's strength to evade punishment and responsibility. However, they did not expect Arthur's strength to far exceed the reports and be even more formidable than the legend suggested. Only Rear Admiral Ross could possibly handle such an opponent. Rear Admiral Ross was equally shocked. This young man was absurdly powerful. After learning that the operation to capture Jenny and the children related to Arthur had failed, he confidently ordered the entire fleet to attack, thinking that capturing this Navy traitor would be an easy task. Yet, he did not anticipate that his elite Navy would crumble at the mere sight of Arthur. It was hard to imagine that such a young man could possess such formidable strength. However, Rear Admiral Ross soon clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination. A genius like Arthur must not leave the port of Anqing City alive. If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to the Navy in the future. No matter the cost, we must eliminate Arthur, even if it means going down together. Rear Admiral Ross, who is absolutely loyal to the Navy, has made up his mind. As the signalman signaled, the warships began to retreat from the coast, sealing off the port. Under the orders of Rear Admiral Ross, the Navy, filled with a chilling sense of foreboding, slowly withdrew, encircling the entire harbor even more tightly. Young man, while I disdain your despicable act of betraying the Navy, I acknowledge your strength. Rear Admiral Ross approached, putting on his claw with sharp spikes, coldly staring at Arthur. I, Rear Admiral Ross of the Navy, a user of the Shadow Fruit ability, will engage you in a fair battle here. To die at my hands would be your honor. Arthur yawned contemptuously, looking at the Naval Rear Admiral and a group of naval soldiers with a half-smile. I will allow them to take your corpse back to the naval headquarters, but unfortunately for you, old man, you've lived all these years and still can't distinguish right from wrong. What a big mouth. Rear Admiral Roll sneered, his fists colliding with each other, creating a powerful sound explosion. Although I don't want to kill the Navy, you deserve it. Thinking of Jenny and St. Nye, who had been waiting for him to return and were likely suffering from a naval attack, Arthur's killing intent surged. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze as the Naval Rear Admiral and Arthur stood facing each other. In the deathly silent harbor, the sound of waves crashing echoed continuously, and countless naval soldiers stared wide-eyed at the two. Suddenly, both moved at the same time. The two shadows collided violently, and with the intense impact, the ground cracked and sank, powerful shock waves spreading out, sending countless broken stones flying. The two figures quickly retreated and charged again, their speed so fast that many naval soldiers could only see after images. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with piercing sound explosions, and the two combatants fought like lightning, each strike carrying tremendous force. Many naval soldiers clenched their fists, although fear was evident in their eyes. Nothing in the world could excite them more than witnessing a life-and-death duel between masters. Arthur took 3 steps back, looking proudly at Major General Hao Jun, who had retreated 5 steps before steadying himself. The ripples around his fist not only possessed formidable strength, but also dissipated a significant amount of the opponent's power. After the exchange, Arthur couldn't help but feel respect. It had to be said that Ross was indeed a seasoned naval major general. Whether it was the use of strength, control over the rhythm of attacks, or combat experience, he was far superior to Arthur. However, in a battle of pure strength, the naval major general Ross was no match for Arthur, who possessed the power of the sea god. If it were merely a face-to-face contest of strength, Arthur would undoubtedly prevail within 50 rounds. That said, just a month ago, Arthur was still an ordinary naval private. Now, however, he could defeat the full combat strength of the naval division, capture a naval lieutenant, and gain the upper hand against a naval major general. Major General Ross, who had just steadied himself after retreating 5 steps, was shocked. Only by truly facing Arthur could he appreciate the young man's strength. It was hard to imagine that such a talent had been so unremarkable in the Navy, merely an ordinary private. Major General Ross silently cursed those responsible for personnel selection in his mind, his gaze becoming sharp and vigilant, finally viewing Arthur as a life-and-death opponent. "You're quite impressive, but it's a pity you've gone astray." Major General Ross slightly bowed, and suddenly his muscles seemed to swell, his bloodthirsty eyes fixed on Arthur as he coldly said, "I will show you the terrifying power of the shadow fruit." Enough with the nonsense. Although Arthur appeared disdainful, he was already fully alert. Ross's figure suddenly split into countless shadows, and in the next second, all those shadows vanished as if they had never appeared. Just as Arthur was still speculating about the abilities of the shadow fruit, Ross bizarrely appeared behind him, delivering a fierce elbow strike down onto Arthur's neck. When did this happen? The intense pain surged as Arthur muttered in disbelief. With a loud crash, Arthur slammed into the ground, causing the surrounding earth to collapse, followed by a barrage of punches imbued with a fierce wind relentlessly smashing down on him. The continuous and rapid assaults were as swift as a machine gun, causing the ground to sink further, quickly forming a large pit over 10 meters wide. Major General Ross suddenly vanished from his original position, appearing more than 10 meters away, looking at Arthur with indifference. As the dust gradually settled, Arthur stood up from the pit, raising his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, coldly staring at Major General Ross not far away. "This is the power of the shadow fruit. You don't stand a chance," Major General Ross boasted arrogantly. "How would I know without trying?" Arthur's expression was indifferent. Faced with the formidable naval major general, he felt his blood boil, filled with fighting spirit. "Soon, I will make you understand the might of the shadow fruit." Ross, swinging his fist, displayed an air of confidence. "You talk too much." With a surge of determination, Arthur suddenly leaped up, charging toward Major General Ross, while misty water vapor burst forth around him. As Arthur's expression tightened, the densely flying water droplets fell like heavy rain toward Ross's position. Although the naval major general was fast, under such a concentrated downpour, it was believed he would be unable to evade. Moreover, the harbor was surrounded by seawater, so there was no need to worry about a shortage of water. More importantly, these water droplets were even more powerful by the sea, having previously taken out hundreds of naval soldiers in a single strike. Just as the inclined water droplets completely covered Major General Ross, Arthur was incredulous to find that they had not harmed him in the slightest, not even tearing his clothes. Arthur was all too clear about the power of these droplets, but they seemed to have merely been a gentle drizzle against Major General Ross. No way. Arthur suddenly realized something was wrong. Even if Major Ross had incredible defensive power, these water droplets were completely ineffective. However, his clothes showed no signs of dampness, which was truly bizarre. This meant that the water droplets Arthur was so determined to hit had not actually struck Major Ross at all. For a moment, Arthur found it hard to believe his own eyes. Major Ross was clearly standing right there, yet he hadn't been hit. What exactly was the ability of the opponent's shadow fruit? What should I do? In an instant, Arthur felt as if he had been pushed to a dead end. Major Ross seemed intent on quickly ending the battle. In the next moment, he instantly disappeared and teleported beside Arthur, delivering a fierce kick that struck Arthur's barely raised arms. Arthur flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing violently into a nearby stone statue, shattering it, and spitting out a mouthful of thick blood. The force of this blow had clearly injured his internal organs, and Rolls clearly intended to kill Arthur here, rather than taking him back to the naval headquarters as Marin Vondo had ordered. Arthur gasped for breath, constantly pondering how to deal with Major General Ross's abilities. Rather than saying Ross was extremely fast, it would be more accurate to say he had teleported directly. If he couldn't cope with a speed that was beyond his reaction, defeat and death would just be a matter of time. Determined, Arthur suddenly concentrated a vast amount of power, and a powerful sea tornado rose from the ocean, crashing down towards Ross from midair. With a thunderous sound, the ground was smashed into a giant pit hundreds of meters wide, and torrents of water mixed with mud cascaded down from above. So that is how it is. When Arthur saw the new shoulder cape of Navy Major General Ross covered in mud the size of soybeans, he suddenly realized he had made a big mistake. Sometimes, you really can't trust your eyes. The Ross standing opposite him was not necessarily the real entity. Those shadows that appeared and disappeared must have been his way of easily dodging attacks and moving quickly. With a rough idea of the abilities of the shadow fruit, Arthur's confidence surged. Trying to compete with the other party in speed was just looking for death. However, since Ross was eager to attack, he could take advantage of that, and overconfident people often lose half the battle. The mist formed in his hands suddenly turned into countless water bullets, densely bombarding Major General Ross while Arthur quickly ran to the side. Thinking that Arthur was trying to escape, Ross pursued him without hesitation, but suddenly felt as if his body had touched a soft thread, followed by a rapidly appearing water curtain. Indeed, as Arthur had predicted, the real Major General Ross had teleported not far from him, while the visible body was still dozens of meters away, although it was only for an instant. Through the water threads, Arthur had roughly figured out Ross's movement trajectory, making the other party's teleportation traceable. Quickly predicting the attack route, Arthur suddenly changed direction and charged to the side, launching a powerful punch into the air in front of him. A muffled grunt of pain echoed through the air as Ross's two front teeth were shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. Major General Ross actually lost. A Navy soldier, with his eyes wide open in disbelief and a face full of shock, dropped the weapon he had been holding. Normally, dropping a weapon like that would earn him a severe reprimand, but now the equally terrified officer had no time to scold the stunned ordinary soldier. The entire harbor fell into an extreme silence, as countless Navy soldiers watching the battlefield were worried about how Arthur would deal with them. Major General Ross. Just when the Navy was nearly in despair, Ross, who had spat out blood, staggered to his feet, and the morale of all the Navy soldiers surged. "I never expected to be pushed to this extent by you, kid. I really am not worthy of the title of Major General," Ross muttered to himself with self-deprecation. "You're not bad yourself. You actually managed to hurt me." Arthur, who had absolute initiative, sincerely praised the veteran Major General in front of him, clearly sensing Ross's dedication to the Navy. It's true that opponents can appreciate each other. If Arthur were still a Navy officer, they might have become lifelong friends. But now they were in an irreconcilable hostile relationship. Although he wasn't yet fully mature in wielding this power, it should be enough to deal with you. Ross, covered in blood, suddenly had a ferocious look in his eyes, and a mysterious yet familiar power surged through him, leaving Arthur feeling as if he were being seen through and unable to move. This power was not only familiar to Arthur, but one he had used before, during the perilous moments of the Navy branch in Faline City when a mysterious force suddenly knocked out all the Navy personnel. However, Arthur could clearly feel that the mysterious power Ross was using seemed to be distinctly different from what he had used back then. This time, Arthur did not refute Major General Ross's arrogant words. The dangerous power made him cautious. The ability of the shadow fruit activated again, and Major General Ross's figure vanished once more. The same attack method had not changed at all. Arthur suspected whether Ross was deliberately showing a flaw, but still suddenly threw out a punch. The same spot, the same trajectory, and Arthur's punching speed and prediction remained perfect. But Ross effortlessly dodged the punch's wind. Unwilling to back down, Arthur leaped and kicked fiercely, but the cold-faced Ross raised his arm to block it. How is that possible? Arthur, shocked, quickly concentrated his power, and a strong water impact surged forth. Yet, Ross seemed to know Arthur's intentions in advance, slightly moving his body and managing to evade the powerful strike from such a close distance. Listen well, this is observation hockey. Ross countered Arthur's attacks in succession, delivering a thunderous punch toward the defenseless Arthur. The fierce fist pierced through his body, and Ross looked on in disbelief as Arthur transformed completely into water. The next moment, avoiding the fatal blow, Arthur suddenly returned to his original form and delivered a forceful elbow strike to Ross's face, instantly breaking his nose and causing blood to gush. Ross had never expected that Arthur could turn into water. In a moment of carelessness, he was left bloodied, his head ringing, as his vision of Arthur began to blur. Arthur also secretly felt lucky. If it weren't for the fact that he had fortuitously grasped the water body technique during the battle at sea, he would have been severely injured, if not killed, by Ross's fatal punch. Is this the legendary observation hockey? Arthur murmured. This ability, which seemed to predict the opponent's next move and position, filled him with fear, and he was not familiar with it. The rear Admiral Ross in front of him had almost taken him down with observation hockey, and Arthur secretly decided that once things stabilized in the future, he must quickly familiarize himself with and master it, and could no longer remain so passive. With blood all over his face, Ross charged at him again in a life-or-death manner. However, Arthur, who had already mastered the water body technique, could easily dodge the attacks. Moreover, as time passed, Ross's breathing became heavier and his movements slowed down. Just as Arthur quickly moved forward, ready to send the Navy Rear Admiral on his way, Ross suddenly flashed a cold smile that seemed to indicate success. Feeling uneasy, Arthur quickly retreated, but Ross's movements suddenly accelerated several times, quickly catching up to the retreating Arthur. With no way to escape, Arthur's entire form quickly transformed into water, intending to avoid the fatal blow. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that Ross's fist had turned pure black as it approached. Although they had not yet made contact, Arthur instinctively felt that the awe-inspiring power was once again manifesting. Unlike observation hockey, this power was filled with a violent and destructive aura. With no way to evade, two columns of water formed beside Arthur, striking the ground with a forceful impact, allowing him to quickly evade using the recoil. A loud bang echoed as the ground was smashed into a deep pit over 10 meters, with thick smoke rising from it. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Arthur stood to the side, clutching his broken arm. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't been hit in a vital area. Otherwise, he might have been killed on the spot. The broken arm clearly proved that the water body form could not withstand the pure black fist imbued with mysterious power. Just as Arthur was pondering how to defeat Rear Admiral Ross, a sonic boom suddenly pierced the air. Before Ross could react, a spray of blood erupted from his temple, and in front of the incredulous eyes of many Navy soldiers, his tall body collapsed dead on the spot. Seeing Rear Admiral Ross shot dead in the temple, Arthur immediately looked in the direction from which the bullet had come. He quickly locked onto the edge of the square hundreds of meters away, where a mysterious man with a sniper rifle stood atop a statue several meters high, dressed in a somewhat worn black cloak. The sniper was wrapped in what appeared to be mummy bandages, leaving only one eye visible. Standing on the head of the statue, he held a smoking sniper rifle. It was this person who had just sniped Rear Admiral Ross, and now the dark barrel of the rifle was aimed at Arthur. Although Rear Admiral Ross had been injured and his physical strength and reflexes had declined significantly after the fierce battle with Arthur, being shot dead with a single bullet clearly indicated that this sniper was not simple. He's just killed the Rear Admiral for revenge on Rear Admiral Ross. In an instant, many enraged Navy soldiers roared, brandishing their weapons and firearms, charging into the square, vowing to take down this ambushing killer. Don't go. Arthur wanted to stop them, but he couldn't move at all. Although the sniper had yet to pull the trigger, Arthur could sense the lethal threat. Just as many Navy soldiers were about to approach the statue, the hidden bombs around them suddenly exploded. In the dazzling firelight, many Navy soldiers caught in the blast were instantly blown to pieces. But the nightmare for the Navy had just begun. The city defense troops of Anqing City, who had long been lying in ambush, rushed out, aiming their guns and crazily firing at the chaotic Navy soldiers. In less than a moment, severed arms and corpses were everywhere, and the thick blood almost soaked every stone in the square. The city defense troops of Anqing City seemed to have received orders to leave no survivors. Whether it was surrendering Navy soldiers or dying wounded, they would kindly deliver a final blow to send them to hell. Soon, all the bodies were piled up, doused in tar on the high mound of corpses, and then set ablaze. Arthur watched helplessly as everything unfolded. To be precise, he didn't dare to move. It was fortunate that the deadly sniper was aiming at him, as he might be able to dodge the speeding bullets with water transformation. However, if the sniper targeted Uncle Eugene nearby, Arthur wasn't entirely sure he could save him. It was a risk he couldn't afford to take. Nevertheless, highly alert, Arthur had already gathered the power of the sea god in his palm. As soon as the sniper showed any intent to attack, he would not hesitate to eliminate the sniper from afar. However, the sniper, wrapped in mummy bandages, seemed to have no intention of shooting Arthur. He merely aimed his sniper rifle at him, seemingly waiting for orders. Seeing the Navy being slaughtered by the defense forces of Anqing City immediately reminded Arthur of the feud with the city lord. After wiping out a group of highly paid experts and nearly incapacitating his cousin, he had completely humiliated the city lord, and this enmity was now firmly established. However, Arthur would never have imagined that the former city lord of Anqing City was already dead. The lordship had changed hands, and the former lord's cousin, Angelo, had also lost his head. Just as Arthur and the sniper were to stand still, the slave owner Andrew, dressed in luxurious attire and accompanied by a group of guards, walked slowly towards the square. New orders. It was time to stop. Andrew said respectfully to the mummy sniper. How boring. To rush me here for a damn major and such a brat. The sniper snorted coldly, putting away his rifle and sitting aside, though his seemingly empty, indifferent gaze remained fixed on Arthur. We meet again, Mr. Arthur. Andrew approached with a smile on his face. If possible, please put away your power. Why should I do that? Arthur coldly questioned. Andrew replied with a smile. Why do that? Is it to get rid of these troublesome Navy men or to save you and your friends? Could it be? Arthur suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Andrew by the collar and coldly demanding, What have you done to Jenny and the others? Calm down, Mr. Arthur. Andrew shrugged off Arthur, stepping back and explaining leisurely, You should thank me. If it weren't for my subordinates arriving first, Jenny and those lovely children would have fallen into the hands of the Navy. Now, tell me what you want me to do. Worried about Jenny and St. Nye's safety, Arthur bluntly asked. Very clever. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. However, this time, you don't need to do anything. Just owe us a favor. I might not repay the favor of you butchers. Arthur did not believe Andrew's words. That's fine. Perhaps one day we will become companions. Andrew responded cheerfully. Who are you people? Arthur pressed further. The timing isn't right. It's better for you not to know. Andrew remained tight-lipped. By the way, congratulations on taking down a Navy rear admiral and wiping out an entire fleet of Navy men. Your bounty will surely rise quickly, Andrew said with a smile. Arthur was taken aback for a moment, but quickly realized that the other party intended to pin the blame for the massacre of the entire fleet entirely on him. However, Arthur did not refute this. After all, he had indeed killed quite a few Navy soldiers before. Moreover, as a wanted pirate now, an extra charge or less didn't matter. Arthur was also acutely aware that from the mummy sniper's withdrawal just now and everything Andrew had said, it was evident that this was a large and powerful organization. Arthur even suspected they were not just ordinary pirates. More importantly, everyone behind Andrew seemed to be filled with incredible power, eager to take action. To save Jenny. Arthur had met with Andrew not long ago, and among the group of guards, only Karma was somewhat stronger. Now, this group of formidable individuals appeared very unfamiliar. In other words, if it weren't for the sudden change of heart of that behind-the-scenes leader who decided to spare Arthur's life, he would likely have met the same fate as Rear Admiral Ross here. Andrew, wasn't your original plan to take me and the Navy out in one fell swoop? Arthur called out to Andrew. Who knows about such things? Hearing Arthur's inquiry, Andrew's face, usually calm, revealed a playful smile. Your friends are waiting for you at sea, and I have taken the liberty of sending you a gift, hoping you will accept it. He then slightly bowed and, escorted by his formidable guards, quickly left the devastated port of Anqing City. The city defense army, which had been waiting on the sidelines, immediately moved in to clear away the charred bodies and remnants of blood. Just as Arthur and Uncle Eugene were leaving, thanks to the efforts of the city defense army, the plaza, which had been fiercely contested, now showed almost no signs of the battle that had occurred. Arthur, this person is very dangerous, Eugene said seriously to Arthur. What is even more dangerous is the power behind him. Those guards just now, each one has strength comparable to Rear Admiral Ross. Thinking of Andrew's guard team, Arthur felt a bit emotional. The unknown always brings fear. Arthur, you must investigate his background as soon as possible, Eugene suggested earnestly. Don't worry. Uncle Eugene, I know what to do. Arthur flashed a confident smile. Soon, Arthur and Eugene arrived at the harbor, and from a distance, they saw a uniquely designed and very luxurious sailing ship quietly docked at the port. Arthur is certain that this is Andrew's gift because there is only one ship in the entire harbor. When he sees Arthur and Eugene approaching, Saint, who is hiding on the ship, immediately excitedly waves and calls out to Arthur, completely like a tomboy. Arthur quickly boarded the ship. But the appearance of one person immediately put him on alert. This person was none other than the stunning girl who had been the first to welcome him at Andrew's brothel. He didn't expect to see her on the ship. Was Andrew planning to monitor him? Arthur thought quietly to himself. However, he soon relaxed. If Andrew really wanted to investigate where he was headed, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Accepting this luxurious sailing ship and having this beautiful girl on board was not a problem. And it might even help him learn more about Andrew's background and the mysterious forces behind him. After a brief consideration, Arthur decided to bring along this seemingly troublesome beauty. Let me reintroduce myself, Lilia. I am Arthur's little lover. Her last sentence was clearly directed at Jenny, who looked at Arthur with gentle eyes. Standing aside, Saint Nye looked at Alvin with a puzzled expression and asked, "What is a little lover?" Alvin explained proudly, "You don't even know this? It's just a younger relative." "Oh, so it's a little relative? Then when I grow up, I want to be a big brother's little relative too," Saint Nye said, clenching her small fist and making a serious decision. "Who are you?" Arthur pretended not to know, showing no mercy to the beautiful girl. "Why, I'm so sad. You swore an oath with me back then, and that night Lilia's cunning gaze kept watching the anxious Jenny. "Lilia, the rowing work is up to you." Arthur casually assigned the task. "Huh? Why like this? Can you bear to let such a delicate beauty row?" She looked at Arthur with pitiful eyes. "First, you are not a delicate beauty. Although you are well-maintained, there are obvious marks on your wrist and palm, indicating that you are an expert in using short blades for assassination. Secondly, I didn't ask you to come along. If you don't want to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, you better obediently row," Arthur said coldly, giving her a final ultimatum. Since she was a gift from Andrew, Arthur naturally wouldn't be polite, and Lilia was not a companion, but a potential enemy to be wary of at all times. "Humph. You have no gentlemanly demeanor at all," Lilia pouted, glaring angrily at Arthur. But she had to obey. Andrew had given strict orders before they left. No matter what Arthur said, she had to follow his commands without question. Jenny stepped forward, linking her arm with Arthur's as they walked towards the cabin, flashing a victorious smile at the sorrowful Lilia, which made Lilia stomp her feet in anger. The ship then set off, quickly heading for York Island. Shortly after departing, Arthur noticed the wreckage of naval warships floating on the sea. Just as he had expected, the several naval ships that had left the harbor had not escaped disaster. They had all been sunk at sea. No wonder Andrew had congratulated him so casually for taking out the rear admiral and an entire fleet. Now it seemed that all the naval soldiers had been silenced. It was hard to imagine how powerful the forces behind Andrew were. However, Arthur had more important things to do. He needed to become stronger and ensure the safety of Eugene, Jenny, and the others. Although Andrew seemed to have intentions of winning him over, Arthur preferred to trust his own family against such hidden powerful forces, relying on his family's influence to make the Navy wary and not dare to act. Even though Arthur was a bastard and had no claim to a noble title, the family would always ensure the safety of every member. This had been an unchanging tradition for hundreds of years. The group of children leaving St. Andrew City for their first experience of sailing on the sea cheered with excitement. In stark contrast was the stunning girl Lilia, who was now completely devoid of her previous arrogance, spending most of her time leaning over the ship's railing, feeling seasick. "Here, drinking this will make you feel a little better." Arthur stood aside and casually handed over a cup of the prepared drink. "You're not trying to drug me and plan a sneak attack tonight, are you?" Although Lilia looked pale and extremely weak, her mouth was far from idle. "I wouldn't dare touch a deadly heroine like you," Arthur replied calmly, leaning against the ship's railing. "You men, don't you love conquering wild women?" Lilia chuckled lightly, tucking her disheveled hair back, and drank the beverage Arthur made. "Since you plan to follow me, can you tell me who you and Andrew really are?" Uncle Andrew is a kind-hearted man with ideals and beliefs. "As for me, of course, I'm a delicate young lady," Lilia answered. "Kind-hearted? I can't see it." Arthur thought of Andrew's methods and found it hard to associate them with kindness. "You can't judge everything by appearances, Arthur." Lilia turned to lean against the ship's railing and said meaningfully, "It's just like how you are a good person to Jenny and the others, but to the Navy, you are a notorious traitor." The same goes for Uncle Andrew. He may seem ruthless, but everything he does has meaning. So to me, he is undoubtedly a good person. A good person wouldn't take you to places like that. "Listen, I went willingly." Lilia's expression suddenly became serious, her eyes shining with the light of faith. "You really don't understand anything, Arthur. This world isn't only about the Navy living for their beliefs." To faith. Arthur handed Lilia another cup of stomach-nourishing drink and downed one himself. Arthur knew very well that he wouldn't get much information from Lilia, who lived for her faith. Moreover, There was really no point in threatening a woman. However, it could be concluded that Andrew's good intentions were genuine. Otherwise, to conceal the true situation of the Navy admiral and the complete destruction of the fleet, he would never have allowed Arthur to leave the port of Onching City. The intention of sending the beautiful Lilia to accompany Arthur was worth pondering and discussing. Was it temptation, surveillance, or to build a trusting relationship? Everything at the moment seemed quite ambiguous. According to the nautical charts, there was still half a day's journey to York Island in the no man's land, but unexpectedly, the two children were suffering from high fevers due to the change in environment. Seeing that there was still some distance to York Island, Arthur decided to change course to treat the two children. Soon, he found a small trading island 50 nautical miles away, which could serve as a transit station, believing he could find a doctor and buy fever-reducing medicine there. However, for safety reasons, Arthur planned to go alone. Although it was still undecided whether Lilia was friend or foe, having her around would only lead to unnecessary deaths if someone boarded the ship to plunder. He docked the ship several dozen miles away, took a wooden plank from Eugene, and threw it onto the sea, leaping onto the plank. With the support of the waves, Arthur surfed toward Crabclaw Island at great speed. In no time, Arthur had reached Crabclaw Peninsula, and draped in a cloak, he did not attract any attention. Moreover, no one will believe that a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries from the Navy would appear on such an obscure little island. Fortunately, finding a doctor went smoothly, but because the island was too small, with a permanent population of only a few thousand, there were very few doctors available, and appointments were booked out for a year. However, under Arthur's generous payment, an appointment was made to meet at the only restaurant. This restaurant, called Kata Cuisine, was considered the best on Crabclaw Island. Although it was not large and had a simple decor with only 8 tables, it had a good reputation due to its seaside location, self-brewed wines, fair prices, and the beautiful and cheerful daughter of the owner, which attracted many regular customers. After a while, a tall, thin doctor wearing glasses walked in. He sat down next to Arthur, listened carefully to his description of the children's condition, and responsibly asked a few detailed questions before handing Arthur the medicine he carried. Just as the well-paid doctor was about to leave, a loud crash of breaking glass came from near the bar, causing the doctor, who initially intended to leave, to return to his seat in fear. "Old man, are you tired of living?" a burly, yellow-haired thug shouted, grabbing the owner's collar. "Don't look, Mr. Arthur. We can't afford to mess with these thugs," the doctor kindly warned Arthur. Hearing the doctor's advice, Arthur smiled and nodded in thanks. I'm sorry, guest. Today's meal is on the house." The owner's daughter, Aya, hurriedly ran over to bow and apologize, pleading, "Please spare my father. I beg you. Old man, I'll let you go this time because of your daughter." The yellow-haired thug pushed the owner aside, knocking over several wine bottles in the process. "Thank you, Mr. Fongtu." Aya quickly expressed her gratitude and intended to help her father up when she was suddenly grabbed by the yellow-haired thug. "But my shirt was stained by this old man. Tonight, I'll use you to compensate," he said, attempting to drag the terrified Aya away. "Someone help me." Aya, unable to resist, looked around with tears in her eyes, pleading for help from the other customers. However, some diners, fearing retaliation from the thugs, sat with their heads down, pretending not to see. Instantly, Aya's heart sank. Was she really going to be humiliated today? Just then, a young man in his 20s wearing a blue vest, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly stood up. Without waiting for anyone to react, he rushed forward and kicked the bullying yellow-haired thug, sending him flying. With a thud, the yellow-haired thug fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in pain. The man who acted was named Henry, who had long had feelings for Aya and was also a regular at the restaurant. However, since he did not have a formal job, the restaurant owner had always disapproved of his relationship with his daughter. For Henry, although this yellow-haired thug was not easy to deal with, he could not just stand by and watch Aya be taken away. The surrounding customers, seeing the usually domineering yellow-haired thug wailing on the ground, immediately cheered for Henry. Several other customers who had feelings for Aya rushed in to kick and punch the defenseless yellow-haired thug, showing no mercy. After Henry's bold action, the customers who had previously been indifferent seemed to have found their courage, and their demeanor changed completely. It was as if they were intentionally trying to show Aya, the restaurant owner's daughter, that it was not that they did not want to help, but that they were slow to act. Witnessing this heroic rescue, Arthur, who was enjoying the spectacle, also cheered. However, he had no intention of attacking a weak thug who was already helpless. Just as Arthur stood up to leave and quickly return the medicine to the ship, suddenly more than 10 thugs armed with sticks and knives rushed in from outside the restaurant. "Who the hell dares to be so bold?" the gang leader shouted, and the yellow-haired thug, with all his teeth knocked out and bloodied, pointed at Henry. A scar-faced, middle-aged man, looking fierce, stood up and charged at Henry with a knife. With other thugs following suit, Henry shielded Aya and retreated to a corner, raising a chair to prepare for a desperate fight. However, the customers who had previously cheered for Henry and shamelessly called for a beating had already returned to their seats, as if everything happening in the restaurant had nothing to do with them. Henry's heart sank. Clearly, these fair-weather friends were unreliable. He swung the chair at the scar-faced man in front. Although Henry had some strength, he was outnumbered, and the scar-faced man was not weak in combat. Soon, Henry was covered in blood. "Don't look over there, sir," the doctor whispered kindly. "These thugs have blood on their hands. We can't afford to offend them." Hearing the doctor's warning, Arthur smiled in gratitude, but did not say much. "I'm willing to go with you. Please spare him." Aya, trembling all over, stepped forward to protect the barely conscious Henry and pleaded desperately. "You little whore." Too late. The scar-faced man kicked Aya down and coldly ordered the thugs nearby. "Cut this brat's throat. Avenge old 3. Hearing the order, the thugs immediately advanced with knives. But suddenly a scream was heard as one of them was knocked unconscious by a flying wineglass. "Sorry, I slipped." Arthur, yawning from a distance, smiled at the group of fierce thugs. "What is going on today? Even fools are coming out to act like heroes." The scar-faced man pointed his knife at Arthur and said, "You're asking for death. Don't blame me." In order to intimidate everyone present and to gain more admiration from his underlings, the scar-faced, middle-aged man charged forward with a knife. Suddenly, a scream rang out in the restaurant, like that of a pig being slaughtered, as Arthur casually lifted his foot and kicked the black boss squarely in the groin. The powerful blow left the scar-faced boss truly understanding what it meant to be in pain as he rolled on the ground, howling in agony. The thin and tall doctor, sitting nearby, looked on in shock at the proud figure of Arthur, secretly regretting having taken so much money from him. The scar-faced man, who was a notorious black boss of Crab Claw Island, had to act submissive in front of Arthur, who had reduced him to a helpless state with a single kick. This was no coincidence. This composed young man was no ordinary individual. When the doctor looked up, he inadvertently caught sight of the latest wanted poster on the wall, his eyes widening in shock, his body trembling as he struggled to find his voice. The doctor realized he had made a grave mistake, one that could turn Crab Claw Island to ashes. Seeking that money was a death wish, and the bag of berries in his possession felt heavy as lead. "Boss!" The gangsters stood in disbelief, unable to comprehend the sight of the howling, scar-faced man, who had once appeared so fearsome, now looking as weak as a baby in front of Arthur. One of the skinny gangsters on the far left stepped back in fear, but tripped over a chair. As he was getting up, his eyes suddenly bulged, fixated on the latest wanted poster on the wall, and upon comparing it to Arthur's true appearance, he was so frightened that he wet his pants. 100 million. That's right. It was a Navy headquarters bounty of 100 million for the trouble caused by the notorious pirate. This was a surefire way to find death. But who could explain to him why such a terrifying figure, capable of destroying a city with a mere gesture, would appear on the small Crabclaw Peninsula? No one could tell that gangster, and he didn't even have the chance to think further, as Arthur's fierce fist was already upon him. Bang, bang, bang. Arthur rushed forward, raising his powerful fists, each strike having the force of a mountain. The gangsters didn't even have time to scream before Arthur's fists sent them straight to the afterlife. The one-sided slaughter quickly came to an end, as there were too few gangsters for Arthur to truly enjoy himself. Indeed, nothing felt better than beating people up with his fists. Arthur waved his fist and stood in the center, talking to himself. For a moment, the restaurant was eerily quiet, and some guests who realized the bounty and knew Arthur was the 100 million bounty pirate trembled in fear. However, the expressions directed at Arthur were not of gratitude, but rather of genuine horror and fear. Those few gangsters with blood on their hands were nothing compared to Arthur. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable, Arthur downed a glass of fine wine on the table and turned to walk out. "Mr. Arthur, your money." The thin, tall doctor, pale-faced, stood not far from Arthur, fearing he might faint at any moment. "That's what you deserve. By the way, help that kid with his treatment." Arthur glanced at Henry, who was covered in blood and barely hanging on. Stepping out of the restaurant, Arthur felt a bit unsettled, although he was already aware of his identity as a pirate. Being looked at that way still felt strange. "Mr. Arthur." At that moment, Aya came running from the store, breathless as she called out to Arthur. "What do you want?" Arthur turned around, his tone icy. Aya was startled and took a few steps back, but soon gathered her courage and respectfully handed over a jug of homemade wine. "Mr. Arthur, thank you for saving us. No matter what others say, in my eyes, you are a good person." After Aya left, Arthur stood there for a long time, her words echoing in his mind, and suddenly he burst into laughter. Come to think of it, why should a person care about others' opinions while living? What does it matter how the Navy is or how pirates are? As long as one has a clear conscience, that is enough. Just as Andrew had said before, when the Navy headquarters learned that Major Ross and his fleet had been completely annihilated, Arthur's bounty indeed soared, reaching 100 million berries. This meant that Arthur posed a greater threat to the Navy. Perhaps the next time he would face not only more powerful Navy officers, but also countless pirates flocking for the bounty. And the arrival of bounty hunters would bring endless trouble. Thinking of all this, Arthur's heart was filled with fighting spirit, eagerly anticipating the battles ahead. Becoming stronger had already been ingrained in his blood. In a good mood, Arthur surfed on the waves, swiftly advancing across the sea, and then landed steadily on the sailing ship docked dozens of nautical miles away from Crab Claw Island. Sure enough, Uncle Eugene looked at the just-returned Arthur, somewhat perplexed. What do you mean, sure enough? Arthur asked, confused. Looking at the bloodstains on you, it seems you've made a move again, Eugene said with a mix of laughter and tears. If it were before, the usually stern Eugene would have advised Arthur against his actions, as it was the responsibility of an old soldier and elder. Because a young man with little life experience gaining such formidable power could potentially cause catastrophic harm if he went astray. However, after experiencing abandonment, false accusations, and protection, Eugene suddenly realized that Arthur didn't need his guidance. It seemed that the future path was already clear in the unseen. Just taught a few gangsters a lesson. Arthur explained with a grin to Uncle Eugene, whom he respected. The sailing ship set off again, with about half a day's journey left to their destination, York Island. York Island, a place with a thriving fishing industry, had a permanent population of tens of thousands, most of whom made a living by fishing. Since this was the property of the Michael family, there may have been prior agreements. Neither the Navy, pirates, nor the powerful would come here. When Arthur and his group landed on the island, they quickly arrived at the Norton Manor, which was under the Michael family. The Norton Manor, occupying 1/3 of York Island, was the only building complex on the island. Welcome, Mr. Arthur, Mr. Eugene, the two beautiful ladies, and these lovely children. An elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a new and elegant tailcoat, respectfully introduced himself to Arthur. I am Tang E, the steward of Norton Manor, and I have been waiting for you on the orders of the young master. Mr. Tang, our identity is... Arthur was unsure how Michael had arranged things, but it was better to inform them that he was a highly wanted pirate. Respectful Mr. Arthur, please call me steward and not sir. Tang E corrected him respectfully and politely, then confidently added, please rest assured, there will be no pirates or navy appearing here other than you, so you need not have any concerns. It seemed that Michael had made everything clear, so Arthur didn't need to add unnecessary explanations. Hurry up and meet the master. Tang E.'s expression turned somewhat unpleasant as he turned to look at the group of maids and servants who had hidden themselves far away. A few of the maidservants wanted to step forward, but upon seeing Arthur's gaze, they immediately retreated in fear like startled rabbits. Arthur couldn't help but smile wryly. Was he really that terrifying? In fact, Arthur was not quite sure what a bounty of 100 million berries meant. Please don't take offense. They hold a sense of reverence for your identity. Tang E, afraid that Arthur would be angry, quickly apologized and explained. Nearing his 60s and having experienced countless storms, Butler Tang E was not actually afraid of Arthur's pirate status. To be honest, as a senior member of the family, Tang E had seen many pirates with bounties higher than Arthur's, and a bounty of 100 million was hardly intimidating to the head butler of Norton Manor. What Tang E was truly concerned about were the young maidens. The young Master Michael had made it clear that the moment Arthur arrived at Norton Manor, he would be the master here. This also meant that Arthur now held the power of life and death. If he were to vent his anger on these young maids, Tang E would be unable to stop him. His strictness at this moment was for their own good. The reputation of pirates was indeed not very pleasant. Butler Tang, please arrange accommodations for us. Having come to terms with it, Arthur did not care how others viewed him. He still wanted to maintain courtesy and respect because this was Michael's estate. As for how he transitioned from a Navy officer to a pirate, Arthur naturally wouldn't explain. Firstly, no one would believe it, and secondly, it was meaningless. As you wish. The head butler Tang, he felt somewhat awkward. But seeing that Arthur was not bothered by the attitudes of the maidens, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tang, he personally led Arthur and his group to their resting quarters, to prevent the atmosphere from feeling dull. Head butler Tang, he explained the history of Norton Manor and the purposes of some buildings as they walked. His eloquence was excellent, humorous, and powerful, even alleviating a lot of travel fatigue. The ancient and majestic castle stood tall, its heavy black walls already weathered, seemingly bearing the scars of medieval wars. The cellar, rich with the aroma of wine, was brewing high-quality wines, while hundreds of acres of gardens, a holy and solemn church, and a classical music hall filled with golden tones added to the atmosphere. Arthur found it hard to believe how many years it must have taken to build such a perfect classical architecture on York Island. After settling Arthur and his companions, Tang hurriedly left, seemingly preoccupied with something important. In the evening, a very tired Arthur couldn't sleep at all, as the events that had happened on the way to York Island kept swirling in his mind. Slightly turning to the side, he glanced at the easel that Michael had carefully prepared for him. Arthur stood up on the platform, extending outward, gazing at the distant sea and letting the sea breeze blow over him. The master requests you to bathe and change. Arthur turned to look at a proud girl named Helena, dressed in a maid outfit, who was cautiously hiding by the door, as if she were about to flee at any moment. Suddenly, Arthur walked over quickly and reached out his hand towards Helena. "Please don't," Helena gasped, trembling all over, her mind only focused on escaping as quickly as possible. But out of fear, her legs felt as heavy as lead, and she could only watch helplessly as Arthur approached. Arthur held the blue silk scarf around Helena's neck, carefully adjusting it before lightly laughing and quickly walking out. "I'm not dead. The master seemed to smile at me just now. No, it must be an illusion. How could a ruthless pirate be so kind?" Helena, frozen in place, found it hard to believe, as a group of maidservants had drawn lots for the life-and-death task of serving Arthur's bath. Helena drew the shortest stick and, nearly in despair, had even written a will, but she ended up taking 2 hours to walk down the 100-meter corridor. Unexpectedly, Pirate Arthur didn't seem as cruel as the rumor suggested, but Helena's parents had died at the hands of pirates, making it impossible for her to believe that pirates could be good. The bathroom door was opened again, and with newfound courage, Helena wrapped herself in a towel and walked in, holding a glinting dagger in her hand. As she watched Arthur's silhouette approaching, her heart nearly leaped out her chest. "Helena, you can do it. Kill him and avenge your parents." This voice echoed continuously in Helena's mind. "Who is it?" Arthur casually asked without turning around. "It's me, master." Helena feigned calmness, but her hand gripping the dagger couldn't stop trembling. "Helena, do you need to use the bathroom first?" Arthur's tone remained as calm as ever. "No, not at all. I will serve you during your bath." Arthur pondered for a moment and said in a calm tone, "You've worked hard, Helena. You don't need to thank me. Serving you is my honor." Helena, who had come up behind Arthur, suddenly felt a surge of rage as she thought of her parents who had died tragically at the hands of pirates. In a flash, she lunged forward with a dagger aimed at the back of Arthur's neck. However, to her shock, she found that the dagger she had been holding had vanished without her noticing. "Are you looking for this?" Arthur, without turning around, waved the sharp dagger he held in his hand. "You dumb pirata." Knowing she was likely to die, Helena suddenly pulled out a short knife from her towel, disregarding the towel that fell to the ground, and thrust it violently towards Arthur's back. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds continued to ring out. Meanwhile, Arthur, leisurely washing his hair and trimming it, hummed a little tune as he effortlessly blocked Helena's deadly attacks, never once turning around. Gasping for breath, Helena took a few steps back, her trembling arm barely able to hold onto the short knife. She knew very well that facing a powerhouse like Arthur, even a sneak attack would be futile. But driven by her desire for revenge, Helena still came with a resolve to die. Reality, however, was undoubtedly cruel. In a desperate attempt to avoid further torment, Helena decided to slash the short knife across her own neck. Closing her eyes and waiting for death, Helena opened them in confusion, unable to believe that the short knife had been firmly grasped by a large hand. With blood continuously dripping from the wound on the palm onto the ground, Arthur casually draped the towel over Helena, covering her alluring figure. Leaning against Helena, Arthur tossed the bloodied dagger aside and said with a relaxed expression, "Fixed concepts often give rise to blind spots. Perhaps everything is just a misunderstanding. Are you really going to let me go?" Helena questioned coldly with a sneer. "Of course, regular exercise is beneficial for both body and mind, so I'm always up for a sneak attack," Arthur replied with a smile. "Don't think that will make me grateful." Pushing Arthur away, Helena's face was icy, her eyes filled with resentment, far from her earlier innocence and gentleness. "Don't underestimate the power of generosity," Arthur said with his usual calm tone. Noticing that Arthur was naked, Helena's face turned red, and she angrily turned her gaze away, muttering, "What a despicable thing." Arthur was at a loss for words. Responding helplessly, I can't just cover myself and leave you exposed. Of course I'd be happy to do that. Anyway, you're just despicable, despicable, despicable. With mixed feelings, Helena turned around and ran out of the bathroom. Arthur continued to hum a tune, lying in the warm bath, enjoying the comfortable sauna, as if nothing had happened. As for Helena's motives, Arthur was naturally well aware, because the chief steward, Tang-E, had already reported the entire personnel situation of Norton Manor to him not long ago. Arthur had also promised that as long as he did not cross the bottom line and did not harm Jenny, Uncle Eugene, or the others, everything would be negotiable. Moreover, Helena and the other children who had lost their parents to pirates really could not pose any threat to Arthur. Treating such ambushes as a way to spice up life was indeed Arthur's true thoughts. It seemed that life at Norton Manor would never be as calm as it appeared on the surface. After about a week at Norton Manor, Arthur, who wanted to become stronger, spent his days either torturing himself with rigorous training or painting, leading a simple and regular life. The stunning beauty Lilia, sent by Andrew, lounged in the manor's top kitchen all day, tirelessly sampling various delicacies. It seemed that nothing was out of the ordinary, and of course, Arthur did not continue to inquire about the identity of the slave owner Andrew and the forces behind him. Jenny and Saint-The would go to the church every day to pray devoutly, while the restless Uncle Eugene had taken a liking to hunting, carrying a shotgun every day in search of turkeys in the back mountains. Life appeared calm and monotonous, but to enjoy this blissful peace often came at an unimaginable cost. Helena's ambushes against Arthur had not ceased, occurring 3 times a day without interruption. Moreover, some maidens who had lost family members to pirates joined in, transitioning from solo ambushes to team-coordinated attacks, employing more and more tactics involving temptation, deception, and traps. However, regardless of how many people there were, or how unexpected the tactics were, it was the maidens who ended up with their faces covered in dirt. They put their all into the ambushes, but were respectful and deferential to Arthur as their master in daily life, gradually forming a kind of unspoken understanding. As time went by, the maidens at Norton Manor realized that Arthur was different from other pirates. The gentle and refined master Arthur often took time to read from the library's collection, and most of the time he was painting or exercising, making it hard to imagine he was a pirate with a bounty of 100 million from the Navy. After a period of contact, the maidens gradually understood why the young Master Michael would allow a notorious pirate to stay in the privately owned Norton Manor. One evening, standing on the 3rd-floor balcony of the castle, Arthur, who had just completed a seascape painting, approached. He took a glass of wine from Eugene and gazed at the vast blue sea, murmuring, "Uncle Eugene, I want to go back for a visit." "Back home?" Eugene asked. "Yes, I hope the family can intervene to protect your safety," Arthur replied earnestly. With the power of the sea god, Arthur was not afraid of the Navy, but he worried that they would come directly to York Island and harm Jenny, Saint-The, and the others, who had finally managed to live a peaceful life. "Well, you have been away from home and in the Navy for several years, drifting around the seas," Eugene remarked, downing the wine in his glass, his slightly flushed face looking at Arthur. "A man does this for one of 2 reasons. Either he is escaping from something, or he is searching for something." Eugene was right. As a bastard son in the family, Arthur, according to imperial law, could not inherit the noble title. Feeling that fate was unfair, Arthur resolutely joined the Navy, hoping to achieve the rank of a star and become a significant figure in the family, returning home in glory. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Arthur, who had not even become an officer, had now become a heavily sought-after pirate. Fremont Arthur, as a member of the family, still intended to return home. The family motto of the Fremonts was that blood ties equate to family, and for hundreds of years, they had used all their strength to protect every family member with their bloodline. Arthur simply hoped that the family would intervene to intimidate the Navy and protect ordinary people like Jenny and Saint-The, believing that the family head, Arthur's father Doran, would not refuse. "Yes, Uncle Eugene, I have made up my mind," Arthur said solemnly. There was one thing Arthur did not mention. This was Michael's exclusive manor, and he could not selfishly allow it to become a target for the Navy and bounty hunters. If he left for a while, appearing in the Navy's sight as much as possible, York Island would be relatively safer. "Then go. Don't leave any regrets." Eugene sighed. Eugene understood very well why Arthur was in such a hurry to leave York Island. It was clearly to attract the Navy's attention to ensure their safety. However, Eugene did not stop Arthur, for preventing someone who had already made a decision would only have the opposite effect. Preparing to leave York Island early the next morning, Arthur explained the situation to the head butler, Tang-E, as it was polite not to leave without saying goodbye. The night was hazy, and the bright moonlight streamed through the window. Suddenly, Arthur's door was slowly pushed open. Saint Nye, dressed in cute cartoon pajamas and holding a pillow, tiptoed in and said to Arthur, who was sitting up with a face full of grievance, "I'm a little scared sleeping alone." "Did something happen?" Arthur asked with a wry smile, looking at Saint Nye, who was already lying beside him, with a cheerful expression that showed no signs of fear. Almost hanging on Arthur, Saint Nye murmured reluctantly, "Brother Arthur, are you really leaving tomorrow? Why do you have to leave us? When will you come back? Will you bring me a gift?" Saint Nye bombarded him with questions all at once. "There are some things I need to take care of, but I'll be back soon." Arthur tried to sound gentle. "You're lying. When the robbers broke into our house, my dad and mom hid me in the cellar and said they would be back soon, but—" Saint Nye began to choke up and sob as she spoke. Arthur gently comforted Saint Nye in his arms until she fell asleep. At the doorway of Arthur's bedroom, Jenny, dressed in her pajamas, listened to Saint Nye talking about herself, and her eyes turned red for a moment. When she learned that Arthur would be leaving York Island alone early the next morning, the usually reserved Jenny gathered her courage to confess to him that night, only to be surprised that Saint Nye got to it first. Just as she was about to leave, she was startled by someone suddenly appearing behind her, almost letting out a scream. "Shoo!" Lilia signaled Jenny to be quiet, stepping back with a mischievous smile on her face, and then sighed in a familiar tone. "You little girl, your heart is fluttering. It seems you want to have something happen with Arthur tonight. Aren't you shy? You're talking nonsense. I just took a wrong turn." Jenny shouted angrily, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Hey, with pajamas like that, don't tell me you also took a wrong turn." Jenny suddenly noticed Lilia's attire, and the alluring pajamas made her blush even more. "That's right. I'm here to create sparks of love with Arthur. What can you do about it?" Lilia admitted with a calm expression. "So shameless." An irritated Jenny muttered, looking at Lilia with hostility, as if Lilia were trying to take away her treasure. "What are you doing here, then?" Lilia teased, lifting her hand to brush against Jenny's skin. "Who?" Lilia suddenly turned serious, glaring down the hallway with a low shout. "Miss Jenny, Miss Lilia, greetings." Helena, trying to appear calm, walked out from the hallway, though her expression was somewhat unnatural. "So it's Helena," Lilia suddenly realized. "Are you here to see Arthur off and let your master's embrace warm your body and heart?" Lilia performed a melodramatic act of a heartfelt embrace, looking at Helena with a smirk. No, you misunderstood. I take my leave." Helena, like a startled rabbit, became incoherent, losing the previous air of coldness and competence, and respectfully bowed to the two before hurriedly leaving the corridor. Another rival in love. How interesting. Lilia laughed with satisfaction. "You can play by yourself. I'm going back." Jenny, too lazy to deal with Lilia, turned and left the corridor. Early the next morning, Arthur bid farewell to the crowd that had come to see him off at the harbor, boarding a not-so-spacious canoe, which quickly vanished from sight. Not long after Arthur departed, a luxurious giant ship suddenly appeared in the harbor, its massive hull resembling a small mountain. The head butler of Norton Manor, Tang, was taken aback for a moment before approaching with a smile. Under the curious gazes of Jenny, Lilia, and others, hundreds of trained bodyguards in black rushed to the harbor first, checking for any potential threats. Soon, escorted by countless guards, Michael, dressed in a princess gown, stepped down from the giant ship, her face filled with anticipation, upon learning that Arthur and his party had arrived at York Island. An overjoyed Michael immediately wrapped up her family affairs and hurriedly made her way to York Island after receiving her father's approval. Having fully embraced her identity as a daughter, Michael had fantasized countless times about meeting Arthur on the ship and was eager to tell him everything. "Uncle Tang, where's Mr. Arthur?" Michael asked anxiously. "Unfortunately, young lady, Mr. Arthur just left." The butler Tang, he said with a hint of helplessness. "This can't be true." Michael suddenly became despondent, as if the world had turned gray. "Hello, I'm Arthur's fiancée, nice to meet you." Lilia, eager to stir up trouble, suddenly stepped forward to introduce herself seriously. "Someone, throw her into the sea to feed the sharks." Michael's face darkened as she pointed at Lilia and casually gave the order. "Help! Help!" Lilia was taken aback and began to loudly call for help as she was dragged toward the sea by more than 10 strong men. It wasn't until the bemused butler Tang intervened that she was stopped. This can't be true. Tang had been following closely behind Michael, listening to her despondent murmurs. Jenny seized the opportunity and quietly asked the butler Tang, if she is clearly the young lady, why do they call her the young master? Because the master values her abilities but does not like her gender, the butler Tang sighed, lowering his voice as he continued. All along, the young lady has been trained as a male heir, and everyone in the family refers to her as the young master. for the continuation of the family business. It seems that in the future with Mr. Arthur. I hope Mr. Arthur can return soon. Tangy sighed and quickly followed after. I hope everything goes well for Arthur. Jenny silently prayed. Standing not far away, Lilia watched the already distant Michael with a complex expression, seemingly very interested in her. In fact, Lilia's follow-up and observation of Arthur were merely an additional task. Her true goal was to win over the future heir of the Michael family at all costs. However, Lilia did not expect that the noble young master rumored in the outside world was actually a woman. More than 10 days later, Arthur, having left York Island, finally arrived at the Eastern Zhou Kingdom where his family was located. Arthur's full name is Fremont Arthur. As a member of the family, he returns to the Eastern Zhou Kingdom after 3 years, feeling a mix of emotions that are hard to calm. Speaking of Fremont, it is undoubtedly the first family of the Eastern Zhou Kingdom. The military, appointments, and commerce throughout the kingdom all bear the family's influence. For a long time, the words of the Fremont patriarch have been even more influential than those of the king. This country is powerful and prosperous, and the Fremont family has naturally made outstanding contributions, but has also left significant hidden dangers. No monarch likes to have subordinates with power that surpasses their own. For the king of the Eastern Zhou Kingdom, it could be that one day the country will change hands. However, the Fremont elders, who have long been accustomed to power, seem to have taken the king's deference to them for granted. A few years ago, there was even a notorious incident where a member of the Fremont family, due to drunkenness, shot a princess who had married into the family. No one expected that the king of the Eastern Zhou Kingdom merely scolded them lightly and did not hold the Fremont family accountable, which made the Fremont family members even more arrogant. It is said that later, to vent his anger, the king killed all the prisoners in the prison in one go. Clearly, the relationship between the king and the family has gradually become confrontational. Walking through the bustling Central Avenue filled with people, Arthur, dressed in a black cloak, stands at the heart of the city. In the distance, the magnificent buildings, the result of the Fremont family's construction over hundreds of years, are so luxurious that they even surpass the king's residence. Soon, someone noticed Arthur's unusual presence, and more than 10 armed guards quickly surrounded him. However, by the time they got close, Arthur had already vanished from the spot. Truly a ghost sighting, an officer muttered, leading his men to continue their duty. Arthur moved quickly forward, familiar childhood memories flooding back. Even with his eyes closed, he could clearly recall every passage and room in the castle. Although the castle was heavily guarded, with every corridor and passage having a post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps, it was as if they were non-existent to Arthur. After about half an hour, Arthur finally arrived at the door of the family head of the Fremont family, who was also his father. Arthur filled a glass with wine and sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for his father's arrival. This time, no matter what, he had to make the clan leader promise to protect Jenny and the others' safety. The door slowly opened, but it wasn't Arthur's father who entered the dimly lit room. It was a familiar elder. This dignified man, with graying hair and a beard, was none other than Arthur's uncle, Doran. This uncle, who had been at odds with Arthur's father since childhood, had caused Arthur no small amount of trouble when he was young. In fact, out of revenge, he had even sent assassins from the clan to kill Arthur, but was later discovered and stripped of his title according to clan rules, spending several years in a water prison. His appearance in the clan leader's room clearly indicated that significant events had transpired in the Fremont family during Arthur's years away from home. Doran casually hung his coat on a nearby rack, and upon turning on the light, he was shocked to see Arthur sitting on the sofa, coldly watching him. "Isn't this my dear nephew, Arthur? Welcome home." Doran's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, quickly replaced by a friendly smile. "Doran, if you're the clan leader now, where is my father?" Arthur asked quietly, his expression unchanged, showing no concern for Doran's position as the leader. "Ah, Arthur, you really should have come back sooner." Doran walked over to sit behind a large desk, looking at Arthur with an apologetic expression. "A year ago, your father fell ill with a strange disease. Your elder brother, Ozer, resigned from his position as a minister to accompany your father to the border city of Rab in the Eastern Zhou Empire for recuperation. My abilities are limited. I am merely acting as clan leader until your father returns to hand back the power. I swear to the gods," Doran said earnestly. "I see. It seems I misunderstood you, Uncle Doran," Arthur said, casting a meaningful glance at Doran, his tone slightly apologetic. "It's normal not to trust your uncle. I did many wrong things when I was young." Suddenly, Doran slapped his forehead, looking somewhat frustrated. "Look at my memory. There's a letter here that your father sent a few days ago." He bent down to open a drawer, but his expression suddenly turned sinister as he pulled out a short firearm from the cabinet and aimed it at Arthur, pulling the trigger repeatedly. However, no bullets fired, nor was there any sound of gunfire. Doran's face turned pale, and he stumbled back against the wall, hurriedly throwing the firearm to the ground, explaining to Arthur, who was now sweating profusely. Arthur, this is all a misunderstanding. Arthur, sitting on the sofa with an impassive expression, fixed his cold, sharp eyes on the terrified Doran. Suddenly, Arthur leaned slightly forward, and, as he opened his palm, the bullets he had been holding clattered to the ground. The Monty family had its traditions. No matter how close their relationship with the king, they would never station the National Defense Army at the front door. His father had always been in good health. The excuse of illness was indeed rather absurd. As for my brother Ozer, he had clearly told me before that his ambition was to serve in the military to defend the country. He would never take a position like minister. And the most serious mistake you made is an undeniable look in your eyes. That underlying fear has never faded, which means you must know that I have become a pirate. Arthur paused for a moment, then continued with a cold smile. So you are wasting my time now, which will only anger me. Therefore, before I cripple you, please tell me everything truthfully. Doran, pale-faced, slumped into the chair, resignedly looking at Arthur. Suddenly, the chair sank, and just as the water flow formed beside Arthur, Doran completely vanished from the room. Numerous railings made of, or quickly fell, instantly turning the entire house into an airtight prison, with or shackles emerging from both sides of the sofa, firmly restraining Arthur. Unable to move, Arthur immediately noticed that both the railings and shackles were made of sea prison stone, capable of temporarily depriving him of his devil fruit powers. Soon, the wall in front of Arthur slowly descended, revealing Doran inside, looking smug as he taunted the imprisoned Arthur. I knew you little brat would come back. Do you think you're strong? What a joke. Let me tell you, I have prepared many interesting shows for you, and I'll slowly torture you to death. Arthur simply sat quietly on the sofa, gazing at the seemingly triumphant Doran in front of him. So now, can you tell me the truth? You're at death's door. The so-called truth has become irrelevant to you. The grim-faced Doran seemed unwilling to say much more and pressed the mechanism in front of him. Suddenly, 6 machine guns extended from the corners of the walls, firing continuously at Arthur. The whistling bullets and thunderous sounds stirred up dust, enveloping the entire room. After a moment, as the dust gradually settled, Arthur remained calm on the sofa. Even the drink in the glass on the coffee table had not spilled. Is that all you've got? Dear Uncle Doran. Arthur's tone was as calm as ever. Impossible, Doran exclaimed in shock, then pressed another button. High-intensity poison gas surged into the room from the corners, quickly filling the space and transforming it into what seemed like a fairyland. The floor, walls, and furniture of the room gradually dissolved in the toxic mist, showcasing the potency of the poison. Doran, who had been waiting to hear Arthur's heart-wrenching screams, was disappointed. Despite the gas filling the room, it seemed as if Arthur was not affected at all. It wasn't until half an hour later, when Doran completely lost patience and the gas was emptied, that he looked in astonishment at the smiling Arthur. Impressive, what else? The curious Arthur pressed on. Frantic, Doran tried every attack method he could think of, but Arthur remained firmly trapped by the sea prism stone. Logically, Arthur should have lost his devil fruit powers and been completely immobilized, yet he was unscathed. Not even a thread of his clothing was damaged. Doran ended up looking like a clown, performing a ridiculous and clumsy act. How is it possible? Are you human or ghost? Doran was shocked beyond belief. He had never heard of a devil fruit user being able to resist sea prism stone. But Doran would never know that Arthur's power came from the sea goddess water, not from a devil fruit, but from a force even more powerful than a devil fruit, the power of the sea god. How could such a mere sea prism stone possibly contain him? No more tricks? Then I declare the performance over. Arthur's expression suddenly turned cold. The moment he stood up proudly, the sea prism stone shackles that bound his body instantly shattered. With a movement, he crashed through the wall, standing in front of a terrified Dolan, who was pale with fear. I'll tell you everything, Dolan pleaded, immediately kneeling on the ground and bowing his head in desperation. Sure, when did I allow you to speak? Arthur scolded coldly. Yes. Dolan responded submissively. Arthur respectfully looked at the spacious secret room, with its walls covered in portraits of ancestors. When he reached the portrait of Tim, the first leader of the Fremont family, he slightly bowed in salute. In Dolan's shocked gaze, Arthur punched through the portrait, causing a loud crash as the entire wall shattered. Behind the wall, a sharp longsword engulfed in flames revealed itself, the blazing sword of Tim, representing the identity of the patriarch and the family legacy spanning thousands of years. Arthur gripped the hilt of the sword, and in an instant, flames engulfed his arm, the searing pain causing him to tremble all over. After a moment, The intensity of the flames diminished, and Arthur drew the long sword from its sheath, placing it on his back. For some reason, he felt a sense of bloodline connection with the fiery sword. If it weren't for the blood of the Fremont family flowing through Arthur's veins, that intense flame would have reduced him to ashes. Arthur ignored Doran and turned to walk down the corridor towards the outside. Just as Doran stood up, a surge of water shot in, instantly pushing Doran back into the room. At the same time, all the buttons for the mechanisms were pressed simultaneously by the rushing water. The screams were brief, and the entire room instantly turned into a hellish battlefield. Blade arrays, machine guns, and poison gas mechanisms all came into play, even though Doran was already as dead as he could be. The corridor leading outside wasn't long, and just as Arthur stepped out, countless arrows and bullets whistled towards him. Arthur moved forward with a calm demeanor, swiftly walking as the rippling water barrier around him instantly engulfed the deadly bullets and arrows that came whistling through the air. The vast mist of water almost filled the entire castle, transforming it into a world of water at a glance. The family guards, who rushed to Arthur's side with swords drawn, seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, unable to move, forced to watch helplessly as Arthur left with ease. As Arthur exited the castle, he suddenly stopped, coldly gazing ahead at the thousands of family private soldiers surrounding the square. With a command, dozens of cannons and countless muskets aimed at Arthur, the leader arrogantly fixed his gaze on him, as if victory was already assured. Arthur was all too familiar with this person. He was Ned, the son of Doran. This rough lad had no idea that his father, Doran, had already met a gruesome end beneath his own traps. Poor Arthur. I knew you would come back. Ned shouted at Arthur. I prepared a welcoming gift for you. With a casual wave of his hand, a squad of armed family private soldiers escorted a group of over 50 men, women, and children towards him. These people had their eyes gouged out, their noses mutilated, their limbs severed, and their scarred bodies pierced by iron wires, having endured untold torment. Arthur's body trembled slightly. Although these people were as thin as skeletons, he still recognized several of them. Among them were the servants who had taken care of Arthur since childhood, as well as their families. He never expected that after several years of absence, they would suffer such inhumane torment. The brilliant and mighty young master of the Fremont family, Ozer, had fled with his tail between his legs, ruthlessly abandoning them, while his brother Arthur would witness their deaths here with his own eyes. Ned looked down at the group of men, women, and children lying on the ground with contempt and spoke arrogantly. Suddenly, a young man lying to the side, using Ned's voice as a cue, bit down hard on his calf. In pain, Ned screamed until the guards rushed over and killed the young man, who had deeply respected Ozer, with a flurry of blades. Kill these foolish bastards, Ned ordered, his face twisted with rage. Originally, Ned had kept these people alive to slowly torment them in front of Arthur, but after being bitten and bleeding profusely, he decided to execute them immediately. Hey, Ned, Arthur, with his gaze hidden beneath his brows, suddenly called out to Ned as if summoning a pet. Did you think you could save them? Ned pushed aside the soldiers beside him, his fierce gaze fixed on Arthur as he said, Let me tell you, these pigs have been injected with a chronic toxin. Every night it flares up, and the sound of their agonizing screams is so satisfying. I'm not planning to save them because I've already decided to bury you with them. Arthur's tone was not high, yet it instantly reached the ears of everyone present, exerting a powerful pressure like a great mountain, making it hard for everyone to breathe. This is bad, Master Ned. A soldier rushed out from the castle, and when he saw Arthur standing not far away with a heavy, killing intent, he stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. What happened? Ned furrowed his brows and coldly shouted at the soldier. The clan leader, Lord Doran, was brutally murdered in the secret chamber, and only half of his head remains. The soldier reported, trembling, thinking of the tragic scene of clan leader Doran. The reporting soldier couldn't help but shiver. My father. Ned's eyes turned red, and in his grief and anger, he drew his sword and pierced through the soldier's throat, then shouted loudly to his family's private soldiers. Whoever beheads Arthur will be rewarded with a fortune of 1,000,000 Bailey and granted knighthood. Charge. Under the promise of great rewards, the private soldiers of the Fremont family, who had surrounded the square tightly, surged forward, and for a moment, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. Arthur's expression was calm, facing the thousands of troops with an unruffled demeanor. Countless private soldiers were right in front of him, and Arthur slowly raised his hand with composure, his fingertips summoning a swirling mass of water. What seemed like a casual gesture suddenly caused a rapidly condensing water mass to burst forth, forming countless sparkling droplets that, like bullets, instantly pierced into the bodies of the private soldiers. In the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, those soldiers let out mournful cries as their bodies grotesquely swelled. Struck by the droplets, their expanding bodies erupted with continuous muffled explosions, bursting like balloons and leaving behind a ground covered in flesh and blood. Yet, the droplets did not disperse. Instead, they continued to penetrate through the soldiers behind, and in an instant, corpses lay sprawled everywhere, turning the square into a hellish scene. With sticky plasma everywhere, Arthur merely raised his hand and took down more than half of the mercenaries, including the arrogant Ned, son of Doran. The remaining mercenaries were already terrified, their faces pale. This guy was like the Grim Reaper from hell, and they had never seen such a terrifying method of killing. Ned, who had been turned into a meat paste, could never have imagined that the once obscure bastard Arthur had become so formidable. In fact, the reason Ned came to seek death was that he had no idea that Arthur was already a pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly. The only one who knew this was Doran, who met a tragic end in the secret room. Arthur glanced at the remaining mercenaries, casually put on his hood, and turned to leave. For Arthur, while he could eliminate every enemy, it didn't mean he enjoyed it. Especially killing those tormented servants left him with an uneasy feeling, even though he knew it was a release for them. A day later, in a small border town near the sea in the Eastern Zhou Empire, Arthur personally erected a tombstone on a green hillside. From the current intelligence, it seemed that his father and older brother Ozer had successfully evacuated, though it was unclear where they had gone. However, Arthur had a feeling that they would meet again soon. Somehow, Arthur suddenly recalled Andrew, the slave owner with a powerful background, who had found him. It was likely not a coincidence. Did Andrew, with his strong connections, already know about what had happened to the Fremont family? If so, what was his true purpose in finding him? Originally, Arthur thought he had some clues, but now he was even more puzzled, as if the truth was obscured by a fog that made it hard to see clearly. Arthur's expression changed as he looked at two travelers walking along the mountain path not far away. One of the young men, his eyes shining with excitement, said, "Have you heard? The so-called strongest family in the empire, the Fremont family, was attacked by a mysterious assassin who killed nearly half of their guards. The experts from the Fremont family have all started to return to their base, and even the Navy sent a vice admiral for protection." "Impossible. That's the Fremont family," said the slightly older man on the right, his face filled with disbelief. "It's true. A buddy of mine works at the newspaper and has already taken real photos. I'm sure it will spread all over the world soon," the young man said earnestly. "Who would be so bold as to cause trouble for the Fremont family? I bet His Majesty the King will issue a bounty. I heard that the assassin is very young, and he is my idol. I admire him so much. If I could just meet him, it would be worth it for my whole life," the young man said, filled with longing. Suddenly, the young man noticed Arthur standing in front of a tombstone, looking at them. He provocatively shouted, "Hey, you over there, what are you looking at? Be careful, or I'll beat you up." Arthur ignored them and quickly left the mountain peak. "What a strange person," the young man muttered as he and the elder headed in the opposite direction. From their conversation, Arthur picked up on a few key points. First, no one mentioned who the assassin was. It was unclear whether it was due to the remaining mercenaries having a moment of conscience or in order to keep Arthur's situation confidential. But in any case, his identity remained undisclosed. Secondly, Arthur could be 100% sure that the king of the Eastern Zhou Empire would never issue a warrant for his arrest. With the former clan leader missing, the current one killed, and more than half of the mercenaries wiped out, the Fremont family was at its weakest. The king of Eastern Zhou would surely seize the opportunity to reclaim power. Meanwhile, Arthur had already recovered the family heirloom, Tim's blazing sword, and decided to part ways with his family. However, unable to rely on his family to ensure the safety of Jenny and the others, Arthur had resolved to set off for the Grand Line immediately. This would divert the attention of the Navy and bounty hunters away from Norton Manor on York Island. Additionally, Arthur urgently needed to find a teacher who could impart to him the Conqueror's hockey. On a massive ship slicing through the waves, hundreds of jubilant pirates gathered. From the initial life-and-death situation, where the ship seemed on the verge of falling apart, to finally entering the current safely, this group of pirates had finally made it to the Grand Line. The joy of surviving the ordeal brought many pirates to tears. For them, becoming part of the Grand Line and the fierce men who conquered the seas was a dream come true. Perhaps in the future, they could even become warlords of the sea or the legendary Four Emperors. A crowd of ecstatic pirates gazed at the vast ocean, unreservedly daydreaming. Only one person stood out among them, a young pirate asleep at the corner of the ship. The other pirates initially thought he had fainted from fear of the dangers of entering the Grand Line. Indeed, few could remain calm in such situations. However, the sleeping young man occasionally stretched, rolled over, and even mumbled in his sleep, leaving many pirates secretly astonished at his nonchalance. How could he sleep under such sea conditions? What was even stranger was that he carried a sketch pad and a weapon wrapped in cloth on his back. Heaven knows where they came from. It was likely that only a thick-skinned captain would dare to bring this stranger, fished out from the sea, on board. "Hey, wake up!" A middle-aged, one-eyed pirate approached and shouted at the young man. This bearded man, with a parrot perched on his shoulder, was none other than the ship's captain, Macy. The young man, clearly displeased, stood up and rubbed his bleary eyes, mumbling, "Is it time to eat? All you think about is food. Get to work raising the sails." The middle-aged, one-eyed captain nearly exploded with anger, raising his iron hook as if to strike, prompting the young pirate to hurriedly run to raise the sails. This young man among the pirates was Arthur, who had left his family's power and had no intention of returning to York Island. He had arrived at the Grand Line. Initially, Arthur had planned to enter the Grand Line using a canoe. However, he encountered Dr. Carocas, the doctor of the Pirate King, Jack, at Twin Cape. After a rough battle, a thoroughly defeated Carocas and Arthur shared drinks and camaraderie. Arthur learned a lot about the Grand Line from him. Following Carocas' suggestion, Arthur infiltrated a pirate crew that was entering the Grand Line. The pirates on this ship had considerable combat strength, and the sturdy hull was also a reason why Arthur chose this pirate ship. Of course, he was just hitching a ride to the Grand Line. Sailing on the sea could be quite dull at times, especially when just entering the Grand Line, where the pirate crew was completely in the dark. A gigantic sea fish dozens of meters long leaped into the air, and as it fell, it splashed a massive wave of seawater, completely soaking the deck and turning everyone into a drenched chicken. Only Arthur stood with a smile, holding an umbrella and looking at the surrounding pirates with amusement. "Time to eat," a square-faced man shouted as he walked out of the cabin, calling out to all the pirates. Countless pirates rushed into the cabin, but Arthur stood by the ship's railing, seemingly having no intention of joining the scramble for food. Soon, the square-faced cook came over and handed a plate of food he had prepared to Arthur. Although it wasn't lavish, the balanced mix of meat and vegetables looked appetizing, and the taste was quite good, far better than what the other pirates had. The reason the cook was giving Arthur special treatment was that his finger had been infected after a cutting accident, leading to the need for amputation of his entire hand. For a cook, losing a hand meant saying goodbye to his profession. However, this young man who had just been fished out of the sea miraculously healed his hand, and even the scars disappeared, leading to a continuous supply of special treatment ever since. "With your medical skills, it's a shame to be a pirate," the square-faced cook said, lighting his pipe with a hint of nostalgia. "It's a pity for the uncle to be a pirate with such great culinary skills," Arthur replied as he finished his meal in a whirlwind and turned to the square-faced uncle. "Captain Macy saved my life. Although I don't consider myself a pirate, I have killed 3 Navy officers with a kitchen knife," the square-faced uncle said with a self-deprecating smile. "All for survival," Arthur said meaningfully. "Indeed, whether pirates or Navy. In many cases, it was all about surviving and protecting important companions, making it hard to speak of right or wrong, or good and bad. I hear ahead is Dan Island, which is home to countless prehistoric monsters, and there are legends of cannibal tribes existing there," the square-faced uncle said with an expression of longing. "Uncle, trouble is coming." Arthur suddenly interrupted the square-faced cook, pointing to the southern sea. "What trouble?" The square-faced uncle was taken aback and looked in the direction Arthur pointed, only to see that the sea was relatively calm and posed no danger. Suddenly, the sea began to churn, with dozens of fierce tiger sharks slicing through the waves like speedboats. On the backs of the tiger sharks, which had enormous mouths, stood numerous men and women wielding harpoons, all camouflaged and looking like members of a primitive tribe. The sudden crisis left the square-faced uncle stunned. "Quick, go find the captain," Arthur said sternly. The square-faced cook nodded in confusion and quickly turned to rush back into the cabin. It must be said that the enemy chose their timing well, as it was precisely when the pirates were most lax during mealtime. Arthur stood on the ship's railing, watching the numerous riders on the tiger sharks. Suddenly, a waterspout as thick as a water barrel rose from the sea, crashing into the oncoming tiger sharks. What Arthur didn't expect was that the bodies of these tiger sharks were extremely hard, seemingly feeling no pain at all, and they continued to advance rapidly. Just as he planned to strike again, the pirates who had been in the cabin rushed out in a crowd. Upon seeing the enemies in the sea, they drew their weapons, ready for battle, while the cannons on the pirate ship aimed at the tiger shark riders. These sea warriors riding the tiger sharks threw their spears with all their might, and some pirates who were caught off guard were pierced through their bodies, their blood spilling out as they were nailed to the deck. Seeing their companions killed, the enraged pirates immediately retaliated. Whistling cannonballs fell into the sea, constantly raising towering columns of water. Some cannonballs aimed at the tiger sharks suddenly exploded, creating dazzling flames that shot up into the sky. But the power of the cannonballs was negligible against the tiger sharks' sturdy bodies. The enraged tiger sharks surged forward, continuously crashing into the ship's hull. Some pirates who fell into the sea didn't even have time to scream before being swallowed by the tiger sharks. "Get out of the way!" Captain Macy came over, suddenly lifting his eye patch on the right, revealing pupils that flickered like flames, resembling a demon from hell. This was the first time Arthur saw Captain Macy's devil fruit ability, and he was filled with anticipation. Suddenly, an unusual shockwave spread out, and the tiger sharks in the distance abruptly stopped their attack, twisting their massive bodies to begin attacking their own companions. The tiger shark riders also threw their spears with all their might at their original allies, leading to a fratricidal battle that stained the sea with blood in an instant. Watching the tiger shark riders completely defeated, Captain Macy, standing at the ship's railing, shouted proudly, "A bunch of vermin. Now you know the power of my illusion fruit, right?" Arthur secretly nodded. Captain Macy's illusion devil fruit ability was indeed very powerful, especially suited for such group battles. Suddenly, Arthur felt a sense of vigilance as a massive curtain of water formed on the nearby sea surface. At the same time, a sharp light wave beam shot in from below the distant sea. With a loud bang, the water curtain shattered, but it also completely neutralized the incoming light wave beam. Arthur was secretly alarmed. If he hadn't acted just now, the entire ship would have likely been shattered in an instant. It was hard to imagine what was lurking beneath the surface of the sea. The doubt didn't last long, as suddenly a gigantic sea beast, hundreds of meters long, burst out of the water. This sea creature, resembling a seahorse and entirely water blue, was the potential enemy that had just attacked. Sea King. Arthur was taken aback. He didn't expect to encounter the legendary Sea Kings so soon after entering the Grand Line. Generally speaking, Sea Kings are supposed to possess intelligence, but this one seemed to be acting under human command, completely becoming a tool for battle. It seemed that a fight was unavoidable. Arthur sighed and stepped forward to stand on the ship's railing, preparing for battle. Arthur was just about to speak when Captain Macy suddenly pulled him down from the ship's railing. Before Arthur could say a word, the square-faced chef Darwin rushed over, lifted Arthur onto his shoulder, and tossed him into the lifeboat on the sea. Although many pirates entering the Grand Line for the first time did not know that the monstrous creature before them was the legendary Sea King, no one had the courage to continue fighting in the face of such a terrifying giant. The mere presence of the enormous Sea King, even just standing on the surface of the water, had already demoralized countless pirates. The limited number of pirate ships were filled with those desperately trying to escape, with some even fighting, kicking, and killing their companions, leading to bodies continuously falling into the sea. "Kid, you must survive. It would be a shame if your medical skills were lost," Uncle Darwin, the chef, said to Arthur with a big smile on his face. His heartfelt smile felt like a final farewell, clearly indicating that Darwin did not intend to abandon the ship. Arthur clearly saw that Captain Macy, the first mate, and more than 30 pirates did not choose to abandon ship and flee, but instead remained steadfast at their posts. "Uncle, I'm actually not a doctor," Arthur replied sincerely in the face of that gentle smile. The square-faced uncle was taken aback and said with a mix of tears and laughter, "No matter what your identity is, kid, you must survive. There's no time. Set sail immediately." Captain Macy, with a serious expression, rushed over and commanded the alert first mate. The pirate ship revved up, quickly speeding away into the distance, while some pirates who didn't have time to jump into the lifeboats leaped into the sea in search of survival. Arthur was very clear about what Captain Macy intended to do. They were not abandoning the pirates to escape alone, but rather using the pirate ship as bait to protect the pirates in the lifeboats. Just as Arthur anticipated, the pirate ship that had just set sail fired its cannons under Captain Macy's command. Occasionally, one or two cannonballs hit the Sea King's massive body, seeming as ineffective as grains of rice hitting a human body. The Sea King's enormous eyes were fixed on the pirate ship, curiously wondering what these ants planned to do, perhaps waiting for the human who had just blocked its fatal blow to strike again. After a moment, the large Sea King, resembling a seahorse, seemed to lose patience, diving into the sea and swimming rapidly. Its massive body surged alongside the pirate ship in an instant. The giant form bursting out of the sea created towering waves, like a giant hand descending with the weight of a mountain. Hard to starboard, full speed ahead. Captain Macy urgently commanded from the pirate ship among the waves. The pirate ship quickly surged forward, moving against the descending waves. Just as the waves were about to engulf the ship, Captain Macy seized the moment and shouted loudly, "Drop anchor immediately, 3/4 to the left." The pirates steering the ship were momentarily stunned. Wouldn't that mean facing nearly a 100-meter wave? But the next moment, they quickly turned the wheel. The pirate ship swiftly changed direction, facing the nearly 100-meter wave, feeling as small as a leaf. Just as the powerful wave was about to swallow the ship, a miracle happened. The ship actually soared along the edge of the wave, like a train on a track. The pirates aboard finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly admiring Captain Messie's rich experience, as he had perfectly timed avoiding the wave's impact based on the water patterns. However, they had no time to catch their breath as another crisis approached. The Sea King let out a deafening roar, and the surrounding waters surged violently, causing the sea creatures in the vicinity to flee in terror. The nearly 100-meter-long tail rose high and came crashing down towards the pirate ship. Captain Messie ordered the pirates to evade with all their might, but the mast was still swept away. Clearly, the Sea King did not intend to let them go. Its massive tail struck down again. "It's over," the cook Darwin muttered, pale-faced, while the other pirates also looked dejected, and the first mate sat on the ground, holding his head and screaming in fear. "Don't give up." Captain Messie, with a fierce expression, personally took the helm and shouted loudly. Yet no matter how Captain Messie maneuvered, the pirate ship, unable to move quickly with the waves, could only watch helplessly as the 100-meter-long tail descended from above. With a loud bang, the Sea King's nearly 100-meter-long tail did not hit the pirate ship, nor did it even strike the surface of the sea. To the astonished gaze of Captain Messie and the others, a mist that stretched for several kilometers, seemingly faint and elusive, actually blocked the Sea King's tail. Captain Messie turned to look, incredulous at the sight of Arthur standing on the waves, calmly facing the wind. This young man, who had been casually fished out of the sea and seemed unremarkable, actually possessed the strength to confront the Sea King. Messie quickly recalled the powerful light wave that had nearly destroyed the ship earlier suddenly dissipating. Could it be that this young man controlled that curtain of water? For those with devil fruit abilities, seawater is a tremendous threat, and to think of a strong person who could control seawater was terrifying. The Sea King seemed to finally wait for Arthur to make a move, letting out a thunderous roar before suddenly shooting another ray of light directly at the pirate ship. Arthur smiled coldly, waved his hand, and Captain Messie's pirate ship was instantly pushed hundreds of meters away by the waves, easily avoiding the deadly ray's strike. With the support of the sea, Arthur took a small step and, in the next moment, was already standing on the pirate ship. Under the awe-filled gazes of Messie and others, Arthur calmly said, "You will take care of the pirates in the sea later, staying as far away from the island as possible. I'll handle this, Sea King." "Who exactly are you?" Messie asked tentatively. In Messie's view, with the strength of this young man, he could not possibly be unknown, and the ability to control water was truly astonishing. Remembering how he had treated him like a subordinate earlier, Captain Messie felt a hint of fear in his heart. Arthur, former second-class Navy soldier, he introduced himself casually. Suddenly, Arthur waved his hand, and a powerful water tornado rose from the sea, instantly dispersing the light waves shot by the Sea King. "You are Arthur? Oh my God!" Captain Messie looked at Arthur with admiration on his face. No one expected that a pirate with a bounty of 100 million would be so young. "Boss, who is he?" The first mate, standing aside, curiously inquired while sizing up Arthur. The first mate had never seen Captain Messie lose his composure like this. This young man, indeed, seemed very powerful. However, he was too young. Could he have some astonishing achievements? Captain Messie looked at Arthur with a you-have-no-idea expression and explained after calming down, "He is the legendary sea god Arthur, an absolute powerhouse who can control water. He single-handedly defeated the entire fighting force of the Feline Navy Division and captured a female Navy colonel. Although the Navy claims it was a draw, he recently took out the armed Vice Admiral Ross and his entire fleet, annihilated the Lord of Anshing City and many powerful figures, earning a bounty of 100 million berry." After finishing his breathless explanation, Messie looked at Arthur with admiration. "Knowing they were saved today. So you are the sea god Arthur." The first mate muttered in shock. 100 million berry was an astronomical figure for them, who had 0 bounties as pirates. The square-faced Uncle Darwin, who was the cook, was first taken aback. He quickly came to terms with it, realizing that he had sensed something extraordinary about this young man from the beginning, but he never expected him to be powerful to this extent. A wave surged up, sending the entire ship hundreds of meters away, landing steadily next to the lifeboats. Arthur nodded to Messie and the others, then leaped into the air, riding the waves towards the Sea King. "Captain, the Grand Line is so dangerous, we might as well." The first mate hesitated, almost backing down after nearly dying at the hands of the Sea King. Another pirate immediately suggested, "Captain Messie, Let's go back to the South Sea. We have a much higher status there. Useless. Messi angrily interrupted the first mate and confidently declared, "This is the Grand Line. Only the strong can survive. People won't always be weak. Someday, I will be as strong as him." Messi turned to point at Arthur, who was already engaged in battle with the Sea King. Suddenly, Messi stepped forward and raised his fist towards Arthur, as if in expectation and agreement. The cook Darwin came over and, like Captain Messi, raised his fist towards Arthur. The crew of pirates followed suit, standing in a row with their fists raised high. Watching Arthur fiercely battling the Sea King, each pirate seemed to be filled with strength. That boiling blood feeling almost instantly dispelled their fear of the Grand Line. It can be said that this encounter at sea completely changed Messi's fate, and years later. It even helped Arthur at a critical moment, but that is a story for another time. As Arthur rapidly advanced on the waves, a mist of water gathered around him. With the violent power surging, the sea, under the call of the sea god's power, continuously formed raging water tornadoes. Accompanied by the strong and biting sea wind, the fierce water tornadoes rose from all around, continuously striking the massive body of the seahorse Sea King. The Sea King, in pain, let out a deafening roar, its eyes turning crimson as it fixed its gaze on the human who dared to hurt it. The Sea King swept its body, creating a massive wave that surged towards Arthur, a powerful force that he could not control with his current strength. However, although the Sea King's impact was immense, its area of effect was wide, and the force was consequently dispersed, making it less precise. Compared to the Sea King, the relatively small figure of Arthur easily evaded the attack by utilizing the power of the ocean, hovering above the surface of the sea, ready to launch another assault. A huge curtain of water rose continuously around Arthur, blocking the lethal rays shot by the Sea King. Just as Arthur gathered his strength, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to the Sea King, the massive seahorse stirred up towering waves once again. "Great seahorse, this move is useless." Arthur sneered as he watched the surging waves rising hundreds of meters high. Arthur is well aware that marine creatures possess intelligence, and the larger and longer-lived the marine creature, the more transcendent its wisdom. However, this large seahorse in front of him, knowing full well that the waves cannot hit the enemy, still continues to use them as usual. This can only be attributed to the fact that animals act on instinct in battle. Using the seawater, Arthur easily dodges the towering waves, casually raising a curtain of water that rises from the surface of the sea to block the incoming deadly rays. Arthur was very confident. He was already familiar with the tactics of the sea monsters. First, they would use towering waves, followed by deadly rays, and in most cases, the enemy would already be defeated. That is why the sea monsters continued to use these two methods of attack repeatedly. Such sea monsters were truly weak, even failing to ignite Arthur's fighting spirit. However, this time, as the rising water curtain fell, the expected deadly rays did not appear. What made Arthur uneasy was that the sea monsters in the distance had vanished, and the water curtain he had summoned had become a barrier that concealed their movements. Suddenly, the sea monsters emerged from beneath Arthur's feet. Having come from the deep sea, he had not detected their presence. Trying to evade, Arthur was shocked to realize that with such a massive sea monster approaching, he couldn't escape at all with his speed. Water wave barrier. With no way to retreat, Arthur concentrated all his power and formed a transparent watercolored barrier around him. The massive head of the sea monster crashed violently against the watercolored barrier, and Arthur felt a tremendous shock throughout his body as the water wave barrier shattered. Arthur's mouth overflowed with blood as his severely injured body fell into the sea. The Sea King chased after Arthur, who had plunged into the ocean, its massive jaws lined with densely packed, sharp teeth resembling a mountain of blades, capable of easily crushing anything. At the critical moment, Arthur merged with the sea, narrowly avoiding the Sea King's fierce strike. However, the Sea King's keen sense of smell kept it from leaving, as it circled around, ready to eliminate the human that had angered it. As Arthur drifted with the currents, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, knowing full well how many bones had been broken. He could also clearly sense his heartbeat weakening and his breathing becoming labored, indicating severe damage to his heart and lungs. It had to be said that this was the first time Arthur had been so gravely injured. The wounds he had sustained during his confrontation with Rear Admiral Ross at Onshing Island were nothing compared to this. To make matters worse, the Sea King was watching him closely, leaving Arthur with no opportunity to shake off its pursuit at such a close distance. Despite possessing the power of the sea god and currently merging with the seawater, all his attempts to escape in a watery form had ended in failure. The massive size of the sea creature provided no advantage in swimming speed. The moment he reverted to his physical form, he would be killed by the Sea King circling nearby. Arthur had no chance of escape. In this dire situation, Arthur struggled to calm himself and continuously thought about how to confront this powerful and intelligent Sea King. He now clearly realized that he had underestimated his opponent. This Sea King possessed an intelligence comparable to that of a human. The reason it had repeatedly slammed its body against the surface of the water, raising useless waves to attack, was merely to catch Arthur off guard and then suddenly change its strategy using the element of surprise. If Arthur hadn't been able to transform into water and narrowly avoided a fatal blow, he might have already been the Sea King's prey. Between life and death, Arthur decided to take a gamble. Taking a deep breath, a column of water formed hundreds of meters away, the farthest distance his control over the sea had reached. Indeed, the Sea King's acute sense of smell detected the movement immediately. It merely shifted its body slightly and was already close to the position of the water column. With its gaping jaws, it lunged down, its razor-sharp teeth slicing through the surface of the sea, making Arthur's heart race. If he were to be bitten directly, he would undoubtedly die. Seizing this brief moment, Arthur instantly materialized and took out the blue glass vial. Although he knew that the vial could only dispense 1 drop of liquid each day to heal all external injuries, he was unsure if it could be swallowed directly. However, with his severe injuries and no way to escape, Arthur had made up his mind not to flee any longer. With so many experts in the Grand Line, if he couldn't handle one Sea King, how could he face the swarm of bounty hunters and the powerful navy in the future? He still needed to search for his father and older brother, and he had to return to York Island. Couldn't he die here? A drop of black liquid fell into his mouth and flowed into his stomach, causing Arthur to suddenly burst into tears. Arthur once thought that the expired, moldy canned food he had to eat while serving on a naval ship was the worst he could endure. Now, he realizes that those expired cans were actually delicacies. He couldn't help but lament the existence of such terrible-tasting things in the world. Just as Arthur felt he was about to be overwhelmed, a wave of heat surged through his body. To his surprise, fragments of memories about the power of the sea god, which had been buried deep in his mind, began to stir and unfold once more. In an instant of enlightenment, Arthur's strength underwent a significant enhancement. If before he could only summon the seawater and guide it with his strength, now the ocean had gradually become a part of him. His control over power expanded, and he could even clearly discern the Sea Kings, which had previously eluded him in the depths of the ocean. In a true sense, Arthur had finally caught a glimpse of the path to mastering the power of the sea god. Floating in midair, Arthur slowly opened his eyes. The fear he once felt when looking at the Sea Kings was gone, replaced by determination and confidence. The Sea King let out a thunderous roar, its massive body suddenly bursting from the surface, slamming its solid head towards Arthur with the force to crush a giant mountain. Calm and composed, Arthur did not retreat but charged forward, his raised fist creating swirling waves around him as he delivered a thunderous punch into the air. The gigantic Sea King was severely injured, its body twisting and rebounding back. As it fell into the ocean, it created immense waves, and the injured Sea King curled up, clearly in pain. With just one strike, Arthur, who once couldn't face the challenge, had actually defeated the Sea King with a single punch. The mysterious black liquid he had consumed from the small green glass vial not only healed his injuries completely, but also led to a tremendous leap in his strength. Arthur felt confident that if he were to face the naval major, Ross, again now, without considering hockey, he believed he could resolve it with just one punch. The massive seahorse burst out of the water again, opening its enormous mouth, risking the dignity of the Sea Kings as it charged at Arthur. Although it had experienced Arthur's strength and knew this human was not to be trifled with, as a dominant creature of the ocean, the Sea King would never accept the humiliation of defeat. Arthur frowned, his eyes narrowed and his hands crossed. Spear of the Sea God. With a loud shout, a spear over 3 zhong long quickly formed in Arthur's hands and was fiercely thrown at the approaching sea creature. A flash of cold light passed by, and the water spear instantly disappeared as if it had never existed. A clear blood hole appeared right in the middle of the giant seahorse's head. This blood hole was so small that it could be completely ignored, yet it had completely pierced through the sea creature's tough skin, instantly penetrating its most solid skull. With a loud crash, the giant sea creature's massive body fell onto the surface of the sea, sending waves soaring into the sky. What a waste! Standing on top of the sea creature's head, Arthur exclaimed regretfully as he looked at the enormous sea creature. If the pirate ship were still here, perhaps Chef Darwin would help him prepare a sumptuous roasted meat dinner. However, They should have already left this sea area. You actually killed Hua. A voice filled with fear came from not far away. What the hell is Hua? Who else is speaking? Arthur suddenly froze and looked closely. He soon discovered a girl with a face painted in camouflage and snow-white skin crawling out of the giant seahorse's brood pouch, looking at him in terror. The girl had a perfect appearance. Any extra weight would seem plump, and any less would seem thin. Although she looked young, her figure was quite developed. Is Hua it? Arthur pointed at the dead sea creature in confusion. Hua is the sacred beast of our Sea Team 1, used to fight against the enemies of the celestial and earth races. The girl quickly reacted, glaring at Arthur with anger and coldness. No, you killed our sacred beast. Which makes you my enemy. I want to duel with you. You might be mistaken. I'm not your enemy. Oh, so it's not. Sigh, then how did Hua die? Then you're the enemy, but that's not right. You just said you aren't. How can I be sure you are? The girl was completely confused, standing alone on the corpse of the sea creature, talking to herself. Arthur instantly gave up on talking more with the somewhat confused girl. He planned to head to the Shamboli Islands as soon as possible, having no time to waste here. However, it seemed that a group of pirates had been captured on the island, and according to our tradition, they were to be fed to the sea beasts. The girl said with a serious expression. Arthur turned to see that the girl was holding a beautiful white seashell, seemingly just having received news about the capture of pirates. There were no pirates around, and the only explanation was that Captain Macy and his crew had just been caught. I'm sorry, little beauty. Amid the terrified cries, Arthur hoisted the girl onto his shoulder and waded towards the direction of the island where she had come from. Arthur's mind moved, and based on the direction of the ocean currents, he quickly determined the location of a distant island. After kidnapping the confused girl who had come to him, Arthur followed her directions and walked on the waves, reaching the waters surrounding the island in no time. It's somewhat inaccurate to call it an island, as the landmass before him was immense, with countless fiery red, jagged peaks soaring into the sky like a row of guns. According to the confused girl, this place was known as the Island of the Sea, a world where sea beasts and humans coexist harmoniously. To the north and east were the Island of the Sky and the Island of the Earth, and the three had been engaged in countless years of mutual warfare and plunder, even forgetting why they had started fighting in the first place. However, Arthur soon realized that this confused girl had made another mistake. Suddenly, several winged birdmen flew over from a nearby island. These birdmen wielded spears and flapped their wings, quickly approaching Arthur. If he guessed correctly, this was definitely not the Island of the Sea, but rather the Island of the Sky, which had a hostile relationship with the Island of the Sea. Who are you, daring to invade my sky domain? The leading fierce woman pointed her spear at Arthur and coldly questioned him. Although the birdmen were shocked that Arthur could stand on the waves, they were in the Great Route, and some extraordinary individuals were not surprising. What are you doing here? Arthur smiled and retorted, you all should just leave. The group of birdmen was taken aback, exchanging glances, unsure for a moment. Yes, what were they doing here? Suddenly, they realized something was wrong. This kid had barged in, and his counter-question left them speechless. Isn't this the little princess of the Island of the Sea, Nancy? A robust birdman on the far left pointed at the confused girl on Arthur's shoulder, exclaiming, That's right, it's really Nancy. Quickly notify the king. The fierce woman immediately ordered, and two birdmen hurriedly flew toward the Island of the Sky. Hand her over, and I'll spare your life. The fierce woman coldly demanded, staring aggressively at Arthur. What benefit would I get from handing her over to you? I heard that the Kingdom of Earth seems quite interested as well. Arthur, resembling a businessman, started to bargain with the group of birdmen. You will gain the honor of being a VIP of the Island of the Sky, the friendship of the Sky Clan, enough to ensure your safety in the Great Route. The fierce woman said proudly. So that means in the second half of the Great Route. I can also report the name of the Sky Clan, Arthur said with a playful smile. The fierce woman was taken aback, her face turning red with embarrassment. Just now, she had been boasting, even in the first half of the Great Route, in the area known as Paradise, while the Sky Clan had some deterrent power. It could not guarantee Arthur's safety. As for the four emperors, they were supreme overlords, not something a small island like theirs could confront. Her earlier arrogant bluster was to seize Princess Nancy, but she did not expect Arthur to see right through it, leaving the leading birdman feeling quite awkward. Are you really going to hand her over to the Sky Clan? The confused girl Nancy looked at Arthur with tearful eyes. Seeing that Arthur was unmoved, Nancy began to sob pitifully, saying that if she fell into the hands of the Sky Clan, she would surely be flayed and drawn, torn apart by horses, thrown into a snake pit, boiled in oil, or thrown onto a mountain of blades. In an instant, Nancy, who was being carried on Arthur's shoulder, began to cry out in grievance. Arthur, amused and speechless, looked at the group of birdmen, and said with a smirk, "We're just passing by. Bringing Nancy over for a visit. Goodbye. Where do you think you're going?" Seeing Arthur about to leave, the birdmen rushed over. However, fearing for the safety of the little Princess Nancy from the island of the sea, they did not throw their spears, instead rushing over, clearly intending to capture Arthur on the spot. "What, planning to rob me?" Arthur coldly smiled and waved his hand, forming several water bullets around him that struck the rapidly approaching birdmen like lightning. Arthur had long planned to exchange Princess Nancy for Captain Messi and the others who had been captured earlier. He absolutely could not hand them over to this group of mysterious bird people. "Which way?" Arthur asked Nancy. It was better to clarify now. He did not want to make another trip to the island of Earth. Princess Nancy furrowed her brow, as if she had encountered a huge problem, and finally raised her chubby left hand to point to the left, firmly telling Arthur, "The right side." With a bitter smile, Arthur helplessly replied, "Left is good. Right is bad. Which way is left?" Princess Nancy asked with a confused expression. Hearing her muddled words, Arthur almost fell headfirst into the sea from the waves, realizing that this Princess Nancy was completely directionally challenged. With no other choice, Arthur randomly selected a direction and swiftly rode the waves forward. Arthur had just left not long ago when a handsome man dressed in armor and holding a sharp sword, resembling an ancient Roman warrior, appeared on the surface of the sea. 6 wings fluttered slightly, and his sharp gaze swept back and forth. But there was no report of Nancy's presence from his kin. After a moment, a member of the Celestial clan, who finally arrived here, hurried forward and respectfully saluted the handsome man, saying, "Respected king, our people were all injured in a single blow. The opponent clearly does not intend to hand over Princess Nancy to us. Are they planning to give her to the terrestrial clan?" The handsome man furrowed his brows and coldly ordered to immediately send elite troops to blockade the aerial space of the terrestrial island, stating that no matter the cost, they must retrieve Nancy. If they cannot seize her, kill. The Celestial clan felt a tremor in their hearts. Killing the little Princess Nancy of the aquatic island would surely provoke a great war. However, it must be said that the confused little Princess Nancy possessed incredible power. Once she fell into the hands of either side, it was possible for her to annihilate the other 2 clans and unify the 3 islands. Although the Queen of the aquatic island did not plan to use Nancy as a weapon, the Celestial and Terrestrial islands had already engaged in fierce competition, with the only consensus being that she must not fall into the hands of the other side. Above the sea, Arthur suddenly stopped and looked at the distant surface of the water. "Since you are here, come out." The surface of the sea rolled over, and soon more than 10 giant sea beasts, each more than 10 meters long, emerged from beneath the water. Many members of the aquatic clan, holding spears and standing on the bodies of the sea beasts, stared intently at Arthur, who was hovering above the sea. A woman dressed in luxurious clothing, holding a scepter, stood proudly. This woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, had a beautiful face and a cold, fierce expression, clearly accustomed to being in power, exuding an extraordinary aura with her every move. The red and white striped short-sleeve round-neck shirt revealed her beautiful collarbone, while her long, fair thighs were quite enchanting. On her left wrist, there was a series of tiny red circle bracelets that shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Her hair was fluffy and pinned up with curled eyelashes fluttering, and her dark red eyes exuded a mysterious allure. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. You really plan to head to the terrestrial island?" The cold-eyed woman fixed her gaze on Arthur, but out of concern for Nancy's safety, she did not dare to make a move. Arthur shook his head helplessly. It seemed that today was really not suitable for going out. He ended up choosing the island of Earth after half a day's deliberation. "Sisterina, please save me. This person wants to sell me." The confused little princess urgently called for help from the cold, stern woman. "Let her go immediately, or don't blame me for being rude." The cold woman, feeling anxious, tightly gripped her staff, looking worried. "I heard that you captured a pirate ship. How about making a deal?" "You mean that pirate ship? Those notorious pirates have already been fed to the sea beasts according to the rules." The cold woman was taken aback, not expecting that this guy was actually in cahoots with those pirates. However, with Nancy in this person's hands, Rena did not dare to hide anything. Thinking about Uncle Darwin and Captain Macy being dead, Arthur's expression darkened. "Then according to my rules, no captives are allowed to live." Arthur replied coldly. A mist of water formed around Arthur, instantly trapping Nancy inside it. Without air in the water bubble, it wouldn't be long before she suffocated to death. "Stop!" Rena exclaimed anxiously, resolutely addressing Arthur. "I am willing to exchange my life for hers." "Your Majesty, this cannot happen." The members of the Sea clan nearby quickly voiced their objections. First, I am Nancy's sister, and only then am I the queen of the Sea clan. Reyna raised her hand to interrupt the others, speaking with determination. My mind is made up. There is no need for further discussion. If you have the courage, then. Before Arthur finished speaking, a powerful jet of water shot out, and Reyna did not evade it, instead colliding head-on. With a muffled grunt of pain, blood seeped from the corner of Reyna's mouth, and her trembling body clearly suffered a severe blow. That was for Captain Macy. Next is for Uncle Darwin. Arthur, high above the waves, showed no mercy as he struck again. Suffering a serious injury, Reyna let out a scream and weakly knelt on the sea beast. Her pale face slightly lifted, looking at Arthur with determination. A good gaze, but unfortunately you must die here today. Arthur did not care about Reyna's identity. Having killed Captain Macy and Uncle Darwin, it was only right to pay with her life. Arthur had even decided that the entire Sea clan would be buried with her. Suddenly, several members of the Sea clan in the distance were pierced by sharp harpoons, and with screams, their bodies fell into the water one after another. On several ships, a group of orc warriors armed with weapons continuously hurled harpoons at the Sea clan. Especially those massive crossbows on the ships could pierce through the bodies of sea beasts, and the large sea creatures that could not evade were shot and stained the sea with blood. The Earth clan, seeing the Earth clan come to their aid, Reyna, severely injured, felt a heavy weight in her heart. Watching her kin being slaughtered, she no longer cared about Nancy's life and rushed forward immediately. The staff in Reyna's hand emitted a dazzling light, and the tame sea beasts opened their massive mouths, charging towards the ships. The counterattack from the Sea clan arrived as expected, with both sides continuously throwing harpoons, and orc warriors from the Earth clan and the Sea clan fell into the sea, screaming in agony. The battle, which had just begun, was already reaching a boiling point. Facing off against sworn enemies, both sides were focused on defeating each other, while Arthur became a mere observer. Arthur stood coldly to the side, watching without any desire to participate, nor did he care who would win or lose. Under Lena's control with the staff in hand, the sea beast with blood-red eyes rushed towards the ship like mad, and within moments, 2 ships were smashed to pieces. Many orc warriors from the land tribe who fell into the sea didn't even have time to react before being swallowed by the approaching sea beasts. Numerous orcs who were not good swimmers struggled desperately in the water, only to be pierced by the javelins thrown down by the sea tribe, their blood staining the sea as their bodies slowly sank. Just as the battle intensified, several black, fast ships suddenly sped out from the side, and the catapults on the ships fired continuously. More than a dozen robust Minotaur warriors flew up from the catapults, wielding sharp, giant battle axes, and leaped down to chop at the heads of the sea beasts. Heart-wrenching wails followed, and several sea beasts that approached the ship were killed on the spot, throwing the sea tribe into chaos under the successive assaults. Additionally, the number of ships was several times that of the sea tribe, giving the land tribe a complete strategic advantage. As time passed, the number of sea beasts killed increased, and soon the heavily injured Lena was too exhausted to control the sea beasts for long. The uncontrolled sea beasts began to flee the waters, worsening the already unfavorable situation. And in a short time, the sea tribe was left with only 7 or 8 survivors, all of whom were injured. They resolutely gathered around their queen, tightly gripping their javelins, waiting for death with a sense of duty. Everyone, we are sorry. The injured Queen Lena looked at her tribesmen, her eyes filled with apology. If it weren't for her indulgence that allowed Nancy to run out alone and be kidnapped, they wouldn't have to venture into such danger. It was clearly a premeditated ambush. However, defeat is defeat, and one cannot blame others. They could only say that their strength was too weak. But at the final moment, Lena decided to do one last thing for her people. Your Majesty, it is our honor to fight alongside you. Several warriors of the Sea tribe, with resolute gazes full of respect, saluted Queen Lena. You are all great warriors. Return and focus on island defense. We must not let the Sky Island and Land Island take advantage. Lena urged earnestly. Your Majesty, what are you saying? We will follow your lead. A Sea tribe warrior with only one arm, wiping the blood from his eyes, boldly volunteered. I will lead everyone to buy you time. Please evacuate immediately. Lena felt touched, and just as she saw the land tribe's fleet charging towards them, she suddenly smiled and placed her palm on the forehead of the last sea beast. A dazzling halo radiated out, and tears suddenly flowed from the eyes of her innate sea beast, a giant seal over 10 meters long. Your Majesty, what are you doing? You are unilaterally breaking the contract. The Sea tribe warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Queen Lena. Every member of the Sea tribe had an innate sea beast, and as the queen, Lena's innate sea beast was even more powerful. Each sea tribe member chose a young sea beast to sign a contract with from a young age. The contract allowed the innate sea beast to become stronger. But if the sea beast died or the contract was unilaterally broken, the surviving party or the one who actively broke the contract would suffer severe damage. Now that Queen Lena was already heavily injured, unilaterally breaking the contract would mean certain death. A warrior intended to step forward to stop her, but was firmly held back by others. Are you guys just going to watch the queen die? That sea tribe warrior roared in anger. It's too late, you fool. Once the contract is broken, it cannot be undone. The other sea tribe members blocking the warrior were already in tears. Lena suddenly soared into the air and landed steadily on the corpse of a sea beast floating on the surface, calmly looking at her innate sea beast, the giant seal. The seal let out a painful wail of farewell, suddenly swallowing the other sea tribe warriors whole, and at great speed dashed toward the distant sea. The orcs, who intended to place the blame for killing the sea tribe queen entirely on the sky tribe, did not want the matter to be revealed. With a command, all the fleets formed a surrounding formation, and countless crossbows specifically designed to deal with sea beasts whistled through the air. The seal, continually being hit, bled profusely. But to fulfill Lena's last command, it did not pause, crashing through several ships and fiercely breaking out of the encirclement. Standing on the waves, Arthur quietly watched Lena. As a queen, she had indeed fulfilled her responsibility. However, Captain Macy and Uncle Darwin had died at the hands of her people, so Arthur would not let her go. Lena looked at Arthur, blood dripping from her mouth, the sea breeze blowing through her clothes and hair, making her look breathtakingly beautiful. You only want me dead, so I will die here. I hope you promise to protect Nancy. She is the last hope of the sea tribe. Lena said calmly and flatly. Why should I promise you? Your sea tribe must pay a price. Arthur coldly reprimanded, feeling morally pressured by Lena. If you wanted to kill, you would have acted long ago. Lena gathered her disheveled hair, a hint of a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. As the orcs of the land tribe approached in their ships, Lena suddenly threw her staff with all her might towards Arthur in the distance. The moment Arthur caught the staff, a tremor seemed to arise in his mind, but the initial enlightenment did not occur. Indeed, the kind of enlightenment that could lead to a qualitative leap in strength was entirely unpredictable. In fact, on the way to the Grand Line, Arthur had tried several times to swallow the black liquid from the mysterious blue glass vial, but enlightenment had never manifested. Yet this staff made Arthur feel a sense of tremor, likely indicating a close relationship with the power of the sea god. The orcs were closing in, and Lena knew very well what would happen to the women of the sea tribe, especially what would become of her as their queen if she fell into the hands of these orcs. The staff that symbolized the sea tribe had already been given away. Perhaps her sister could survive, and those tribesmen would surely return safely to the sea island. Blood continued to drip from the corner of her mouth. And knowing she wouldn't live much longer, Lena felt she had done everything she could. She drew the sharp dagger she always carried and looked towards the distant sea island, preparing to take her own life. But Lena's wish did not come true. A rush of water suddenly knocked the dagger away, leaving a shallow blood mark on her fair neck. You bastard! Do you have to watch me be humiliated? Lena panicked. She was not afraid of death, but the consequences of a woman falling into the hands of orcs were unimaginable. The shamans of the land tribe were best at healing and controlling hearts, and many captured members of the sea and sky tribes could not even die if they wanted to. Just as Lena attempted to take her life again, several dog-headed orcs jumped onto the sea beast's corpse first. Despite fighting desperately, the heavily injured Lena quickly found herself outnumbered and was captured by the multitude of orcs. Soon, a pigman wearing a leather coat approached, swaying his plump pig head. From the entourage of guards surrounding him, he should be an important figure from the D family. However, the pigman tried several times to lift his head, but couldn't do so at all, having to lean half-reclined with the support of the nearby beastmen, just so he could see Arthur, who was standing on the waves, suspended in midair. Arthur suddenly remembered that livestock pigs cannot see the sky, and it was unexpected that as a beastman, he still retained this characteristic. This outsider warrior, cooperating with our land tribe is a wise choice. The pig-headed man looked at Arthur, but his small eyes were fixed hotly on Nancy beside Arthur. Nancy, standing behind Arthur, was filled with fear and seemed to be very intimidated by these beastmen. Her previous confusion had disappeared, seeing that Arthur remained silent and dared not to regard him. The pigman felt a surge of anger in his heart, but with a friendly face he said, "As long as you hand Nancy over to us, we will pay you however many bellies you want, and we will also give you 10 fine slaves." What do you think? Sorry, I'm not interested in bellies, and that woman is to be taken by me. Arthur pointed to the dying Reyna in the distant cage. Because this staff had triggered memories of the sea god in his mind, Arthur planned to spare Reyna's life, intending to ask her about the staff before killing her later. The pigman was furious upon hearing this. This kid was really ungrateful. Reyna had to be brought back to the shaman. Not only could she survive, but she could also become a very good slave. At that time, the sea tribe might even defeat themselves without a fight. As long as they used Queen Reyna as bait, those thick-headed sea tribe members would surely rush forward eagerly to their deaths. In the eyes of the beastmen, capturing the sea tribe's Queen Reyna was just a matter of time. And how could they possibly hand over such an important person to Arthur? Are you joking? Heek, heek, heek. A glimmer of coldness flashed in the pigman's eyes, and his tone grew colder as he said, "If you plan to go against the land tribe, I don't mind taking you out on the spot." Before the pigman finished his words, all the ships at sea immediately aimed their huge crossbows at Arthur in midair. "Today, you are out of luck." Arthur chuckled coldly, and the originally calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent, with countless strong water columns soaring into the sky. The sturdy ships piloted by the orcs were pierced through as if they were made of paper, almost instantly. Countless orcs struck by the water columns fell dead on the spot, and the sea was littered with orc corpses. In just one move, the proud fleet of the Earth Clan was nearly annihilated. The pigman rolled off his chair, lying on the ground in shock as he watched the vanished fleet, which was one of the main fleets of the Earth Clan. They had just captured Queen Reyna of the Sea Clan, and such a powerful fleet was unexpectedly taken down by this mysterious strongman in a single move. The pigman regretted it deeply. If he had known, he would have never offended this terrifying demon, but it was too late. Spare me, spare me. Hee hee, damn you." Arthur's water strike gathered beside his fist and fell from the sky, instantly sending the pigman and several remaining orcs to their demise. A wave of the sea slowly approached, and the barely conscious Reyna was in a semi-unconscious state. Arthur glanced at the dazed little Princess Nancy and casually took out a mysterious glass bottle. He dripped the black liquid into Reyna's mouth, and the next second, a miracle happened. Her original injuries miraculously healed. "What did you make me drink, you bastard?" Reyna, now awake, retched and glared fiercely at Arthur. "It's an exciting potion. Do you like it?" Arthur responded with a cold smile. Just as Reyna was about to speak, she suddenly realized she was in Arthur's arms. Her face flushed as she hurriedly tried to pull away. However, the area of water controlled by Arthur was not large, and Reyna, who nearly fell, leaned forward to maintain her balance, completely leaning into Arthur's embrace. "I didn't expect the queen to be so proactive," Arthur said teasingly. "Pervert." With no way to retreat, Reyna could only resign herself, though her mouth remained defiant. Seeing Reyna's unyielding gaze, Arthur felt an inexplicable fire ignite in his heart. He abruptly pulled her into a fierce kiss, and Reyna kept hitting him until she finally surrendered, out of strength. Releasing the blushing Reyna, Arthur said lightly, "You are now my captive, and I have the right to do whatever I want to you. You might as well get used to it." "You." Reyna bit her lip, unwilling to speak. She was genuinely afraid Arthur would do something abrupt, as she was currently incapable of resisting. Moreover, her sister Nancy was still in his hands, leaving her with no choice but to endure the humiliation, her beautiful eyes fixed on Arthur. If looks could kill, Arthur would have died 1,000 times by now. Ignoring Reyna, Arthur controlled the sea currents, and the surging waves carried the three of them swiftly toward the sea island. "Your welcome ceremony is truly grand, my queen." Upon arriving at Sea Island, Arthur looked at the numerous fierce sea beasts surrounding the island. The warriors of the Sea Clan gripped their spears tightly, watching Arthur above the waves. No one expected that both Queen Reyna and little Princess Nancy had been captured by this outsider. Although the atmosphere was tense, no one dared to take the first action. Soon, an elderly man leaning on a cane, supported by 2 attendants, trembled as he walked to the front line. "Elder, why are you here?" The surrounding warriors of the Sea Clan looked at the old man anxiously. The highest authority of the Sea Clan, Elder Alfonso, should have gone to seek refuge, but had appeared here instead. If the elder were killed, who would lead the Sea Clan? With Queen Reyna and little Princess Nancy captured, and the Sky Clan and Earth Clan eyeing them covetously, the Sea Clan could be exterminated at any moment. "I am Elder Alfonso of the Sea Clan. Since you have brought back the Queen and the little Princess, it means we have a chance to negotiate." Although Alfonso looked very old, his mind was sharp, and he quickly found the possibility of reaching a consensus. "I need all information regarding this scepter," Arthur declared, holding the scepter aloft. Seeing the sacred scepter of the Sea Clan in the hands of an outsider, the members of the Sea Clan were incensed. If it weren't for the safety of Queen Reyna and little Princess Nancy, They would have charged forward and done everything to eliminate this person who dared to desecrate the sacred scepter. I will personally take you there. Welcome to Sea Island. Alfonso replied with a slight bow, indicating for Arthur to ascend the island. This was a city pierced by the sea, with residences built on the water, covered in dense seaweed, and countless waterfalls cascading down, creating an extraordinarily magnificent sight. Controlling the water vapor around Reina and Nancy, Arthur followed Alfonso through a dim cave until they reached a stone door. The heavy stone door was carved with many ancient pictographs, seemingly telling various stories. However, Arthur had no time to examine them closely. His mind was filled with a desire to reopen the fragments of the sea god's memories, to become stronger, which was his only thought at the moment. Alfonso bit his finger and wrote ancient characters with his blood on the heavy stone door. The blood quickly dried, and suddenly the ground shook violently, and the stone door slowly opened. A dazzling light shone from within, revealing a hall filled with countless ancient texts and a massive stone tablet gradually appearing before Arthur's eyes. This is a sacred place. Only royalty may enter. Elder Alfonso, leaning on his cane, did not proceed further, but looked at Arthur with a serious expression. If you don't want the royal family to die at the door, I suggest you continue forward, Elder Alfonso. Arthur is not foolish. Who knows what is in the hall? The cold voice made Elder Alfonso's face fill with anger. But he could only obey. Arthur followed Alfonso into the hall, carefully observing his surroundings. Although he was eager to obtain information about the scepter, he did not let his guard down. The huge hall was as bright as day, though it was unclear where the light came from. And soon the massive stone tablet caught Arthur's attention. It was covered with strange hieroglyphics, but to Arthur's disbelief, he understood all of it. The inscriptions described the history of the Sea Clan, a race that had been passed down since ancient times and seemed to have an inseparable connection with the sea god. Alfonso, the elder who was organizing the documents, quickly noticed Arthur's expression and felt a tremor in his heart. Could this person actually understand the writing? A shocking thought emerged in Alfonso's mind. This was impossible. The stone tablet had stood in the hall for countless years, and even after a lifetime of effort, Alfonso could barely comprehend more than 10 characters of those ancient hieroglyphics. An outsider, completely lacking any foundation in the Sea Clan's language, could never understand the symbols on this tablet. Elder Alfonso glanced at the queen, Reina, and the little princess, Nancy, who were trapped by waves and unable to move. A flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. The texts needed regarding the scepter of the sea soul were all here. Alfonso pointed to a thick stack of documents on the platform. There were many hieroglyphics, and Arthur could not read them all at once. Comparatively, the documents about the scepter of the sea soul attracted him more. As Arthur approached and reached out to take the documents, a sudden blinding light spread out, and the ground instantly formed a hexagram. Realizing something was wrong, Arthur remained cautious. When the halo dissipated, he was shocked to find that he was the only one left in the hall. Elder Alfonso, Queen Reina, and the bewildered little Princess Nancy had all vanished without a trace. The original brightness of the hall gradually faded, and soon, apart from the central massive stone tablet, the original tables, chairs, and bookshelves disappeared as well. Countless skeletons soon appeared on the ground, some belonging to giants several meters tall, and others to dwarfs less than half a meter, all evidently having been suffocated to death inside. Arthur was secretly annoyed. Despite all his calculations, he had still fallen into the trap. The elder named Alfonso was indeed deep-minded, and his earlier performance had completely deceived Arthur. Suddenly, a distant and cold voice echoed through the hall. Listen well, invaders. This sacred hall is not only a place for storing precious texts, but it is also a prison with the strongest barrier of the island of the sea. No matter how strong you are, you cannot escape from within. I would like to see how long you can survive without food or water. Arthur's heart sank. They intended to trap him here. Unwilling to accept this, Arthur's thoughts stirred, and the hazy water vapor quickly expanded, instantly permeating every corner around him. Soon, he despairingly realized that there was no exit from this cage. He even doubted whether he was still in the original space. His entire being focused, and the water vapor continuously formed huge water columns, violently crashing against the walls. Water flow, break for me. In an instant, the hall shook violently, but aside from some dust falling, Arthur's powerful water flow had not shattered even a single wall. Useless. I suggest you conserve some energy. Perhaps that way you can survive a little longer. Alfonso's triumphant voice echoed once more, as if he had anticipated all of this. Arthur sat cross-legged on the ground, trying to calm himself down, reminding himself to stay composed even in such moments. Elder Alfonso, I am willing to exchange food and fresh water for the sea soul staff. Arthur suddenly shouted into the air. Arthur knew very well that Alfonso would never let him go. Exchanging the staff for freedom was simply impossible. It would be better to use it to exchange for food and fresh water, which had a slightly higher chance of success. You little rascal. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? Alfonso was completely unmoved, dismissing Arthur's suggestion with disdain. Save your breath. By the time you turn to a pile of dry bones, I can still get the sea soul staff. Arthur felt a pang in his heart. This Alfonso was indeed an old fox. The request for food and fresh water was merely an excuse. Arthur primarily wanted to know how the food was being delivered. He believed that the direction from which the food arrived was the breakthrough point for escape. But he hadn't expected it to be seen through by Elder Alfonso at a glance. Aren't you afraid I'll destroy the sea soul staff? Arthur threatened coldly. If you could destroy it, I would consider you capable. Alfonso suddenly burst into laughter, completely unconcerned by Arthur's threat. In fact, Arthur had already tried to destroy the staff to see if it was related to the power of the sea god, but the sea soul staff was extremely hard, and even he couldn't damage it in the slightest. In the empty hall, aside from the dusty stone tablet, there were only bones scattered everywhere. Unable to escape for the time being, Arthur walked up to the stone tablet and examined the inscriptions. For him, time was all he had. The hieroglyphs on the tablet detailed the history of the Sea clan, from the genesis to the inheritance of the sea god's power. Just as the account of the sea god's deeds ended, the hieroglyphs mentioned a key phrase, a black liquid that could heal all wounds. Arthur quickly thought of the cyan glass vial. Although the black liquid had miraculous effects, only 1 drop could be extracted per day. If he could get even 1 more drop, it would be equivalent to gaining another life. However, just as Arthur wanted to take a closer look, the text on the stone tablet came to an end, leaving only a fist-sized black hole. Cursing the person who inscribed the tablet in his heart, Arthur suddenly noticed that the black hole seemed to be just the right size to fit his staff. After a moment of thought, Arthur casually placed the sea soul staff into the black hole, but after half a day, there was no response. Just as he was losing patience and preparing to take the staff out, the stone tablet suddenly shook violently, and with a loud crash, it shattered. At the same time, the barrier that had trapped Arthur inside disappeared, and he found himself back in the hall where it all began. Arthur was overjoyed, as he didn't expect that this stone tablet was the key to breaking the barrier. Fortunately, he had not destroyed the sea soul staff back then. Otherwise, he would have been trapped inside forever. Taking out the sea soul staff from the collapsed and shattered stone tablet ruins, Arthur was astonished to find that the staff had clearly diminished by 1/3. Since the sea soul staff had 2/3 remaining, it meant that there were 2 other stone tablets with the same function. The hieroglyphs carved on them filled Arthur with anticipation. Since the first stone tablet was on Sea Island, it was highly likely that the other 2 stone tablets were on Earth Island and Sky Island. For a moment, Arthur became puzzled. Since the key to this stone tablet was the sea soul staff, it was very likely that the person who carved the tablet belonged to the Sea clan. So why divide the stone tablet into 3 pieces and place them on 3 different islands? What kind of relationship did these 3 clans have in the past? Arthur quickly realized that the more he knew, the more new questions arose. For Arthur, the most urgent task was to find the inscriptions about the legacy of the sea god and to deal with the Sea Soul clan that had imprisoned him in the sacred hall. As Arthur hummed a tune and swung the sea soul staff while walking out of the cave, the warriors of the Sea clan stationed at the entrance were suddenly frozen in place. No one had ever come out of the sacred hall, and this person appeared before them, smiling and walking away as if they were invisible. Damn it, the invader. The Sea clan warriors, regaining their composure, threw several spears at Arthur with all their might. However, the spears suddenly hovered in midair. With a casual wave of his hand, Arthur redirected them, instantly piercing the stone wall. If they had been off by just a little, those Sea clan warriors would have been impaled on the spot. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured droplets of water that struck like bullets at the warriors' foreheads. Watching the Sea clan warriors lying sprawled on the ground, knocked unconscious with swollen foreheads, Arthur continued to hum his tune as he made his way toward the center of Sea Island. Arthur held back because the Sea clan was descended from the sea god, and he had been saved by the power of the sea god multiple times. It was truly unreasonable to massacre the Sea clan. However, not long ago, Elder Alfonso had imprisoned Arthur in the sacred hall, attempting to starve him to death. He also could not ignore the grudge against Captain Messi and Uncle Darwin. Whether to take action to destroy the Sea clan left Arthur feeling somewhat hesitant. Soon, Arthur arrived at the port and found a group of Sea clan warriors cleaning a ship. Judging by the hanging skull flag, it must be a pirate ship. Seeing that the intruder, who had been imprisoned by the elder in the sacred hall, had swaggered in here, the Sea Clan warriors rushed towards Arthur. 1 against 100. The two sides quickly clashed, and the sound of clashing swords and knives rang out. They turned to face each other, with two Sea Clan warriors lying unconscious on the ground from being punched, while an unscathed Arthur grinned, holding two battle axes. The Sea Clan soldiers charged again, and Arthur swung the axes in a flurry of strikes. As the assault paused, Arthur casually tossed the two battle axes to the ground. At the moment the axes hit the ground, all the weapons in the hands of the Sea Clan warriors shattered, and simultaneously, everyone's belts were cut off. Just as the Sea Clan warriors went to pull up their pants, a wave of water wrapped around them, instantly trapping nearly 100 Sea Clan warriors in place. Whereas Captain Messie's pirate ship, Arthur scanned the port for a moment and stepped forward, stepping on the head of a warrior who looked like a captain, coldly inquiring. The only pirate ship captured in the past half-month is the one in front of you. The captain replied, unyielding yet respectful. Nonsense. Where exactly is Captain Messie's ship? Arthur's tone grew colder, sharp water blades forming at his fingertips. He had no qualms about killing those who did not cooperate on the spot. Captain Calamon is telling the truth. A frail Sea Clan boy mustered his courage to speak to Arthur. These pirates have been fighting us for nearly a year, killing many of our kin, and they were only recently captured. According to the customs of Sea Island, they have all been sent to feed the sea beasts for dinner. You can kill or mutilate them as you please. Captain Calamon stared intently at Arthur. Wait, that's not right. Arthur stepped back, pacing back and forth to organize his thoughts. The pirate ship was clearly not Captain Messie's. The structure and size of the ship, especially the pirate flag, were different. Moreover, the Sea Clan boy had just said that these pirates have been fighting them for a year, while Captain Messie and the others had only arrived at the Grand Line less than a day ago. Although it was very likely that these Sea Clan members were lying, Sea Island was only so big, there was only one port, and the Sea Clan did not have a habit of sinking ships. If the issue returned to its origin, Arthur had come to the island to destroy the Sea Clan to avenge Captain Messie and Uncle Darwin. If the killed pirates were not Captain Messie and the others, then Arthur had no reason to be hostile towards the Sea Clan, especially since they were descendants of the sea god. You swear everything you said is true? Arthur stared at the boy, a violent, killing intent enveloping him in an instant. I swear by the name of the sea god. Though the boy trembled under the pressure of the killing intent, he still looked at Arthur seriously with his azure blue eyes. Take me there. Arthur pulled the boy along to the coast where food was fed to the sea beasts. Huge and ferocious sea beasts continuously thrashed in the water, seemingly waiting for food to be thrown down. After checking the pile of personal belongings that had not yet been burned, Arthur could fully confirm that these people were not Captain Messie and the others. Arthur was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, he had hesitated earlier and did not slaughter all members of the Sea Clan he encountered. Now, the situation was still somewhat manageable, and it was worth mentioning that Queen Reyna of the Sea Clan and the confused little Princess Nancy were both saved by him. As for killing the Sea King's holy beast and forcibly kissing Queen Reyna, those details could be completely overlooked. Just as Arthur released all members of the Sea Clan and prepared to head to the palace to clarify everything, numerous black dots suddenly appeared on the sea, quickly turning into nearly 100 warships. The heavy sound of drums filled the air with a daunting presence, and the swaying red orc flags represented the entire main force of the Earth Clan arriving. In the sky, countless birdmen from the Air Clan, armed with knives, guns, and spears, formed a unified column and flew rapidly towards Sea Island under the leadership of their chief, the six-winged angel. It was unexpected that the Earth Clan and the Air Clan, originally deadly enemies, would temporarily join forces to prepare to flatten Sea Island. Quickly go back and inform Her Majesty the Queen, Captain Calamon ordered, pointing at the two Sea Clan warriors. The rest of you, follow me to block them. With just you all, do you think you can hold back the joint attack of the Air Clan and the Earth Clan? Arthur said dismissively, stretching and moving his muscles in place. Don't think we will be grateful to you. Leave quickly. This is not your war, and there is no need for you to die in vain. Captain Calamon issued an eviction order. Listen, I really don't want to meddle, but I have my reasons to act. Arthur forced a smile and suddenly changed his tone, continuing, of course, as a reward, after everything is over. I want your queen and princess to serve me drinks and dishes as a reward for protecting Sea Island. You scoundrel, you dare to think of defiling our queen. Captain Calamon's veins bulged, and if he didn't know he was no match for Arthur, he would have certainly chopped this kid into pieces. Just leave. I can handle this, Arthur said confidently, staring at the joint army approaching the shore. Don't be ridiculous. Even if you could defeat us, you still cannot face the combined military forces of the two clans. Captain Calamon was taken aback by how arrogant this kid was, thinking he could single-handedly oppose the united forces of the Air Clan and the Earth Clan. Remember, I am the god you believe in. A powerful aura spread out, leaving Captain Calamon speechless, and besides, I'm still waiting for Queen Reyna to serve me drinks and dishes. On the other side, at the center of Sea Island, the wide white wave lake was where the palace of the Sea Kingdom was located. Inside the splendid palace hall, numerous generals and elders of the Sea Clan were engaged in heated debate. The focus of the argument was whether to fight or retreat, and of course, some elders proposed giving up land and paying reparations for peace, implying even the sacrifice of the queen. Such humiliating conditions immediately drew strong opposition from the generals, and during the debate, some even drew their weapons, turning the solemn hall into complete chaos. The audience was abuzz, while Queen Reyna, sitting on the throne, was left aside, softly speaking to the confused little Princess Nancy. At that moment, the heavy doors suddenly opened, and a group of Sea Clan warriors who had been on the coast surged into the hall, led by Captain Calamon. Calamon knelt on one knee, respectfully addressing Queen Reyna at the top of the steps. Your Majesty, the joint forces of the Air Clan and the Earth Clan have landed near the harbor not long ago. Please make a decision soon. Before Reyna could speak, the elderly elder Alfonso stepped forward, slamming his staff on the ground and pointing at Calamon with disdain. Coward! As captain, you dared to lead your men to flee from the harbor. Are you still a brave warrior of the Sea Clan? Did you feed your honor to the sea beasts? Calamon's face was filled with guilt, and for a moment, he couldn't bring himself to mention Arthur blocking the joint army alone. Your Majesty, elders, generals. The young man stepped forward, speaking loudly and confidently. Captain Calamon is undoubtedly a brave warrior, and the one currently blocking the joint army of the two clans is indeed the outsider who was previously locked in the sacred hall. Upon hearing the youth's words, the crowd in the hall was in an uproar. They could hardly believe that for thousands of years, someone could actually come out alive from the sacred hall. Even more unbelievable was that this so-called invader was actually blocking the joint army of the Air Clan and the Earth Clan alone. This sounded absurd, yet everyone understood that the current situation was not a time for jokes. Thus, despite the incredibility, it was very likely that everything was true. Impossible. He could never escape the sacred hall. Elder Alfonso said, somewhat exasperated, clearly not believing that Arthur could survive leaving that place. Elder Alfonso. The focus now is on the joint army of the Air Clan and the Earth Clan, not on this invader. Queen Reyna said, her tone calm. Alfonso's heart sank, quickly realizing he had lost his composure, standing in front of the queen and directing her. This was a great taboo. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Alfonso hurriedly bowed and stepped aside, full of reluctance. Regardless of whether that invader is willing to help us, we must immediately evacuate the women and children. I leave this matter to you, Elder Alfonso. Yes, Your Majesty. Alfonso accepted the order and took Princess Nancy away from the hall. Reyna stood up, took the sword from her attendant, and surveyed the crowd, loudly commanding, all warriors, gather immediately in the main square. Follow me to confront the enemy. No need, Your Majesty. Save your strength. The problem has already been resolved. Before she finished speaking, a blood-soaked Arthur pushed open the main door of the hall and walked in. The intense, murderous aura making everyone present tremble in fear. In the Sea Island Palace over the White Wave Lake, all the officers, elders, and warriors were shocked as they stared at the blood-soaked Arthur. It was clear without guessing that this invader had just gone through a bloody battle. If what Captain Calamon said earlier was true, could this young man really stand against the joint army of the Air Clan and the Earth Clan by himself? This sounded absurd, but if everything was true, how terrifying must this young man's strength be? However, no matter how one looked at it, Arthur had once kidnapped the princess and the queen. Being an invader filled with hatred seeking revenge for his companions, he would probably be more than willing to see the Sea Island flattened rather than help them through this crisis. Moreover, the fact that Arthur appeared here, covered in blood, meant that the battle had already begun. The only one who came to the White Wave Lake was this invader before them, and not the joint army of the Air Clan and the Earth Clan. Could it be that the joint army had been defeated? What do you? Looking at Arthur stepping into the Golden Hall, Reyna, who stood up from the throne, hesitated. With a calm gaze, Arthur stepped forward slowly, and the once splendid hall was now deathly silent, the sound of his footsteps echoing throughout the palace hall. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. No one knew what this invader intended to do, and even the guards protecting the queen forgot their duties. For the Sea Clan, if Arthur had the strength to defeat the two clans by himself, resisting would only lead to their own destruction. Arthur walked along the red carpet that only the king could tread, making his way to the throne. Facing the breathtakingly beautiful Queen Rhaena, he suddenly chuckled. "It's time for you to fulfill our agreement." "What agreement?" Queen Rhaena was taken aback, looking at Arthur with a puzzled expression. Could it be that the queen was unwilling to keep her promise? Arthur's tone turned slightly displeased. After battling fiercely and defeating the powerful six-winged seraph of the Sky Clan and the mighty Beast King of the Earth Clan, he didn't expect Rhaena to be unwilling to honor such a minor promise. Suddenly recalling the condition Arthur had previously proposed, which required Queen Rhaena and the little Princess Nancy to serve wine and dishes as a reward for repelling the allied army, Captain Carryman thought it was merely a joke. Even though this young man was quite powerful, there was no way he could genuinely stop the allied army's advance. Moreover, such disrespectful words towards the queen were something Captain Carryman would never dare to utter, and even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have had the chance. With Arthur, covered in blood, standing in the hall while the allied forces of the Sky Clan and Earth Clan had yet to arrive, it meant he had truly created a miracle. "I don't understand what you're saying," Rhaena hesitated, unsure of what Arthur was trying to convey. However, on the surface, it seemed that Arthur had helped the Sea Clan. "Does that mean you haven't been informed?" Arthur turned to Captain Carryman in the hall. "Forget it." Arthur looked at Rhaena, speaking in a tone that allowed no negotiation. "To commend my achievements, Queen Rhaena, you and Princess Nancy must serve me wine and dishes as a reward." "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Someone seize this disrespectful fool," the captain exclaimed. "How arrogant! This is the royal palace of the Sea Kingdom." As soon as Arthur's words fell, the magnificent hall erupted with chaos. The elders and generals began to curse and shout, surprisingly united in their outrage. "While I was fighting against the combined forces of the Sky and Earth Clans alone, you idiots were still here debating whether to fight or negotiate. It's truly unexpected that the Sea Clan hasn't been exterminated for all these years." Arthur stepped forward, sitting indifferently on the throne, surveying everyone. "If all of this is true, then agreeing to your request is no trouble." Queen Rhaena unexpectedly agreed to Arthur's excessive demands. "Report." A scout from the Sea Clan rushed in, kneeling respectfully and reporting, "Your Majesty, the combined forces of the Sky and Earth Clans that just landed on the eastern coast have retreated. The Sky Clan leader, the six-winged seraph, has been killed, and the Earth Clan king, the behemoth, has had its head smashed. There are corpses of the enemy everywhere." The scout's voice echoed in the hall, leaving everyone present stunned and speechless. It was evident that everything was true. This young man named Arthur had indeed single-handedly defeated the entire combined army. Such an epic battle could only be accomplished by the legendary sea god, and the generals held Arthur in deep respect while the elders were filled with fear, as the surrender faction always had a guilty conscience. Many warriors of the Sea Clan wept tears of joy, thinking that today would be the day of their destruction following the death of the sacred beast, the Sea King. Faced with the joint attack from the two clans, the Sea Clan's current forces were utterly incapable of resisting. Many had even prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country. Yet unexpectedly, this invader transformed into the god of war for the Sea Island, fiercely crushing the main forces of both clans, and admiration surged forth. "You really did it." Rhaena was both surprised and delighted, momentarily at a loss for words, her gaze at Arthur becoming somewhat unnatural. Beautiful women love heroes. Although Rhaena was a queen, her youthful age could not escape such norms. Initially, Rhaena had wished to kill this scoundrel herself, but as time passed, Arthur, who could have sent her and the little Princess Nancy to the Sky and Earth Clans, safely brought them back to the Sea Island. Even while being imprisoned in the Sacred Hall, he managed to set aside past grievances and repel the two clans. This sense of responsibility and strength made Rhaena's heart flutter, especially after that passionate kiss, which changed her mindset. Compared to preserving the Sea Clan, serving wine and dishes was truly insignificant, which was also the reason Rhaena insisted on agreeing. Now that the Sky and Earth Clans had been defeated and the crisis had passed, the straightforward Rhaena would not be petty and would immediately order a national banquet to celebrate. "Wait." Arthur suddenly stopped Rhaena. Rhaena's heart skipped a beat, looking at Arthur with a momentary sense of panic. Did he have even more excessive demands? "Please bring Elder Alfonso out. I intend to have a friendly conversation with him." Arthur gritted his teeth and said, "Arthur, Elder Alfonso was just trying to protect us. Imprisoning you in the Sacred Hall was also a last resort." Rhaena hurriedly explained. Although Queen Rhaena did not understand why Arthur suddenly changed his attitude and stopped pursuing the matter of the pirates being killed, she naturally did not want to see Arthur take action against Elder Alfonso, who was highly respected in their clan. Reyna believed that Arthur could set aside past grievances to help the Sea clan and would understand that Elder Alfonso was acting in consideration of the clan. Queen Reyna, you underestimate me too much. Arthur smiled lightly. I don't intend to take revenge. Rather, your Elder Alfonso has issues. Has issues? Reyna was taken aback. Arthur's words were truly baffling. Alfonso had already been an elder of the clan long before Reyna was born. One could say that Alfonso watched Reyna grow up and step by step became the queen. How could there possibly be a problem? Even if there really was a problem, Reyna would never know. Although it sounded somewhat unbelievable, for some reason, Reyna did not doubt Arthur's words, and this feeling made her somewhat anxious. I saw the history of the entire Sea clan from the stone tablet standing in the sacred hall. Arthur said seriously, the history of the Sea clan? Can you actually understand the hieroglyphs on it? Reyna was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Those hieroglyphs were even older than the Sea clan itself. No one knew who made that stone tablet or who wrote the characters on it. For nearly 1,000 years, countless archaeologists who came seeking it returned empty-handed, and many within the clan spent their entire lives without understanding the meaning of the inscriptions. Even the elder Alfonso, whom everyone revered, could only recognize a little over a dozen characters after many years. That stone tablet was undoubtedly the greatest secret of the Isle of the Sea. And yet, Arthur claimed to have read the contents on it, which was even more unbelievable than him walking out of the sacred hall. Arthur frowned and said aloud to himself, back then, the Sea clan, the Sky clan, and the Earth clan were powerful forces established by 3 great heroes. They worked together and had defeated countless strong pirates and naval commanders. However, as time passed, under the guidance of certain individuals, the 3 clans gradually became fierce enemies. After several rounds of battles, they developed a blood feud. In other words, that individual or faction is the mastermind behind the scenes. Reyna, who was listening carefully to Arthur, immediately noticed the key point in this inscription on the stone tablet. Arthur glanced at Reyna with admiration. As expected of the queen of the Sea clan, she possessed an extraordinary sharpness. Indeed, she was the mist caller, who wielded the power of the faith totems. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, the Sea clan present was in an uproar. Some were shocked that the 3 clans had actually advanced and retreated together in the past. Others were filled with curiosity about the mist caller, and some completely dismissed Arthur's words, thinking he was talking nonsense. Indeed, over the years, many frauds had claimed to understand the contents of the stone tablet, but it was merely a self-aggrandizing farce. Mr. Arthur, how do you prove that what you say is true? An elder questioned. That's a great question. Arthur stood up and surveyed the Sea clan with pride, declaring loudly, because I'm the inheritor of the Sea God's power and can read the writings about the Sea God. This is also why I stepped forward to protect the Sea clan. More importantly, I have no reason to lie. These mist callers have been plotting to annihilate the 3 islands, and Princess Nancy is the key. The hall of the palace fell into a deathly silence, as everyone present was momentarily stunned into speechlessness. Could it be that the Sea God really existed, and the faith of the Sea clan was indeed being actively transmitted? Arthur's arrival at the Sea clan and his ability to understand the hieroglyphics on the stone tablet seemed to indicate something. As the originally murky veil of mystery was being lifted, the god revered by the Sea clan was actually standing before them. It sounded somewhat unbelievable. However, upon reflection, Arthur indeed had the ability to control the sea, and this powerful force was undoubtedly the Sea God's power, even to the extent of killing the Sea Kings, who were treated like sacred objects. Moreover, as Arthur mentioned, the confused Princess Nancy had indeed been a target for the Sky clan and the Earth clan. Just as everyone hesitated, Arthur suddenly took out the Sea Soul Scepter. Why is it missing 1/3? Queen Lena exclaimed in shock. The Sea Soul Scepter was the Sea clan's most treasured artifact. Whoever could wield it to control sea beasts would be the king of the Sea clan. Furthermore, this scepter, made of an unknown material, was sturdier than one could imagine. It had been taken 5 times over nearly 1,000 years, yet had never shown any signs of damage. But now, the scepter in Arthur's hand was indeed the Sea Soul Scepter, and it was unexpected that it was missing 1/3, completely shocking everyone present. The stone tablet in your so-called Holy Hall has collapsed, Arthur said calmly. What he didn't mention was that when the ancient stone tablet finally collapsed after who knows how many years, and the scepter lost 1/3 of its length, one of the originally dim, triangular gems at the top of the scepter suddenly shone brightly, emitting a captivating aquamarine glow. This further convinced Arthur that there must be 2 similar stone tablets on the Sky Island and the Earth path. What content would the hieroglyphics on the stone tablets record? What would happen when all the triangular gems lit up? Arthur was filled with anticipation. That is the king's scepter, You are merely an invading outsider. We cannot allow you to act recklessly. A heavily armored Sea Clan general suddenly stepped forward, attempting to snatch the Sea Soul scepter back. However, the moment he touched the scepter, the triangular gem emitted a blinding light, and in an instant, the general who tried to seize the scepter was sent flying, turning to ashes in the horrified gazes of the crowd. Could this be the legendary recognition of the scepter? Lena murmured, her expression towards the Sea Soul scepter becoming somewhat unusual. As the queen of the Sea Clan, Lena knew many secrets that others did not. She was well aware that the Sea Soul scepter held even more powerful forces. It was said that the scepter could control a greater number of Sea Kings, but she could only unleash a small fraction of its power. Even so, she was currently the most powerful member of the Sea Clan. It had to be said that the Sea Clan had indeed declined significantly. Now, however, the Sea Soul scepter in Arthur's hand seemed to have truly awakened, and the recent killing of the disrespectful Sea Clan general was the best proof. Suddenly, a soldier from the Sea Clan responsible for guarding, perhaps intimidated by the earlier scene, unexpectedly knelt before Arthur. This unintentional action quickly influenced everyone in the hall, even though many were unwilling in their hearts and harbored grudges against an outsider. They still knelt down one after another. It was indeed the Sea Soul scepter that had killed, not Arthur's power, which meant that the Sea Soul scepter had chosen the king for the Sea Clan. Arthur was also puzzled. Although he was preparing to repel the general who charged at him with water, he did not expect to be killed by the Sea Soul scepter. With a slight bitter smile, Arthur did not realize that he had inadvertently taken away Rhaena's position as queen. Although Arthur was not interested in this position, the Sea Soul scepter indeed could not be returned for the time being. Then let's summon Elder Alfonso. I really have many questions to ask him, Arthur said casually. From the hieroglyphics recorded on the stone tablet, Elder Alfonso indeed had many issues. He was intensely obsessed with studying the characters on the tablet and had killed several thieves who attempted to steal the Sea Soul scepter. However, how those thieves managed to enter the palace remained a mystery. Therefore, Arthur could conclude that even if Elder Alfonso was not the Mist Caller, he certainly had a close relationship with this force. At that moment, the generals and elders present all looked towards Queen Rhaena, who stood to the side with a fluctuating expression. Although these nobles did not take Queen Rhaena too seriously, they were more willing to trust their own kin compared to an outsider. Since Mr. Arthur has said so, let's summon Elder Alfonso. Although the Sea Soul scepter had chosen Arthur and almost taken her throne, making Rhaena feel gloomy, she was more concerned about her sister Nancy's safety than a puppet-like throne. Rhaena secretly hoped that Arthur was lying and that Elder Alfonso had no connection to the Mist Caller, the sworn enemy of the Sea Clan. This is bad. Suddenly, a soldier from a Sea Clan rushed in from outside, panicked, and reported to Rhaena, "Your Majesty, Elder Alfonso has killed the gate guards and forcibly taken Princess Nancy away from Bible Lake." "What did you say?" Queen Rhaena suddenly turned pale and nearly fell to the ground. "You all be careful and guard against enemy ambushes. Leave the matter of Princess Nancy to me." Without waiting for everyone to react, Arthur directly walked outside. "Arthur, please." Rhaena, looking very helpless, whispered her request. Upon learning that Nancy had been taken away by Alfonso, and that the esteemed Elder Alfonso was very likely the Mist Caller, who wielded the power of the totem, her heart was in chaos. At that moment, Rhaena was not the high and mighty queen, but rather a sister hoping for Arthur to bring her sister back safely. "Don't worry, I will fulfill my promise." Arthur smiled calmly, and in the next moment, his figure had disappeared from the spot. Following the footprints, Arthur quickly arrived at the edge of the sea island, where 7 or 8 Sea Clan warriors lay dead on the ground in disarray. From the lethal method of attack, it was clear that Alfonso had completely concealed his own powerful strength. It seemed that in order to rescue Princess Nancy, he would have to face a formidable enemy. With a rising fighting spirit, Arthur quickly advanced through the waves while searching for any movements on the surface of the sea. Soon, Arthur locked onto a certain area of the sea, where a crab several dozen meters in size was rapidly heading towards the island. Arthur surged forward with astonishing speed, aided by the ocean currents. Ever since his battle with the Sea Kings, his mastery over the power of the sea god had greatly improved. In no time, he arrived at the previously identified sea area, where a gigantic crab was swiftly gliding over the surface, with most of its body exposed. On the back of the crab, the Elder Alfonso of the Sea Clan, with a stern expression, was carrying the unconscious little Princess Nancy. Seeing that Arthur had caught up so quickly, Alfonso frowned and suddenly took out a conch shell, its distant and ethereal sound quickly resonating across the sea. Arthur, who was rapidly approaching, felt a stir in his heart as the staff in his hand emitted a blinding halo, instantly enveloping the entire sea area. Soon, the giant crab, which had been moving forward rapidly, suddenly began to spin in place as if it were drunk. No matter how much Alfonso urged it, it refused to continue moving. Just as Alfonso was about to confront Arthur in a fight to the death with Nancy in his grasp, a captivating floral scent suddenly wafted through the air. The giant crab, now under Arthur's control, surged off toward the distant path of the earth once again. Hovering in mid-air, Arthur coldly observed a barefoot woman in her 30s, exuding charm, who was smiling at him. You can actually use the Sea Soul staff. It seems the Sea Clan has finally produced a true king. The woman chuckled lightly, as if the Sea Clan was merely a joke to her. I don't have time to waste with you. Arthur's figure flickered as he quickly chased after the giant crab, only to suddenly be blocked by 9 hovering totemic golems. These enormous creatures, constantly engulfed in flames like colossal divine soldiers, exuded a tremendous sense of oppression. Alfonso was quite busy. Having captured Princess Nancy, he naturally needed to activate the God's armament as soon as possible. The woman wore a smile. God's armament? Arthur was taken aback. The hieroglyphs on the previous stone tablet did not record anything about God's armament, and who knew if this woman was trying to deceive him? We should thank you. If it weren't for the destruction of a stone tablet, we wouldn't have found the exact location of God's armament, the woman said with a smile. It was as if Arthur was not an enemy, but a longtime friend, and her highly persuasive, gentle words seemed capable of making anyone let go of their hatred. Get lost. Arthur was too lazy to engage in banter with this woman. He raised his hand, and countless powerful water columns formed around him, instantly transforming into numerous, seemingly sharp spears. Water gun strike. With a loud shout, countless sharp spears struck fiercely at those flying totem golems. However, when the waves dispersed, Arthur was shocked to find that those flying totemic golems were completely unharmed. He soon noticed that there seemed to be a layer of yellowish light surrounding the bodies of the flying totems, which had turned all the water wave attacks into nothingness. Clearly, this yellowish light shield was specifically designed to counter water attacks. Arthur quickly realized that his every move was likely being monitored by these mist callers. Arthur repeatedly attempted to evade the golems, quickly chasing after the already distant Alfonso, but each time he was blocked by the golems. Despite their massive size, these flying totem golems were surprisingly agile and swift, forming an impenetrable battle formation. Made of some unknown material, the flying totem golems had remarkably sturdy bodies, and Arthur's powerful water assaults, specifically aimed at them, could not destroy these golems designed specifically to counter him. As Arthur found himself in a passive position, he watched helplessly as the giant crab Alfonso was riding faded from view, feeling an urgent sense of anxiety, perhaps tired of merely defending. A barefoot woman in a purple robe suddenly raised her arm, and the 9 flying totem golems, which had been in a defensive stance, quickly formed a crescent-shaped formation. In an instant, flames of searing heat burst forth, converging into a massive fireball in the center, multiplying its power several times over. Even from several dozen meters away, one could already feel the astonishing temperature that could incinerate everything. As the enormous fireball rapidly approached, the seawater on the surface began to rise slowly due to the intense heat, but the condensed water vapor in mid-air was instantly turned to ashes by the high temperature. Arthur's entire body was engulfed in a wave of energy, and the sea surged violently in an instant, with towering waves hundreds of meters high crashing down like a mountain pressing down on him, thundering toward the fireball. The flames were extremely hot, continuously scorching the rising seawater. But after a moment, the fierce flames were still extinguished. Suddenly, Arthur felt a stirring in his heart and instinctively dodged quickly, but in the next moment, 9 magical statues appeared beside him. Each flying totem statue held a massive, sharp battle axe, which came crashing down toward Arthur, quickly transforming into water. Arthur retreated to avoid the attack, but one of the rapidly descending axes still grazed his back. Blood spurted forth, and in an instant, Arthur's back was streaming with blood. Had he not avoided a vital spot, he would likely have been split in half by the enormous axe blade. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his palm, Arthur slightly raised his head and looked into the eyes of the 9 flying totem statues, filled with an excited fighting spirit. The more dangerous the situation, the more Arthur could unleash his combat power. Struggling in adversity made him stronger. Defeating the 9 flying totem statues in front of him became the only belief in Arthur's heart at that moment. On the turbulent surface of the sea, Arthur, filled with fighting spirit, coldly gazed at the 9 flying totem statues before him. To destroy these statues, he had to find a way to break the outer layer of yellow shield targeting him. Otherwise, his attacks would always dissipate into nothingness. Water condensation spear. Arthur let out a furious roar, and before him formed a violent water column over 10 meters wide, spinning rapidly. The power surged continuously, and the rotation speed of the water column reached its peak, resembling a gigantic knight's lance suspended in midair. In the next moment, the water lance crashed down towards the 9 flying totem magic statues, seemingly intending to crush them completely with endless strength. Indeed, everything has its limits. Although these flying totem magic statues had a yellow shield against seawater attacks, theoretically, if the intensity was sufficient, they could be overwhelmed. Useless, sneered the barefoot woman standing on the totem, a mocking smile on her face. The 9 flying magic statues quickly formed a crescent-shaped formation, and with a thunderous sound, the massive water lance, nearly 100 meters long, struck the hovering flying magic statues. As the turbulent water splashed away, despite the tremendous power of the strike, the yellow shield around the magic statues managed to block it, rendering the attack null and void. "I told you it was useless," laughed the barefoot woman, looking at Arthur with a face full of disdain. "Who said it was useless?" Arthur retorted. The barefoot woman was taken aback and turned to look at the flying totem magic statues, which indeed showed no signs of damage. "Something's not right," the barefoot woman murmured softly. She suddenly realized that although the water strike had been blocked, the numerous splashes of water had adhered to the yellow shield and seeped inside. Meanwhile, those water droplets that penetrated the shield began to corrode the light from the outside like strong acid, quickly eating away at the protective barrier. If it couldn't be destroyed from the outside, then attack from the inside. With a loud boom, before Arthur's words had even faded, the next wave of attack was already upon them. "Stop! Help!" In the terrified gaze of the barefoot woman, the powerful water strike suddenly descended, shattering the 9 flying totem magic statues in midair. Arthur intended to capture the barefoot woman for questioning, but unexpectedly, a single strike shattered him into pieces. Quickly determining the direction in which Elder Alfonso had fled, Arthur immediately pursued him. The island of Earth, located in the southeast of the 3 islands, shocked Arthur with its unexpectedly desolate landscape upon his arrival. The island was filled with scorching winds and sands, littered with bones and dead grass, with not a hint of green visible for miles. Perhaps for the island of Earth, expansion was the only way to survive. Although the watermarks on the coast had faded significantly, Arthur could be certain that they were left by the enormous crab that Alfonso had ridden. As Arthur headed towards the center of the island of Earth, he soon entered a massive valley, flanked by towering, rugged cliffs. Although the winds and sands were still fierce here, Arthur seemed to sense an unusual smell of blood, and as the wind and sand swept through the valley, sounds of fighting and screams echoed. If he guessed correctly, this had once been an ancient battlefield. Who knows how many people had died here to leave behind this ever-present stench of blood. "Welcome to Jarl Valley, Mr. Arthur of the Sea Clan." Suddenly, a hoarse and deep voice emerged from the sandstorm, as if it were from hell. "What? Do you also intend to come here to die?" Arthur sneered. "Mr. Arthur, although I was surprised that you killed Maria, the Mistcaller is engaged in a great cause. So I ask you, an outsider, not to interfere. A great cause? Is it to exterminate the Sea Clan?" Arthur raised his finger, questioning the shadow in the sandstorm. This might be the most ridiculous joke Arthur had ever heard. That someone in this world considered killing to be a great cause and spoke with such righteous indignation. The so-called power of faith could indeed be terrifying at times. "No, you are mistaken, Mr. Arthur. Our goal is to annihilate the 3 clans," the shadow in the sandstorm said seriously and calmly, as if it were a common occurrence. "Originally, the Air Clan, Earth Clan, and Sea Clan were continuously slaughtering each other, and with the passage of time, they would eventually perish. However, your appearance has made it very likely that the 3 clans could return to peace, which is why we can only rely on the arm of God." The shadow raised its head, its blood-colored eyes on the left fixed on Arthur, as if it could see through his soul. Although time was pressing and Arthur needed to find Alfonso quickly, this shadow in the sandstorm seemed to know everything. Even though Arthur was well aware that the other party was stalling for time, he remained calm and asked again, "Tell me, what exactly is the arm of God?" "I can only tell you that it was originally an ultimate weapon that could only be used when the 3 clans faced an unbeatable enemy." The shadow suddenly moved from its original position, raising an arm to swiftly disperse the incoming water flow that Arthur tentatively sent forth. With a smirk, it continued, "And the key to unlocking this weapon is the blood of Princess Nancy." How is that possible? Arthur found it hard to believe. Although it was just a tentative strike, that powerful water flow could shatter even a small mountain in an instant. Yet this shadow, which had been hiding in the sandstorm, merely waved its hand and blocked it. Moreover, Arthur clearly realized that it wasn't that the other party had become stronger. Rather, he had become weaker. The reason was likely related to being in this ancient battlefield. The winds and sands suddenly intensified. The shadow stepped forward a few paces and slightly bowed to Arthur, saying, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am from the Mistcaller clan. Sandstorm Mom." Arthur finally saw clearly the member of the Mistcaller tribe who called himself Mom. His tall yet abnormally thin body was densely wrapped in white bandages, looking just like a mummy. His right arm was extraordinarily large, even larger than his entire body, with decaying red flesh emitting a foul odor. And on it was a giant eye. What shocked Arthur the most was Mom's only left eye, which shone with a menacing blood-red light, as if it could penetrate the soul of a human. "To be honest, I don't want to kill you. I prefer a living specimen over a corpse," Mom said with a chilling laugh while staring at Arthur. "Being ugly doesn't matter. It's your fault for coming out to scare people." Having roughly understood the situation, Arthur felt a surge of energy all over his body. It seemed that, just as the hieroglyphs on the stone tablet recorded, the Mistcallers were indeed the greatest enemies of the three tribes, always existing and looking for opportunities to annihilate them. The only fortunate thing was that since the Mistcallers were using the internal strife of the three tribes, and even employing the divine armament, it proved that their numbers were likely not many. Furthermore, they were not sufficient to confront the united full strength of the three tribes. That so-called divine armament should be the greatest offensive weapon of the three islands, but it could only be activated with the blood of a bloodline inheritor. As time passed, the mystery that seemed to be wrapped in mist was gradually becoming clearer. Arthur quickly condensed the moisture around him, forming countless sharp water blades that slashed down upon Mom like a torrential rain. The enormous arm raised, and a powerful gust of wind howled as the sharp water blades were scattered in midair. Just as Mom lowered his arm, Arthur suddenly lunged forward, his fist wrapped in a strong vortex, striking Mom's face with a thunderous hit. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing sand and rocks to fly, and Arthur staggered back a few steps to steady himself, blood suddenly oozing from the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Mom was knocked back several dozen meters, his entire body crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. With just one strike, the outcome was clear. Interesting, very interesting. Mom stood up from the ground, licking the blood that had dripped from the corner of his mouth with his tongue, as if only blood could intoxicate him. No wonder he is the heir of the sea goddess power. He does have some strength, but unfortunately, you are still far from the sea god of old. Mom said proudly. It turns out you can only talk big. Indeed, the Mistcallers are quite good at boasting. Arthur sneered at Mom, who had been bragging loudly before. But once they fought, it was clear he was all show. If the Mistcallers only had this level of strength, rescuing Princess Nancy would be much easier. Mom's left eye, the only pupil, which originally emitted a blood-red glow, soon enveloped his entire body, and he let out a piercing scream. As the blood-red glow surged, Mom's previously emaciated body suddenly expanded, quickly reaching 5 meters tall, his entire body filled with muscle. Blasphema, D. Before his voice faded, Mom, transformed, had already dashed behind Arthur. When did he get there? So fast. Just as Arthur barely reacted to evade, he raised his palm to block Mom's fist, which was as hard as steel. But the next second, his entire body was sent flying. Before Arthur had even landed, Mom charged up again, landing a punch squarely in Arthur's abdomen. Arthur let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as if his internal organs were being stirred by a knife in excruciating pain. The incredible speed left Arthur no time to transform into water. With a loud crash, he was smashed into the rock, sending dust flying. Not far away, Mom walked toward the rock wall. Just as he was preparing to capture Arthur alive, he suddenly heard a roar coming from the dust. Water wave impact. A powerful stream of water formed a strong wave that surged towards Mom. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the valley, and a sandstorm surged in, causing the strong water wave to vanish in a thin air mid-flight. Mom's abilities had a great restraint on Arthur, and being far from the sea diminished the power of the sea god, tipping the scales of victory in Mom's favor. Born in a storm, perished in fine dust. The sandstorm is the source of my power. Mom sneered and suddenly accelerated into the fog. His enormous, fearsome arm, capable of splitting mountains, grew several times larger and came crashing down from the mountain like a mountain pressing down, thundering towards Arthur, who was trapped between the rocks. As the dust settled and cleared, Arthur and Mom stood facing each other. Mom's powerful iron fist was just inches from Arthur's face, while a blazing long sword pierced through Mom's chest. The place, known as the Roaring Valley, was feared by the clans of the sky and sea. and even the local Earth clan. It had witnessed countless battles, and whenever the wind and sand blew, the wails of the dead echoed. With jealousy like mountains in the form of corpses, countless broken armor, and rusted weapons, no one knew how long they had slept here. To chase the elder Alfonso, who had abducted the Sea Clan's little princess, Nancy, Arthur entered the valley after killing the barefoot woman. He initially thought it would be an easy fight, but Mom's sudden transformation put Arthur in a tough battle. Just when Mom, full of confidence, believed victory was in hand, his fist missed Arthur's face by a hair's breadth, and his chest was pierced by a flaming longsword. The rising dust gradually settled, and the distant sandstorm ceased. On the now gradually clearer battlefield, Arthur, with blood at the corner of his mouth, gripped the blazing longsword tightly and pierced it through Mom's heart. The sea god's power, which he had yet to fully master, was completely suppressed. But in the face of life and death, Arthur, relying on the long sword passed down through his family for thousands of years, won with an extremely slight advantage. If he had hesitated just a moment longer when drawing the sword, without the obscuring dust, he might have faced his own death, pinned against the wall and unable to move. Feeling intense pain throughout his body, Arthur shook his head with a bitter smile. Wishing he had kept the black liquid from that cyan glass vial. He would have suffered so much and done so much for the Sea Clan. No matter what, he had to ask Rena for some benefits upon returning. Even if it meant sharing her bed, it would be worth it. Mom, standing before Arthur, widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the blazing long sword that pierced his chest, seemingly unable to accept what was happening. Impossible, this cannot be. Although Mom's life force was intact, and his heart was pierced, he did not die on the spot. His blood-red pupils locked onto Arthur. Mom knew very well the hardness of his body after transforming. Even the heaviest stone could not inflict any damage, a fact proven through numerous battles and countless enemy corpses. He just never expected Arthur to possess a sword capable of piercing his body. While many divine weapons existed in the world, only one could continuously burn with flames and easily pierce a body as tough as steel, the king's blazing long sword, which had long been passed down through a mysterious family, rumored to have been destroyed hundreds of years ago. He never expected it to be in Arthur's hands. To be frank, if Mom had not been so careless, even with Arthur wielding a divine weapon, if he could not match Mom's speed, he would still not be able to do anything to him. However, Mom, eager for a quick victory, saw Arthur was already unable to resist, and in his self-assured arrogance, he was pierced through the heart by Arthur's sword, losing all chance of a comeback. Why? Why is this sword in your hands? Mom's several-meter-long arm suddenly reached out towards Arthur. With a cold expression, Arthur suddenly twisted the long sword, instantly shattering Mom's heart. The intense heat of the flames continuously burning the flesh around him, while Mom's body was engulfed in raging fire, his outstretched arm frozen in mid-air, letting out a shrill scream that made him appear insane. This is the long sword passed down through my family for thousands of years. Arthur coldly responded, withdrawing the sword. And with a splash of blood that instantly evaporated, it became clear. So that is how it is. I do not regret dying here. Mom, lying on the ground and looking at the sky, let out a meaningful sigh. It was unclear whether Mom regretted being killed by Arthur due to his carelessness or if he had a deeper understanding of the king's sacred sword. Mom continuously coughed up dark red blood, and his once towering 5-meter-tall body quickly shrank back to its original thin and elongated form, soon withering away. Just as Arthur prepared to step forward and deliver a finishing blow to this dangerous foe, Mom suddenly exclaimed, "Don't think you've won, Arthur." His eerie and hollow eyes suddenly fixed on Arthur as he used all his strength to scream frantically, "We have already found the god's armament. Even if you possess the sea god's power and the king's blazing longsword, you cannot save Nancy, cannot save the Sea Clan, and cannot save everyone on the 3 islands. Today will be the end of everything." The blazing long sword pierced through Mom's throat, silencing him instantly. Where did all this nonsense come from? Mom's body quickly dissipated, leaving behind a pool of highly corrosive black water. And soon the vegetation within a radius of several dozen meters began to wither, the ground slowly sinking. Just as Arthur prepared to continue pursuing Alfonso, he suddenly frowned. The previously calm sandstorm stirred again, blowing in from the mouth of the valley, and a strange scene enveloped the entire valley. Amidst the dense sandstorm, the ground was soon torn open with a harsh rustling sound, and countless skeletons clad in tattered armor and wielding broken weapons crawled up from the earth. These skeletons varied in size, some even being winged warriors, presumably the remains of the 3 clans that once fought and died here. At a glance, the number of skeleton warriors was dense, amounting to tens of thousands, immediately blocking the entire valley tightly, and even more skeletons surged out from the distant ridges. Arthur sheathed the king's fiery longsword, looked at the dense army of skeletons before him, suddenly closed his eyes, and with hands clasped in prayer, said, "May you rest in peace." Arthur's aura continued to rise, and the moisture in the air was instantly drawn away, gathering around him, perhaps sensing Arthur's fighting spirit. The skeletal warriors summoned by Ram, just before his death, who remembered only battle and slaughter, rushed towards Arthur. The first few skeletal warriors quickly closed in on Arthur. As these skeletal warriors raised their rusted, broken swords and swung them at Arthur, he suddenly opened his eyes, filled with tranquility. Having fought to the death with Ram, Arthur's strength had once again significantly increased. His mastery over the power of the sea god had become more proficient. In an instant, he drained all the moisture from the surrounding air, causing countless plants that survived in the valley to wither away with the condensation of the moisture. Roar the dragon's water flow. With a fierce shout, a torrent of water surged forth, quickly forming into a fierce dragon, which charged into the sea of skeletons with an earth-shattering roar. In an instant, countless skeletal warriors were obliterated as if cut down like wheat by the giant dragon's roaring assault. To Arthur, perhaps this strike could also evolve their souls, freeing them from wandering in this hellish valley. Indeed, this was salvation. As the roaring water dragon dissipated in the air, shattered fragments of bones were scattered everywhere. With just one strike, the entire army of tens of thousands of skeletons in the valley was destroyed. However, in the next moment, many more skeletons began to crawl out from underground, leaving Arthur momentarily in disbelief. How many bones were buried beneath this ground? How many battles had taken place here? How many lives had been lost? Arthur, who originally did not care about the fate of the three races, felt a stirring in his heart. At that moment, he resolved to swiftly eliminate the mist summoner causing chaos, to restore peace to the three islands. Although the number of skeletal warriors emerging from the ground was far less than before, only a few thousand remained. Arthur had just experienced 2 battles, and his injuries combined with physical exhaustion made it impossible for him to use the dragon's water flow again to resolve the skeletal warriors in one go. If he resorted to using the king's fiery longsword to cut them down, despite its sharpness, who knew how long it would take? By then, the traitor Alfonso might have already activated the divine armament, destroying the 3 islands countless times. Just as Arthur was desperately searching for strategy, a distant war horn sounded from the valley entrance filled with sandstorms. The resounding sound of a conch shell and the heart-pounding beat of drums followed, as if declaring war before the great battle. Countless orc wolf riders from the Earth race arrived first, riding fierce wolves as vanguards, followed closely by Kodo thunder lizards and countless Tauren from the Earth race. Following them were the sea warriors of the water race. These warriors, whose strength was greatly diminished on land, charged past Arthur with weapons in hand, swinging their giant axes at the skeletal warriors before them. In the air, the piercing cries of the birdmen from the air race filled the skies as they dove into the battlefield with spears in hand. With a volley of attacks, the defenseless skeletons fell in droves, pierced by the spears and shattered into debris, under the combined assault of countless soldiers from the 3 races. Although the number of skeletons continued to increase, a path leading to the end of the valley had been opened. "Quick, Arthur, our allied forces will buy you time," shouted Rena, clad in golden armor and wielding a long sword, as she dashed into the battlefield, looking at Arthur with hopeful eyes. "What is going on?" Arthur was taken aback. "Time is of the essence. I'll be brief. I have found the secretly imprisoned leaders of the air and earth races. The alliance of the 3 races has been established. Not simple." Arthur looked at Rena. "Of course, she is the queen of the water race," Rena said playfully, suddenly realizing that this seemed a bit too close. Her face turned crimson. Arthur did not notice the thoughts of Rena's little daughter. He glanced at the soldiers of the 3 clans fighting desperately not far away and quickly dashed over. No matter what, he had to find Alfonso and kill him before he activated the god armament and rescue the little princess Nancy as soon as possible. Around him, skeleton warriors kept falling, and the soldiers of the 3 clans were also suffering casualties, but no one took a step back. In this life-and-death battlefield, turning one's back to former enemies seemed unbelievable to many, but that is how the battlefield is. Bonds forged in blood are always enduring. The united army of the 3 clans fought together for the first time in hundreds of years, battling fiercely against the skeleton warriors that kept emerging from the ground. On the other side, under the cover of the soldiers of the 3 clans, Arthur rushed out of the roaring valley and quickly arrived at a swamp filled with toxic marsh gas. From a distance, at the center of the swamp, a grand ancient castle that had been abandoned for many years appeared hazily. The traitorous elder Alfonso, who had kidnapped the little Princess Nancy, was surely inside this castle, which meant that this was the hiding place of the epic weapon, the god armament. The only thing to be thankful for was that Alfonso seemed to have yet to activate the god armament. Everything still seemed to be in time. Without further ado, Arthur quickly advanced, while remaining highly alert, believing that Alfonso would never allow him to stroll in and interfere. Suddenly, the swamp churned, and 3 several-meter-long imperial crocodiles opened their enormous jaws to bite down as Arthur approached. Arthur passed through calmly, his pace showing no signs of slowing down, and the water vapor that had gathered in his hand dissipated instantly. The 3 ambushed imperial crocodiles, hidden in the mud, remained in place, and in the next moment, their massive bodies suddenly exploded, scattering flesh and blood all over the ground. As Arthur moved quickly along the way, he continuously eliminated the wild beasts that suddenly emerged. These swamp overlords enhanced by mutations. Not only were they tough and thick-skinned, but they also had strong offensive power. Unfortunately, they became mere cannon fodder against Arthur, unable to hold him back for even a second. With the ancient castle in sight, Arthur focused all his energy, ready to face the final enemy, Elder Alfonso. Suddenly, the swamp rapidly sank, and a 10-meter-wide bloody maw emerged, swallowing Arthur whole in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, a nearly 100-meter-long, mottled-scaled, one-eyed giant python violently burst out of the mud, its enormous body causing the ground to tremble upon landing. The one-eyed python flicked its body and then burrowed back into the original hole, quickly descending underground, and soon its massive body disappeared from sight. Hundreds of meters underground, in a damp, cold cave, the one-eyed python coiled its entire body around a massive stone. Suddenly, the python's body sprang up like a spring, as if it had sustained severe injuries, struggling and rolling continuously. The surrounding rocks were instantly damaged, being broken by the python's body. After a while, the mottled one-eyed python suddenly stopped, lying rigidly on the ground. Soon, the scales near its belly began to emit billowing white smoke, and a sharp, flaming long sword pierced through its abdomen. Arthur kicked aside the flesh and blood, stepping out from inside. From the outside, the one-eyed python's belly had already been cut to a bloody mess. Despite this, the beast still struggled for a long time, demonstrating its tenacious vitality. What kind of place is this? Arthur sheathed the blazing long sword, looking around helplessly, when he saw a cave in the rock wall large enough to accommodate the one-eyed python's body. Arthur finally understood that the giant python, which had swallowed him, had brought him underground. He had no idea how far this was from the surface, and without seawater around, Arthur couldn't utilize the power of the sea god to fly back up. If he had to climb up from here, who knows how long it would take. By the time he returned, Alfonso would have already activated the divine armament and destroyed the 3 islands several times over. Just as Arthur was pondering his strategy, a weathered patch of rock wall not far away caught his attention. This wall, eroded over countless years, seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet it inexplicably attracted Arthur. Striding forward, Arthur placed his palm on the rock wall, and suddenly cracks appeared. In the next moment, a brand new stone tablet emerged before him. Could it be? Arthur murmured in disbelief. The new stone tablet, covered in hieroglyphs, looked exactly like the one Arthur had seen in the sacred hall of the Sea Clan. It had the same height and width, the same material, and the ancient hieroglyphs, meaning this was the sea god's legacy that Arthur had been desperately searching for. Unexpectedly appearing here, Arthur immediately turned around and paid a moment of silence to the dead one-eyed patterned python, hoping that in its next life, it would be reborn as a good python that doesn't eat meat. Although the one-eyed patterned python was the swamp overlord controlled by Alfonso, it seemed to have helped Arthur this time. Otherwise, he would never have thought that the stone tablet was buried underground. Perhaps the contents of the stone tablet might even provide a way to leave this place. Arthur held this thought as he quickly scanned the hieroglyphs on the stone tablet. But the more he looked, the more shocked he became. The content recorded on this stone tablet was mostly about the deeds of the sea god, countless battles, and numerous methods of manipulating water attacks, which opened Arthur's eyes. However, what concerned Arthur the most was the true purpose of the Sea Soul Staff recorded in the hieroglyphs. It turned out that the true purpose of the Sea Soul Staff was not to control sea beasts. The reason the queen of the Sea Clan, Reyna, could command the sea beasts was that the sea god had once used the Sea Soul Staff, which still retained divine power, instilling an instinctual awe in the sea beasts. The real purpose of the Sea Soul Staff was actually a key to unlocking power, a medium that could only be used by the king of the Sea Clan. According to the records in the hieroglyphs on the stone tablet, where the crisis of the destruction of the three clans arrives. The king of the Sea clan will use this key to unlock 3 stone tablets and obtain the true inheritance of the Sea Soul. If all conditions are met, the king of the Sea clan, using the Sea Soul staff, can temporarily gain the ability to communicate with legendary Sea Kings. If one possesses exceptional talent and trains hard afterward, one day they could make the Sea Kings submit. This was undoubtedly astonishing news. If one day they could control those terrifying Sea Kings in the ocean with just a wave of their hand, they could annihilate any country in an instant. What a terrifying existence that would be. This incredible power was something even Arthur, who wielded the power of the sea god, yearned for. For Arthur, not only must he be able to control the ocean, but only a man who could dominate the strongest Sea Kings could truly become the sea god. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm himself, Arthur immediately placed the Sea Soul staff, which was now only 2/3 of its original length, into the slot at the bottom corner of the stone tablet. In an instant, the entire underground trembled, and the stone tablet shattered with a loud crash, debris scattering everywhere. Just like before, the Sea Soul staff once again decreased by 1/3, leaving only 1/3 of its original length at the top, where the triangular gem ignited with a crimson brilliance, complementing the previous aquamarine glow. Arthur believed that when the last piece of the triangular gem lit up, it would signify the moment the Sea Soul staff unlocked all sealed powers of the stone tablet and accepted the Sea Soul inheritance. Arthur carefully put away the Sea Soul scepter and turned to look at the large hole in the ground where the striped one-eyed giant python had burrowed in. He quickly recalled the pictographs recorded on the stone tablet about the various ways to utilize the power of the sea god. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze was already filled with confidence. A water sphere formed in Arthur's palm, and he suddenly hurled it toward the cave entrance. As the water sphere lost momentum and began to fall, Arthur instantly teleported to its position. In the next moment, another prepared water sphere was thrown upward, and Arthur continuously teleported in midair, rushing toward the ground at high speed. With Arthur's current strength, he could only teleport his body using the thrown water spheres. But with his mastery of the sea god's power, he believed that one day he would be able to teleport to any place with water. In the swamp filled with toxic marsh gas, a large water sphere suddenly flew out from a spot over 10 meters wide on the ground. In the next moment, Arthur appeared at the position of the water sphere, landing steadily on the ground. Facing the towering, abandoned castle before him, Arthur quickly rushed forward. "You're late, Arthur." An old man with gray hair, holding a cane, stood atop a crumbling wall, looking down at Arthur. Arthur suddenly stopped, looking at the little Princess Nancy, who was tightly frowning on the guillotine. A huge and sharp blade was suspended just inches above the unconscious Nancy's neck, with the mechanism controlled by Alfonso. Although Arthur was confident in his speed, it was not easy to save Nancy before the blade fell, especially considering that he had promised Queen Reina that he would safely bring her sister Nancy back, so he naturally wouldn't take such risks. "Alfonso, the other missed callers have already been taken care of by me, and you're next." While searching for an opportunity to save Nancy, Arthur tried to shake Alfonso's resolve with his words. "They died for faith. As for me, maybe I will die, but only after destroying the 3 islands." Alfonso, with a fierce face, was filled with madness in his eyes. "Since you are here, let me show you the power of the ancient epic weapon, the divine armament." Without waiting for Arthur's response, Alfonso suddenly pressed the controller. Soon, the mechanism cut into Nancy's fair wrist, and blood immediately flowed through a funnel into a golden container. The container emitted a golden aura, and soon the ground began to shake violently as the central castle suddenly collapsed, and a nearly 100-meter cannon slowly rose from the ruins. What a marvelous masterpiece! Alfonso gazed at the giant cannon, eagerly anticipating the arrival of final victory. As more of Nancy's blood filled the golden container, a light sphere quickly formed near the cannon's muzzle, with countless streaks of light rapidly gathering, and the surrounding air seemed to be instantly sucked away. Suddenly, a ray brighter than sunlight struck a distant peak. As the light faded, the peak remained intact, not even a single stone dislodged. "Impossible, this cannot be," Alfonso muttered almost crazily, shocked that the seemingly powerful beam of light had no effect at all. "It turns out the divine armament is nothing special. Give it up, Alfonso." Just as Arthur prepared to save Nancy while Alfonso was distracted, the distant 1,000-meter peak suddenly disappeared, countless stones turning to ashes in the rising shockwave, causing the earth to tremble and clouds of dust to cover the sky. As the dust gradually cleared, Arthur was momentarily speechless at the destructive power of the divine armament. Not only had the struck peak been destroyed, but the entire mountain range behind it had also been completely obliterated. The once towering peaks were as if they had been forcibly excavated, transforming into a vast basin filled with rising smoke. Watching the distant mountain range turn into a basin, Arthur fully believed that as long as Nancy provided enough blood, the divine armament could easily annihilate the entire three islands. At that moment, the massive cannon of the divine armament, under Alfonso's control, aimed at the direction of the roaring valley, where the joint forces of the Sky Clan, Earth Clan, and Sea Clan were fiercely battling the ever-appearing skeleton army. Before the collapsed castle, the epic weapon of the divine armament seemed to deliver a casual strike, instantly destroying a mountain range. Just when Arthur was pondering a countermeasure, the giant cannon of the divine armament targeted the roaring valley. At that time, in the valley, the main joint forces of the Sky Clan, Earth Clan, and Sea Clan were engaging in battle with the skeleton army. Princess Nancy, still unconscious on the guillotine, bled from her wrist, with blood continuously flowing into the golden container through the funnel. As the golden light scattered, the front end of the cannon began to rapidly gather a vortex, with countless streaks of light condensing, poised for launch. Alfonso, seemingly using all his strength to press the controller. In an instant, a ray brighter than the sun shot towards the roaring valley, causing the ground to sink and vegetation and rocks to vanish in its wake. Meanwhile, after a bloody battle, the joint forces of the three clans had just broken through the valley's entrance when they saw the blazing ray approaching. The light, brighter than the sun and capable of destruction, filled the gathered forces at the entrance of the roaring valley with despair. Like a leaf in the ocean, there was no way to contend with such a force. Perhaps this is the will of the gods. A heavily armored orc shaman murmured. As the king of the Earth Clan, he had previously been imprisoned by the Mistcallers and had led his people to this point upon regaining freedom. But now it seemed that everything would be destroyed, and their efforts were rendered meaningless in the face of such overwhelming power. The leader of the Sky Clan, the six-winged angel, did not flee but landed beside the other two leaders, as the oath made during their blood pact could not be broken. Queen Reyna of the Sea Clan, watching the radiant ray, felt her pupils constrict and could barely hold the sharp sword in her hand. As the queen of the Sea Clan, Reyna felt deeply unwilling. Not long ago, the three clans had been bitter enemies, but after a century, they had formed an alliance to combat their foes. After a bloody struggle, they had finally arrived here, yet reality was so cruel that they still could not change the fate of extinction. God, if you truly exist, please save us. Queen Reyna suddenly clasped her hands together and fervently prayed to the heavens. The formerly anxious members of the Sea Clan all joined in prayer, hoping that the divine could hear their pleas and save them from peril. The winged bird folk of the Sky Clan and the countless orcs of the Earth Clan followed suit, earnestly praying for a miracle. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in radiant light appeared in mid-air, facing away from the three clans towards the devastating ray. Its dignified and sacred form resembled that of a celestial being. A vast aura formed a shimmering water shield, constantly flowing and rippling while blocking the powerful ray from the divine armament. The two incredible forces collided violently, quickly forming a swirling vortex that caused the ground to crumble. Caught between the two forces, Arthur's clothes billowed wildly, feeling as if he were resisting the weight of several mountains crashing down, the intense heat nearly destroying his arms. While the force of the light seemed to be increasing, blood continuously dripped from Arthur's mouth, and he felt tearing pain throughout his body. Yet, Arthur knew he could not retreat. He must not allow the powerful ray from the divine armament to strike the gathered forces of the three clans in the roaring valley. Arthur questioned himself, realizing he was not a savior and did not have a luxury of time to lament over the world. However, since he had inherited the power of the sea god and gained immense strength, he felt the obligation to repay that gift by protecting the three races. This was not only the duty of the sea god, but also a promise made to Queen Reyna. The collision of two forces created a vortex that continuously expanded, with the aftermath rippling outward. Countless beasts living in the poisonous fog swamps suffered greatly. Despite their desperate attempts to flee, they were reduced to ashes by the overwhelming power. The members of the three races, witnessing everything, looked in disbelief at Arthur, who stood alone against the fierce strike of the divine armed forces. They knew all too well the power of the divine armed forces. Only a legendary god could possibly withstand such a direct assault. Had the celestial god truly heard their fervent prayers? This was a miracle. The sea god truly existed. Many among the three races who had doubted the existence of deities transformed into devout believers in that moment of witnessing the miracle. Although he was worshipped and revered like a god, Arthur himself was in immense agony. Arthur's clothes had long been torn to shreds, and the scorching heat wave that had burned his skin surged into his body. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his internal organs. Blood dripped continuously, only to be vaporized by the high temperature in an instant. Arthur had no idea how much longer he could hold on, but as long as he had breath left, he could not take a step back. Just when Arthur was about to reach his limit, the blinding rays from the divine armament before him gradually faded, and the swirling vortex around him disappeared as well. Covered in blood, Arthur fell from the sky, and suddenly awakened, he steadied himself using the water vapor to land safely. Gasping for breath, Arthur coldly stared at the divine armament. The power of that epic giant cannon was truly astonishing, and Arthur knew he could never withstand a second strike. He had to finish off Alfonso quickly to truly protect the three islands. Ignoring his own injuries, Arthur dashed toward the ruined castle. The traitorous elder Alfonso's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected that a mere mortal could withstand the lethal blow from the divine armament. As Arthur closed in, less than 100 meters away, Alfonso's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and without hesitation, he pressed the button to control the guillotine. It was too late to restart the divine armament, so Alfonso decided to go all out, intending to kill the little Princess Nancy and use all the blood to unleash the divine armament's maximum power for one last strike. The dazed Nancy slowly woke up and looked around, quickly realizing she was bound and unable to move. Suddenly sensing the chill at the back of her neck, she caught a glimpse of the swiftly descending blade out of the corner of her eye. "Someone save me." Terrified, Nancy closed her eyes tightly, crying out for help between life and death. Arthur, rushing forward, quickly gathered a water ball in his palm and hurled it toward the distant guillotine. In the next moment, he teleported to the position of the water ball, only a few steps away from the guillotine. "Don't be naive, Arthur. You can't save anyone. Everything is already set in stone." With a face twisted in rage, Alfonso charged at him, transforming his cane into a short gun, aiming straight for Arthur's vital points. Although Alfonso was older, his agility was remarkable. However, even though Arthur was severely injured and his speed had decreased significantly, he was still able to evade the attack with ease. But Arthur couldn't afford to stop. Even a moment's delay would mean Nancy's head would be severed, leaving him no time to avoid it or even retaliate against Alfonso. The sharp spear was closing in, and the blade descending from the guillotine was just moments away from Nancy's neck. In the face of the crisis, Arthur quickly calmed himself and made a final decision. Blood splattered everywhere, hitting Nancy's face. Feeling the warmth of the blood on her skin, Nancy slowly opened her eyes, staring blankly at the composed and smiling Arthur before her. Standing beside the guillotine, Arthur used his entire shoulder to block the rapidly descending blade, causing blood to spray everywhere. Meanwhile, his slightly raised palm was pierced by the spear that Alfonso had thrust at him, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to his neck. Severely injured, Arthur suffered even more pain, but he kept smiling at Nancy, offering her a small measure of comfort amidst her panic. A water bullet whistled through the air, instantly piercing through Alfonso's abdomen, creating a gruesome hole. With a terrible scream, Alfonso collapsed to the ground, and soon a pool of blood formed around him from the gaping wound in his belly. Looking at the sharp blade on Arthur's shoulder, Nancy suddenly burst into tears, leaving Arthur somewhat at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. After all, the blade was on his shoulder, and he was the one who should be crying. "Get out of the way." Arthur formed a mass of water vapor in his palm, which quickly attached to the shackles of the guillotine, causing them to shatter instantly. The sobbing Princess Nancy stood up from the guillotine, looking at Arthur's gruesome injuries, which even exposed bone, and was momentarily at a loss. "It's okay, just step back a bit quickly," Arthur urged as he watched Nancy weep uncontrollably. Once she had moved a safe distance away, Arthur felt his energy surge. With a loud roar, the blade on his shoulder shattered along with the guillotine. Approaching the barely conscious Alfonso, Arthur looked into his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear and coldly said, "This death is too easy for you. Don't think that our mist callers have all been exterminated by you. We're just a group of subordinates. When our king arrives, it will be." A water spear manifested and pierced through Alfonso's palm, then through his calf and ankle, quickly filling Alfonso's body with water spears. "Listen well, no matter how many of your misclan are left, I'll kill as many as come, and you are a warning." The intense pain coursing through Alfonso's body caused him to completely break down. What faith, what miscallers? The most important thing now was to save his own life. "I beg you, spare me. I was just following orders. I can tell you everything, just." Alfonso's pleas were abruptly cut off as the last water spear pierced his throat, marking the end of the last mist caller on the three islands. Arthur stepped forward to cover the wound on Nancy's wrist with water, soothing her with a few words. Suddenly, he leaped toward the distant divine armament. This epic weapon, the divine armament, was originally built by the ancestors of the three clans in ancient times, intended as the last trump card to protect the islands. Yet it had been exploited by the Mistcallers, almost leading to the destruction of the three islands. It was indeed somewhat ironic. Arthur threw the water ball in his hand, which kept teleporting in the air, soon standing steadily at the top of the cannon of the divine armament. From here, looking down, the divine armament was much larger than it appeared. Both its design and power could be considered masterpieces. However, in Arthur's view, to truly defend the three islands and three clans, it should be these clansmen with ancient bloodlines who need to become stronger, rather than relying on a cold, lifeless weapon. Arthur slowly drew the blazing long sword of the king. The moment it left the sheath, a fierce flame erupted, seemingly craving the battle and the blood of enemies. Leaning the sword against the divine armor, Arthur suddenly accelerated, swiftly charging towards the back of the divine armor. The blazing long sword quickly left a sparking scratch on the barrel of the divine armor, as Arthur covered nearly 100 meters of the barrel in an extreme amount of time. At the moment Arthur landed, the enormous epic cannon instantly split into two halves and crashed to the ground, turning to pierce the core of the cannon base with his blazing sword. Quickly distancing himself, Arthur rushed over to pick up Princess Nancy, swiftly leaving the ancient castle that had already turned into ruins. Immediately afterward, a thunderous explosion erupted, and a fireball shot into the sky, quickly forming a mushroom cloud that soared into the heavens. This epic weapon that had lain dormant on the three islands for countless years was completely destroyed by Arthur. At night, the palace of the Sea Clan was brilliantly lit, with representatives from the Air Clan, Earth Clan, and Sea Clan gathering together for the first time. In the main seat, Arthur, wrapped in bandages, lay in Queen Rhaena's arms, feeling the warmth behind him, enjoying the dishes that Princess Nancy had brought him. The hero Arthur was not shy at all, with a smile on his face. He waved at the representatives of the three clans, who frequently raised their glasses and toasts. Although Arthur had been seriously injured earlier, he had recently consumed a black liquid from a blue glass vial and had already fully recovered, feeling as strong as an ox. However, one must enjoy life when the time comes. Seizing the moment is the essence of life. For the Sea Clan, they similarly hoped that Queen Rhaena would become a lover of Arthur, making the Sea Clan the leader among the three clans. The Earth Clan and Air Clan had the same thought. Thus, most of the representatives sent were beautiful women from their tribes, although Arthur found it hard to comment on the Orc tribe's aesthetic standards. Taking advantage of the frequent toasts, the representatives tried to engage Arthur in conversation, but they were soon blocked by the well-prepared Queen Rhaena, reducing Arthur's opportunities to discuss life with the beauties. This time, Queen Rhaena displayed her domineering side, leaving the Sea Clan's members astonished. The woman before them was no longer the aloof queen they once knew. After several rounds of drinks and various dishes, the banquet continued until late at night, when the representatives from the three clans finally departed. The previously silent Rhaena supported Arthur and led him to the fragrant bedroom. Dismissing the attendants, Rhaena casually turned off the lamp, leaving the dimly lit chamber with only faint light. Rhaena's face flushed red, and after a long silence, she suddenly took a deep breath as if making a decisive resolution and removed her clothing. Even in the dim light of the chamber, Arthur could clearly see her perfect, fair, and alluring figure completely uncovered. Rhaena, you don't have to do this just to repay a life-saving grace, Arthur said with the last bit of rationality in the face of such an openly honest beauty. You really don't understand anything at all, and now you're saying such things. Rhaena boldly stepped forward, pressing Arthur onto the bed. I am yours whether in body, status, or nation. Rhaena summoned her courage and uttered a sentence she thought she would never say. Even if you leave, please remember that this will always be your home. I will be waiting for you here. Arthur raised his hand and gently caressed Rhaena's smooth cheek, suddenly flipping over and pressing her beneath him. Rhaena, with a flushed face, turned to the side and murmured in a voice as soft as a whisper, "Please be gentle." Soon, the queen's chamber was filled with enchanting gasps. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Arthur got up first, covered Rhaena with a blanket, gave her a deep look, and quietly left the chamber. As Arthur departed, Rhaena's eyes, which had not yet opened, were wet with tears that soaked the pillow. Although Rhaena did not regret what had happened the night before, she did not want Arthur to leave. Even if he asked her whether she wanted to leave with him, Rhaena would unhesitatingly agree. She was well aware that Arthur was not a cage canary. The Grand Line, even the New World, was where he could showcase his talents. Yet, the feeling of loss left her heart feeling empty, and she didn't know whether to blame Arthur for being unromantic or to feel grateful that he was not caught up in romantic entanglements. After an unknown amount of time, When Rena got up, put on her coat, and walked to the balcony, she was suddenly speechless at the sight before her. The vast lawn not far from the palace was arranged in giant letters. Although it was just the simple phrase, "Wait for me," it deeply moved Queen Rena. In a corner of the palace, a gentle gaze was also fixed on the direction Arthur had left. The gentle breeze caressed her face as Princess Nancy, dressed in a luxurious princess gown, gathered her scattered hair. Whether it was due to the initial activation of the divine armament or not, the dazed look in Princess Nancy's eyes had been replaced with wisdom, and she had made up her mind. Since her sister would be waiting here for Arthur's return, she would become a pirate to follow in Arthur's footsteps, believing that one day they would meet again in the Grand Line. Although she was well aware that achieving this goal was no easy feat, she understood that without trying, one would never know if they could succeed. People must be stronger than they imagine. Having left the Sea of One, Arthur did not leave the Three-Island Sea, but quietly entered the Sky Island. He did not have to search hard for the location of the last stone tablet, as the representative of the Sky Tribe who had attended the banquet had already informed him of its whereabouts. Not wanting to attract trouble, Arthur swiftly advanced, easily avoiding the guards of the Sky Tribe, and quickly infiltrated the underground storage room. The stone tablet, also inscribed with hieroglyphics, soon appeared before Arthur. After carefully and quickly scanning the text, Arthur finally saw the record about the azure glass vial. It turned out that this azure glass vial was called the Sky Blue 8 Treasures Ancient Temple Vial, and it was said to have existed before the birth of the sea god, though the historical records regarding the mysterious vial were limited. Just as Arthur was feeling greatly disappointed, he suddenly noticed a crucial passage below. To make the Sky Blue 8 Treasures Ancient Temple Vial evolve and become stronger, a soul sacrifice was required. However, this act would offend the heavens and needed to be approached with caution. The souls needed could only be those of individuals with the power of devil fruits, and the sacrifice involved consuming their souls. Consume? Arthur was momentarily stunned, wondering how one could eat a soul that was so ethereal. However, he quickly came to terms with it, realizing that it was the azure vial that would consume the souls. Yet, the stone tablet had not mentioned anything about how to perform the sacrifice or how to enable the azure glass vial to consume souls and grow. After reading it several times without finding any clues, Arthur took out the remaining 1/3 of the resurrection staff. The triangular gem at the top emitted blue and red halos that continuously collided, seemingly vying for a larger space. And it had even begun to subtly affect the dark area of the last side of the triangular gem. Arthur smoothly placed the soul of the sea staff into the slot on the stone tablet, and the entire length of the staff was completely swallowed. With a muffled sound, cracks appeared on the stone tablet. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the stone tablet shattered. The last face of the triangular gemstone, suspended in midair, was suddenly filled with green radiance. 3 clusters of brilliance quickly intertwined and devoured each other, and in no time, they merged into a murky, white halo. A strong light instantly entered Arthur's body, and 3 tattoos resembling yin-yang fish appeared on his chest. In an instant, a fragment of a dormant memory in Arthur's mind stirred, and soon a large amount of memories flooded into his consciousness. He didn't know how long it had been, but Arthur, with a splitting headache and feeling almost dazed, staggered to his feet. Just now, he had been in a life-threatening situation where a single misstep could have turned him into an idiot. Most of the memories that surged in were related to marine life. Names, personalities, hobbies, and even weaknesses. Who dares to disturb my peaceful dreams? A furious voice suddenly echoed in Arthur's mind. Who is it? Arthur questioned sternly. Although the voice came from his mind, it seemed to originate from a far-off direction, specifically from beneath his feet. Lowly human, I am a most handsome being among the sea kings, the great Alsace. The voice retorted dismissively. However, since you can converse with me, it means you have temporarily grasped the power of the soul of the sea. According to the ancient contract, I will grant you one wish. The lazy and arrogant voice seemed to urge him with some urgency. Hearing the pressing tone, Arthur's mind sparked with an idea. No rush, let us talk more. Perhaps the enemy won't come after all. This is absolutely impossible. Quickly tell me your enemies, lowly human. The Sea King did not expect Arthur to dare defy its command and roared in anger. I am a great Sea King. If others see me being commanded by a human, how can I survive among the Sea Kings? Oh, I see. Arthur nodded in agreement, realizing that he could negotiate well with this ocean overlord. The Sea King suddenly paused, realizing it had inadvertently spoken its thoughts out loud, instantly becoming enraged. The 3 islands began to shake violently. Countless peaks crumbled and collapsed, and the earth trembled as if a magnitude 10 earthquake were ongoing. Stop. I've thought of my wish. Arthur quickly intervened to prevent the temperamental Sea King from going on a rampage. Arthur also realized just how massive the Sea King was. Merely moving its body was enough to shake the three islands, meaning it was even larger than the area of the islands. Speak. As long as you don't ride on my head, I will agree to anything. The Sea King suddenly quieted down and eagerly urged Arthur. Then let us say, I'll ride on your head. Arthur replied, this is absolutely impossible. Change it immediately, lowly human. The Sea King roared in anger. How about you become my pet? Arthur immediately suggested, which was his ultimate idea. Let us discuss the matter of riding on my head. The Sea King, feeling wronged, had a much lower tone. No enemies, so I have no grievances. Then you may continue to sleep. Having one more friend opens more paths, especially with a Sea King of such massive size. Who knows how many years it has lived? Arthur thought it best to tease it a bit rather than push it into a corner where both would suffer. As for the freedom you desire, I now allow you to leave. Arthur suddenly said to the Sea King. The Sea King Alsos fell silent for a long time, then hesitantly asked, do you really want to let me go? Do you know how much benefit a Sea King's promise can bring you? I learned from the words on the stone tablet that you lost a bet with the sea god in ancient times and have kept your promise to guard the three islands. Arthur recounted the records on the tablet. Years have passed, and the former sea god has long since passed away. Freedom is what you deserve. In fact, Arthur had some admiration for this Sea King. Alsos had lost a bet with the sea god and kept his promise to guard the island from marine beast attacks for countless years. To persist for a millennium for a promise without any constraints was truly commendable. Freedom is indeed something to yearn for. Alsos sighed slightly and suddenly said, one day we will meet again. I hope you will be stronger by then. Right now, I have no interest in fighting you. There was a tone of disdain in Alsos's voice. I will do my best. Arthur couldn't help but laugh. A being that could easily defeat a naval rear admiral was actually calling him weak, but for Alsos, Arthur's strength was indeed insignificant. Until we meet again, strange human. Suddenly, a tremendous wave surged on the sea, and soon the ancient Sea King Alsos vanished into the ocean. At the same time, Arthur also left the path of the sky and set off towards the Grand Line, where something seemed to be drawing him in. With the collapse of the 3 stone tablets, 3 yin-yang fish symbols formed on his chest from the triangular gemstone, and Arthur could clearly feel that he seemed to be able to communicate with marine creatures. Perhaps one day, he could indeed control the ocean overlord Sea Kings, just like the pictographs recorded on the stone tablet. But for now, Arthur, who had no grasp of the soul of the sea power, couldn't even control a tuna several meters long. To hitch a ride, Arthur had no choice but to politely beat a tuna into submission, and it finally agreed to obediently serve as a stepping board, allowing Arthur to continue deeper into the Grand Line. Aiming straight for the Shambadi archipelago, Arthur did not choose the conventional route like other pirates, but instead directly entered the windless zone filled with Sea Kings. This area rarely saw ships passing through, avoiding numerous unnecessary battles and advancing quickly. Utilizing the power of the sea god to sense the fluctuations of the sea and having no intention of fighting, Arthur circumvented the Sea King's territory in the windless zone. However, battles still proved unavoidable. And what saddened Arthur the most was that the tuna he had used as a stepping board was swallowed by a marine beast that had ambushed them. Arthur was very angry, and the consequences were serious. The sea beast that had ambushed him soon became Arthur's new mount, cutting through the waves as it advanced along the doldrums. Time flew by, and Arthur had been surfing on the sea for over a month. Tired of eating fish, Arthur decided to return to the shipping route to at least determine where he currently was. As he sat cross-legged atop the massive, fierce sea beast, Arthur entered the shipping lane from the doldrums and happened to encounter several large fishing boats that were out to catch fish. The sailors on the fishing boats were instantly stunned, their eyes wide with shock as they looked at the young man returning from the doldrums, a place notorious for monster appearances. Aside from Navy ships equipped with sea prism stone, no other vessels dared to enter the doldrums. Yet this young man not only returned unscathed, but also boldly sat atop a gigantic sea beast. Arthur jumped down gracefully and waved his hand at the sea beast, slightly bowing to show his gratitude. The sea beast seemed to be frightened by Arthur and dared not leave for a long time, until Arthur left the port. The sea beast let out a mournful cry and quickly dove into the sea, escaping in haste. This was a city with a thriving trade, bustling with crowds and various shops and restaurants lining the wide streets. Extra, extra, a young newsboy shouted as he ran. The naval forces are gathering at Marineford. Experts speculate that there will be major actions. A large denomination of berries fell into the newsboy's pocket as Arthur raised his hand to take the newspaper that was passed to him, quickly scanning its contents. The newspaper had a few slightly blurry images, but Arthur quickly recognized the figure of Admiral Akiji among them. Even the other officers in the corners of the photos were no weaklings. Normally, it wouldn't be strange for an admiral to be a Marineford. However, when Arthur was still a Navy soldier, he knew that Akiji had been dispatched on a mission and shouldn't be back so soon. This meant that something significant must have happened to the Navy headquarters in Marineford to recall Admiral Akiji. As for the experts claiming that a major event would occur, it was essentially saying nothing. What on earth was the Navy up to? Frowning, Arthur speculated for a moment but still had no clues. Arthur quickly learned that this tourist destination called Gypsy Island was quite a distance from his destination, the Chambord Islands. Since he was in the city, he naturally couldn't miss the opportunity to indulge. With an anonymous black card, Arthur decided to enjoy the most comfortable treatment and the best food in the city. Arthur arrived at the luxurious Manhattan Hotel on Gypsy Island, which had the most beautiful environment. However, the cheerful Arthur was soon stopped by the doorman, who was dressed in a sharp suit. "I'm sorry, sir, but those who are not properly dressed are not allowed inside," the doorman said with a look of disdain. Arthur lowered his head and took a look. Indeed, a month of combat at sea had left his clothes tattered and even carried a faint smell of blood. "Please forgive me. I feel like I could eat a whole cow," Arthur said being quite polite. "I'm sorry, but this is the Manhattan Royal Hotel, not a charity," the doorman said impatiently, even deliberately omitting the honorifics. "I've seen many vagrants like you trying to rummage through the kitchen's garbage bins. Get lost, or you'll disappear tonight." A tall, middle-aged man with a face full of flesh approached from a distance, playing with the ring on his finger and looking at Arthur with disgust. "Manager, this brat refuses to leave," the doorman explained respectfully, nodding and bowing towards the approaching manager. "Get back. If you can't handle a vagrant, your salary for next month is all gone," the fleshy-faced manager said coldly. The doorman turned pale and then shot a resentful glance at Arthur before scurrying back into the hotel. It's interesting to note that this doorman didn't blame his exploiting manager, but instead directed his anger at Arthur, an outsider with no connection to him. One can only say that a person who has become accustomed to being a servant, lacking a spine, will never stand up again. "Oh, you wanted to disappear? I wonder where you get your courage." Arthur's expression turned cold, and the good mood he had just arrived with on Gypsy Island vanished instantly. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin," the fleshy-faced manager sneered, raising his large hand slightly. "Come here, drag this brat out and bury him. Do it cleanly so that those nosy Navy guys don't find out." Before he finished speaking, 7 or 8 suited guards rushed over, surrounding Arthur. "Are there Navy guys on this island?" Arthur asked casually. "What, do you want to report us?" "Unfortunately, you won't get that chance. Get him." At the command of the fleshy-faced manager, the guards charged forward. However, with a series of piercing screams, several guards fell to the ground in disarray, wailing in agony, their arms having been directly broken by Arthur. How is this possible? The fleshy-faced manager was already pale with fear, collapsing to the ground in weakness. He didn't even see how Arthur made his move. He regretted deeply that he had provoked this terrifying guy in front of him. Arthur stepped forward and crushed the manager's knee with a kick, then broke his jaw with a punch, leaving him unable to scream loudly even as he cried out in pain. These people were lucky. If Arthur had come to this island for anything other than rest and had not intended to fight the Navy, he would not have spared any of them. Arthur entered the hotel again, and the previous doorman immediately came over, but was momentarily stunned when he saw Arthur walk in. Just as the doorman was about to say something, several female attendants in uniform approached, led by a voluptuous woman who looked to be in her 20s. "Sir, welcome to the Manhattan Royal Hotel. I am the manager of this establishment. Please let me know if there is anything I can assist you with." The woman's tone was gentle and pleasant, making one feel as if they were basking in spring warmth. And her lack of judgment based on appearance and attire eased Arthur's initial displeasure considerably, having just dealt with a few unruly individuals. Arthur felt somewhat disappointed if this was the hospitality etiquette of the Manhattan Hotel. He replied in a calm tone, "Dealt with them, you mean?" The woman appeared slightly taken aback when suddenly one attendant hurried over and whispered something in her ear. "Sir, I apologize for any displeasure you may have felt. That is my responsibility." The woman maintained her smile, but suddenly shifted her tone to calmly inquire, "However, could you please explain why you injured our security personnel?" Upon hearing that Arthur had already dealt with the manager and others, the doorman's heart trembled. He had just blamed this kid and now feared retaliation. Not willing to back down, the doorman immediately rushed to the manager's side to explain, "Manager, this brat rushed into the lobby to steal, and when the manager discovered him, he unexpectedly met a violent end." Hearing the doorman's deflection, Arthur did not say much. Instead, he directly took out an anonymous black card that represented wealth and status. Everyone present was taken aback, especially the well-informed manager, who recognized from the special VIP lines on the edge of the black card that it was an even higher-tier anonymous black card. This young man's identity was certainly not simple. He could even be a prince or a powerful figure from a certain country, or the future heir of a certain conglomerate. People like this were not to be offended. The doorman, who had originally condemned Arthur's actions, suddenly fell silent upon seeing the black card, and with a serious expression said, "Manager, everything I just said was what the manager told me to say." This gentleman entered the lobby elegantly, and I was just about to take him to the front desk when he was stopped by the drunken manager and his people. He deserved to be taught a lesson. The doorman spoke with righteous indignation, deliberately emphasizing the word drunken. "Shut up." The beautiful manager, unable to bear it any longer, frowned and coldly reprimanded the wavering doorman. She then turned to Arthur, who had not taken the black card, and said respectfully, "Please explain the whole situation. Even if it may cause displeasure, it is my responsibility." The people around were completely dumbfounded. This was a VIP black card user, and they should be flattering him. Yet they were questioning him instead. Many even suspected that the heartbroken, beautiful manager had gone mad. "Your name is Molly, manager?" Arthur glanced at the woman's name tag and said with a half-smile, "Yes, sir. If you plan to retaliate, I'm always at your service, but right now, please explain everything that happened." Manager Molly replied in a calm tone. Arthur originally thought that the beautiful store manager was trying to catch his attention. For anyone, having a connection with someone powerful who possesses a black card would be immensely beneficial. However, Arthur quickly realized he had misjudged her. The store manager, named Molly, had a calm demeanor and was clearly a principled person, deserving of respect in this materialistic world. Just as Arthur was about to explain himself, a handsome man in his 30s with a buzz cut walked out from a nearby room, holding a cigar. His gaze quickly landed on the black card in Arthur's hand, and he noticed a flicker of coldness in Molly's eyes, as if she had already guessed what was happening. Soon, his expression changed, and with a smile, he approached Arthur, respectfully shaking his hand while apologizing. "Dear sir, welcome to the Manhattan Royal Hotel. I'm one of the board members here, Gully. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Please follow me." Arthur glanced at the slightly sullen store manager, Molly, and followed the attendant into the hall, heading towards the VIP room inside. "Mr. Gully, don't forget that I am the store manager." Molly, who had not yet left, coldly questioned as she erupted. With a loud slap, Molly's face immediately became swollen and red. Gully said viciously, "The only reason you were made store manager was because of your father's past help to our family. However, due to your stupidity, you've gained quite a bit of power. The board has already decided to depose you from your position as store manager, and I'm sure the order will come down soon. Remember, you're not qualified to shout at me." Although Arthur despises men who hit women, he wouldn't concern himself with such trivial matters and quickly entered the luxurious room. As the sky darkened, Arthur, after washing up and changing into clean clothes, came to the window to admire the beautiful scene of silver moonlight spilling into the seaside hotel. Habitually wanting to pick up a brush to paint, he quickly remembered that the sketchpad he had brought was destroyed during the conflict on the islands, and couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Just as Arthur was about to return to rest, he inadvertently noticed a stunning woman in a white dress standing on the beach not far away, lost in thought as she gazed at the sea. This was Molly, the beautiful hotel manager he had encountered earlier in the afternoon, who had just learned she was to be removed from her managerial position and had also received a slap. So she was probably not feeling very well. A stream of water vapor formed around Arthur, and in the next moment, he had disappeared from the balcony and arrived at the beach. "It's such a pity for such a beautiful woman like you to seek an end to your life," Arthur said calmly, looking at Molly's stunning silhouette. "Mr. Arthur, do you intend to pretend to be a saint, to persuade a desperate woman to regain her hope for living, and then expect her to be grateful and embrace you for a night of passion? If it could be that way, I wouldn't mind." Arthur replied leisurely as he sat on the beach. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm not as weak as you think," Molly said coldly. "Besides, you're so young. The wealth on your black card surely comes from inheritance, not self-made success, so there's really nothing to be proud of." Arthur forced a smile, just as Molly had said. The money on the black card belonged to Michael. Otherwise, he wouldn't even qualify to apply for a black card. "That's true," Arthur generously admitted, which instead made Molly, who had been ready to mock him, feel a bit bored and look at the strange man with mild surprise. "By the way, Manager Molly, I have no intention of spending a night with you." Arthur stepped forward, walking beside Molly, just to enjoy the scenery and to give you a gift. "A gift?" Molly was slightly taken aback, looking curiously at the snow globe in Arthur's hand. Apply it to the swollen area. I believe it will recover quickly. Ms. Molly, did you see that? Molly looked up at Arthur, thinking that this wealthy young man would at least have some mocking or sympathetic expression. But she didn't expect his gaze to be very calm, and as deep as the sea, it had an indescribable charm. Please believe me, it wasn't intentional. Arthur turned to look at the sea, facing the refreshing sea breeze, letting his clothes flutter. Molly didn't say much, applying the snow globe to her still swollen face. And soon a miracle happened. Her skin became smooth as new, with no signs of swelling. Thank you, Molly whispered. What did you say? Arthur asked. Nothing, Molly replied irritably. You're welcome. Arthur suddenly laughed heartily, clearly having heard Molly's words. Right now, I don't want to thank you, Molly said angrily. I'm flattered. Please don't mind. Arthur said with a cheerful smile, sitting on the beach and watching the waves crash onto the shore, his expression becoming softer. The sea breeze grew stronger, bringing a hint of chill, and suddenly a coat was draped over Molly's shoulders. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a gentleman. Molly was about to refuse, but after thinking it over, she accepted the kindness. After a long silence, looking at the sea, Molly suddenly murmured, if there was a girl who had managed a hotel according to her father's wishes since childhood, and the hotel's executives believed that the girl intended to take the private property for herself, when in fact she had simply grown up in that hotel and had fallen in love with it, even having sold all her shares, how should that girl face those predatory executives now? The night grew late. Let's go back. Arthur suddenly stood up and said in a flat tone, seemingly uninterested in hearing the girl's story. Although Arthur's words were ordinary, they made Molly, who had just begun to trust him and slightly opened her heart, suddenly close herself off with vigilance. Indeed, I'm sorry, Mr. Arthur. Molly stepped forward, took off the coat, handed it to Arthur, and quickly turned to leave. After glancing at Manager Molly's back, a mist formed beside Arthur, and in the next second, he had vanished from the spot. The next morning, Molly, just waking up, quickly washed and dressed as usual, stepping out of her room in professional attire. The board of directors, eager to sell the hotel, had repeatedly tried to expel this nominal heir, as they already controlled 100 of shares. Just as she entered the lobby, she suddenly found all the managers, attendants, and security guards gathered in the hall. Even the board members were present. Molly's heart sank, knowing it was time for them to announce her departure. However, what comes will come. She could only face it bravely. Standing in front of everyone, Molly scanned the crowd, then looked at the familiar hotel lobby and calmly said, Gentlemen, just say what you need to say. Please sign this document. A bespectacled man in a suit handed a document to Molly. She signed it casually, and suddenly all the board members stood up collectively. The elder with white hair said to Molly, Congratulations, from now on this hotel is your property. We hope for another opportunity to cooperate. My property? Wait, you must be mistaken. What's going on? Molly asked in disbelief. A smiling Gully approached, respectfully saying to Molly, It can't be wrong. The head office has sent the order. This company is now your property. I was short-sighted before, not recognizing the great mountain. Please don't take it to heart, Miss Molly. As Gully spoke, he glanced at the board members and slapped his own face hard, soon swelling up. The legal documents will be sent to you shortly, Manager Molly. The board members respectfully bowed to Molly and left the hotel one after another. Manager, congratulations. We will certainly work hard for you in the future, risking our lives if necessary. The hotel staff pledged their loyalty, especially those who usually looked down on Molly, now scrambling to report on others, just hoping to stay in this well-paying hotel. However, Molly was not in the mood to listen to these words. Her mind kept replaying everything that had just happened. Could it be? Molly rushed breathlessly to Arthur's room, pushing the door open, wanting to ask Arthur for clarification. Molly didn't know any members of the head office that controlled the hotel, so naturally, no one would help her. As for those board members from the hotel branch, they were always trying to drive her away, and it was impossible for them to have a change of heart. The only possibility was that Arthur had helped her. But Molly couldn't figure out how he had convinced the head office, and that it only took one night. Was he a god? But when Molly rushed to Arthur's room, she was disappointed to find that Arthur had already left, not even leaving a note. This scoundrel, does he want me to owe him a favor that I can never repay, remembering him for a lifetime? Molly angrily leaned against the wall, burying her face in her legs and sitting down weakly. Excuse me, what are you doing here? A familiar voice came from the hallway. Molly raised her head slightly, her eyes red as she looked at Arthur, who was holding a newly bought sketch pad, his expression complex. Hearing his clueless question, she immediately retorted, This is my hotel. I can go wherever I want. Why do you care? Yes, you're right. Please refer to the first point, Arthur replied with a light laugh. Molly suddenly lunged at Arthur, hugging him tightly and murmuring, "Don't think about running away. You can't go anywhere." In the early morning, Arthur stood on the balcony painting. And in a moment, a magnificent seascape sprang to life on the canvas. Whether it was the powerful influence of the sea god, Arthur's painting seemed to possess a soul. The moment he finished the artwork, Molly, who had been quietly watching in her pajamas, immediately insisted that Arthur imprint her name on the painting. After giving him a sweet kiss, she changed into her professional attire and began her busy day as the store manager. However, Molly did not know that Arthur had learned from elsewhere that today was her birthday, and he was also preparing to head to the doldrums to borrow a gift from the Sea Kings. Just as Arthur left Gypsy Island and headed towards the doldrums, suddenly a massive luxury cruise ship docked at the harbor, surrounded by more than a dozen warships providing escort. It was alarming that among the escorting warships, there were 3 rear admirals, and on the flagship, the flag of a vice admiral from the naval headquarters was displayed. Who could possibly have such an impressive entourage that warranted such high-level naval protection? Countless people gathered at the dock, waiting in silence. Suddenly, the naval warships aimed their cannons at the coast, and with a series of violent explosions, the harbor, filled with ruined walls, was soon littered with scattered bodies. Vice Admiral Antonio slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared angrily at the direction of the firing warship. Although Antonio was a vice admiral and the main responsible officer of this fleet, he could not stop the warships from firing on the impoverished civilians because the real decision-maker was someone else. Soon, the warships docked at the harbor, and numerous armed naval soldiers rushed down to the coast, firing at the still living bodies. Some relatives who had hurried from afar, still not understanding what was happening, also fell into pools of blood, and soon the naval soldiers threw all the bodies into the sea, using lime to erase the bloodstains. When a massive cork was lowered, a red carpet stretched all the way to the city, with armed naval soldiers everywhere, and people along the way were driven back to their homes, with anyone showing the slightest hesitation shot on the spot. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a bubble helmet, protected by numerous bodyguards, rode down from the warship on the backs of 2 slaves chained together, strutting with arrogance. He was a descendant of the creator of noble blood, and a world aristocrat known as a celestial dragon, despised by countless people. Damn lowly slaves, how dare they affect my mood, and should die like ants. With his bubble helmet on, the celestial dragon Ferdinand Saint coldly looked around, kicking the heads of the seated slaves with force. Ferdinand Saint, you don't need to exterminate ordinary residents, do you? Vice Admiral Nolan, who had just disembarked from the warship, looked expressionlessly at the celestial dragon. These lowly waste have an astonishing reproductive ability, just like the weeds of spring that can't be killed. Ferdinand Saint said disdainfully, "If you wish, I don't mind driving all the lowly slaves on Gypsy Island out of their homes and exterminating them in the square." You. Vice Admiral Nolan clenched his fists, his angular face filled with coldness. The Navy, draped in the cloak of justice and aimed at protecting ordinary people, had become a butcher for wanton slaughter. Although Nolan, as a vice admiral, possessed great strength and status within the Navy, he clearly felt inferior when facing the world aristocrat Celestial Dragon and was powerless to stop the Navy's atrocities, let alone do anything to the Celestial Dragon. Ferdinand Saint, according to the order of the Warring States Marshal, please board the ship to the Shambadi Archipelago as soon as possible. Vice Admiral Nolan urged with a harsh tone, "Don't bring the Warring States into this. I'm already tired of the spoiled food at sea. Besides, is there anyone in this world who dares to lay a hand on me? I'm a world aristocrat." Ferdinand Saint stomped on the slaves serving as his mounts, moving along the red carpet towards the center of Gypsy Island. "Commander, please calm down. We cannot offend the celestial dragons." A naval rear admiral in a suit and a freshly donned cloak of justice stepped forward. Another lean naval rear admiral agreed, saying, "The responsibility for slaughtering civilians will only fall on the celestial dragons. We bear no responsibility. You guys, have you forgotten the oath under the naval flag? It seems that you're more adept at shirking responsibility than upholding justice." The last rear admiral, who had just disembarked from the warship, coldly mocked upon hearing his colleagues deflect responsibility. "Justin, don't just stand there speaking. Go and block the celestial dragon and see what happens." At these words, the officers fell silent. They were all influential figures in the military, held in high esteem, but now reduced to bodyguards and lackeys. In fact, for them, the death of a few island residents was of little consequence. Their anger stemmed from the fact that they could not afford to offend the world aristocrats, This sense of humiliation made them hate the celestial dragons deeply. They just hoped to send this arrogant celestial dragon to the Shambadi archipelago quickly, lest they could no longer contain themselves and rush up to strangle this fat man. In the island's office hall, a group of staff members knelt on either side as Ferdinand Saint rode on the backs of slaves into the hall, his half-closed eyes sweeping over the prostrating crowd. "Who speaks here?" Ferdinand Saint inquired lightly. A man appearing to be in his 40s cautiously crawled up from the ground. Standing to the side with a smile, saying, "Respected Lord Ferdinand Saint, I am the highest resident officer of the island. Please instruct me, and I will comply immediately." Faced with the world aristocrat who held the power of life and death, the Gypsy Island resident officer had to be fully alert. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, and a blood hole appeared in the resident officer's forehead as his body crashed down the steps. Several women screamed in fright, and some even fainted on the spot. Everyone was terrified, kneeling on the ground, afraid to move. "Would it allow you to stand up and speak?" Ferdinand Saint looked at the corpse with disgust, firing several shots from his firearm to vent his frustration. "Now I'm the king of this island. You must obey all my commands. Of course, not just you. Everyone on the island is my slave." Ferdinand Saint shot the resident officer, instantly declaring his status. He also ordered the nearby navy to drag out the girls who had screamed upon seeing the bodies and execute them, simply because their screams disturbed his thoughts. In truth, even if the resident officer had not been killed, no one dared to disobey the celestial dragons, nor could anyone resist. Killing was merely a matter of interest and habit. For any celestial dragon, apart from their noble bloodline, all other races were lowly weeds, slaves that could be killed at any time. As the king of this island, I will issue my first command. You are very fortunate, for I am a person who enjoys parties. Several clerks immediately knelt and approached, picking up paper and pen to draft the first document, preparing to issue a decree to the entire island. From this day forth, all women under 30 must not wear clothing, and all men must cover their faces to prevent me from seeing those ugly faces. The recording clerk was taken aback, almost dropping the pen in his hand. This was not a decree, but clearly aimed at turning everyone on the island into slaves. "What? Do you have any dissatisfaction? Or can't you write?" The celestial dragon Ferdinand Saint leaned closer, looking at the sweating recording clerk. Yes, the decree will be completed soon." The pale-faced clerk quickly answered respectfully. It was unclear whether it was due to the other party's submissive attitude or the fear-filled eyes that Ferdinand did not kill him. Of course, the most likely reason was to expedite the release of the announcement. Soon, several announcements were posted in the central square of Gypsy City, guarded by dozens of armed Navy personnel on both sides, quickly drawing the curiosity of many onlookers. When they saw the content, it caused an uproar. God knows what kind of absurd decree this was. The person issuing the order must be insane, demanding that all women under 35 wear no clothing, and all men must wear masks to cover their faces. What was even more unacceptable was that any Navy soldier entering a household could do as they pleased, and anyone daring to resist or obstruct would be executed along with their entire family. The crowd was agitated and wanted an explanation, but faced with the dark muzzles of guns, many still obediently closed their mouths. This ridiculous decree led many on the island to choose to flee. However, when they arrived at the harbor, they soon despaired to find that the ships docked in the port had all been sunk by the Navy. This meant that Gypsy Island had completely become a deserted island, and it would soon turn into hell. They either obeyed the orders or faced immediate execution. Not far from the dock, in a dimly lit bridge tunnel, a handsome young man who looked about 17 or 18 pulled a girl dressed in a white dress. Carefully avoiding the Navy sentries as they entered the dark tunnel, quickly pushing out a small sailboat of less than 3 meters. Although fleeing the island against the decree could likely lead to being hunted down by the Navy, the young man, encouraged by his father, came here without hesitation for the woman he loved. Boarding the small boat, they aimed to escape from this island he had grown up on, now occupied by demons. Following the dark river downstream, they circumvented the original harbor and soon entered the blue sea. The handsome young man tightly held the girl's slender hand, pushing the boat to its maximum speed toward the outside, and at that moment, the Navy on the coast spotted them. These Navy personnel had received strict orders not to let any island residents escape. Otherwise, the celestial dragons would never let them go. More importantly, once everything happening on Gypsy Island became public, the celestial dragons would be unaffected, but the Navy, if reduced to accomplices rather than upholding justice, would face overwhelming public pressure. Rear Admiral Aaron personally led the team, commanding a warship to quickly charge toward the small boat, determined to eliminate the two. Damn the Navy! The handsome young man at the helm cursed under his breath, as he saw the warship closing in, instructing the girl to lie down at the bow while he drove at full speed. However, the Navy warship was too fast. In no time, it was within range, and soon several whistling projectiles were launched. The dark, high-explosive shells exploded violently in the nearby waters of the small boat, creating huge waves that nearly capsized it. Fortunately, the target was small, and the warship's first volley did not hit. "I'm scared," the girl cried in fear, lying in the boat. "I'm here, don't worry. Just close your eyes." The handsome young man comforted her a few times and immediately steered the boat along the current. Just as the Navy warship had fired around, the massive recoil slowed its speed significantly, temporarily creating a distance of over 100 meters between both sides. However, as the Navy warship accelerated again, it quickly caught up to the small boat. "Follow my orders, prepare to fire." Following Rear Admiral Aaron's command, not only did the warship's massive cannons prepare to fire, but the Navy personnel standing at the rail also aimed their guns at the couple in the small boat. In an instant, gunfire erupted, and violent explosions near the small boat sent enormous columns of water rising. But when the smoke cleared and the sea began to calm, the small boat remained in place, completely unharmed, and the couple inside was safe and sound. How is this possible? Rear Admiral Aaron looked at the small boat in disbelief, as it completely exceeded his expectations. "What the hell are you all doing?" At that moment, a voice came from the sea. Soon, Arthur, holding a pearl the size of a soccer ball, slowly rose from the water, looking curiously at the tense Navy personnel and the small boat cornered. The couple was uncertain whether this person had saved them, while the Navy personnel were stunned. Although the dramatic appearance was somewhat frightening, seeing a talking creature on the water was not unusual, as there were indeed fishmen in this world. However, this man clearly lacked fishman characteristics, but was standing on the waves without a boat or any floating object. Such a bizarre scene was a first for them. "Are you the pirate with a bounty of 170 million, who once killed a rear admiral and destroyed an entire fleet, known as the fallen sea god Arthur?" A sharp-eyed Navy lieutenant, after observing Arthur for a moment, exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, the crowd was in an uproar, feeling uneasy. Encountering such a powerful figure was a nightmare for every Navy soldier. Rear Admiral Aaron, standing at the rail, felt a chill in his heart. The Navy Rear Admiral that Arthur had killed belonged to the elite level, known for their strong presence. The fleet he commanded had also achieved remarkable military feats, having sunk countless pirate ships. The man before him exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, causing Aaron, who had prepared to attack Arthur multiple times, to ultimately abandon the potentially fatal idea. However, he could not let these two individuals go. The only option was to negotiate. "Arthur, these two are wanted fugitives. If you leave on your own, we have no reason to engage in battle," Rear Admiral Aaron suggested. "I'm a wanted pirate. As the Navy, shouldn't you uphold justice and capture me?" Arthur replied with a cold smile, playfully looking at Rear Admiral Aaron. "Or are you scared?" Facing Arthur, who had killed elite Navy personnel and destroyed an entire fleet, Aaron indeed felt fear. However, as a Navy Rear Admiral, being addressed in such a manner in front of everyone was somewhat embarrassing. Moreover, if he didn't take action and allowed one or two gossipers to report this situation, he would likely face severe consequences. It should be known that there were many Navy commanders, but advancing to a general was extremely difficult. He had used countless connections and gifts just to shine with a gold star. "Arthur, don't be too arrogant. I am on a mission and don't have time to deal with you. Otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Arthur asked with a smile that was not quite a smile, looking at Rear Admiral Aaron. Under Arthur's cold gaze, Aaron swallowed the threatening words he had intended to say. He had joined the Navy for status, not to uphold some hollow sense of justice. Faced with the undeniably formidable Arthur, Rear Admiral Aaron felt a desire to retreat. But if he failed to capture the two escaping from Gypsy Island, the consequences if the Celestial Dragons found out would be even more tragic. Rear Admiral Aaron forced himself to remain calm, warning, "Don't go too far. We could both perish together. When have I bullied you? Just a reminder. You better leave quickly while I'm still in a good mood." Arthur waved his hand in disgust. He was utterly disappointed with the Navy that allowed such scum to become a major general. Just as the two were at a standoff, a naval soldier stealthily moved to the side of the warship, raising his musket to aim at a young couple on the ship. The moment the gun fired, Arthur suddenly appeared in front of the trajectory, effortlessly catching the incoming bullet with his hand and tossing it into the sea. In that instant, a water ball formed between his palms and was violently thrown out. The naval soldier who had just launched the surprise attack didn't have time to react before he was struck by the airborne water ball, creating a massive hole in the naval warship, and the soldier was left as nothing but bones. Naval Major General Aaron felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He had just sent someone to assassinate the couple to buy time for Arthur, thinking he could go back and report success. However, he never expected that this plan would not escape the other's eyes and was immediately thwarted, rendering his efforts futile. Seeking death, Arthur leaped into the air and landed steadily on the deck of the warship. Attack! Major General Aaron knew that there was no way to resolve this peacefully today. He had to face Arthur head-on. Perhaps the so-called fallen sea god was not as strong as rumored. Or maybe the elite Major General who had been defeated before was just caught off guard in a moment of carelessness. Raising a battle axe, Major General Aaron, who was overseeing from the back, comforted himself while ordering the naval soldiers to charge forward. Arthur, with a calm demeanor, advanced slowly, as if he didn't even see the swarm of naval soldiers rushing towards him. Just as the Navy got close, a haze of mist suddenly rose around Arthur, and then a powerful force sent numerous sailors flying, one after another, into the sea. Don't underestimate me. Major General Aaron watched in disbelief as hundreds of sailors were instantly taken down by Arthur. However, between life and death, the desire to survive compelled him to swing his battle axe down with all his might towards Arthur. Arthur slightly raised his head, then lifted his palm to firmly catch the war axe that was swung down with full force. With a movement of his hand, the war axe shattered instantly. Rear Admiral Aaron of the Navy wanted to turn and flee, but suddenly a figure appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch that struck his face. Blood splattered everywhere. His nose completely caved in, and his body was sent flying into the distance. However, Arthur was faster. Before the Rear Admiral's body even hit the ground, he rushed forward, transforming his fist into a palm, pressing it against the collar of the already unconscious Rear Admiral, lifting him into the air. Although Rear Admiral Aaron was not particularly strong, he was not an ordinary person either, yet he couldn't even last a second in Arthur's hands. Today you are lucky. I'm too lazy to kill. How can a waste like you even hold the position of Rear Admiral? The Navy really has no one left. Arthur casually tossed the unconscious Rear Admiral onto the deck of the battleship and walked away. Some surviving sailors were so frightened they collapsed to the ground, not daring to stop Arthur. This man was even more formidable than the legend suggested. He had effortlessly defeated an entire ship of Navy personnel, and Rear Admiral Aaron hadn't even lasted a second. Such a powerful being was beyond their ability to contend with. Surviving was already a stroke of good fortune. Arthur steadily landed on a not-so-large barge and looked at the two with confusion, asking, "Is the Navy so bored now that they even manage private elopements?" "Mr. Arthur, thank you for saving us." The handsome young man guarded his girlfriend, staring at Arthur with a wary expression. Although Arthur was frighteningly powerful and had saved them, pirates were known for their ruthless methods, much more brutal than the Navy's. It was hard to imagine what kind of benefits a notorious criminal with a high bounty would demand from them. The handsome young man knew he was powerless to resist, but still stood resolutely in front of his girlfriend. "Are you residents of Gypsy Island?" Arthur casually asked. "Are you too?" The handsome young man was taken aback, then hesitantly inquired. Logically speaking, Gypsy Island was not very large, with a population of about several tens of thousands. Having grown up on the island, the handsome young man might not know everyone, but he was sure most people had seen each other. However, he had no impression of Arthur at all. "I'm just a visitor living on the island. Since you're fine now, I'll head back," Arthur said, picking up a pearl the size of a soccer ball from the sea, preparing to return to Gypsy Island quickly to give this birthday gift to the beautiful shopkeeper, Molly. "You can't go back, Mr. Arthur," the handsome young man quickly advised. Ever since the Celestial Dragon came to the island, the Navy has started a massacre against the residents. The handsome young man clenched his fists and said with anger, "They've enacted crazy policies. Now Gypsy Island has become hell. Although you are strong, facing the encirclement of the Navy's vice admirals and fleet, you could very likely lose your life." The Celestial Dragon, the Navy's vice admiral. Arthur was also taken aback. Most of the information about the Celestial Dragons, who enjoyed all privileges as world nobles, was actually hearsay. However, the indiscriminate slaughter by these people could be said to be the greatest evil in this world. Their arrival on Gypsy Island would not bring anything good. With no time to explain to the handsome young man and worrying about Molly's safety, Arthur instantly vanished from the spot, transforming into a torrent of water and rushing towards Gypsy Island at the fastest speed. On Gypsy Island, the once prosperous city was now deserted, with occasional chilling screams echoing from gunfire. Under the orders of the Celestial Dragons, a group of Navy personnel committed crimes recklessly, carrying out atrocities against the island's residents. To cover up the evidence, they would burn the bodies. The luxurious hotel where Molly was located quickly became a target of the Navy's attack. Many attendants suffered a terrible fate, and guests in the hotel were blindfolded and lined up to be shot one after another. As the manager, Molly had just gone to check the food supplies and narrowly escaped a disaster. However, soon after, an attendant who had his limbs severed and was tortured to the brink of insanity revealed Molly's hiding place. A group of Navy soldiers rushed in coldly, and upon seeing the exceptionally beautiful Molly, they grinned and surrounded her. Molly's eyes were filled with fear as she continuously retreated to the corner, having nowhere else to go. When a Navy soldier charged at her, swinging a shovel, it struck the soldier's forehead, causing him to collapse to the ground, clutching his bleeding wound and screaming in agony. "You bitch!" The bloodied soldier stood up, raising his rifle, but was suddenly kicked down by a lieutenant. "This woman is a gift for Lord Ferdinand Saint. Get the hell out of here," the lieutenant ordered, and although the Navy soldiers were unhappy, they had no choice but to retreat. More than 10 minutes later, after being meticulously dressed up, Molly was escorted by Navy soldiers to the residence of Lord Ferdinand Saint. Upon seeing Molly's stunning beauty and graceful figure, the celestial dragon Ferdinand Saint's eyes widened in astonishment. He kicked aside several island girls serving him and stared at Molly aggressively. As Ferdinand was about to shoot the girls, Molly suddenly spoke coldly. "Let them go. Stop the atrocities and slaughter on the island, and I will submit to your will. Give me some people, quickly." The celestial dragon Ferdinand Saint, as if suddenly energized, shouted loudly towards the door, and soon several guards rushed in. "Go! Make those damn guys stop. Anyone who disobeys, even if they are Navy, kill them." In order to please Molly, Ferdinand Saint did not care about the lives of a few Navy soldiers. Even those officers without pure bloodlines were worthless in Ferdinand Saint's eyes and could be discarded at any time. When only the celestial dragon and Molly were left in the room, Ferdinand Saint sat in a chair, eagerly calling Molly over to serve him. Molly suddenly smiled, gently leaning towards the celestial dragon, and then her palm quickly struck the celestial dragon's neck. With a muffled grunt, the celestial dragon immediately fell unconscious. Molly quickly approached, using a bedsheet to fashion a rope, carefully opening the window without making a sound, and secured the rope before slowly moving down. The celestial dragon, who had been knocked out, suddenly woke up and realized the room was empty. The intense pain in his neck quickly reminded him that the daring bitch had actually dared to lay hands on him. In an instant, Ferdinand was filled with rage and wanted to kill everyone. "Come here." When a group of guards rushed into the room to obey, accompanied by a gunshot, the guard at the front fell to the ground, shot. "Why so slow? Send the order down to kill all living beings on this island. Not a single animal can be left." Ferdinand Saint suddenly saw the rope made from the bedsheet at the corner of the bed and rushed to the window with his firearm, just in time to see Molly landing on the ground. Ferdinand Saint, filled with hatred, quickly fired all his bullets. Molly, covering her back where she had been shot, dashed into a nearby street corner. "Kill them all. Just kill them all." The nearly mad celestial dragon Ferdinand issued a massacre order against Gypsy Island. Wounded and bleeding, Molly stumbled along the dim alley, leaning against the wall to move forward, with glaring bloodstains left on the mottled steps. The gunshot wound in her back made her breathing increasingly heavy, and her vision blurred several times as she fell to the ground. But the gunfire behind her forced her to stand up again. It was unclear how long she had been walking. Exhausted, Molly leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. In a moment, the wall behind her was already soaked with blood. Molly knew she could not hold on much longer. The terrifying death was imminent. However, at that moment, her mind was not filled with fear, but rather with the image of Arthur, the man she had come to know and love, who made her truly feel happiness. Before dying, Molly longed to see Arthur one last time, while also hoping that he could stay as far away from Gypsy Island as possible so that he wouldn't lose his life in vain. Just when she was on the brink of death, Molly's beautiful eyelids slowly drooped, but suddenly a voice not far away made her open her eyes. "There's blood here. Follow me." Soon, 7 or 8 armed Navy soldiers quickly followed the blood trail left by Molly up the stairs. "There's an injured woman. So beautiful, brothers are in luck." A few Navy soldiers surrounded Molly, aggressively staring at her, their faces filled with excitement as they shouted out. Watching the approaching Navy, Molly wanted to resist, but she had no strength left in her body and could only watch helplessly. Suddenly, a figure dashed in, pressing down on the heads of 2 Navy soldiers and slamming them into the wall. Before the other Navy soldiers could react, that incredibly fast figure flickered and was already behind them. Soon, 7 or 8 Navy soldiers were lined up, their heads smashed directly into the wall, their strange headless bodies swaying gently, red and white substances splattering down the wall, filling the air with a nauseating smell of blood. It's really you, Arthur. Molly, barely able to breathe, struggled to keep her eyes open, looking at Arthur standing before her in disbelief. It's really great to see you one last time. Don't speak. Arthur rushed forward, holding Molly in his arms, and seeing the blood gushing from her wound, his eyes filled with killing intent. No, I have to say it otherwise. I might never have the chance again. I like you. I want to be with you forever. Molly exerted all her strength, gripping Arthur's clothing tightly, as if he would vanish the moment she let go. Arthur quickly took out the turquoise glass vial he always carried and dripped the black liquid into Molly's mouth. You'll be fine. As the aura flowed, Molly, who was on the brink of death, visibly improved, and her wounds healed at a rapid pace. I'll get you out of here first. Arthur picked up Molly and rushed out of the alley, where the bodies of Navy soldiers lay scattered on the ground. Not sparing any effort against these inhuman and crazed Navy personnel, Arthur left a trail of corpses in his wake. He rushed quickly to the sea, and with the crashing waves, he found himself several miles offshore in an instant. Soon, a 3-meter-long barge approached. It was the couple Arthur had saved earlier, and the handsome young man quickly made space for Molly to sit down. The young man was in awe that Arthur could rescue his woman from the heavily guarded Gypsy Island without a scratch and was eager to ask Arthur to help the residents of the island. However, this request was clearly unreasonable, as there was a vice admiral stationed on the island, along with 2 brigadier generals. No matter how skilled Arthur was, he would likely face overwhelming odds and could risk losing his life on the island. I will try my best to save people, but how many can survive will depend on their fate. However, first, you need to help me get her to nearby Samos Island and ensure her safety. But the handsome young man hesitated, clearly concerned. Although he had survived, his parents were still on the island, and he admitted he did not want to leave. Are you refusing? Then the agreement is off, and I won't save anyone on the island. Arthur said coldly. I agree. The young man realized he had no choice and immediately spoke with determination. Arthur casually took out a thick stack of berries and placed it directly into the handsome young man's hands, saying, find a high-end hotel. I will bring the remaining people from the island to meet you on sail.The Island. Although the handsome young man was eager to know how Arthur managed to bring all the survivors out from Gypsy Island, which was under the command of a naval admiral and heavily guarded by the Navy, his doubts dissipated when he saw the calm look in Arthur's eyes. Watching the barge leave, Arthur turned to look at Gypsy Island. He made such arrangements because he understood the price of angering the world nobles, the celestial dragons. However, for Arthur, anyone who dared to harm his woman, even if it were the king of heaven, would still be killed. With a swift movement, he propelled himself forward using the waves, quickly leaping onto the island and landing steadily as he headed straight for the location of the celestial dragons. On a mottled street, over a dozen Navy soldiers blocked the entrance, raising their rifles and firing continuously at the fleeing residents, with screams echoing as people fell into pools of blood. The Navy, already bloodthirsty, were originally just following the orders of the celestial dragons to kill everyone on the island. But as the massacre continued, the long-repressed bloodlust within these soldiers unleashed a reckless slaughter of the unarmed islanders. Please spare my child, cried a woman who had been shot in the thigh. Lying on the ground while shielding her baby, looking pleadingly at the Navy soldier with the gun. What are you all waiting for? Kill everyone, including the children, commanded a cold-faced officer to a few soldiers who appeared hesitant. If you don't fire, you'll all die. The officer raised his rifle and aimed at one of the Navy soldiers. Just as the soldiers pulled the triggers and bullets shot out of the barrels, a strange scene unfolded before everyone. The bullets that should have flown out suddenly hovered in midair, shrouded in a mist, and then, in a flash, those bullets rushed back into the barrels at several times their original speed, piercing through the backs of the soldiers and directly into their chests. With a muffled grunt, the soldiers who had just fired fell dead on the spot. The officer's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Arthur, who merely stood there, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. It was likely that the bizarre scene just witnessed was closely related to this man, who must be a demon from hell. The officer wanted to turn and flee, but out of fear his legs felt as heavy as lead, and he trembled, unable to move an inch. In the moment between life and death, as he tried to raise his rifle, Arthur had already appeared beside the woman, using his body to shield her from the Navy officer. The officer's body suddenly swelled, followed by a muffled sound, and his entire body exploded in a shower of blood and flesh. Hide in the warehouse near the harbor. I will come to take you away soon. Without waiting for the woman to respond, Arthur had already vanished from the spot. In a luxurious bedroom, Ferdinand Saint, a restless celestial dragon pacing back and forth, suddenly shot and killed a young girl he had just cherished. Molly not only escaped but even dared to knock him unconscious, provoking Ferdinand's wrath. The audacity of a lowly slave to strike against their master was an unforgivable humiliation, and Ferdinand believed that any other celestial dragon would choose to slaughter the island to maintain their dignity and status. Consumed by anger, Ferdinand found that the only sounds outside, the gunfire and screams, could somewhat soothe his rage. Glancing at the more than 10 corpses scattered on the floor, Ferdinand roared towards the door. "Why aren't you taking these bodies out yet? Do you all want to die?" The people outside seemed to hear Ferdinand's command. In the luxurious bedroom, doors slowly opened, revealing a bloody severed head that rolled directly to his feet. Ferdinand staggered back a few steps, sitting down in shock as he stared at the head with wide, furious eyes. As a celestial dragon, he was not afraid of individuals. He had killed countless humans, and his hands were already stained with blood. The reason for his terror was that the owner of this head was none other than the head of his strongest bodyguard. This bodyguard had followed him for many years, not only loyal but also extremely powerful, and he never expected that someone would be able to sever his head. "Who is it?" Ferdinand raised his rifle, aiming at the dimly lit doorway. Soon, a man with a gaze buried beneath his brow stepped in from outside. This man was Arthur, who had slaughtered his way here. It must be said that the navy surrounding the celestial dragons and his personal bodyguards were quite strong. Eliminating them took a considerable amount of time. But it was merely a delay, as it would not change the fate of total annihilation. The corridors, the main road, and the entrance were littered with the corpses of the dead. Many had not even seen when Arthur made his move before dying. "Go to hell, bastard!" With a face twisted in rage, Ferdinand raised his rifle and pulled the trigger repeatedly, emptying the chamber of all its bullets. Gasping for breath, Ferdinand glared at Arthur from a distance, refusing to believe that the other party was invulnerable. Arthur slightly raised his head, a contemptuous smile appearing on his face. He spread his palm, and several bullets clattered to the ground. Suddenly, a haze of mist enveloped the air, and Arthur had already appeared in front of Saint Ferdinand. His fist, imbued with immense power, struck fiercely at his abdomen, with a scream resembling that of a slaughtered pig. The celestial dragon felt as if his insides had been shattered and collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Arthur suddenly stepped on the ankle, and with a crisp sound of bones breaking, the ankle snapped, leaving Ferdinand unable to even scream, directly fainting. But how could Arthur let him have his way? As the hazy mist gathered, Ferdinand was forcefully awakened, only for his wrist to be crushed again. Stop. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you'll be hunted by the Navy Admiral. Let him come." Arthur responded coldly, and proceeded to crush the shoulder blade of the celestial dragon Ferdinand, leading to screams, fainting, and being awakened by the mist, repeating again and again. After an unknown amount of time, Rear Admiral Nolan, having learned of the attack on the celestial dragon, hurriedly arrived at the celestial dragon's residence with a group of Navy soldiers. Upon seeing the bodies scattered everywhere, Rear Admiral Nolan's heart sank, and he rushed towards the bedroom, quickly spotting a figure sitting on the blood-soaked floor with his back to them. "Who are you?" Rear Admiral Nolan questioned coldly. Arthur, sitting on the ground, slowly stood up, holding the still dripping head of the celestial dragon, and responded with a sinister expression. "I am the sea god, Arthur." Seeing the bloody head of the celestial dragon in Arthur's hand, Rear Admiral Nolan's heart sank. The one killed was a world noble, a celestial dragon with supreme power. If this news got out, it would certainly cause a huge stir. Someone in this world actually dared to attack a world noble. If he wasn't insane, then he was a true powerhouse. As the highest-ranking officer protecting the celestial dragon, Rear Admiral Nolan found himself in deep trouble, and it was very likely he would be held accountable and lose his life. He no longer cared about his uncertain future, only hoping that Admiral Sengoku would, for his years of diligent service, step in to save his life. Behind the celestial dragons was the world government, and he was just a mere rear admiral, likely to be sacrificed to appease the anger of the celestial dragons. He had to capture this reckless man alive and bring him to Navy headquarters. Perhaps that would protect his life. However, the Arthur before him was no ordinary foe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to break through so many guards protecting the celestial dragon alone. A fierce battle was about to erupt. "Listen to my orders. Everyone evacuate immediately. This man is not someone you can deal with." Rear Admiral Nolan fixed his gaze on Arthur while ordering the surrounding Navy soldiers. The Navy soldiers looked at Arthur, and soon someone realized that this man was the fallen sea god Arthur, with a bounty of 170 million. However, the Navy soldiers never expected Arthur to be so young. If they encountered him on the road, it would be hard to believe that this man was the legendary fierce pirate. It was said that this man had taken down elite Navy rear admirals and single-handedly destroyed an entire fleet. Such a powerhouse was indeed beyond their capability to face. Nevertheless, the Navy soldiers had great confidence in Rear Admiral Nolan, who had rarely suffered defeat in years of combat, with countless pirates having perished at his hands. Once the Navy evacuated the building, Rear Admiral Nolan cast aside his pristine justice cloak, his fists colliding as he coldly stared at the composed Arthur. "Surrender now, and you might suffer less pain. Otherwise, I will break every bone in your body and take you to Marineford," Rear Admiral Nolan said grimly. "As a henchman of the Celestial Dragons, you deserve to die," Arthur coldly replied, casually throwing the lifeless head of the Celestial Dragon in front of Nolan. Hearing Arthur's words, Nolan felt both anger and frustration. He had been ordered to deliver this scoundrel to sail.The archipelago, enduring so much suffering along the way. And just as he was about to report back, a reckless man suddenly appeared and killed the Celestial Dragon. Although it was satisfying, it left Nolan in a difficult position. Looking at the indifferent Arthur, who still hadn't grasped the consequences, Rear Admiral Nolan's teeth ground in frustration. "This is your own doing." In the next moment, Rear Admiral Nolan vanished from sight, appearing right in front of Arthur, his fist, imbued with a powerful vortex of energy, crashing towards Arthur's face. Worried about future troubles, Nolan didn't hold back, launching a full-force attack right from the start. His entire body radiated energy, and his fist was soon covered in the color of armament hockey. A mighty punch crashing down before him. Arthur had experienced the overwhelming power before, so he didn't dare to face it head-on. He stepped back a few paces, dodging the fist while an indistinct mist of water formed around him. Soon, countless sharp water spears condensed and struck Major General Nolan's body with incredible speed and force. Arthur would not underestimate the Rear Admiral either. These powerful figures who stood at the peak of the Navy were once idols to the Private Arthur. However, time had passed, and when Arthur faced the Rear Admiral, he had already acquired unimaginable strength, though he still held a degree of respect for the Navy's Rear Admirals. The fierce water waves moved with incredible speed, and as Arthur's power increased, the condensed water blades became even sharper than real iron weapons. With a single blow, even solid rock would shatter. Although Rear Admiral Nolan's offensive was fierce, his agility was not particularly fast, making it impossible for him to evade Arthur's relentless attacks. In less than a moment, he was overwhelmed by the powerful assault created from the gathered water vapor. Arthur was somewhat taken aback. Could it be that the Navy's Rear Admiral was truly so weak? The once luxurious residence had collapsed with a thunderous crash, and dust rose from the ruins, completely obscuring the view. Truly worthy of being the colleague who could take me down, the fallen sea god Arthur indeed possesses remarkable strength. From within the rolling dust, a mocking and cold voice emerged. "It turned out you didn't die, big guy," Arthur teased while fully preparing for battle. "Although you have some strength, you are still far from being able to kill me." As the dust gradually settled, Rear Admiral Nolan's figure slowly became visible, but unlike before, he appeared significantly larger now, and his entire body had become solidified, resembling a massive stone pillar. Although Arthur's previous assault was powerful, it hadn't caused much damage. "Not bad. If you had died this easily, it would have been much less fun." Arthur's tone remained calm as always. "Kid, you can only be tough now." Nolan's figure sprang forward, charging at a speed several times faster than before, his armed hockey-infused fist suddenly striking Arthur. "So fast." Arthur was taken aback. He hadn't expected Rear Admiral Nolan's speed to reach such levels. Faced with the powerful and fierce punch, Arthur had no means of evasion and could only barely raise his arms in front of him. A tremendous force hit him, sending Arthur flying like a cannonball, followed by a series of deafening crashes as several connected houses collapsed. Rising from the ruins and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Arthur's eyes glimmered with fighting spirit. Instead of retreating, he charged toward Rear Admiral Nolan, engaging in continuous clashes, with fists colliding repeatedly, generating strong shockwaves. Although Arthur had not mastered hockey, with the increase in his strength, he was no longer completely defenseless against it, and the might of the sea god also gathered tremendous power. In fact, Arthur did not realize that hockey had always existed. He just couldn't use it easily and freely. Rear Admiral Nolan grew increasingly alarmed. He was very confident in the power of his solidified body, with each punch carrying the force of a small mountain. Yet, the Arthur before him was becoming stronger with each exchange and was adapting to his attack patterns with greater ease. Facing an enemy who could learn and adapt in the midst of battle was a terrifying prospect. It wouldn't be long before Nolan's every attack would be seen through. Even more perplexing to Rear Admiral Nolan was that the hockey, which could injure a devil fruit user's body, seemed to be having less and less effect on Arthur. To be precise, the effect was barely noticeable, far exceeding his expectations. If this continued, defeat and death were merely a matter of time. The Navy's Rear Admiral Nolan was no longer concerned about his pride. The moment he intended to call upon the nearby Navy for a joint attack to repel Arthur. Arthur did not give him that chance. As he got close to Nolan, his entire body transformed into water. Just as Nolan's fist was about to land. With a ripple of water, Arthur appeared behind him. A wave of water descended from above, completely enveloping Rear Admiral Nolan, causing him to show fear in an instant. Unlike Arthur, who inherited the power of the sea god, Rear Admiral Nolan was a bona fide devil fruit user. Although he was very strong in combat, he feared the sea water that could temporarily strip him of his devil fruit powers, a fatal weakness for devil fruit users. If it were ordinary seawater, a devil fruit user would not fear it. But the water prison that Arthur condensed was different. In an instant, it completely submerged Rear Admiral Nolan, as if he had fallen into the depths of the ocean. After a brief moment of holding his breath, Nolan's face suddenly turned bright red as he frantically struck at the surrounding water membrane with his arms. However, his originally formidable strength felt soft and powerless in the water. His solidified body quickly dissipated, restoring Nolan to his original appearance, with eyes filled with terror as he desperately tried to break free from the densely packed water prison. Nolan's expression shifted from fearless to fear to pleading as he repeatedly bowed to Arthur, hoping for mercy. But Arthur remained indifferent, quietly watching until Nolan drowned. Suddenly, Nolan's face turned pale as he gulped down a lot of seawater, casting a desperate glance at Arthur as if he were drowning in the water prison. However, Arthur did not rush to remove the water prison. He quietly watched the body of Rear Admiral Nolan floating inside, seemingly waiting for something. After a moment, Nolan suddenly awakened, his whole body convulsing as he struggled to escape the water prison, but he was powerless to flee due to the loss of strength. Arthur's lips curled slightly upwards. The reason he didn't remove the water prison was that he guessed that General Nolan would use trickery. Just as Arthur expected, General Nolan pretended to have drowned, planning to escape the moment Arthur lifted the water prison. However, General Nolan did not anticipate that Arthur would remain so calm. Seeing through his intentions at a glance, and waiting for him to reveal his true form, General Nolan's face twisted in rage, his gaze fixed on Arthur, filled with unwillingness. And in a moment of carelessness, he lost the initiative and never had the chance to fight back. It was only when General Nolan completely lost his breath that Arthur withdrew the water prison, a rush of water vapor flashing through his palm. And the general's head fell with a thud. Holding the still dripping head, Arthur walked towards the Navy soldiers, waiting for the outcome in the distance. When the soldiers saw that it was Arthur emerging from the ruins and not General Nolan, they were momentarily stunned. After all, General Nolan was a formidable figure with a significant reputation, yet this ridiculously young man had taken him down. If they hadn't seen the general's head in Arthur's hand, no one would believe it was real. The reality was that it was all true, and some Navy soldiers, terrified and cowardly, turned to flee. The souls of Gypsy Island. Let me claim their lives. Arthur spread his palm, and the water vapor in the surrounding air slowly descended, falling onto the bodies of the Navy soldiers. Suddenly, many Navy soldiers' bodies began to swell grotesquely, quickly bursting one after another, blood and gore splattering everywhere, with not a single complete corpse to be found. In the next moment, Arthur had vanished from the spot. His purpose was simple: to make the Navy soldiers who slaughtered the residents of Gypsy Island pay a bloody price on this land. It can only be said that the cycle of karma is relentless. What awaits these Navy soldiers is inescapable death. The beautiful scenery and simple folk of Gypsy Island had turned into a hell on earth with the arrival of the celestial dragons. The Navy soldiers, given the order to slaughter, became completely bloodthirsty, killing every island resident they encountered, with corpses lying everywhere. Even some soldiers who were unwilling to follow orders were executed on the spot as deserters. More than a dozen terrified island residents fled down the street toward a corner. A burly man with a full beard had a serious expression, holding a firearm he had seized from a Navy soldier, his eyes fixed on the street corner. This bearded man was named Damon. He was a retired Navy soldier who had later settled on the island, married, and had children, living off fishing. The sudden attack and merciless slaughter by the Navy had resulted in the brutal deaths of Damon's wife and children. In a fit of rage, Damon killed several Navy soldiers with a harpoon from his home, seizing a firearm from one of the bodies as he escaped toward a cellar for refuge, continuously taking in survivors, until there were more than a dozen of them. but the children and elderly moved too slowly, making it only a matter of time before they were caught. Damon had considered fleeing alone, but couldn't bring himself to do it, especially since among them were his neighbors. Behind Damon, several women were helping children and two elderly people as they rushed toward the corner, where there was a very secret cellar that might help them escape. Their last hope, although no one knew if this cellar had already been discovered by the Navy. "Hurry!" Damon shouted, waving his hand to signal everyone to flee while raising his firearm and pulling the trigger. With a scream, a Navy soldier who had just rushed around the corner was shot and fell into a pool of blood. But in the next second, more Navy soldiers charged in. The whistling bullets instantly turned the truck Damon used for cover into rubble. Damon shot another soldier, quickly dashed to the other side, and began shooting at the Navy using a sign at the store entrance as cover. He knew he needed to buy more time to protect the others. As he shot again, a bullet suddenly struck his palm, instantly severing his little finger, blood dripping continuously onto the ground. "Charge!" Soon realizing there was only one man left, the enraged Navy officer waved his hand, and the soldiers rushed forward with their guns. Damon pulled the trigger, shooting another soldier, but as he was reloading, the Navy soldiers had already closed in. The soldier at the front kicked Damon's firearm away, but Damon's fist was faster, landing a blow on the Navy soldier's face, causing blood to gush out. Damon, still strong despite his age, being a retired Navy soldier and having spent years fishing at sea, was no slouch. 3 to 5 Navy soldiers couldn't even get close. With 2 gunshots, Damon let out a grunt and fell to one knee. His legs had been pierced by bullets, rendering him unable to move. The surrounding Navy soldiers finally had their chance to vent their frustrations, swarming him with punches and kicks. "We'll chop him into pieces and feed him to the fish." The Navy officer put away his firearm and kicked Damon, who was barely hanging on. Since they were going to feed him to the fish, why not do it all at once? "I'll help you with that." Arthur, who had been standing on a rooftop, slowly descended and landed firmly on the ground, looking at the group of Navy soldiers. There is still one that slipped through the net. At the officer's command, the Navy soldiers raised their guns, aiming at Arthur. They had no idea that their admiral, the world noble celestial dragon, had already had his head chopped off by the very Arthur before them. If they had known all this, they would have fled long ago. "Seriously, after spending so much time with you, I feel like I've become a butcher." Arthur looked up with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, gazing at the group of Navy soldiers with a playful expression. Suddenly, he moved, charging at the Navy soldiers. "Open fire immediately." The Navy soldiers, receiving the command, pulled their triggers, and the whistling bullets flew out, only to mysteriously disappear as they approached Arthur. When Arthur reached the Navy soldiers, he calmly dodged the downward slashing blades and then, with what seemed like a casual palm strike, sent the surrounding Navy soldiers flying as if they had been struck hard, crashing against the walls on either side and dying on the spot. Arthur walked calmly, with Navy soldiers falling dead on either side. When he stopped, the Navy that had been pursuing the island's residents was nearly exterminated. It was a one-sided massacre. These soldiers could not resist and were easily killed like ants. "Take everyone to the seaside. I will take you away from this island." Arthur's calm tone shocked the severely injured Damon. As he looked up, he was momentarily stunned by the sight of the corpses scattered everywhere. "To the seaside? If you don't want to die." After Arthur spoke, he moved, and with a mist of water, he disappeared from the spot. Who exactly is he? Damon was filled with fear, thankful that such a person was not an enemy. Otherwise, they would surely be doomed. If he knew that the Celestial Dragon and a Navy Vice Admiral had also been killed by Arthur, he might faint from shock. As Arthur advanced quickly, he continued to eliminate the Navy with ruthless efficiency, showing no mercy. In fact, Arthur's purpose in slaughtering the Navy was not to avenge the dead islanders, but to silence them. The reason was simple. Arthur was well aware of the consequences of killing a Celestial Dragon. Moreover, having eliminated a Navy Vice Admiral, once the Navy headquarters learned of this, it would undoubtedly cause a massive upheaval. The Navy would never allow such a threat to exist. Furthermore, with a Celestial Dragon dead, it was inevitable that a high-ranking admiral would be dispatched. Although Arthur was very confident in his own strength and easily slaughtered the Navy on Gypsy Island, he did not have much confidence when facing an admiral. Admirals were the peak existence within the Navy and had once been Arthur's dream. Once an admiral set out to hunt, very few could escape alive. Wherever an admiral went, pirate corpses lay everywhere. By beheading a Celestial Dragon, Arthur had certainly gotten himself into big trouble. However, he did not regret it at all. Anyone who dared to touch his woman would be dealt with, even if it was the King of Heaven himself. Of course, for Arthur, if he could eliminate all the Navy on Gypsy Island and take all the unaware survivors to York Island. Everything that had happened on Gypsy Island might become a mystery, and no one would know who had killed the celestial dragon. Therefore, Arthur decided to eliminate all the Navy as quickly as possible, regardless of whether they were involved in the slaughter on Gypsy Island. Arthur was also clear about the admirals. They were the busiest people in the Navy, unable to confront the 4 emperors, needing to deter the 7 warlords of the sea. And there were plenty of pirates in the New World who were more valuable and posed a greater threat than Arthur. This meant that the admirals would not pursue a pirate with a bounty of 170 million unless they had a specific target. The slaughter continued, accompanied by blood and corpses, as Arthur charged towards the Navy's garrison. A naval rear admiral who was dining in a room suddenly heard piercing screams from outside, and, as he stood up, a figure had already charged in front of him. The blazing sword of the king, engulfed in flames, pierced through the chest of the naval rear admiral, instantly turning him to ashes with its intense heat. In fact, the naval rear admiral Justin, who was killed by Arthur, was not weak. Unlike the rear admiral who had been eliminated by Arthur at sea, he had been promoted to rear admiral through his achievements. However, Arthur's speed was simply too fast. Not only did he utilize the vapor to move instantaneously, but he also wielded the sacred weapon, the blazing sword of the king. Faced with a deadly strike, the naval rear admiral Justin had no time to react, and even his abilities had not yet been activated before he was humiliatingly pierced by the sword and turned to ashes. The outcome between experts was decided in an instant. Arthur seized the opportunity and delivered a clean and swift strike that secured his victory. 1 vice admiral, 3 rear admirals. After sheathing his sword, Arthur muttered to himself, knowing that the commanding officer had been completely killed and that the Navy on the island had been slaughtered nearly to the last. It should have prevented the admirals from pursuing him directly. Suddenly, Arthur's heart stirred, and he swiftly dashed through the side door. A naval soldier, holding a transponder snail, seemed to be saying something to someone on the other end of the line. The vapor surged, and that naval soldier's body exploded, instantly turning into a pool of blood, only managing to utter the last syllable of Arthur's name in his dying moment. This meant that while he was fighting the rear admiral, they had already begun contacting the Navy headquarters through the transponder snail. A moment of oversight had completely ruined the plan. The fallen transponder snail emitted an angry roar. "Fallen sea god Arthur, no matter where you flee, your death will come soon." Arthur sighed. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would face it calmly. What if it was a general? As long as it was at sea, it was his home turf, and if they dared to come, he would fight them without hesitation. This time he hoped for someone tough, by the way. "Your entire fleet has already been slaughtered by me." A deafening roar of anger came from the phone bug, and then the phone bug in Arthur's hand suddenly drooped its head as if the signal had been cut off. Thinking of the flustered expressions of the naval high command on the other side, Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that just a few months ago he was still an ordinary second-class soldier? And now his every move could make the naval high command so furious and embarrassed. No one would believe how weak Arthur had been at the beginning, almost slaughtered by a Navy group that had just entered the Grand Line. It can only be said that the world is unpredictable. With the change in identity and strength, Arthur's mindset also changed. He no longer felt disgusted by his identity as a pirate, but rather proud. However, with the exposure of his identity, Arthur naturally couldn't personally lead a group of survivors from the island back to York Island, as it would only bring trouble to Michael. It's somewhat amusing. Arthur's intention to become stronger was to protect everyone on York Island, but now he couldn't return. Simply put, it was still because of insufficient strength. If one day he could become a sea overlord like the 4 emperors, even if he lived openly on York Island, he believed no one would dare to cause trouble, and the Navy would probably pray and hope that Arthur wouldn't create chaos at their headquarters. Having planned everything, Arthur decided to lure the admiral to the Chambord archipelago. If the Navy admiral wanted to fight, then let them have a good fight at sea. There was no point in taking the residents of Gypsy Island away now. But Arthur still informed the islanders of his plan to head to the Chambord archipelago, lest the arriving admiral vent his anger by slaughtering the island. Arthur took the now-recovered Molly to a trading port dozens of nautical miles away from Gypsy Island. "Really? Do you want me to go to your home?" Molly's face turned red, and her gaze towards Arthur was somewhat evasive but couldn't hide her joy. Since Arthur hadn't explained his situation, Molly assumed that York Island was his home. Although she usually had a straightforward personality, the thought of meeting Arthur's parents made her feel a bit nervous. Arthur did not explain much and effortlessly picked her up, landing steadily on the deck of a luxurious cruise ship. "Sir, everything you instructed has been prepared." A young female attendant approached Arthur, bowing respectfully before speaking. Upon entering the lavish cabin, Dozens of female bodyguards quickly surrounded Molly, subtly protecting her in the center. And a sumptuous dinner was soon laid out on the table. This ship is... Molly looked at Arthur with some confusion. Dear Miss Molly, this ship was just purchased by Mr. Arthur and will escort you to York Island. Please feel free to ask for assistance along the way, the attendant said respectfully. Looking at Molly, Molly was taken aback. Although she knew Arthur must have a significant background since he owned a black card, casually buying such an expensive giant ship seemed a bit extravagant. I have some matters to attend to. You go to York Island first, Arthur said gently. Molly hesitated, wanted to say something, but ultimately said nothing, although she was very curious about where Arthur was going. She hoped he would take her along, but she also knew that this was clearly impossible. A lavish dinner quickly came to an end, and a huge steam whistle roared, causing Arthur's expression to turn cold as he watched the giant ship depart. He believed the general would arrive soon. A life-and-death battle was inevitable. With the enhancement of his strength, Arthur's mindset had also changed. He had long since given up on resolving issues through negotiation. In this world, only the strong are respected, and only the strong have a voice. Lions never care about the thoughts of sheep, even if the sheep are right. As Arthur swiftly moved towards the Shambadi Islands, he was unaware that news of the celestial dragon's death had returned, and at this moment, the Marine headquarters at Marineford was in an uproar. The frowning Admiral Sengoku, looking at the loud, arguing officers below, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and coldly surveyed everyone, saying, "This matter is very serious. It must be handled personally by the Admiral. However, the target is the Shambadi Islands, which means the target is likely other celestial dragons. Of course, this news might also be intentionally released false information." Admiral Sengoku paused slightly, looking around decisively and coldly stating, "Therefore, I have decided that except for Akiji to remain at headquarters, Admiral Kazuru and Admiral Akainu will set off together. One will go to the Shambadi Islands to secretly protect the celestial dragons, while the other will head to Gypsy Island to pursue Arthur, ensuring that the danger is nipped in the bud. What hassle! My vacation is ruined." A middle-aged man, Kazuru, sat on the side, muttering dejectedly, "These damn pirates. I will turn them to ashes." A robust old man with gray hair strode in, his loud voice echoing in the hall. "Vice Admiral Garp, is this what you should say as a rear admiral?" Sengoku's face darkened as he glared angrily at Garp, who had just entered. "Don't mind it. Why be so serious?" Garp laughed heartily, sitting down on the sofa. "I am more concerned about the current situation than this kid who killed the celestial dragons. You are not allowed to interfere with this matter. Once the prisoners are brought from Impel down to Marineford, we will announce the end of the pirate era." "Are you going to mention that matter?" Garp suddenly stood up, crushing the armrest of the chair, glaring angrily at Admiral Sengoku. "He is GOLD, Roger's son. Blood flows with sin. There is no room for negotiation on this matter." Sengoku showed no signs of retreat, coldly staring at Garp. "By the way, whose responsibility is it that we ended up with today's situation?" After a moment of stalemate, Garp snorted coldly and turned to leave. "Whatever you say." Just as Sengoku had initially stated, Garp had intended to train Ace and Luffy to be excellent Marines, but he never expected fate to play tricks. Not only did his son Dragon become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, but the ones he trained, Luffy and Ace, both became notorious pirates. At this moment, Garp could hardly hide his anger, but more so, he felt guilt. Execute immediately. Soon, only Admiral Sengoku remained in the hall, and it seemed the real test was about to come. In fact, the Navy had long been aware of the intelligence that Ace was the son of Marine King GOLD, Roger. However, just as the Navy was about to take action to eliminate this unstable factor, Ace not only had considerable strength, but had also become a captain under one of the four emperors, Whitebeard. Even when facing one of the four emperors, the Navy had to put forth all its combat power. Clearly, capturing anyone from the Whitebeard pirates was impossible. However, things soon took a turn when the traitor Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, captured Ace alive and sent him to Marineford in exchange for the title of Warlord of the Sea. In an instant, the Navy headquarters, which had long dreamt of capturing and executing Ace, found themselves with a hot potato, and Admiral Sengoku was determined to use Ace's public execution to announce the end of the Pirate King era, even if it would anger one of the four emperors, Whitebeard. For the sake of absolute justice, this public execution facing the world could not be hastily concluded. It not only needed to deter all pirates, but also declare the Navy's absolute might. Within a few months, elite Marines from all over the world gathered at Marineford. Even an ordinary soldier was a carefully selected veteran. One could say that Marineford was preparing for battle with Whitebeard. No one knew what price this battle would exact. No one could even be sure how the four emperors of the New World would react. But from the moment Ace was imprisoned, Admiral Sengoku was already clear that the Navy had no way out. Admiral Sengoku, this is Arthur's latest bounty notice. Sengoku glanced at the bounty amount of 370 million on the notice and raised his hand to order its immediate release. For killing the world, noble celestial dragons, taking down a Marine rear admiral and 3 captains, annihilating the entire Marine force on Gypsy Island, and destroying an entire fleet. Such astonishing achievements posed a significant threat to the Navy from Arthur, and this battle raised his bounty by 200 million, which also represented Arthur's qualification to make the Navy admirals take action. In fact, Admiral Sengoku decided to raise Arthur's bounty by nearly 200 million, not because Arthur was truly that formidable, but because the high bounty would quickly expose Arthur's whereabouts. For most people, while they might not be able to kill the bounty pirate, the information could be sold for a good price. This was unavoidable. The killing of celestial dragons was a heinous incident that had not occurred for many years, with extremely adverse effects. If mishandled, many pirates would likely follow suit, and the entire world's celestial dragons could face a death threat. Sengoku could easily guess that the world government's 5-star Elder Council would force the Navy to chase Arthur with all their might to uphold the dignity and status of the celestial dragons. Thus, raising the bounty all at once was also a way to give the world government an explanation. Even without the 5-star elders urging, the admirals would soon set off to hunt him down. The strength of the 3 admirals was naturally unquestionable. It could be said that the admirals had never missed their targets when they took action. Therefore, increasing the bounty by any amount did not hold much significance. It was merely that Sengoku, always forward-thinking, planned to use intelligence to pinpoint Arthur's location. It was hard to say that Arthur would not hide in some remote corner, as the Grand Line was vast. Even if all the Navy were sent out to search, they would not find someone who wanted to evade the Navy. However, Admiral Sengoku did not know that Arthur had no intention of escaping and was instead waiting at sea for the admirals to arrive. If Marshal Zhang knew all of this, he might think that the current bounty is well-deserved. When the news broke that the celestial dragon was killed by the fallen sea god Arthur, the world was in an uproar. This news was simply too shocking. Any normal person would never dare to offend the world aristocracy, the celestial dragons. Not only would they be offending the core of world power, but the Navy would certainly send a Marine admiral to hunt them down until death. Many thought Arthur had gone mad. A person of no renown actually dared to touch the reverse scales of the dragon, and many were waiting with glee to see how Arthur would meet his end. However, when it was learned that the Navy raised Arthur's bounty to 370 million berries, and news came from the remote Gypsy Island that Arthur had not only killed a powerful Navy vice admiral and 3 rear admirals head-on, but also annihilated the entire fleet composed of a navy and more than a dozen large warships, many who had not believed in Arthur suddenly fell silent. His astonishing achievements and high bounty immediately made Arthur famous, even catching the attention of some big shots in the New World. As more information about Arthur was revealed, it became known that this so-called fallen sea god was initially a second-class soldier in the Navy, not yet 20 years old, and the illegitimate son of a renowned, powerful family that had been disowned. The entire world media erupted. There must be a major news story behind this. Countless reporters wanted to interview Arthur personally, eager to uncover his legendary story, what had caused him to betray the Navy, and what had made him so formidable. Countless young people, inspired by Arthur, were filled with passion and set out to join the pirates. Meanwhile, Arthur, who had been drifting in the doldrums for a long time and was planning to head to the Shambadi archipelago, was in a very awkward situation because he was lost. Arthur is well aware that beheading a celestial dragon is no small matter, and the Navy admirals will definitely be dispatched to hunt him down. Faced with this threat, Arthur will not shy away. He will fight if he must, even against the Navy's forces. However, he won't be arrogant enough to charge directly into the ambush set by the Navy. Arthur knows all too well the strength of the admirals. They are the pinnacle of the Navy's power. It's no wonder that just 3 of them can intimidate the formidable warlords of the sea. However, as time goes by, Arthur has gone from trembling at the mere mention of the 3 admirals to now being filled with a boiling fighting spirit, even somewhat looking forward to the arrival of the Navy admirals. For Arthur, the top priority right now is to head to sail.The archipelago. Not long ago, he learned that the late pirate King sail.The, Roger's first mate, Silver's Rayleigh, is actually in hiding on sail.The archipelago. If he wants to lure hockey, Rayleigh is undoubtedly the best candidate, and Arthur is also eager to obtain some information about the sea god from him. In fact, these days, whenever he has time, Arthur has been studying the 3 yin-yang fish symbols on his chest. He has not made much progress in controlling the sea beast's soul power. During the few days he stayed on Gypsy Island, Arthur deliberately exposed his plans to head to *The archipelago to the residents there. Many of the residents he saved expressed their gratitude and promised not to leak this information. However, Arthur is 100% certain that his whereabouts will soon be known to the Navy. Because in this world, everyone has a bottom line. If one cannot achieve their goals, it simply means their bargaining chips are insufficient, and the chips and deterrent force offered by the Navy will surely make every resident on the island speak up. Arthur's initial intention for doing this was to inform the Navy that he would head to the *The archipelago, so the Navy would not recklessly rush to York Island. Instead, they would wisely choose to wait in the waters around the *The archipelago, thus protecting the people of York Island. For Arthur, the most dangerous place was the safest place. His only current goal was to go to the *The archipelago to find a reclusive Rayleigh. However, things did not go as planned, and Arthur found himself lost at sea, unable to distinguish east from west in the vast ocean. There seems to be a ship, Arthur murmured, his attention quickly drawn to a large vessel drifting in the calm waters of the doldrums, a place where sea kings often appeared. Encountering a drifting ship in the doldrums was even rarer than winning the lottery, which could only be attributed to Arthur's extraordinary luck. Soon, the ship became clearly visible, with its crimson exterior paint and a massive hull, and it was being towed by a gigantic sea serpent. Upon seeing the skull flag that represented pirates, Arthur quickly realized this was a pirate crew. Just as he was gathering moisture in his palm to prepare for action, he suddenly discovered in shock that the entire ship was filled with women of varying ages, all holding longbows and carrying sharp weapons, clearly not mere decorations, with each one entwined by a snake. However, it must be said that being able to sail in the doldrums of the Grand Line, with a gigantic sea serpent pulling them, they were certainly not weak opponents. Although Arthur is a pirate, he really doesn't want to resort to violence against women unless absolutely necessary. As a result, the formidable Arthur, who had just cut off the head of a world noble celestial dragon and annihilated a Navy admiral along with the Navy fleet, was easily captured by the Straw Hat Pirates. "Wow, I haven't seen a living man in a long time. Let's chop him into pieces," shouted a nine-snake female warrior, excitedly brandishing a sharp axe. A tall female warrior scrutinized Arthur for a moment, thinking that someone daring enough to drift in the calm belt must be quite powerful, but was surprised to find him so weak. "Excuse me," Arthur, who only intended to ask for directions, was quickly interrupted by the female warrior. "Shut up. Lowly man, you have no right to speak." Arthur couldn't help but smile wryly. He originally thought that encountering a ship in the doldrums and asking for directions would allow him to quickly reach the *The Islands, but he never expected to be captured here. Arthur did not know that the ship before him belonged to the notorious Kuja pirates, led by the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock. They lived on the mysterious island of Amazon Lily, raised as warriors from birth, shouldering all family responsibilities and labor. Even when pregnant, they only gave birth to girls. The island had an absolute rule established hundreds of years ago that prohibited men. Once a man entered, his fate was extermination. If Arthur had known this, he would have certainly stayed away from the island. Kill him to avoid troubling Lady Hancock. With the command of a leading female warrior, the female warriors of the Kuja pirates raised their weapons and charged at Arthur, arrows whistling through the air with fierce force. Bound tightly, Arthur leaped up, swiftly dodging the dense rain of arrows, his agile figure moving quickly through the oncoming Kuja warriors, continuously shifting across the large ship. "Don't force me to take action," Arthur shouted menacingly while being pursued, but the response was an even denser barrage of arrows. "What's all this noise disturbing my sweet dreams?" A haughty voice came from inside the cabin. The cabin door slowly opened, and a tall, stunning woman elegantly walked out. Her exquisite and fiery figure, with a slender waist that could barely be grasped, had skin that seemed delicate under the sunlight. Her long, flowing black hair shone brightly, and her long legs sparked endless imagination. With a kick, she sent a small obstacle flying, her beautiful eyes slightly raised to look at Arthur, who was standing on the mast. "Give me a reason not to kill you," the Empress Hancock said indifferently. "I just came to ask for directions and have no intention of conflict with you." The Empress's fierce aura made Arthur alert. It must be said that Hancock was breathtakingly beautiful, especially with her proud demeanor. Every man who saw her would feel a desire to conquer her. However, a beautiful rose has thorns, and this woman gave off a very dangerous vibe. It was better to keep a distance. "Moreover, I am being hunted by a Marine Admiral. I fear it will bring you trouble." Arthur did not want to fight a group of women. Winning would mean beating a group of women, and losing would mean being beaten by a group of women. Neither outcome felt fulfilling. He understood the stakes and wanted to avoid conflict if possible. Did you steal something from the Marine, Admiral? How could such a weak guy like you possibly attract the Admiral's attention? A Kuja warrior mocked. Right? There should be a limit to self-praise. Lady Hancock, please allow us to take care of this braggart. The Empress slightly raised her hand, stopping her outraged female warriors. With a faint smile, she looked at Arthur and calmly asked, "So tell me, why is the Admiral hunting you?" "Because I killed a celestial dragon and chopped off his head." Arthur shrugged and said casually. As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Kuja pirates erupted in laughter. This was the most exaggerated joke they had ever heard. Celestial dragons, the bloodline of creators, possessed all privileges as world nobles, each one like an emperor. Not only was it rare to injure them, but even standing in front of them required immense courage. Yet, this young man standing on the mast had the audacity to claim he killed a world noble celestial dragon. Was he simply stunned by fear? Arthur looked astonished. Now it seemed that telling the truth made no one believe him. He hadn't even mentioned killing the Admiral on Gypsy Island and annihilating the entire fleet. However, the members of the Snake Princess pirates did not notice the hidden fury beneath the brows of their Empress, Hancock, who clenched her fists and trembled slightly. The celestial dragons were Hancock's taboo, and no one dared to mention these scoundrels in her presence. Yet, Arthur not only brought up the celestial dragons, but even had the audacity to joke about killing them. Originally planning to execute Arthur, Hancock suddenly made up her mind to make this brat suffer endlessly, thinking that letting him die now would be too easy. "So you're such a hero. Why not come to the island for a chat?" To prevent Arthur from committing suicide, Hancock planned to lure him to the island, putting on a charming and captivating smile that made Arthur's heart flutter. Hearing Hancock's words, the female warriors of the Snake Princess pirates were taken aback, unable to believe that their Lady Snake would actually trust this man's sweet talk. However, since Lady Snake had spoken, the female warriors of Nine Snake did not dare to argue. Only Hancock's two sisters rushed forward to try to dissuade her, but they were stopped by a glance from Hancock. Arthur pondered for a moment and eventually agreed. Although he only wanted to ask for directions, it would be rude to refuse since the other party was so warmly welcoming. Moreover, having been lost in the calm belt for several days and not having seen meat for a long time, it would be nice to rest on the island. Although he was already considered a guest of Lady Snake, Arthur still awkwardly stayed on the mast. The female warriors of the pirate crew of Nine Snakes on the deck continued to glare at him, weapons in hand, ready to attack. Bored, Arthur looked around the sea, and soon furrowed his brows, his figure flashing as he dashed towards the deck. This guy actually dared to come down. Block him. He must not be allowed to get near Lady Snake's room. One of the Nine Snake female warriors shouted angrily as she rushed over with a blade. Arthur had never seen these people fight, and his figure swiftly flashed as he charged into Empress Hancock's room. Arrogant fool. Hancock, fuming with anger, struck out with a fierce palm attack that contained immense power. Hancock had originally planned to lure Arthur to the island and then imprison him to slowly torture him. But she never expected this guy to be bold enough to directly invade her room. There are Marines outside. Arthur quickly dodged, glancing at the large hole blown into the ship's cabin, secretly astonished that this woman was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Just a group of Marines. Wait, Marines? Could it be? Hancock's gaze sharpened, as if she understood very well why the Marines would appear in the calm belt. Coldly glancing at Arthur, Hancock elegantly walked outside, her keen sixth sense suddenly sensing that this man was indeed wanted by the Marines for a high bounty. Could it be that he really injured or even killed a celestial dragon? Hancock soon coldly smiled, brushing off this ridiculous thought from her mind. Having once endured great suffering, Hancock was certain that no one in this world dared to provoke the esteemed celestial dragons, and this weak man, who even the Marines had to avoid, was even less likely to do so. Discarding this absurd notion, Hancock gracefully made her way to the deck, ready to face the Marines who awaited her. Beside the massive Marine warship lay the corpse of a sea king, split open from within, lying face up on the surface of the sea. Dressed in a cloak of justice, the Marine Vice Admiral, Mongoose, who had come to greet one of the Seven Warlords, the Snake Princess, stood coldly atop the large Sea King's corpse, holding a bloody dagger and watching the approaching snake pirates with indifference. "Did you take down this Sea King?" A female warrior from the Nine Snake pirates questioned coldly. Although the warship had been modified with sea prism stone and was mostly concealed, lingering too long on the surface would still lead to discovery. Vice Admiral Mongoose's gaze quickly swept over the members of the Nine Snake pirates, demanding Hancock come out to accept the summons from the world government. So was Vice Admiral Mongoose, but what business did he have here? The elegantly walking Empress Hancock coldly regarded the Marines. "Days ago, you had already agreed to go to Marineford. Why have you delayed? Vice Admiral Mongoose could hardly tolerate the sight of this stunningly beautiful woman, especially since she was a ruthless pirate, if she weren't one of the Seven Warlords. Both she and this island would have long been destroyed. You are under the protection of the world government, allowing you to act with impunity at sea. If you refuse the summons, the agreement will be void, and you will become ordinary pirates, enemies of the world government and the Marines. Listening to Mongoose's threatening words, Empress Hancock remained unfazed, merely raising a hand slightly toward the Marine warship. With a light leap, she stood steadily atop the massive sea serpent's head, looking down at the Marines from a high vantage point. I quite like the title of Warlord, so I don't want it revoked. But I also don't intend to follow the world government's orders, and I want all the cargo on your ship, Empress Hancock said to herself, showing no concern for Vice Admiral Mongoose's threats, even planning to plunder the warship. What are you joking about? Do you really intend to make enemies of the Marines? Think carefully about the consequences, Hancock. Vice Admiral Mongoose's forehead bulged with veins as he struggled to suppress the urge to strike, coldly staring at this alluring yet dangerous woman. However, unlike Vice Admiral Mongoose, the moment the Marines saw the breathtaking beauty, their eyes turned into hearts. Some soldiers even began to unconsciously carry supplies out of the cargo hold, almost instinctively obeying the Empress's orders, making the possibility of them fighting Hancock nearly zero. With a graceful movement, Empress Hancock landed steadily on the deck of the Marine warship, a smirk on her face as she surveyed the entranced Marines. A Marine warship mysteriously meets its end at sea. What do you think? Do you dare harm Marines? Vice Admiral Mongoose became highly alert, not daring to relax in front of the powerful warlord. A Marine soldier staring at the Empress murmured, I once heard from others that ships attacked by the 9 snake pirates would have strange statues on board. The surrounding Marines thought to themselves, could this woman have the ability to turn others into stone? However, compared to the danger, they prefer to keep their eyes on this mesmerizing beauty. Men should all die. Empress Hancock's expression turned cold as she formed a heart shape with her hands, releasing a heart-shaped beam of light. Sweet, sweet wind. The beam spread out, and anyone struck by it who was captivated by the Empress's beauty would instantly turn to stone. In an instant, all the Marine soldiers on the ship became immobile stone statues. Only Vice Admiral Mongoose, who knelt on one knee, pierced his palm with a dagger, using blood and pain to avoid the effects of the Empress's devil fruit ability. Not bad. No wonder you're a Marine Vice Admiral, Empress Hancock praised, though her proud words sounded like a king's condescension to a lowly slave. There are only a few days left if you do not respond. The original agreement will be void, and the title of Warlord will soon be stripped. Vice Admiral Mongoose knew very well that he was not Hancock's opponent and could only watch helplessly as the soldiers were turned to stone and the supplies on the warship were plundered. Do as you please. Empress Hancock disdainfully glanced at the Marine Vice Admiral before riding the sea serpent back to her ship. The well-guarded 9 snake pirates swiftly heading towards the island. A grand, welcoming ceremony soon followed, with countless island residents waiting respectfully on either side of the red carpet for the arrival of Lady Snake Princess. Who is that person? A girl asked with a puzzled expression. In fact, Arthur had been walking in the middle of the crowd, symbolically waving to the island residents. But because the Empress's aura was too dazzling, very few people noticed his presence. Could it be a new member of the 9 snake pirates? But why is their chest so flat? Perhaps this was her inner pain. They just pretended not to see. Several island residents began to whisper among themselves. Soon, Arthur was led to a house, but he found it curious that the surrounding area was well ventilated, looking very much like a prison. The heavy door slammed shut, and Empress Hancock coldly regarded Arthur. She had originally planned to execute him for a quick end, but since he dared to talk nonsense, he would soon experience the pain of being unable to survive or die, and this would be his final resting place. You have 1 hour left to live. Enjoy your last moments. I just asked for directions. Was it necessary to go this far? Arthur forced a bitter smile, initially thinking the other party was hospitable, waiting for good food and drink, perhaps even a perfect encounter with this beauty, only to find that she inexplicably wanted to torture him to death. Arthur was about to step forward when Hancock, you have no chance. This is a prison made of sea prism stone. Even if you're a devil fruit user, you can't escape from here. Before you die, at least have a good meal. Arthur, feeling both amused and exasperated, sat on the ground and looked at Hancock, who made a request. Hancock clearly had no interest in talking to a dying person, elegantly turning to head towards the palace. After a tiring journey at sea, she preferred soaking in hot springs to witnessing the torture of this boastful kid. Soon, the palace bell rang, and many residents of the island began to leave the city. In front of the prison where Arthur was held, A group of skilled warriors gathered on both sides, watching over the prisoner personally assigned by Lady Snake. "What is your name?" Arthur, sitting cross-legged and extremely bored, asked a girl with short golden hair. "Marguerite." "Wait, why should I tell you?" Marguerite suddenly realized something was off and angrily raised her longbow at Arthur. "I'm just asking for a name, not trying to get you pregnant. I'm just wondering when the food will arrive. I'm tired of eating raw fish at sea. Don't think about it. You're going to die soon anyway. There's no need to waste food." Marguerite found this kid particularly annoying, but she couldn't kill Arthur. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to explain to Lady Snake. So she had to lower her longbow. "Marguerite, don't talk to the prisoner." A stern voice came from not far away. "Why did the bell ring just now? Did something major happen?" Marguerite shot a cold glare at Arthur, but didn't say much more. Arthur didn't mind and continued to ask. "Then can you tell me which direction the sail.The archipelago is in? I want to tell you even if I know." Marguerite coldly replied. "Then you do know. That's great." Arthur suddenly changed his tone. "But I have to apologize." A droplet of water shot up, and in the next second, Arthur had already appeared outside the prison, effortlessly knocking Marguerite unconscious and cradling her in his arms, disappearing before the eyes of the warriors. How is that possible? Several warriors widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at the undamaged cell. If it weren't for the fact that Arthur had just been locked in there and that their companion Marguerite had been taken away, they would have believed what had just happened. "What are you all dawdling for?" "He escaped towards the jungle. We must find him before Lady Snake finishes her bath," the leading warrior ordered coldly. Although the situation was somewhat strange, losing an important prisoner of Lady Snake was a duty that they, as guards, could not shirk. They had to capture Arthur at all costs. In the depths of the jungle, Arthur, using the water vapor to create illusions, easily shook off the pursuing warriors. Looking at the unconscious Marguerite, he felt a strange sense of cuteness, of course, ignoring the longbow left aside and the arrows strapped to her thigh. "You're awake." Arthur chuckled. "What do you want?" Marguerite tried to struggle, only to find herself entangled in the misty water vapor, unable to move at all. "I just want to ask you a simple question. As long as you answer truthfully, I will let you go immediately." Arthur was speaking the truth, as he had been lost in the calm zone for quite a while, so he just wanted to ask how to reach the sail.The archipelago. Even just pointing in a direction would be fine. It was the first time he felt that asking for directions was so difficult. "Never. You will get no information." Marguerite had a look of determination, her thoughts very simple. This person was a prisoner of Lady Snake, which meant any information about Lady Snake would not be divulged. And as a guardian warrior, she wouldn't say a word. "You should know, a woman falling into someone else's hands will face dire consequences." Arthur's fingertip traced Marguerite's cheek before touching her collar. "What do you want to do?" Marguerite's tone became somewhat unnatural, clearly feeling a bit scared facing Arthur's ill intentions. Arthur suddenly felt that bullying a little girl was really boring. He said seriously, "Tell me the direction to the Comoros Islands, and I will leave immediately. Of course, I would like to find some delicious food for a meal, so please also tell me the location of a restaurant. You don't need to think about it. Just get to it." Margaret coldly responded, clearly not falling for Arthur's tricks. Arthur's expression stiffened, and with a swift strike of his water blade, he swung down, facing death. Margaret closed her eyes. The water blade descended, and the water rope binding Margaret snapped with a sound. "You can go now," Arthur said to Margaret, who was waiting for death with her eyes closed, feeling both amused and distressed. "Don't think that I will be grateful for this." Margaret was filled with vigilance towards Arthur. "I never expected that. If I had kidnapped her to this point and still received thanks, that would have been strange." Once freed, Margaret quickly dashed dozens of meters away and leaped into the woods, disappearing from Arthur's sight. After a moment, the bushes rustled, and Margaret reappeared in front of Arthur. "Actually, even if I wanted to tell you, I couldn't. I've lived on this island my whole life and have never left. So I can't tell you the direction to the Chambord Islands. It's the first time I've heard of that name." "I see. Then I have no choice but to ask your Lady Snake." Margaret raised her longbow and aimed at Arthur, coldly stating, "I just told you because you kept your promise. But as a warrior protecting the country, I must capture you. You are not my opponent." Arthur replied with a faint smile. Just then, from the nearby bushes, thick smoke suddenly rose into the sky, and soon the other warriors chasing Arthur in the jungle would rush over immediately. "Even if you all come together, it won't matter. How do you know unless you try?" An arrow wrapped in overwhelming force whistled through the air, crashing into the ground and sending shattered stones flying. Before Arthur could speak, a second arrow whistled toward him. Margaret's eyes widened in shock as she watched the arrow being grasped midair by Arthur. Women are meant to be cherished, not to fight. But a mist of water enveloped the area, and in the next second, Arthur appeared behind Margaret, striking her to unconsciousness. Since her companions would arrive soon, He wasn't worried about being attacked by wild beasts in the jungle, since many on the island didn't know about the Chambered Islands. Arthur planned to go directly to ask Empress Hancock, easily dodging the approaching warriors. Arthur used the surrounding dew and mist to reach the city in a short amount of time. However, he didn't understand why. Aside from the 9 snake warriors guarding outside the palace, the city was empty. Many dining tables had food that was only half eaten, and various items were scattered on the ground, as if people had left in a hurry. Using water vapor, Arthur easily entered the heavily guarded palace. Searching all the way, he found no sign of Empress Hancock in the main hall. Moving quickly down the corridor, he heard the voice of the snake princess coming from a room. The water vapor condensed, passing through the window and entering the room. The moment Arthur teleported inside, he turned into water, but when he saw what was before him, his blood surged. Not far away in the bath, the beautiful and enchanting snake princess, with the help of her sisters, was undoing her clothing, revealing a sudden glimpse of spring, though the hazy steam obscured her body. It must be said that this woman was simply too perfect. Even Arthur, who had seen many beauties, found it hard to maintain his composure. I'm here to ask for directions. Yes, that's it. Forget it. I'll wait to ask later. Water-formed Arthur quickly made up his mind. Such a living spring scene was not something one could easily witness. However, just as Arthur was admiring the beauty, the suddenly cold expression of the snake princess, who sensed something was off, turned her back to Arthur and coldly questioned, "Who is it?" Arthur was taken aback for a moment, quickly realizing that it was bad. Although his form had turned into water, his presence still lingered. He had been so captivated that he failed to control his aura, and a powerful figure like Empress Hancock could judge the enemy's general location through their presence, even if they couldn't see their physical form. Sister. Hearing the Empress's scream, the Gorgon sisters guarding the door suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in. However, in the hazy water vapor, there were no other figures besides Hancock. There's someone there. Hancock crossed her arms over her chest, suddenly realizing her exposed back, and hurriedly submerged herself in the bath. That was her greatest secret, the humiliating mark of being branded as a slave of the celestial dragons. A secret that must never be known by anyone. If the residents of the island found out that their empress was actually a slave of the celestial dragons, countless admirers would turn to disdain, and she would probably no longer be able to hold the title of empress, or even be driven out of Amazon Lily. If the news got out, she would never have a place to stand again. Therefore, the mark on her back was a secret she would vow to keep at all costs. Sister, there's nothing over there. The third sister, Marigold, covered Hancock with a garment. Marigold stared for a long time at the direction Hancock pointed, but there was nothing there. Sister must be right. With a spear wrapped in hockey in hand, she suddenly threw it in that direction. There was a loud crash, and the entire bath was blown apart, with debris and steaming water everywhere. A figure gradually became visible, and it was Arthur, looking quite embarrassed. "It's you." Empress Hancock's expression turned cold as she glared at the boy in front of her. "What did you see?" I saw everything." Arthur, feeling awkward, had no choice but to confess the truth, knowing that no one would believe him if he said he hadn't seen anything. To change the subject, Arthur tentatively asked, "If I said I came to ask for directions, would you believe me? Do you think we're stupid, you brat?" The furious Gorgon sisters were itching to rush forward and stab the kid right away. However, since the Empress hadn't spoken yet, they did not make a move. With her gaze hidden beneath her brows, Empress Hancock asked coldly and indifferently, "Did you see that?" Arthur secretly wondered what this woman meant. Did she want him to describe her figure? However, it was best not to mention the fact that he had seen her entire body. To change the subject, Arthur suddenly remembered the very noticeable brand mark on Hancock's back. That symbol was quite unique, very cool, and suited her temperament. Arthur quickly began to flatter her, but he couldn't think of any adjectives at the moment, only to not notice that the Empress Hancock was slightly trembling all over, emanating a chilling and intimidating killing intent. The Gorgon sisters stepped back in awe, knowing that their sister was thoroughly enraged, and this man in front of them would probably be torn apart. Sweet, sweet wind. Empress Hancock struck out in anger, with only one thought in her mind, to eliminate this detestable man in front of her. The Gorgon sisters couldn't intervene and could only stand on either side to prevent Arthur from escaping. No matter what, they could not leave this bathroom, given that they bore the mark of the celestial dragon slave. Arthur knew about the formidable abilities of the Empress, particularly her devil fruit power that could turn people into stone. Even he dared not let his guard down. Faced with a beauty like Hancock, it was impossible for Arthur not to be moved. He had seen a Navy admiral once pierce his palm with a dagger to avoid the sweet temptation, using the intense pain to eliminate his wicked thoughts. Just as Arthur was about to imitate this move, gathering a water blade in his hand to pierce his palm. A memory of the sea god suddenly surfaced in his mind. In front of Arthur, a water shield shimmering with a six-pointed star formed, completely negating Hancock's sweet and gentle wind. Sister's sweet and gentle wind was actually blocked. This is the first time I've seen such a strange defensive technique. Sandersonia murmured in shock. Arthur was also enraged, having retreated time and again. But the woman before him clearly intended to take his life. In his anger, he waved his hand, and the water in the pool surged into the air, forming countless water jets that shot toward the Gorgon sisters. Empress Hancock leaped into the air, her graceful figure slicing through the air, and all the fierce water jets were dispelled mid-flight. Kiss gun. Empress Hancock brushed her hands over her lips, and the manifested gun technique was immensely powerful, instantly shattering the wall not far away. Arthur continuously dodged the powerful attacks with water vapor, forcing him to respond carefully while water vapor constantly gathered around him. The entire bathroom, along with the palace, shook precariously, with collapsed walls and ruins everywhere struck by the kiss gun and clouds of dust rising. The commotion in the palace quickly caught the attention of the members of the 9 snake pirates stationed on the perimeter, who rushed over armed with weapons. Meanwhile, in the vast bathroom of the palace, Arthur seized the moment to evade Empress Hancock's continuous attacks, channeling his strength into a thunderstrike. A menacing roar of a water dragon surged forth. Just as Empress Hancock prepared to respond, Arthur suddenly flashed forward. You fell for it. Water prison. 3 water vapor prisons began to slowly take shape. In a moment, once they solidified, the Gorgon sisters would be unable to move. Empress Hancock had to face Arthur's water dragon and could not move widely for the time being, making victory seem assured for Arthur. However, to Arthur's surprise, Empress Hancock did not retreat, but charged directly at the water dragon. As she struck the water dragon with a sudden blow, she let out a muffled groan, clearly sustaining considerable injury. At the same time, the garment her sisters had just draped over her shattered. Although she paid a hefty price, she managed to avoid Arthur's powerful charged water sky dragon attack, and at that moment, he was at his weakest. Empress Hancock clearly noticed this, and her fully exposed form charged forward, clearly intending to take Arthur's life with her charged thunderstrike. Arthur was taken aback. This woman was indeed one of the 7 warlords, and her strength was formidable. Even if he fought with all his might, Arthur had no guarantee of victory. In a moment of desperation, with no way to escape, Arthur forcibly condensed the water vapor around him, covering his entire body. As long as he survived one blow, he could quickly recover from even the heaviest injuries by drinking the restorative liquid from the small green glass bottle. At that point, even if he was exhausted, he would still be able to secure a victory. Lady Snake Princess. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the corridor leading to the bathroom. It was a member of the Kuja pirates rushing over. From the sound, they were very close to the bathroom, probably only a few breaths away. The Empress Hancock might not even have time to kill Arthur before hiding her slave mark on her back. What to do? Should she eliminate this detestable man and expose her past as a slave, or should she avoid it and keep her secret? In midair, Hancock hesitated. In the end, Hancock chose to keep her secret. For her, as the Empress, she had absolute authority on the island. Even if Arthur revealed all the secrets, no one would believe him, and no one would dare to ask her to remove her clothes to check her back for the slave mark. As she turned her back to Arthur in midair, Hancock suddenly realized a fatal problem. If Arthur attacked her from behind at that moment, she would undoubtedly die, even if he didn't kill her. Being captured would lead to unimaginable consequences. But it was too late. Hancock had no chance to reconsider. Moreover, she could clearly sense that someone was rapidly approaching her. She didn't need to guess that it was Arthur, who had just fought with her. Lady Snake Princess, are you all right? A group of Kuja pirates rushed into the bathroom, staring in shock at the scene before them. In a disheveled bathroom, the unusually composed Empress Hancock was draped in a coat that barely covered her graceful figure, making her appear even more enchanting. The Gorgon sisters also looked astonished, finding it hard to believe what had just happened, occasionally glancing at Arthur, whose entire body was embedded in the wall, seemingly wanting to say something but stopping short. The Empress elegantly tidied her disheveled hair and looked proudly at the kneeling Kuja warriors. What brings you here? We saw some commotion this way, so we rushed over immediately. Lady Snake Princess, the leading Kuja warrior explained, looking up. Let this prisoner clean the bath. If you can't even handle such a small task, then this punishment is over. You all may leave, the Empress ordered. Although the scene before them clearly did not resemble a minor punishment, as long as Lady Snake Princess was safe, it didn't matter if the entire palace was destroyed. Understood. The leading Kuja warrior bowed and led the others out of the bathroom. The Empress Hancock breathed a sigh of relief. With her sister's support, she barely managed to stand. The secret on her back had nearly been exposed, and that anxiety was maddening. Fortunately, the secret remained hidden, and Arthur did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Hancock momentarily felt some regret as she looked at Arthur, who was completely embedded in the wall, not far away. Arthur was indeed unlucky. He had already roughly understood that the slave mark on Hancock's back was a secret that could not be revealed. Hearing the Kuja warriors rushing down the corridor, Arthur immediately dashed over and took off his coat to drape it over the Empress. However, because they had just fought and he was still considered an enemy, Hancock instinctively pushed Arthur away with all her strength. Caught off guard, Arthur leaped and crashed into the wall, the collapsing rocks immediately burying most of his body. "Sister, I know." The Empress Hancock frowned, slightly annoyed, and interrupted her younger sister's words. Hancock was also in a state of turmoil. She had originally thought this detestable man was weak and pathetic, but unexpectedly, he was very strong. It seemed that when he was captured on the ship, he really did not want to fight with them. If they had fought at sea, it would have been hard to say who would have won. What surprised her even more was that just now, he had a perfect opportunity to attack, but this man merely took off his coat and draped it over her, keeping her humiliating secret safe. Hancock suddenly recalled that Arthur had mentioned he was just asking for directions and seemed to have no hostility. However, this was quite absurd. Who would run into a bathroom to see someone naked and then say they were just asking for directions? No one would believe that. Gripping the edge of the coat and feeling the warmth it provided, Hancock suddenly thought that Arthur's earlier words, which had sounded perfunctory, seemed to be true. Coupled with the fact that he had been lost at sea and that he had only avoided confrontation with the Kuja pirates, she was more convinced that this man had simply wandered into this sea area and happened to encounter the Kuja pirates. However, Hancock was somewhat puzzled. Since this man was so strong, why was he avoiding the Navy? After all, he was just a Navy vice admiral. "Sister, this man's fighting style seems very similar to that of a legendary figure." Her younger sister, Sandisonia, murmured as she stared at Arthur. She suddenly thought of a prominent figure in the pirate world. Although she did not know his age, name, or appearance, nor had she seen a bounty notice. His method of attack all used seawater. But this man appeared too young to have killed a Navy vice admiral, taken out an entire fleet, and behead a celestial dragon. If Arthur were a middle-aged man, it would be possible. What legend? The Empress Hancock was somewhat displeased with her sister's stammering, her tone slightly raised, clearly unhappy. Sandisonia's heart trembled. Since becoming a warlord, her sister's demeanor had become increasingly intimidating. Even just a glance was enough to send chills down her spine, and she quickly explained. "Sister, not long ago, the world government issued a bounty notice for a pirate who brutally killed a celestial dragon on Gypsy Island. We were notified earlier, but because of the long distance in the calm belt with sea kings, the bounty notice has not yet arrived. Could it be that someone really dared to kill a celestial dragon? Do you think I'm avoiding the Navy for no reason?" Arthur, rising from the rubble, looked angrily at the Empress Hancock. "Are you scared?" The Gorgon sisters hesitated before chiming in. "Nonsense," Arthur said with a dark expression. "I'm worried about bringing disaster upon you. Killing a celestial dragon is no small matter. The Admiral might already be on the way to hunt us down. You mentioned planning to go to sail.The archipelago, which is heavily guarded by the Navy. Why would you walk into a tiger's den?" The Empress Hancock was filled with suspicion. Logically, after killing a celestial dragon, one would try to hide, yet this man was boldly heading towards sail.The archipelago, which was quite illogical. Moreover, he looked too young, even if he had some strength. The guards of the celestial dragons were formidable, often consisting of Navy headquarters fleets, at least with vice admirals who understood hockey station there. It would be very difficult to take down a celestial dragon, and more importantly, the bounty notice had not arrived. Arthur's words might just be a fabrication to save his life. "I'm doing this to protect my friends. Otherwise, the Navy might act against them," Arthur said with calm eyes, without a hint of deceit. "Say whatever you want." The Empress Hancock actually believed him to some extent, but her experience of being a slave to the celestial dragons filled her with hostility towards men. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense, and no one knew what to do next. For the Empress Hancock, Arthur had just helped her. The battle has become meaningless, and killing to silence him is even more inappropriate. But letting him go is not an option either, as he already knows the secret behind it. Although my second sister, Sandisonia, just mentioned that the Navy headquarters has issued a bounty for the pirates who killed the celestial dragons not long ago. Arthur in front of me is simply too young, so he can't prove anything before seeing the bounty notice. After contemplating for a while, Empress Hancock made up her mind. It seems she can only imprison him on the island until the Navy sends the bounty notice. Who knows when the Navy will cross the calm belt filled with sea kings, risking the entire ship being plundered to reach Amazon Lily. However, even if it means taking care of Arthur for a lifetime, it's not a big deal. Then Hancock, can you tell me the direction to sail.The archipelago? Arthur tentatively inquired. No, you know the secret behind it, so you must stay on the island forever. As long as you don't leave the island, you can do anything. Empress Hancock casually replied. The other two Gorgon sisters became a bit worried upon hearing Hancock's words. A man causing chaos on the island. Who knows how many girls will be harmed? Although the island is full of female warriors, they have never seen a man, and who knows what could happen. However, Hancock is known for her stubbornness. Once she decides something, she will not change her mind. The two sisters exchanged glances but did not dare to voice their concerns. Aren't you worried about the Navy admiral coming to take you? Arthur was taken aback. This felt like a maintenance rhythm, but he was still somewhat concerned about the pursuing Navy admiral. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea and have an agreement with the world government. No Navy warship is allowed to enter within 3 nautical miles of Amazon Lily. Don't worry, no one will know you are here. In Hancock's view, this was undoubtedly a treatment that any man would dream of. A vigorous young man could do whatever he wanted in the land of women. He would probably be so happy that he wouldn't know which way was up. Moreover, he could be protected from being hunted by the admiral. So there was no reason for Arthur to refuse. Thank you for your kindness, but I still intend to go to sail.The archipelago. Arthur's gaze was exceptionally firm. Why? Empress Hancock asked incredulously. For a man, the 4 seas are just the beginning. The Grand Line is only a process. And the New World is where dreams come true. Do you know there are 4 emperors there? It's not a place for someone of your strength. Hancock suddenly fell silent, realizing that she had unconsciously begun to worry about Arthur's future, although she was reluctant to admit it. Keeping Arthur here was clearly not just because of the secret behind him. You can't drink the wine and still want to drink the punishment wine. It seems you can only die here today. The Empress realized the shift in her mindset and, in a moment of panic, became angry, staring intensely at Arthur, trying to pressure him to change his mind. Although I don't want to fight with a beauty like you. If I must, I will accompany you to the end. Arthur laughed heartily, and his aura rose as well. Wait a minute, sister. Among the sea's Navy supplies, there seemed to be quite a few pirate bounty notices. Suddenly remembering, Marigold hurriedly said, Then what are we waiting for? Empress Hancock said indifferently. In the eerily quiet ruins, Arthur and Hancock stood facing each other. I must say, Hancock is incredibly charming. Her brows and eyes like flowers, a slim waist and snow-white skin, resembling a blooming snow plum, embodying the most captivating moment of femininity. Especially now, draped in Arthur's coat, partially obscured, she appeared even more alluring. If possible, I can help you remove that mark. Who do you think you are? Hancock's gaze sharpened, and she was very displeased with the confidence Arthur displayed. People are always like this. Their feelings about many individuals are often preconceived. If they like someone, then no matter what that person does, it's good. If they dislike someone, then even if that person does good things, they still find it unpleasant. Although Arthur had just helped her, Hancock didn't feel much affection for him. Not taking his life was already the greatest favor. Sister, the third sister, Marigold, rushed back, breathless, and handed one of the bounty notices to Empress Hancock. Looking at the bounty of 370 million and comparing it to the photo, it could be confirmed that the Arthur before her was indeed the one who cut off the head of the world noble celestial dragon on Gypsy Island, killing the Navy Vice Admiral and the entire fleet, the fallen sea god Arthur. In an instant, the bounty notice slipped from Hancock's fingers, and her gaze towards Arthur suddenly became fiery. Do I have flowers on my face? Arthur waved his hand and asked Hancock, whose eyes were burning with intensity. So can I leave now? However, Hancock just stared at him, not making any other moves. Her beautiful eyes seemed to possess an inexplicable attraction. Arthur muttered to himself, wondering if this woman would trade him for a bounty. 370 million berries was no small sum. Suddenly, Empress Hancock rushed over and hugged Arthur tightly. The warmth and softness of her chest, along with her intoxicating scent, nearly made him lose control. Having been a slave to the world aristocrats, the celestial dragons, since childhood, he could never forget the suffering and torment he endured, with countless nights haunted by nightmares. As he grew older and more experienced, the powerful Empress Hancock had thought about seeking revenge on the celestial dragons. However, the reality was that the world government behind the celestial dragons, along with the Navy, was not something she could provoke. Being invited to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea had instead made her a subordinate of the celestial dragons. This hatred brewed in her heart, soon spreading from her resentment towards the celestial dragons to hostility towards all men. Therefore, all men who approached Amazon Lily would be executed immediately. Empress Hancock had fantasized countless times about a strong man appearing in this world, someone brave enough to confront the celestial dragons. And now, Arthur was exactly the man Hancock had been waiting for. Not only did he dare to confront the celestial dragons to protect his friends, but he even beheaded one. This was a significant event that hadn't happened in many years. Arthur's appearance swept away the rage in Hancock's heart, and her once dormant youthful spirit urged her to bravely take action again. This man was her destined prince. "You can't leave. I want you to stay on this island forever," Empress Hancock declared with a charming yet commanding tone. "I need to go to Seven Archipelago to find Dark King Rayleigh." Arthur replied gently but firmly, clearly leaving no room for negotiation. "Why do you want to leave? Am I not perfect enough?" Empress Hancock felt flustered upon hearing that Arthur wanted to leave, as if a neighbor girl had lost the imposing demeanor of the empress she once was. Arthur took a small step back. Although he was happy leaning against Empress Hancock, it was better to speak normally to prevent any tense below. He couldn't stay on the island. "Snake Princess." A voice suddenly came from not far away. It was the experienced Granny Jia from the island. The small-statured Granny Jia leaned on her snake staff, holding Arthur's bounty notice in one hand, and stared seriously at Empress Hancock. "What about the master?" Empress Hancock frowned, clearly dissatisfied with Granny Jia's address. "I apologize." Granny Jia, under Hancock's sharp gaze, had to concede. She cleared her throat to cover her embarrassment and continued loudly. "Not only can this man not stay on Amazon Lily, but you, Snake Princess, should also respond to the call of the world government and head to Marineford to participate in the upcoming battle. With your abilities, you will definitely survive." "What battle?" Arthur asked hesitantly. "You see, the captain under the Whitebeard pirates has been captured by Blackbeard. He was originally imprisoned and impelled down, but should now be taken to the Marine headquarters at Marineford for a public execution. Because I, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, have been summoned by the world government to fight, facing the Whitebeard pirates who might come to rescue at any moment." Empress Hancock, upon hearing Arthur's question, immediately turned to him with a gentle expression, explaining earnestly, completely ignoring Granny Jia. "One of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard." Arthur was taken aback. "Exactly," Empress Hancock replied with a light smile. "But even if the Marine headquarters is destroyed, it doesn't matter as long as you stay on the island." Arthur nodded slightly. For a powerhouse standing at the pinnacle of the world, he used to tremble in fear just hearing the name, but now it was merely admiration and respect. However, Arthur was not familiar with Ace, and he had only a vague understanding of the Whitebeard pirates. The upcoming Marineford War would see a multitude of strong individuals, and no one dared to claim they could survive unscathed. Naturally, Arthur would not wade into murky waters. Little did he know that he would soon have to go to Marineford for an unavoidable reason and participate in the war where the strong gathered. "I say, don't you know that showing affection is only allowed at noon?" Granny Zhao shouted angrily. "Why?" Hancock and Arthur asked in unison. "Because there will be retribution sooner or later," Granny Zhao explained sternly. "Someone, throw her out," Empress Hancock ordered coldly. "Lady Snake Princess, you must go. Otherwise, the title of Warlord of the Sea will be revoked, and Amazon Lily will become an ordinary pirate nation, becoming the target of the Navy and countless bounty hunters. Moreover, the Navy has already mastered shipbuilding techniques, and the calm belt, filled with sea kings, can no longer serve as a natural barrier," Granny Zhao urged anxiously. "Besides, this man has killed a celestial dragon. If he stays on the island for too long, it may attract a marine admiral. At that time, our Kuja tribe will be seen as accomplices in killing the celestial dragon, and the entire Amazon Lily might face disaster. Lady Snake Princess, you are powerful, but there are many children and elderly on the island who cannot resist the Navy. Indeed, I can't stay in Amazon Lily for too long." Granny Zhao was right, and Arthur also did not plan to hide on the island to avoid the admirals. If York Island became the Navy's focus, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thus, Arthur decided to head to the Seven Archipelago as soon as possible, not only to divert the Navy's attention and protect the people on York Island, but also to take the opportunity to find Rayleigh and learn how to use hockey. "Don't listen to this old woman's nonsense. As long as you are willing to stay, I will do anything for you, Arthur." Empress Hancock completely disregarded Granny Zhao's words. She was already infatuated with Arthur, regardless of any Marine admiral. If they dared to come, she would fight them without hesitation. "Sister," Granny Zhao makes a good point. Despite Hancock's authority, the Gorgon sisters also advised, as it concerned the future of Amazon Lily. "Hancock, thank you for your kindness. Arthur could clearly feel the sincerity of the Empress. Although he did not understand the full situation, he still planned to set off quickly. However, to protect his friends from becoming targets of the Navy, he also could not let Amazon Lily become a target for the Admiral's attacks. He intended to head to the Sabidi archipelago quickly and promised to return when the opportunity arose. All right, then I have decided. Hancock's expression became determined, as if she had made up her mind. Great. Lady Snake Princess, you are going to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Granny Zhao exclaimed excitedly, as if she had instantly become 20 years younger. Who said I am going to Marineford? I am sending my dear to the Sabidi archipelago. Empress Hancock glared at Granny Zhao and suddenly stepped forward to grab her and throw her out. Hearing the Empress refer to Arthur as dear, and recalling their earlier life-and-death struggle, Arthur felt a chill. A beautiful rose always has thorns, especially since this woman was a warlord of the sea. Although Hancock felt reluctant, she prided herself on being a virtuous and home-loving woman, so she would not oppose Arthur's intentions. You said you would help me remove the mark on my back. So tonight, her alluring gaze, combined with her slightly warm breath, was indeed an irresistible temptation, especially with Hancock's long-held authoritative demeanor. Any normal man would find it hard to resist. Sister, I want it too, Sandra Sonia said, not understanding the implication behind her sister's intention to have Arthur remove the slave mark on her back. Empress Hancock's face darkened. Her sister had not grasped her intention to share a room with Arthur, but she could not say it outright, creating an awkward atmosphere. Seeking help, the Empress looked at her other sister, Marigold, hoping she would provide an out. Seeing Hancock's signaling gaze, Marigold nodded knowingly and said to Arthur, "Who knows if your method will work? If you want to remove the mark, start with us." Empress Hancock was instantly petrified, her smile freezing on her face as she struggled to suppress the urge to turn her sister to stone, looking at Arthur with a helpless expression. "I guarantee it will be safe and without any danger, and there won't be any scars left. However, today, only one person can come first." Arthur's candid words immediately filled Empress Hancock with joy. It seemed this man was equally drawn to her charm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such things. The Empress began to fantasize about everything after their future marriage, thinking about how she should be a virtuous wife and good mother. She was unaware that Arthur was speaking the truth, as he could only use the small blue vial of restorative liquid to heal one person each day. "I believe in Arthur. You don't need to worry," Empress Hancock declared. The Gorgon sisters exchanged glances, still somewhat skeptical, but since their elder sister had spoken, they refrained from saying much more. The slightly shy Empress Hancock led Arthur directly to the bedroom. After a moment of modest hesitation, she quickly undressed and lay on the bed, her perfect body turned away from Arthur. At that moment, she had no secrets from this man and even felt a bit of anticipation for Arthur's bold actions. However, Arthur's attention was fully focused on the slave mark on Hancock's back, while he held the small blue vial firmly in his hand. A slight moisture quickly formed in his palm, soon shaping into a smooth, sharp water blade, which he carefully brought close to her smooth, fair back. Sensing the warmth behind her, Hancock instinctively shifted her body slightly. This involuntary movement made Arthur's blood surge, and he nearly lost control of the water blade in his hand. The water blade cut into her flesh, and at almost the same moment, the black restorative liquid from the blue vial dripped into her blood. In an instant, the flesh rapidly healed, the wound returning to its flawless state. If it weren't for the splattered blood on the sheets, one would hardly guess that Arthur had just used the water blade to remove the slave mark. "All done," Arthur said softly, picking up a mirror to show Hancock her back. As she looked at her skin, smooth and new, Empress Hancock suddenly burst into tears. Arthur understood that this was a release of relief and joy, so he quietly comforted her. After a while, with tears in her eyes, Hancock slightly raised her head and said, "You hurt me earlier. Now you must compensate." Looking at Hancock's tempting figure, Arthur could no longer hold back. He suddenly pushed her down, gazing down at her slightly evasive yet enchanting eyes. The intense heat that followed made both Arthur and Hancock lose their minds, and they instinctively held each other tightly. Ah! Their breaths intertwined with a sweet rhythm, and the intoxicating moment made them forget the passage of time. Arthur stayed in Amazon Lily for 3 days, removing the marks on the backs of the Gorgon sisters. However, the second sister, Sandasonia, and the third sister, Marigold, couldn't understand why it took all night for their elder sister to remove her mark while it only took 5 minutes for them. Fortunately, there was no need to explain this. On the morning 3 days later, Empress Hancock arrived at sea by ship. The waiting Navy Rear Admiral, Mongoose, finally saw the sincerity of Empress Hancock as one of the 7 warlords, agreeing to head to Marineford and restoring all the Navy soldiers turned to stone. But he requested that the Navy ships first head to the sail.The archipelago. This request was largely approved, and Rear Admiral Mongoose merely symbolically reported to the Navy headquarters in Marineford via a din-din mushy. For the Navy, as long as the Seven Warlords were willing to fight in the upcoming battle, they wouldn't care about such details. In a spacious cabin sectioned off, a large box quickly opened, and Arthur crawled out, taking deep breaths of fresh air. Empress Hancock approached with a pained expression, carefully wiping the sweat from Arthur's brow, looking very gentle and caring. If the Amazon Lily warriors saw their Empress like this, they would be shocked, especially Granny. Now, that Empress Hancock was heading to Marineford. It meant that Amazon Lily would continue to be a territory of the Seven Warlords, enjoying the benefits of plundering freely without being hunted or opposed, which benefited everyone. Empress Hancock also had her considerations. As the Empress of the Nine Snake Tribe, it was indeed necessary to bear the responsibility of defending the island. More importantly, the marks on their backs had been removed, and the painful memories began to fade with Arthur's presence. The fact that her man had killed a celestial dragon was a great revenge. Now, obeying the world government's orders would no longer feel humiliating. However, Hancock's purpose was clear. Participating in this war that could break out at any moment was merely to preserve the title of Seven Warlords. As for whether the Navy would be defeated or how many would die, she didn't care. What mattered to her was to get Arthur to the sail.The archipelago first. Although the Navy occasionally heard Empress Hancock talking to herself in the cabin, the terrifying experience of being turned to stone made every Navy soldier keep their distance. Sitting on the mast, Rear Admiral Mongoose, gripping his weapon tightly, actually did not trust the Seven Warlords in his heart. This group that emerged to counter the four emperors and deter pirates consisted of notorious pirates, and who knew if they would turn against the Navy for their own interests in the next moment. Every day, Rear Admiral Mongoose focused all his attention on Empress Hancock, thinking that as long as he could get this troublesome woman to Marineford, his mission would be successfully completed. How strange her usual behavior was didn't concern him. The most important thing was to preserve the lives of his subordinate sailors. However, during their earlier encounters at sea, facing the formidable strength of the Seven Warlords made this goal seem somewhat difficult to achieve. Fortunately, Empress Hancock seemed to have no intention of causing trouble for the Navy, and they arrived safely at the sail.The archipelago. This is impossible, Snake Princess. I hope you head to Marineford as soon as possible. Rear Admiral Mongoose's face turned pale when he learned that Empress Hancock planned to shop on the island for 3 days before heading to the Navy headquarters in Marineford. He never expected this woman to be so close to the Navy headquarters and still act so arrogantly. That agreement is canceled. I want to return to Amazon Lily. Empress Hancock showed no regard for Rear Admiral Mongoose, stating frankly that she had no feelings for any man except Arthur. Snake Princess, as a warlord of the sea, how can you be so willful? Mongoose exclaimed, whatever you do will be forgiven. While speaking, he placed one hand on his hip and pointed with the other, tilting his head back because I am too beautiful. Forgive you, forgive. A group of Navy soldiers, with hearts in their eyes, shouted compliments to the Empress, completely falling under her charm. With a furious expression, Rear Admiral Mongoose suddenly picked up the endlessly ringing din-din mushy. Suddenly, his face changed to a serious one. Yes, I understand. Veins bulged on Mongoose's forehead, but he ultimately sighed helplessly. You only have 72 hours, not a second more. The Navy will cover all your shopping expenses this time. He never expected that the voice on the other end would sternly command him to agree to all of Empress Hancock's requests. For a notorious pirate, he would have to endure again and again. As a Navy man who upheld justice, this was truly a humiliation. But as a soldier who had to follow orders, Rear Admiral Mongoose could only comply, accepting Empress Hancock's shopping on the island and becoming her escort. 1 day is enough. Arrange for the best hotel. Empress Hancock completely treated Rear Admiral Mongoose as a servant, considering that apart from Arthur, no other man was worth her attention. In a spacious and luxurious top-tier hotel, Arthur crawled out of the box once more, briefly saying goodbye to Empress Hancock, and calmly left the heavily guarded luxurious hotel by utilizing his water body transformation. In order to protect the people on York Island from being targeted by the Navy, Arthur planned to create some disturbances on the sail.The archipelago as soon as possible to attract the Navy's attention. However, that would have to wait until Empress Hancock left the sail.The archipelago, and he found Rayleigh, the Dark King. Arthur has massacred the world's noble celestial dragons, making his identity extremely sensitive, even prompting a general leading a fleet to hunt him down. However, no one would have expected that the Arthur they were desperately searching for had come so close to the Navy headquarters in the Shambadi archipelago. With Arthur using water vapor to obscure his face, many people couldn't see his true appearance clearly, allowing him to roam the Shambody archipelago in relative safety. However, the size of the Shambody archipelago, composed of trees and constantly producing bubbles from underground, was completely beyond Arthur's expectations. Wandering aimlessly on the island, several days quickly passed. He still had no leads on finding Rayleigh the Dark King, but he unexpectedly discovered that the Shambody archipelago seemed to have experienced something, as it was heavily guarded and there were unusually many Navy personnel deployed. As the front line of the Red Line, it would normally attract countless pirates. Yet he hadn't seen a single pirate in days. The best place to gather intelligence in this world is at bars, where a mix of people can be found. As long as one listens carefully and can afford the price, almost everything one wants to know can be discovered. The tavern Arthur arrived, it seemed somewhat remote, and there didn't appear to be many patrons. However, a smoking woman with black hair caught Arthur's attention. Her gaze was very calm, yet there was a clear insight that seemed to see through everything. There appeared to be no secrets before her, which made Arthur momentarily alert. "Hey, it seems this is your first time in the Sabady archipelago." The tavern owner, Shaki, was smoking a cigarette and looked at Arthur with a knowing expression. "What do you mean? Choosing to come here to gather information isn't exactly a wise choice." As Shaki set down the freshly washed glasses beside him, he casually remarked with a hint of meaning, "I'm just here to taste the local wines." Arthur responded calmly, "Oh, is that so? If you want to know something, just make sure the price is right. Is this enough?" Arthur took out a stack of berries and pushed it toward Shaki. "What's happening on the island?" Arthur was the first to ask a question. Shaki picked up the stack of berries and, exhaling a puff of smoke, replied casually, "The world nobles, the celestial dragons, were beaten by the Straw Hat, which led to Admiral Kizuru wiping out a lot of pirates. But the Admiral arrived so quickly, almost as if he could foresee it, that many pirates attempting to escape were completely annihilated." Shaki seemed to be answering, but it felt more like he was inquiring about Arthur. Arthur naturally understood why the Admiral would come to the Chambord Islands so quickly. It was because he had taken out the Celestial Dragon on Gypsy Island and deliberately left information that he would head to the Chambord Islands. However, Arthur did not expect that two admirals would be dispatched to hunt him down, one waiting in the Chambord Islands and the other chasing him at sea. The only uncertainty was whether the admiral leading the fleet chasing him at sea was Akainu or Admiral Akiji. Regardless, this was a significant mobilization, giving him enough face. No wonder the bounty had risen to 370 million berries. They really did take him seriously. "I want to find the Dark King Rayleigh. He can tell me where he is." Arthur immediately posed another urgent question, and his intuition told him that this woman must know. Shaki unceremoniously collected all the berries on the table, lit another cigarette, and said slowly, "If you were talking about that gambling-loving former shipwright, I suggest you go to the slave auction in districts 1 to 29. I believe you can find that old man who likes to sell himself to escape from gambling debts." "Thank you." Arthur, with a face full of joy, immediately got up and left. As long as he had a direction, he believed it was only a matter of time before he found the Dark King Rayleigh. Watching Arthur's departing figure, the tavern owner Shaki suddenly sighed, feeling that the young people nowadays were getting more reckless for daring to come to the Chambord Islands. Cloaked, Arthur exited Shaki's bar and made his way to the population auction in Area 7, although it was right under the nose of the Navy headquarters. This dark and illegal place in the Chambord Islands was surprisingly prosperous. Here, there were slaves of various races, clearly priced as if they were mere commodities. As long as you had money, you could buy anything you wanted. After walking around, Arthur roughly understood that the reason the world government turned a blind eye to these slave owners was primarily due to the high taxes. No one wanted to go against the berries, and the taxes collected from the slave market each year were astonishing enough to make the higher-ups of the world government compromise. Moreover, these slave owners all had incredible backgrounds, and each was a formidable opponent. If they were forcibly cleared out, there would likely be a strong backlash. Thus, the slave markets quickly made the residents of the Chambord Islands resentful, but the Navy was powerless to eliminate them and could only allow them to dominate the island's pillar industry. Upon arriving at the slave market, Arthur initially thought he had some leads, and finding the Dark King Rayleigh should be easy. However, ideals were often far more beautiful than reality. Just one area had hundreds of slave markets, making it nearly impossible to find the Dark King Rayleigh. Nevertheless, every cloud has a silver lining. At least he knew that Rayleigh must be in the slave market right in front of him. Determined to find the Dark King Rayleigh as soon as possible, Arthur began his search from the first slave market. Arthur possessed an anonymous black card, and with his face obscured by mist, it was difficult for most people to see his true appearance, so he was not worried about exposing his identity. holding the anonymous black card. He entered the auction with a prestigious status, displaying a domineering attitude that was not much inferior to that of the Sky People. It must be said that identity is a valuable asset. The anonymous black card he held made the slave owners he encountered bow and scrape, treating him with more enthusiasm than they would their own fathers, as it was rare to meet such a big client. Moreover, those who could use the anonymous black card were either wealthy or of high status. Although these slave owners had significant backgrounds, they would not cut off their own paths by causing trouble for their patrons. Arthur's arrogant demeanor made the slave owners wary, and they promptly opened all the cages as requested, allowing him to choose the slaves he liked. Even though Arthur spent not a single berry, the slave owners served him with great hospitality. When leaving the slave market, the slave owners presented him with several beautiful women, including some stunning mermaid slaves. Although Arthur was enjoying his life, days passed without any sign of the Dark King Rayleigh. The problem was that he had only explored 1/3 of the slave market, not to mention some smaller underground black markets. Who knew where Rayleigh had sold himself to escape his gambling debts? Arthur was somewhat troubled by the increasing number of followers he had. Not only were there many beautiful female slaves, but also quite a few mercenaries with considerable combat abilities, most of whom were also sold as slaves and were sent by the slave owners to serve as his guards. Frowning, Arthur looked into the distance, pondering which slave camp to visit in the evening, when suddenly he slapped his forehead in realization. He suddenly thought of an important question. Since Rayleigh had sold himself to avoid gambling debts and was hiding in the slave market, he clearly could not reveal his strength. If these slave owners were to find out that the Dark King Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, had become their slave, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. This meant that Rayleigh, simply trying to avoid attention, would definitely go to smaller and more obscure slave markets to avoid being recognized. Arthur felt a bit frustrated, realizing that the reason for his several days of fruitless searching was entirely due to his wrong direction. Fortunately, it was not too late to realize this. Arthur led his entourage and immediately headed towards the smaller slave markets. As expected, these smaller slave markets had limited strength, and the quality of slaves they could provide was much poorer. More importantly, they were not even familiar with the so-called black card. Many were desperate criminals, but thankfully, they still respected berries. Arthur moved forward in the damp, dark prison cell, and suddenly stopped when he passed by a cage, looking excitedly at an old man. The old man, with long curly hair and a beard on his chin, all white and wearing glasses, had a straight scar running down his right eye. In a crowd, he might not stand out much. However, with Arthur's continuously strengthening abilities, he could clearly feel the powerful pressure emanating from the old man. The casual glance from the old man possessed a momentum that seemed capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. It was hard to imagine what this old man had experienced. Heaven knows how powerful he would be if he unleashed his full strength. For Arthur, the identity of this person was already apparent. As Arthur sized him up, the old man was also observing Arthur. No matter how well a person could disguise themselves, their aura would never change. Although the well-dressed, somewhat hazy-faced young man in front of him appeared harmless, the old man could clearly sense the terrifying power hidden within his aura. Truly an extraordinary young generation. The old man murmured in his heart, "I want to buy all the slaves currently in the prison. Name your price," Arthur said casually. The slave owner who led Arthur to the prison was taken aback, momentarily stunned and unable to react. He wasn't blind. Not only did this young man have an outstanding aura, but the female slaves accompanying him were also high quality and expensive. The mercenary slaves guarding them were also very powerful. They were not a bunch of low-life thugs that could be easily provoked. Although he thought this young man was not simple, he didn't expect him to be so wealthy, leaving him excited and somewhat incoherent. The procedure was not complicated. It was just a matter of paying and handling the paperwork. Soon, hundreds of slaves, under Arthur's lead, arrived at the luxurious hotel he had booked. If it weren't for Arthur personally leading them, the hotel manager would have almost thought the hotel had been occupied by a group of filthy bandits. These slaves, who were usually tortured and could be killed at any moment, were visiting such a luxurious hotel for the first time. No one knew what their future would hold. All they could do was pray, as they could do nothing else. Arthur arrived alone at the old man's room. The disheveled Rayleigh, the Dark King, was simply devouring meat and drinking wine, seemingly aware that Arthur had something to say, but not speaking first. Dark King Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King. You've made it hard for me to find you. Arthur elegantly sat in the chair opposite, wearing a wry smile as he complained. I'm just a worker who coached ships, sold to the slave market by traffickers to avoid debt collectors. The old man continued to eat heartily, not even looking up when he replied, clearly uninterested in Arthur's words. I appreciate your ransom, but I don't know who the Dark King really is. If you have a ship that needs coating, I can do it for free. As a favor. The Admiral Kazuru should be around the nearby seas, clearing out the remaining pirates, and another admiral will likely arrive at Marineford soon. Perhaps before heading to Marineford, it will be beneficial to pay a visit to the renowned Dark King Rayleigh, Arthur thought, while carefully observing Rayleigh's reaction. Arthur was well aware that someone like Rayleigh, a seasoned powerhouse, had seen countless people. Showing excessive respect and submission would only make him appear inferior. Therefore, he had prepared himself early on, determined to use a bold and aggressive demeanor to ensure that this great powerhouse would remember his existence, whether for better or worse. The Navy was too preoccupied with the four emperors to have time to wander around. Rayleigh smiled calmly, not taking the admiral seriously. How do you know the Navy is too preoccupied? Arthur pressed aggressively. From the newspapers, Rayleigh replied nonchalantly, then rang the bell in front of him and called out to the respectful servant who entered the room. Another one, please. Arthur continued to ask questions, but Rayleigh's responses remained nonchalant, which made Arthur grit his teeth in frustration. Well, since that's the case, I must have found the wrong person. A sly glint flashed in Arthur's eyes as he sighed slightly and said, I will soon reveal my identity. All these freed slaves are, of course, my comrades. I apologize for involving you in this. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm the sea god Arthur. So it turns out to be the fallen sea god Arthur. My apologies. Rayleigh's tone was full of amusement, as if he had already known Arthur's identity. This was not surprising. Although Arthur was cloaked and obscured by a layer of mist, it was not difficult for Rayleigh to see through it. The only regret was that Aunt Sia's tavern, along with the people living in it, was likely under the Navy's watch. Arthur sighed slightly. You brat. Rayleigh frowned, realizing that for the first time in many years, someone had dared to threaten him. It had to be said that in that moment, it ignited the long-dormant passion within him. What do you want from me, Arthur? Just say it. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted, causing the servant who had just entered the room to faint on the spot, spilling exquisite food all over the floor. I plan to learn hockey from you. Arthur stood up, looking serious. Ha! Rayleigh suddenly burst into laughter, but after a while, he reined in his smile and fixed a thunderous gaze on Arthur, coldly saying, Whatever you do, you must pay the necessary price. Are you ready for that? Feeling Rayleigh's fierce hockey, Arthur felt as if he were carrying several mountains on his shoulders, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, fixing his gaze on Rayleigh. I am ready. No matter what kind of challenge arises, I am determined to learn this hockey. Under the immense pressure, it seemed that all of Arthur's potential was ignited in an instant, and he suddenly surged with a powerful force that surprisingly countered a significant amount of Rayleigh's hockey. So he possesses Conqueror's hockey. This kid is not simple, Rayleigh thought to himself, looking at Arthur, who was enveloped in Conqueror's hockey, with a slightly surprised expression. His gaze shifted, and he began to reconsider the young man's request, suddenly conceiving a bold idea in his mind. Learning to apply hockey in real combat requires a long process. It cannot be achieved overnight. Rayleigh's hockey-filled eyes stared at Arthur standing before him, and he said meaningfully, But first, you must prove that you have the qualifications to learn hockey, kid. There is no such thing as a free lunch, Uncle Rayleigh. How should I prove my qualifications to learn hockey? Arthur replied calmly. Rayleigh was not an easy opponent. Back in the day, he followed the pirate king Roger across the seas, and who knows how many lives he had taken. There was no need for him to help a stranger. Moreover, Arthur wanted to learn real skills, combat techniques obtained through actual fighting, not just flashy tricks. For this, Arthur was mentally prepared to face any trouble that might come his way. That would be a test, Rayleigh stated. I can complete any test. At this point, there was naturally no reason to back down. He would go through fire and water if necessary, even if it meant fighting against hockey-wielding Navy commanders, facing life-and-death situations multiple times, which made Arthur deeply realize the power of hockey. If he could not master hockey, he could very well die at the hands of an approaching admiral. Young man, don't speak too confidently. There are many things in this world that cannot be done. A hint of melancholy suddenly flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, perhaps recalling his captain, GOLD, Roger, who was executed, and the incurable disease that led to the great pirate king's death on the guillotine. I will complete the test, but how can Uncle Rayleigh ensure that he will teach me the true combat techniques of hockey? Upon hearing Arthur's words, Rayleigh was taken aback, not expecting this kid to be so bold. After learning who he was, he still dared to question his word. If you can complete this test, I guarantee I will teach you everything as if you were my disciple. A glint of brilliance flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, clearly not displeased with the spirited Arthur. Young people should have vigor and sharpness. Arthur's heart stirred. It seemed that this trial was not simple. Otherwise, the Underworld King really wouldn't take it so seriously. Rescue Fire Fist Ace and bring Luffy back alive. Rayleigh calmly stated the challenge. Uncle Rayleigh, are you talking about Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, who is about to be publicly executed in Marineford? You're right, Rayleigh replied, looking at Arthur. To know that Marineford is surrounded by countless elite Marines, the 7 Warlords, the 3 Admirals, and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, a war could break out at any moment. Who knows if anyone can survive? And you wanted to save 2 people? Uncle Rayleigh, you really are something? Arthur shook his head with a wry smile. What's wrong? Can't you do it? Of course I can. Arthur responded confidently, although he didn't want to participate in this war earlier. The thought of fighting against the world's top powers was inevitably exhilarating. But with my current strength, I can at most protect myself in Marineford. Rescuing someone might be difficult. Arthur looked at Rayleigh with a sly grin. This was the perfect moment to negotiate. Arthur's meaning is very simple. He is telling Rayleigh that his current strength is insufficient. And in war, he can't even protect himself, let alone save others, so he should quickly pass on some essential skills. Rayleigh, having seen countless people, certainly understands Arthur's obvious hint, and his immense potential also makes Rayleigh feel a desire to nurture talent. He nodded and said, starting tomorrow, the training officially begins. You only have 3 days. How much you can master depends on you. Only 3 days. Arthur was taken aback. Didn't he say earlier that it would be difficult to grasp everything without a year and a half? What does 3 days mean? However, it wasn't the time for Arthur to be picky. Since Rayleigh was willing to teach him, he was willing to learn, regardless of whether it was a complete impartation or not. At worst, if he couldn't learn anything, he could just run away. Arthur wouldn't be foolish enough to go to Marin Fander and seek death without strength. On a vacant lot that had been secured, Arthur and the Dark King Rayleigh stood facing each other. First, you need to understand that Haki is divided into 3 types. The first is observation Haki. As the Dark King Rayleigh focused his mind intensely, a familiar aura of Haki suddenly formed around him. Standing not far away, Arthur felt a force within him that seemed ready to burst forth, but it always fell short of grasping the essence of it. Come at me. Rayleigh, with a high fighting spirit, suddenly shouted at Arthur. With a quick movement, Arthur rushed in front of Rayleigh. Water vapor forming around his arms and creating a powerful water vortex that came crashing down with great force. Yet, Rayleigh effortlessly dodged, as if he completely knew Arthur's next move and made a preemptive judgment. After a while, Arthur stepped back, panting heavily, looking at Rayleigh in shock, and said in disbelief, Uncle Rayleigh, is this observation Haki? That's right, this is the observation Haki among Haki. Rayleigh, now fully serious, explained in detail to Arthur that first, he must be focused and intensely feel the energies around him. This allows him to sense enemies outside his line of sight or to further foresee his opponent's movements, acting as a kind of mind-reading ability. By perceiving these sounds, he can predict the opponent's next move and position. With training, the range will continuously expand. Then I'll try it myself. Arthur's mind stirred as he planned to familiarize himself with observation Haki quickly while the iron was hot. No, we will move on to the next type of Haki, armament Haki. Rayleigh unceremoniously interrupted Arthur's thoughts and immediately proceeded to the next type of Haki training. Arthur had no way to object and could only obediently follow orders, learning Haki at Rayleigh's pace. It must be said that although the words of the Dark King Rayleigh are few, each one has meaning and allows one to intuitively and accurately familiarize themselves with Haki, which is not easy to achieve. Listen well, Arthur. Armament Haki is considered the most common combat method among Haki, enhancing personal defense, becoming armor and a sharp sword, evolving into a powerful offensive method that can compete with Devil Fruit users, and even allowing one to touch the physical form of Logia users. However, armament Haki can only grasp the physical form of the user and cannot take away the user's abilities like Sea Prism Stone can. In addition, armament Haki can also wrap around weapons to enhance their power. Arthur deeply agreed, recalling the battle with the naval commander. Although he couldn't avoid the powerful attacks due to his body being fully water-formed, he endured a lot of hardships. According to Rayleigh, this should be the ability possessed by armament Haki. As for the Conqueror's Haki, it could intimidate enemies through one's own aura, and if the Haki reaches a higher realm, it could achieve a pressure effect. Like this, Rayleigh suddenly exuded a majestic aura, causing Arthur, under the pressure, to feel as if he was carrying a mountain on his shoulders, making it hard for him to breathe. Facing the Dark King Rayleigh, Arthur was secretly shocked. He was indeed the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Just this pressure was enough for him to chase after for a lifetime. As the overwhelming Haki dissipated, Arthur felt his legs go weak, almost collapsing to the ground. He raised his hands to form a water column to support himself, feeling both respect and fear towards Rayleigh. The Dark King Rayleigh, with his graying hair, had long passed his peak in combat power. It was hard to imagine how powerful he was in his youth. Truly, a renowned figure is never without merit. Rayleigh took out a flask and took a few sips, slowly explaining to Arthur that this was a chosen hockey that only one in millions could possess. It meant having the qualifications of king. And unlike the previous two types, Conqueror's hockey could not be strengthened through training. It could only be enhanced by the user's own growth. I see, Arthur responded, his face full of joy. He clearly remembered that when he defeated the entire naval branch at Failing Port, the aura he emitted, although far less intense than that of Dark King Rayleigh, had similarities. This meant that Arthur also possessed the potential for Conqueror's hockey, which was undoubtedly great news for anyone who craved power. Rayleigh took a few big gulps, finishing the hot liquid in the flask, and with a cold smile, looked at Arthur and said, "Don't think you're strong just because you have Conqueror's hockey. In the New World, there are as many people with Conqueror's hockey as there is sand. The reason I'm happy is that I can become stronger, and more importantly, there are countless powerful opponents waiting for me to defeat." Arthur didn't mind Rayleigh's blow, as the first half of the Grand Line was only called Paradise, while the true gathering place of strong warriors was the New World controlled by the Four Emperors. If it were in the past, Arthur would only think about preserving his life, struggling on the edge of death, and then continuously challenging the Navy to protect the people of York Island. However, as his strength increased and his understanding of hockey and the world structure changed, a bold passion suddenly surged in Arthur's heart. Going to the New World to fight countless powerful and terrifying foes, becoming stronger on the edge of life and death, gradually became the only passionate belief in his heart. Of course, if he could also draw the scenic map of the entire world along the way, it would be a good choice for Arthur, who aspired to be a painter since childhood. However, a single sentence from Dark King Rayleigh extinguished the passion that had just risen in Arthur. "You only have 3 days. You cannot truly grasp the combat methods of hockey. I can only teach you how to resist hockey and improve your current abilities. However, I promise that if you save Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, I will definitely impart all the abilities of hockey to you." Dark King Rayleigh suddenly took out a dagger, slashed his palm, letting the blood drip, and raised the wound towards Arthur, saying, "This is the proof. Rayleigh, I really don't understand why you want to save Fire Fist Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates." Arthur asked a question he had buried in his heart for a long time. Rayleigh suddenly showed some emotion, and after a long while, he murmured, "Because Fire Fist Ace is the illegitimate son of Pirate King JoLD, Roger." What? This shocking news left Arthur momentarily speechless. It turned out to be the bloodline of the Pirate King. No wonder Dark King Rayleigh wanted him to rescue him. Everything finally made sense, and, for a moment, Arthur felt an added heavy responsibility in his heart. Although it was extremely dangerous, if he could really save the bloodline of the Pirate King, it would bring endless benefits for the future. It seemed that Marineford was a must-go. Arthur sighed inwardly, not expecting that he would have to return to the Navy headquarters, which he thought he would never visit again. However, he had no clear idea of how to survive in the stronghold of powerful warriors at Marineford. "What are you dawdling for?" Rayleigh's powerful voice came through. "If you want to survive in Marineford, you must not forget every word I say in these 3 days. Follow me, rookie pirate." 3 days quickly passed, and Arthur, fully waterformed, drifted towards the Navy headquarters Marineford at an astonishing speed along with the ocean currents. Although it was only 3 days, it felt like years to Arthur, as he was almost tortured to death by Rayleigh's extreme training methods. However, the improvement in his abilities was also very evident. It must be said that Rayleigh was a good teacher. With his rich combat experience over half a lifetime and understanding of countless devil fruit abilities in just a few days, he not only helped Arthur master the power of the sea more adeptly, but also led to a qualitative leap in the use of every bit of his strength. Moreover, daily combat with Rayleigh, along with detailed explanations of battles, made Arthur realize for the first time that combat was an art, not just mindless brute strength. 3 days passed in a flash, and Arthur found himself somewhat reluctant to leave because the improvement in his power was too significant. However, since he had already promised, he could only quickly head to Marineford. Otherwise, once Fire Fist Ace, the second captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and the illegitimate son of Pirate King JoLD, Roger, was executed, Arthur would not be able to learn more skills from Rayleigh. Additionally, Arthur received an important piece of information. The yin-yang fish mark on his chest was indeed the so-called sea soul power, which had a great connection with the ocean overlord sea kings. Of course, if he wanted to figure everything out, he had to personally go to Fishman Island to check the ancient text there. He might have significant discoveries. Just as Arthur was carefully pondering the combat techniques imparted by Rayleigh along the way, he swiftly entered Marineford with the ocean currents. His speed even exceeded that of the warship carrying the Warlord of the Sea, Hancock, who had set off 3 days earlier to head to the Navy headquarters. It was also worth mentioning that the Navy had been frequently mobilizing recently, and the Navy's exclusive sea routes were often opened. So the speed of the ocean's flow was naturally astonishing. Of course, the Navy never expected that someone could enter the heavily guarded Navy headquarters Marineford directly through the sea. This was Marineford. Upon arriving in this small town, Arthur disguised himself as an ordinary merchant and carefully admired this renowned city. Under the banner of absolute justice, driving out evil, this was the base of the Navy directly under the world government. From previous rumors, most of the residents in the town were families of the Navy, considered a symbol of peace in the era of great pirates. It was said that this place had been destroyed once due to the battles of Karp, Sengoku, and the Golden Lion, but after years of reconstruction, the original ruins had long disappeared. The headquarters appeared as a 3-story brick house, where the strongest Navy warriors resided. The square in the town of Marineford, where the Navy headquarters was located, was about to be the execution site for Fire Fist Ace, or more accurately, the execution site for the one with the bloodline of the Pirate King, who should be referred to as power.The Ace. For Arthur, who once dreamed of becoming an honorable Navy and returning home in the general's uniform. Even as time passed and he was betrayed by the Navy, his original mindset had changed long ago. But the moment he arrived at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, an inexplicable emotion surged within him. The long-anticipated war had not yet begun, but the Navy's strongest forces had already gathered. 100,000 elite and formidable naval officers summoned from around the world, the 3 admirals. The soon-to-arrive warlords of the sea, the formidable fleet Admiral Sengoku, and the renowned absolute powerhouses like Garp and Tsuru. A powerful legion composed of numerous officers had already assembled around the square. On the massive guillotine platform, cold and mottled iron chains made of sea stone seemed to await the arrival of the condemned prisoners. Countless enormous coastal cannons were loaded and aimed at the sea, their powerful firepower capable of sinking any ship that dared to approach. The Navy was fully prepared. Even if one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, were to arrive, the Navy would still execute the inheritance of the cursed bloodline, GOLD, Roger's posthumous son, power.The Ace, according to plan. Arthur, cloaked, stood at the street corner of the small town, gazing at the vast square in the distance. Although the battle had not yet begun, the air seemed thick with the scent of gunpowder, and the overwhelming aura was so powerful that timid individuals would likely faint from fear. With a smile on his lips, Arthur was filled with fighting spirit, even eager to challenge the strong figures of the Navy. Whether it was the warlords of the sea, the 3 admirals, or the fleet admiral, nothing could stop him from rescuing Ace, who was about to be executed. Of course, Arthur would not foolishly charge in or attempt to break into the prison, as that would be suicidal. The most important thing for now was to find a way to infiltrate the area. As for when to rescue him, everything depended on timing. Although Arthur's strength had greatly increased, he could barely hold his own against 1 admiral, and facing 3 would leave him with no chance of retaliation. A hunter must have enough patience. Striking at the wrong opportunity would mean forever losing the prey. And Arthur knew he only had one chance that he could not afford to miss. Currently, although Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, had not yet arrived, Arthur was almost certain that as one of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest man, Whitebeard would never stand by and watch as his 2nd Division commander, power.The Ace, was executed by the Navy under the world's gaze. More importantly, Whitebeard would definitely prove to the Navy that the era of pirates had not ended, but had truly begun. So Whitebeard would surely come, and this battle was inevitable. "Hey, who are you?" At that moment, a shout from a fully armed Navy soldier echoed nearby, and the surrounding patrolling Navy personnel hurried over to Arthur's location. With a haze of mist, Arthur's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, as if he had never been there. "This is unbelievable. There was someone there just now." The Navy soldier who first noticed something was amiss pointed in shock at the place where Arthur had vanished. "Don't be too nervous, Grover. This is the Navy headquarters. No one can break through our defenses directly." An older Navy officer chuckled to reassure him. "Yeah, Grover, let's go have a couple of drinks to relax." Another laughing Navy soldier encouraged. There really was someone just now. After watching for a while, Grover felt somewhat uncertain. This was a dead end, after all. If someone was here, where could they escape to? He could only secretly ponder the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, Arthur, fully transformed into water, had already left the alley and was quickly heading toward the small town. If he wanted to infiltrate the square, the best way was to become part of the Navy. And the mist generated by the power of the sea god could help Arthur easily disguise himself. Of course, he first needed an identity. Soon, Arthur arrived at a temporary outpost next to the small town. This checkpoint had just been established not long ago and was essentially ineffective. If pirates truly broke through the front square and charged here, these ordinary Navy soldiers would be of no use at all. From the conversations of the soldiers at the outpost, Arthur learned that power.Witness Ace had indeed been brought to Marineford, but the date for his public execution, broadcasted to the world, had not yet arrived. He was currently held in a heavily guarded dungeon, meaning there was still some time available. Arthur was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he transformed his body into water and got closer, carefully observing the behavior habits of one of the lieutenant officers. He had already decided to use water vapor to disguise himself as this person and infiltrate the Marineford Square, getting as close to the execution platform as possible to increase the chances of rescuing power.Witness Ace. However, suddenly the alarm went off, and a mechanism was triggered, causing a large bucket of water to fall from the sky, soaking Arthur completely. The lieutenant officer, who had been sitting at his desk drinking coffee, jumped up as if pricked by a needle, drawing his sword from his waist and staring in disbelief at the half-transparent Arthur in front of him. At the same time, the Navy soldiers in the surrounding rooms rushed over at an astonishing speed, surrounding Arthur completely. Arthur smiled bitterly, realizing that despite all his calculations, this small temporary outpost, which was used for entertainment, had inadvertently exposed his identity due to a moment of carelessness. This incident was witnessed by many Navy officers, and even if he left quickly, it would be reported immediately. At that point, the Navy would definitely send strong individuals to investigate. Who knows if there are skilled trackers among them? In an instant, a murderous aura surged within Arthur, and he had already developed the intention to silence anyone who might pose a threat. Suddenly, a foul and pungent smell spread through the air, causing the Navy soldiers to collapse one after another. As Arthur, who had once again disappeared into the water, remained unaffected, he noticed someone at the door, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He murmured in a calm tone, "Long time no see." An elegant woman dressed in a rose-colored professional outfit and draped in a Navy justice cloak stood at the entrance of the temporary outpost, looking at Arthur with a resentful expression. She was Colonel Tina from the Naval Headquarters, and it had been several months since they last parted. Upon hearing Arthur's words of greeting, a flash of anger crossed her beautiful eyes as she quickly stepped forward. Arthur smiled slightly at the corners of his mouth, holding the beautiful woman rushing towards him in his arms, savoring the rare warmth. "Thank you for saving me." After a moment, Arthur said with a light laugh, "Come on, I only saved those Navy soldiers. Otherwise, you would have silenced them." Tina, nestled against Arthur's chest, had no intention of getting up and said playfully. Arthur, embarrassed by her seeing through his thoughts, gave a shy smile. However, since Tina was willing to help, he naturally didn't worry about this matter attracting the attention of the military high command. "Let me guess your purpose for coming to Marineford," Tina said with a mischievous smile. "It's specifically to see you." Arthur replied without thinking. "I can't believe you." Tina examined Arthur for a moment and said with certainty, "Aside from wanting to rescue Fire-Fist Ace, I can't think of any other reason." Arthur flashed a playful smile. "Perhaps I just want to revisit the place and see the legendary Marine headquarters, Marineford." Tina suddenly turned serious and said earnestly, "It's not too late now. Although you have a lot of names on your hands, you can only blame their lack of strength. With your abilities, as long as you are willing to return to the Navy, I believe Admiral Sengoku will do everything he can to protect you. Becoming a general in the future is just a matter of time." Arthur could feel Tina's sincerity, and she was indeed thinking of him. As Tina said, Arthur possessed the power of the sea god, and his control over the sea gave him an absolute advantage in naval battles between ships. However, ever since he decapitated the world noble celestial dragon, eliminated a vice admiral, and wiped out an entire fleet, Arthur could no longer turn back, and had become the absolute enemy of the Navy. Even if he had enough strength, he could not become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. If it weren't for the need to execute Fire-Fist Ace in front of the whole world and to guard against the possible arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, the 3 admirals would have to return to the square in Marineford to stand by. If it weren't for this public execution, perhaps even now, one of the 3 admirals would still be hunting Arthur down worldwide. "I'm afraid I can no longer turn back, Tina." Arthur gently brushed aside the scattered strands of hair from Tina's face and said softly, "Killing a celestial dragon is no small matter. The world government would never allow pirates who dare to challenge their authority to exist, and the Navy cannot ignore the orders of the world government. Therefore, Arthur's crisis was temporarily alleviated. Once the public execution was over, the Navy admirals would definitely set out again to search for Arthur's hiding place, meaning that this battle was inevitable. There will be another chance. I will guarantee it with my life. Tina slightly raised her head, her eager eyes looking at Arthur, fearing that the man she loved would refuse outright. If it was I who decapitated the celestial dragon, killed the vice admiral who was protecting him, and slaughtered all the Navy soldiers rampaging on Gypsy Island, would Fleet Admiral Sengoku still let me join the Navy? Arthur said with a light smile, as if it were an everyday matter. What did you say? Tina's face suddenly turned pale, and she stood up, looking at Arthur in disbelief. After a moment, she said with a bitter tone, could it really be you, the fallen sea god who slaughtered the Navy on Gypsy Island? Tina's emotions were mixed. Her earlier intention to persuade Arthur to abandon darkness and join the Navy seemed useless. She knew very well that Arthur, who had killed a celestial dragon, would become the Navy's absolute enemy, with no possibility of reconciliation. The world government would never allow someone who had killed a celestial dragon to live, let alone join the Navy. Even if Arthur were the fleet admiral's own son, it wouldn't matter. Tina, who had always been loyal to the Navy, felt a bit lost and didn't know how to face the man before her. Then, Tina, what will you do? Arthur said with a smile, speaking in a double entendre. It was clear that Arthur was testing Tina's attitude. Logically, after years of service in the Navy, absolute loyalty and honor should not require any consideration for an enemy of the Navy. However, Tina's relationship with Arthur was not simple, and her next decision would redefine their relationship. What about me? Tina was momentarily stunned, not daring to look up and meet Arthur's gaze. His gentle eyes made her feel a hint of fear. Was it absolute loyalty to the Navy or her beloved man? Tina found herself in a dilemma, fully aware that her decision would change many things. Suddenly, Tina slightly raised her head and looked into Arthur's eyes, speaking with strength. Tina will not betray the Navy. I respect your choice, but you may have to endure some grievances for now. Arthur said, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. But I also don't want to betray you. Tina's eyes were filled with tenderness. With Arthur's appearance, she even began to doubt her original beliefs, as matters of the heart were often inexplicable. I will do my best to find a way to get you close to Fire Fist Ace, but I will not kill any Navy soldiers. That's my bottom line, Tina said, looking nervously at Arthur, seemingly trying to discern his true thoughts from his eyes. Faced with this dilemma, this was her final decision. Of course, I believe you. Then let's set off immediately, Arthur said, looking relaxed. Arthur's absolute trust, without a second thought, left Tina stunned in place. After all, this was the Navy headquarters at Marineford, and Arthur was a pirate with a bounty of $370 million. If this news were secretly reported to the higher-ups in the Navy, the benefits would surely extend beyond just a promotion from colonel to rear admiral. This kind of absolute trust moved Tina deeply. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? You know you're very valuable right now. If I could die at your hands, I would be willing. Huh? Tina lightly spat, her face slightly reddening, then angrily said, honestly, how many girls have you deceived with that mouth of yours? That's not deception. It's a rational exploration of life ideals, and we just happened to get up to watch the sunrise together, Arthur thought, but he couldn't say it out loud. He only chuckled awkwardly and didn't respond. This is a backup officer uniform from a storeroom. You must keep your head down when passing through the checkpoint. I will lead a small team to the prison. Remember, you must not. While handing the uniform to Arthur, Tina seriously explained the precautions. However, when she saw Arthur use the power of the sea god to transform his appearance into that of an unconscious Navy soldier, she was nearly shocked into exclaiming. This astonishing ability to disguise meant that as long as Arthur wanted, the Navy would probably never find him in his lifetime. Tina suddenly felt that, even without her help, Arthur, with his ability to change his appearance, could easily infiltrate the Navy headquarters. Perhaps, besides Arthur, other pirates with devil fruit powers had already secretly infiltrated Marineford. So it was necessary to be more cautious. It was only natural for her to think this way. For Tina, as long as Arthur was safe, the other pirates could die. Moments later, the Navy soldiers in the division gradually awoke, but they were awakened by the cold seawater. The cold and frosty Colonel Tina swept her gaze over the group of sailors and said in a calm tone, sleeping during the day can get you executed on the spot for dereliction of duty. The sailors changed color in alarm and began to plead. Although they vaguely remembered something important, they couldn't recall what had happened. In fact, Colonel Tina had used a kind of psychological hypnotic gas to protect these soldiers' lives. While they remembered some fragments, they couldn't remember what had happened initially. Tina's imposing presence made them anxious, leaving no room for idle thoughts. Be diligent in your duties, and do not let this happen again. After Tina finished speaking, she stood up proudly and left, with a squad of soldiers following in formation towards the distant prison. The temporary sentry Navy soldiers were naturally very grateful and respectfully escorted Tina to the gate, completely unaware that it was Tina who had knocked them out and were oblivious to the fact that they had narrowly escaped being silenced by Arthur. Tina subtly nodded to Arthur, who was in the line, leading the Navy team for the prison changeover as they advanced towards the prison. It must be said that the Navy placed extreme importance on Fire Fist Ace. Just a regular Navy soldier, Arthur had to pass through 13 defense points, and identity checks were conducted several times. Fortunately, Arthur remembered the detailed information of the Navy soldier he was impersonating and managed to pass through easily, quickly getting close to the heavily guarded Navy headquarters prison. Inside the entire prison, the number of elite Navy soldiers was naturally not to be mentioned. Just the officers stationed there numbered in the dozens. It was believed that even if a powerful enemy invaded the Navy headquarters prison, they could hold out until the Navy admiral arrived. Coupled with countless traps and lethal weapons, Arthur immediately dismissed the thought of a prison break. Carl, go feed that scum. If it weren't for the public execution, this scoundrel, who is stained with blood, should have been tortured to death long ago. A robust Navy officer with a bushy beard shouted at Arthur. Yes, Lieutenant, I'll go right away. Arthur, disguised as Carl, immediately responded. Being able to approach Fire Fist Ace was just right for a brief communication. Arthur was now wearing a Navy uniform to avoid misunderstandings when he eventually came to rescue him. Moreover, once a war broke out, even if there was a chance to rescue Fire Fist Ace, the escape time would be very short. The Navy would never allow Fire Fist Ace, who carried the bloodline of Pirate King sail.The, Roger, to return to the sea, as it would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain. As the son of Pirate King sail.The, Roger, Ace, even if he wasn't strong enough to dominate the New World, possessed enormous influence and would undoubtedly become the Navy's #1 enemy. More importantly, people would believe that the era of great pirates had not ended, a result that the world government and Navy did not wish to see. Therefore, even if Arthur really rescued Ace, he would become a target. If the fleet admiral, the 3 admirals, and the 7 warlords all came after him, even 10 Arthurs wouldn't be able to stop them. Thus, there could be no delays in the rescue process, making prior communication extremely necessary. In the dim and foul-smelling prison, as Arthur followed the mottled corridor deep inside, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Not far away, outside the cell where the death row inmate Ace was held, stood an old man with his back to Arthur, making it impossible to see his true appearance. The powerful aura he exuded was clearly not that of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Fire Fist Ace, covered in wounds, was bound by chains made of sea stone, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Furthermore, the Navy soldiers who came to deliver food would not be polite with pirates. Most of the food had spilled outside the cell, eaten clean by rats. Losing his strength and suffering severe injuries, along with days without food and water, only added to his misery. Fire Fist Ace now appeared extremely weak. Arthur did not approach, but stood aside, quietly listening to the conversation between the two. The arrival of the so-called hero, the great Admiral Carp, truly brought a touch of brilliance to this cold prison. In the dim cell, the teasing voice of Fire Fist Ace could be heard. Don't say such heartless things. Carp sat cross-legged in front of the prison cell, looking at Ace, who was covered in wounds and appeared very weak, and said, I originally hoped that you and Luffy would become excellent Navy officers. But who would have thought that things would turn out this way? You both became ruthless pirates instead. Ace responded with a faint smile. The Navy isn't as good as you imagine, and pirates aren't as bad as you think. Whether the path you choose is right or wrong can only be known when you reach the end. The Navy will not spare you, and soon you'll be executed. Carp said with some reluctance, sighing, Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Yes, of course. Ace slightly raised his head, his eyes flashing with a peculiar light. I hope to help Dad become the Pirate King. Carp, feeling angry in his heart, snorted coldly, but said nothing more. The dad Ace referred to as none other than Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Although he had an extreme hatred for pirates, he had a rational respect for absolute power on the seas. Just as Carp, despite having fought the Pirate King many times in the past, did not harbor hatred for sail.The, Roger, and even felt a sense of camaraderie. That is why he accepted Roger's request to protect his wife and children with all his might. Do you remember the serious question I asked you when I was a child? After a long pause, Ace suddenly murmured from inside the cell. Carp's expression changed drastically. and a hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. If he hadn't given a perfunctory answer to that question back then, perhaps things wouldn't have developed to this extent. I remember. How could I forget? Carp murmured, and suddenly a memory from many years ago surfaced in his mind of the still very young Ace. Upon learning that his father was the pirate king sail.The, Roger had once asked him dejectedly, "Shouldn't I have been born? Whether living is good or not. Only the future will tell." Carp's response to that question was not problematic. But at that time, pirates were synonymous with evil, killing countless people and plundering mercilessly, with countless villages slaughtered by pirates. Therefore, no one could possibly like the son of the Pirate King. In this context, Carp's answer seemed out of place. Perhaps it was this uncertain and perfunctory response that shaped the Ace of today. One could only say that Carp was a brave warrior, but not a good life mentor. Whether it was his grandson Luffy or the Ace entrusted to him by sail.The, Roger, he originally intended to train them to become excellent Navy officers, but unexpectedly, both became pirates. It was one thing to become pirates, but they both became notorious pirates with bounties over 100 million. And Ace even became the captain of the 2nd Division of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. There is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. The rice has already been cooked, and there is no possibility of turning back. Although Carp was filled with anger, as long as Ace and Luffy roamed the seas, they were temporarily safe. Carp could only accept this unchangeable reality, but he never expected that with Ace being captured alive by Blackbeard and sent to the Navy headquarters, the original calm was instantly shattered. On the eve of his execution, even the fearless hero Carp found himself helpless. Carp was part of the Navy, and the Navy and pirates were irreconcilable. Many years ago, he had made a vow alongside Sengoku and Tsuru to the military flag, holding an absolute responsibility. So he naturally could not release the imprisoned Ace. The farewell before death was the only thing Carp, as a vice admiral of the Navy, could do now. This was a heavy topic, and the two inside and outside the cell suddenly fell silent. After a long time, Carp finally spoke. "Luffy seems to know about Dragon." Thinking of his naive brother, who was determined to become the Pirate King, Ace revealed a knowing smile. "I told Luffy about his dad. He was dumbfounded when he learned he had a dad." As for Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it was likely that Luffy had long forgotten about that with his memory. Suddenly, Ace paused, then bitterly smiled and said, "Whether or not we know about this is a burden for both me and Luffy. Both of us inherited the bloodline of world criminals. It is impossible for us to be part of the Navy, even if I inherit the name Portgas, which belongs to my benefactor and my mother." Carp's eyes were buried under his brows. His fists clenched tightly, his lips moved. But in the current situation, many things were simply unspeakable. "I only recognize Whitebeard as my dad. It's a pity I won't be able to see him become the Pirate King," Ace said, as if making a declaration. Ace was very clear that he had no way out. The Navy would never spare him. During the public execution, they would also announce to the world the end of the pirate era. Countless elite Navy gathered in Marineford, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates that could appear at any moment. But attacking Marineford was no easy task. Moreover, Ace did not want his father, who was plagued by illness, to take risks. Even though he still had regrets in his heart, he faced the impending death with immense composure. "Take care of yourself." Carp, with an angry expression, stood up and turned to walk down the prison corridor towards the outside. Arthur, who had been quietly listening to their conversation not far away, immediately pretended to just walk in. As soon as he saw Vice Admiral Carp, he immediately stood at attention and saluted. Carp seemed to ignore Arthur and walked straight toward the main door. Suddenly, he stopped, and in a calm tone, said, "Everything you just heard is top secret. Not a single word can be leaked. You should know the consequences of leaking secrets." "Vice Admiral Carp, I didn't." Arthur was startled and hurriedly replied, "Do not throw your food on the ground. This is an order." After Carp finished speaking, he quickened his pace and left the prison, as if staying here for another second would suffocate him in this oppressive atmosphere. Although Arthur had been very careful to hold his breath and had used water vapor to isolate all noise, he did not expect to still be noticed by Carp. Indeed, the renowned hero Carp was powerful enough to make one tremble. Fortunately, there were no other unusual actions. Arthur had no confidence in confronting Carp and retreating unscathed. After Carp left, Arthur quickly walked to the cell where Fire Fist Ace was being held and took out the food to place in front of him. "Are you really a Navy officer?" Ace, slightly raising his head, looked at Arthur with a teasing expression. "Absolutely," Arthur replied calmly. "Interesting guy." Ace suddenly revealed a half-smile, looking very carefree as he said, "Although those guys hate me to the bone, none of them dare to speak to me. Even the weak lack the courage to look me in the eye." Arthur naturally understood that although the Navy responsible for guarding the prison hated Ace to the bone, most of them felt fear and lacked the courage to face him. After confirming that there was no one around, Arthur casually conjured up some water vapor and said to Ace with a serious expression, "If your brother Luffy is fighting fiercely and impelled down, one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, is on his way leading the Whitebeard pirates. In the plaza of Marineford, the Navy has gathered all its forces, including the Admiral, the three Admirals, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, and 100,000 elite Marines standing ready." What would you think about that? What did you say? Ace's face suddenly turned grim as the heavy sea prism stone chains wrapped around him rattled from the pulling. "If the great battle begins, if there's a chance, I will lend you a helping hand. As for whether we can escape alive, that depends on fate," Arthur said as he lifted a meal and brought it to Fire Fist Ace. "But first, you need to survive, and second, you need to maintain enough strength." "I don't carry men. Are you a pirate? Who exactly are you?" "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that you have to live. A new era has just begun." As Arthur spoke softly, a hazy water vapor formed in his palm and slowly approached the sea prism stone chains. But soon this water vapor dissipated in midair. Ace, who had initially been hopeful, suddenly froze, scrutinized Arthur for a moment, and said with certainty, "You must be the fallen sea god, Arthur. This ability to control seawater is quite interesting." It turned out Ace deduced Arthur's identity from the powers he used. One couldn't help but say that in just half a year, the bounty had been raised to 370 million. Not only did Ace learn about it, but even the top four emperors of the New World had already heard about a crazy newcomer who dared to kill the celestial dragons. For Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, to know about it was quite an honor. Arthur did not deny it. "The Navy soldiers are talking about you the most, having killed the world noble celestial dragons and still daring to come to Marineford. You must be crazy." Ace laughed heartily, seemingly appreciating Arthur's actions. After all, the killing of the so-called scum celestial dragons had garnered Arthur countless fans, and many pirates were robbing under his banner in various places, with many young people setting out to sea in search of their idol. "I came here at someone's request to save you," Arthur said without wasting time, getting straight to the point. "In that case, why not release the shackles, and let's rush out together?" Ace suggested loudly. Arthur looked into Ace's eyes and calmly said, "I know what you're thinking. To stop Whitebeard and Luffy from coming, you want to charge out and die gloriously, so that Whitebeard and Luffy won't come to take the risk. Therefore, I won't unlock the shackles, even though I could do it at any time. Since you know, then let me go." Ace, whose thoughts had been exposed and whose face was twisted with rage, suddenly roared, the chains all over his body clanking ominously. "Even if I want to rescue you, I have to wait for the right moment," Arthur coldly replied. For him, the promise he made to Rayleigh was simply to rescue Fire Fist Ace and Luffy. As for the casualties that Whitebeard and his pirate crew would suffer in their battle against the Navy, it had little to do with him. In any case, if Whitebeard's crew and Luffy didn't come to create chaos, escaping from the Navy's heavy encirclement would be impossible. I'm sure you understand that. Ace suddenly fell silent. Having lost his abilities due to the sea prism stone, his body was covered in scars, and after a long period without proper food, he was already extremely weak. Even if Arthur were to release the chains made of sea prism stone, Ace wouldn't be able to escape. Moreover, the prison outside was heavily guarded. Being killed could happen at any moment. Isn't it a pity for someone whose dreams have not been realized to die? A great battle is about to come, and all you need to know is that I want to help you. The power of the sea god complemented the meal, allowing Ace to wolf down the food, and his complexion quickly regained some color. Arthur watched him finish eating, a faint smile crossing his lips before turning and leaving the cell, placing the blue glass vial safely on his person as he walked away. Arthur had just left when Ace suddenly felt a surge of heat flowing through his body, quickly spreading throughout. A miracle followed as his original injuries began to heal astonishingly, restoring him to his peak condition in a short time. If it weren't for being trapped by sea prism stone, Ace was certain he could unleash 100% of his power. Although he didn't know what Arthur had done, it was definitely related to him. This bold guy, who was even younger than him by a few years, was full of mysteries. Perhaps he could really escape from Marineford in the end, and for a moment, hope for survival reignited in Ace's heart. Just as Ace guessed, Arthur had indeed used the black liquid from the blue glass vial, pouring it over the food for him to eat, and the effect was as good as ever. Unfortunately, this black liquid could only produce a drop a day. If it could be produced in unlimited quantities every day, wouldn't it be invincible in the world? Although time was tight, their brief meeting had yielded significant results. At least, when the time came, they could cover Ace's escape without causing internal strife and wasting time. Now, They could only see if the Whitebeard pirates could catch up to the execution time and whether they could break through the defenses of the Seven Warlords and the elite navy of 100,000. Charging all the way to the execution platform, the navy's combat power had been resolved, and one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, might have already led his pirate crew on the way here. The air in Marineford was filled with the smell of gunpowder, and a great battle was about to unfold. In the midst of it all, Arthur had to figure out if he could save Ace, the Fire Fist, who was about to be executed while protecting Straw Hat Luffy. Just then, an order arrived at the military camp, and Arthur, along with another Navy soldier, was chosen as the executioner. They were to stand on the execution platform with the execution sword in hand, executing Ace under the watchful eyes of the world. It was truly serendipitous for Arthur. You will accept this glorious task, obey my orders, and hold the sword. With the sergeant's command, Arthur stepped forward to take the execution sword. Although it was a simple action, he and the other Navy soldier had practiced it hundreds of times, even executing several pirates in the process, ensuring that everything would go flawlessly. The Navy placed great importance on this public execution facing the world, as the son of Pirate King DrawsEncounters. Roger would be executed by the Navy to declare the end of the pirate era. Of course, the world government and the Navy had an even more important goal. They hoped that the Seven Warlords and Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, would engage in direct combat, preferably to both suffer losses. This way, the power of the pirates would be greatly weakened, and the world would likely become peaceful. However, until now, no one knew the exact location of the Whitebeard pirates, who had vanished into the sea, and whether Whitebeard would arrive as promised remained a mystery. Arthur, holding the execution sword, and the other Navy soldier had already taken their positions on the execution platform as ordered. The glaring and scorching sunlight shone down on them, making their eyes somewhat dazed. Arthur glanced around the vast Marineford square with the corner of his eye. The elite Navy gathered from all over the world, numbering 100,000, filled the space, each person brimming with fighting spirit, waiting to confront the pirates ready to charge in and meet their doom. Most of them were officers dressed in white uniforms, each one no pushover. The three admirals, known as the strongest forces of the Navy, sat on benches in a high platform, expressionless, gazing at the distant sea. It was clear that Whitebeard aimed to break into Marineford to rescue someone, and the only route of attack was here. To deal with one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, Admiral Sengoku withstood the pressure from the world government and forcibly recalled Akainu, who was pursuing Arthur, to fully protect the Navy headquarters at Marineford, so that the tragedy of the past, when the Golden Lion nearly destroyed Marineford, would not happen again. A powerful aura swept through like a fierce wind, filling the hearts of countless Navy soldiers with reverence and fear towards the three admirals. But fortunately, they were on the side of the Navy. In contrast, the Seven Warlords of the Sea stood in a row at the forefront of the coast, proudly facing the sea ahead. The Seven Warlords, like Empress Hancock, had been summoned and would serve as trump cards against the Whitebeard pirates. Each member of the Warlords possessed formidable strength, but their presence did not reassure the elite Navy. Each of them was a notorious pirate. The world government had pacified these ruthless individuals with the privileges of the Warlords to divide the pirate forces. Even though they worked for the Navy, it did not change their nature. Perhaps at any moment, they might turn their blades against the Navy for their own interests. Many elite Navy soldiers gathered here were worried about the impending arrival of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors. But they were even more vigilant towards the uncertain loyalties of the Warlords. After a moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, several Navy officers had already taken their positions, escorting Fire Fist Ace, whose devil fruit powers had been taken away by sea prism stone chains, to the execution platform. Despite kneeling, Fire Fist Ace still held his head high, a look of disdain on his face. The time for execution had come, and Admiral Sengoku suddenly stood up and walked up the steps to the execution platform. Soon, the broadcast channel to the entire world was opened, and numerous large media outlets received the transmission signal. Countless people eagerly awaited the arrival of this just execution, although many were unclear why the Navy would broadcast the execution of a pirate to the world. As the executioner for Fire Fist Ace, Arthur, holding a long-handled executioner's sword, stood in a frame, his eyes constantly watching Fire Fist Ace to ensure he could instantly destroy the sea prism stone chains binding him. However, Arthur could only stand still like a stone pillar, not daring to make any significant movements. If his identity were exposed at that moment, he would immediately be surrounded and attacked by the full might of the Navy, with no chance of survival. Fortunately, all the Navy's attention was focused on the sea, wary of the potential arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. The Admiral Akainu, who had been chasing Arthur for months, would never believe that the kid who dared to kill a celestial dragon was just a few dozen meters away. Soon, Arthur's attention was drawn to Admiral Sengoku, who had walked to the edge of the execution platform and stood beside Fire Fist Ace. With a raised hand, Sengoku addressed the 100,000 elite navy in Marineford Square, speaking loudly through the live broadcast channel to the world. This world is always full of turmoil. Countless pirates are destroying the homes that people rely on to survive, slaughtering, harming, destroying, and annihilating. This is something that the justice of the Navy cannot tolerate. And today, on this historic day, the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, power.D, Ace, with a bounty of 550 million berries, will be justly executed here. Admiral Sengoku's sharp gaze, under the watchful eyes of countless people, was impassioned. The civilians waiting in front of their screens were quickly attracted by Fire Fist Ace, the user of the Flame Fruit, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 550 million. Many stirred-up crowds erupted in anger, raising their hands and shouting, hoping the Navy would execute this wicked pirate sooner. Most of them did not care about Ace's past deeds. To them, dangerous pirates deserved to die. Only the just Navy was right. Sengoku's tone paused slightly as he glanced at Vice Admiral Garp, who looked furious in the audience. The two had nearly come to blows over whether to make this information public, but Sengoku was resolute in his stance to declare the end of the pirate era. Even if it meant severing ties with Garp, he had to announce that Ace was the illegitimate son of the pirate king sail.The, Roger. Under such circumstances, executing Ace would fulfill the significance of this public execution. Admiral Sengoku raised his hand, and the previously noisy Marineford quickly fell silent. Power.D. Ace was not his real name. He had another identity, stained with the blood of evil, the son of the great pirate sail.The, Roger, and should be called GOLD Ace. As soon as Sengoku's words fell, Marineford suddenly became deathly silent, and the Navy soldiers who had just learned this shocking news were left in disbelief. The many reporters stationed before the live broadcast screen immediately sent this astonishing news around the world, and many who heard the name of the great pirate sail.The, Roger were so terrified that they collapsed to the ground. sail.The, Roger, the legendary figure who possessed the world's greatest treasure and was recognized as the Pirate King. Logically, the Pirate King had been dead for many years. Some well-informed people had heard that the Navy was searching the world for Roger's wife and child, adhering to the principle of better to kill wrongly than to let go. But in the end, there were no results, and no one expected that sail.The, Roger's son, was still alive. What had really happened back then? Admiral Sengoku quickly continued. His mother, power.D, Rouge, protected the newborn and kept Ace in her womb for over 20 months. Rouge's deception also prevented Ace from being killed by the Navy. However, at the moment of Ace's birth, Rouge passed away due to exhaustion. My father is only Whitebeard. Stop saying that. Damn it. Ace found it hard to contain himself when mentioning his deceased mother, but he was completely immobilized by the sea prism stone chains. And today will be the day when the blood of evil is severed. Admiral Sengoku said in a deep voice, "Hear my command. Prepare for execution." Suddenly, a huge roar came from the direction of the sea, and a water vortex several hundred meters high abruptly formed on the surface. The massive coastal cannon had not yet aimed when a ship entirely enveloped in bubbles violently broke through the sea surface, standing above the water. The ship, shaped like a blue whale and hundreds of meters long, exuded the same overwhelming presence as its captain, Whitebeard. "It's the Moby Dick," shouted a shocked Navy lieutenant who had once monitored the Whitebeard pirates. But this was just the beginning. With the arrival of the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, soon 47 pirate ships appeared one after another, filled with eager pirates. One of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, had indeed arrived, risking everything to rescue his 2nd Division captain, Fire Fist Ace, and a monumental battle was inevitable. Arthur stood on the execution platform, a faint smile on his lips as his worries began to dissipate. Initially concerned about the numbers of the Whitebeard pirates facing the elite 100,000 Navy soldiers, he now saw that while they were still outnumbered, the pirates were roughly half that strength. With a command from Whitebeard, thousands of eager pirates charged forward under the leadership of their captains towards the Navy before them. The Navy, clad in white justice cloaks, met the densely packed rush of pirates like 2 raging torrents colliding violently. The pirates fought bravely, determined to carve a bloody path to the execution platform for their father Whitebeard, while the Navy held their ground fiercely, defending every inch of territory with their lives, refusing to let the vicious pirates approach the platform. Both sides, with fierce expressions, roared as they wielded their weapons, attempting to slay as many enemies as possible. Broken weapons, Destroyed firearms and corpses littered the ground. Every moment saw lives lost in an instant. The vast battlefield held no hope, as the initial fight for belief turned into a numbed struggle for survival. Although the pirates launched a fierce assault, the elite Navy soldiers stood their ground resolutely. Moreover, thanks to their numerical advantage, they began to force the pirates back into a corner, halting their advance. Suddenly, a gigantic and bizarre-looking giant appeared in the midst of the chaos. He was none other than the captain of the 43rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Oars Jr. Having been helped by Ace in the past, Oars Jr. roared as he spotted Fire Fist Ace on the distant platform and charged forward with great strides. Numerous powerful coastal cannons continued to fire, their shells exploding against his massive body, yet they could not hinder Oars Jr.'s advance. In the face of this giant, the previously dense defensive line was directly breached. In an instant, the morale of the pirates surged as they followed Oars Jr. in a rush towards the execution platform. The super giant Oars Jr. advanced quickly, each step causing tremors, and many Navy soldiers caught off guard were crushed underfoot, resulting in significant casualties for the Navy. The once impregnable defense began to weaken under repeated assaults. "Who will take down this damn giant?" commanded Admiral Sengoku, directing his orders toward the warlords of the sea. For the Navy, it was ideal for both the Whitebeard pirates and the warlords to suffer heavy losses, or even to perish together, maximizing the impact of the battle at Marineford. However, each of the warlords was a formidable pirate in their own right and would not foolishly be used as pawns by the Navy. Whether they were willing to help was uncertain. Admiral Sengoku was aware of this, which is why he immediately issued orders to the warlords when the Whitebeard pirates began their assault, seeking to clarify their positions and attitudes. Arthur was well aware that if the warlords continued to be indifferent and merely watched the spectacle without participating in the battle, the world government would use this as an excuse to strip them of their titles and privileges while treating them as enemies. However, Arthur looked forward to the warlords taking action, as there might come a day when he would face these powerful pirates. And getting familiar with their fighting styles wouldn't be a bad thing. The so-called elite Navy was truly useless. They could not even stop a mere giant. It seemed it was time for them to take action. Don Quixote da Flamingo, with his golden hair and sunglasses, exuded an aura of dominance in his pink feather coat and cropped pants. He was the most powerful among the warlords, operating in both legal and illegal enterprises. Known for his ruthless and unpredictable nature, with a hairstyle resembling green onions and a towering height of 7 meters, Gecko Moria laughed loudly and pointed at Doflamingo arrogantly, saying, "Then it's up to you. If you don't take action, you should know the consequences. Sengoku is watching you." Doflamingo let out a strange laugh, looking at Moria with a mocking expression. "Don't forget, I'm also one of the warlords." Moria retorted coldly. "Who could disagree?" Doflamingo replied with a meaningful smile. Standing aside, the usually silent Bartholomew Kuma held a book with Bible written on the cover, seemingly uninterested in the other two warlords. Suddenly, he walked toward the approaching giant, Oars Jr., casually removing his gloves to reveal his paw-like hands, murmuring in a deep voice, "Bear's shock." In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to condense, exerting pressure to form a small air block, which, upon release, created a massive shockwave that surged forward. The powerful force collided with Oars Jr., causing him to emit a mournful cry as his massive body halted abruptly, his flesh caving in under the impact before he crashed to the ground. Arthur, standing on the execution platform, was shocked. A single blow had taken down this monstrous giant. What incredible strength! This creature, resembling a monstrous bear, was unexpectedly dangerous. Indeed, none of the warlords were simple characters. Although heavily injured and bleeding from his mouth, Oars Jr. roared defiantly, using his enormous hands to push against the ground and stand up again. "You really can't stand being idle, Kuma." Doflamingo suddenly leaped into the air, his form hovering as he flashed with bright lines between his fingers. In the next moment, he was standing before Oars Jr., and, suddenly, his giant right leg was severed and fell to the ground, blood instantly staining the earth. "Since you all have taken action, then so will I." Moria, though reluctant to cause trouble and preferring to let others handle things, knew that as a warlord, he needed to contribute to maintain his title and special privileges. In an instant, countless shadowy figures surged toward the fallen Oars Jr., causing him to bleed profusely from his wounds as the three warlords attacked in succession. Even with his giant, monstrous form, Oars Jr. was heavily injured and struggling to advance. At that moment, a Navy ship quietly entered the harbor, and a group of pirates who had escaped from Impel Down, led by Luffy and Jinbe, charged toward the platform. Among them, the most eye-catching was Buggy the Clown. whose powerful charisma inspired countless pirates to charge forward, like a fresh force joining the battlefield. However, with the involvement of the warlords, the situation became increasingly unfavorable for the outnumbered pirates. Yet, Luffy, focused solely on rescuing Ace, charged forward, using his rubber powers to knock aside any Navy soldiers blocking his path. The morale of the pirates surged, and they began to break through the Navy's defenses. A sharp black sword hung before Luffy. Blocking his path was a man with short black hair and sharp yellow eyes like an eagle. He wore a black top hat adorned with white fur, a wine-red patterned jacket, a black vest, and white pants. Just standing there, he resembled a chilling sword, and his powerful aura was something even Arthur on the execution platform could clearly feel. This man wielding the black sword had always been one of Arthur's focus among the many strong figures. As a warlord of the sea, he is as silent as Kuma. However, unlike Kuma's cold demeanor, this man, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, exudes a chilling ruthlessness. Few would dare to engage him in battle. Yet Arthur feels a surge of excitement, even anticipation, at the thought of facing such a formidable opponent standing at the pinnacle of the world. Unfortunately, Arthur cannot move right now. He can only stand like a wooden post. He must ensure Ace's safety and can only hope that the advance of the pirates is swift enough to draw away the 3 admirals and the Buddha of the Wano country. Otherwise, he can only watch helplessly as Ace is executed. The only thing Arthur is grateful for is that Monkey D. Luffy has made it here safely from Impel Down, bringing along quite a few allies. Arthur had originally promised the Underworld King, Rayleigh, to bring Ace and Luffy back alive. Although he didn't make many commitments at the time, he had to fulfill what he promised. A powerful slash appeared, accompanied by a sharp sword aura, and in an instant, the ground seemed to be shattered. The dazzling sword energy, with immense power, howled towards them. Although Luffy's group had been breaking through smoothly, they found themselves unable to get close to the world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, whose seemingly casual slashes were keeping them at bay. Many were killed on the spot, and they were forced to retreat far from the high platform. Eager, Luffy wanted to move forward but was pulled back by Jinbei, who said, "You're no match for Mihawk. Let me hold him off. Luffy, you keep moving forward. Why not let me take on this opponent?" Suddenly, a bold voice rang out on the battlefield, followed by a middle-aged man with a curved mustache, wearing a top hat and wielding dual swords, appearing beside Luffy and the others. Since these Navy dogs have already made their move, let's play with them. It was none other than Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and Bista, the captain of the 5th Division. Mihawk's tone was calm, but the fact that he remembered their names was already an honor. "I didn't expect you to know me." Bista twirled his swords with pride. "How can I not know? You're my opponent." Mihawk seemed intrigued, his aura changing, clearly having not taken the battle with Luffy and the others seriously just moments ago. "I'm happy to oblige." Bista fixed his gaze on Mihawk while telling Luffy and the others, "I'll hold him off. Marco, take this kid and keep moving. We must rescue Ace." "As if I need you to tell me." Marco, with his punk hairstyle, laughed and scolded. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Luffy and the others were about to leave, fierce clashes erupted behind them, with 2 fast-moving figures creating afterimages, and the air was filled with the constant sounds of clashing swords. While Arthur was admiring the fierce battle between Bista, the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the world's #1 swordsman Mihawk, suddenly the ground shook violently. Soon, countless giant warriors that looked exactly like Kuma appeared on the battlefield, with the first one wielding a giant axe. Though he looked bulky, it was clear he was no weakling. "Sengoku, command the PX Bear robots to eliminate any approaching pirates." The giant warrior nodded, raised his massive axe, and charged into battle with a horde of PX Bear robots. What the hell is that thing? Many pirates engaged in battle with the Navy looked up, filled with curiosity at the strange robots. Suddenly, these PX Bear robots lined up, raised their hands, and opened their mouths wide. In an instant, powerful beams of light shot out, hitting the ground and causing explosive blasts, with countless pirates turning to ashes in the flames. Arthur, standing not far from these robots, also widened his eyes. Was this the secret weapon the Navy had been developing? With such astonishing power and the ability to be mass-produced, it was a powerful weapon for slaughter on the battlefield. However, with their resemblance to Kuma, one of the 7 warlords, there must be a connection. The appearance of the Kuma-like robots inflicted heavy casualties on the pirates, momentarily slowing their fierce offensive. Just as everyone was focused on the changes in the battlefield, the captain of the New World, known as Squor the Great Spider, suddenly thrust his sharp long knife through Whitebeard's body, causing blood to drip down the blade, shocking everyone present into silence. "Whitebeard, why did you hide Ace's identity from me?" Hatred burned in Squard's eyes. Everything happened too suddenly. No one had expected this to occur. Many pirates looked on in disbelief. Arthur on the execution platform widened his eyes. To him, Whitebeard, as one of the four emperors, was revered by countless pirates and was the commander of the pirates attacking the Navy headquarters at Marineford. He never expected that before engaging with the three admirals, Whitebeard would be wounded by a traitor. Who knows if he could lead the pirates to continue their advance? If he couldn't divert the attention of the three admirals? Even if Arthur stood beside Ace, he wouldn't be able to help. Acting blindly would only lead to failure. With Arthur's current strength, he could at most deal with one admiral. If all three came at once, he would have no chance. Moreover, Admiral Sengoku was just a few meters away, and heroes like Carp and Tsuru were below. Arthur could only hope that Whitebeard, despite his age, would continue to lead the pirates forward. The first to react was Marco, the 1st Division commander, who suddenly transformed into a phoenix and soared into the air, landing instantly to restrain Squard the Great Spider. In a fit of rage, Marco emitted a terrifying aura, and just as he was about to kill Squard, Whitebeard suddenly intervened. Squard, I've heard that Roger wiped out your former pirate crew. But since Ace is on my ship, he is my son, and no one can touch him. His cold gaze was filled with incredible dominance, causing Squard to feel a bit breathless. Whitebeard, is this your reason for planning to cooperate with the Navy? To sign an agreement with the Navy for your son? Squard, knowing he was walking to his death, was undeterred by his hatred for Whitebeard. Sign an agreement with the Navy? I can't afford to lose that face. Whitebeard suddenly laughed heartily, brandishing his great sword toward the execution platform. Those who wish to follow me, abandon your lives and follow me. Whitebeard's domineering words greatly boosted the morale of the pirates, who were being suppressed by the Navy's PX Bear robots, and they charged fiercely toward the Navy's defenses. However, not everyone could face death calmly. As the pirates suffered heavy casualties, many captains from the New World began to waver and did not plan to follow Whitebeard to their doom. The Navy, however, clearly had no intention of letting them go. The Admiral Akiji, sitting on a high platform, stood up and suddenly activated his Devil Fruit ability. In an instant, a chilling cold spread, and countless ice shards resembling moving mountains soon surrounded the entire Marineford square. Those pirates wishing to retreat to the coast were blocked inside the icebergs, and some unlucky ones were directly overturned within, losing their lives and becoming frozen statues. It was clear that the Navy intended to wipe out all pirates daring to attack the Marineford headquarters. Whitebeard suddenly stopped, with veins bulging on his arms. He swung his fist, striking the continuous ice mountain with tremendous force. The powerful force spread, creating countless powerful cyclones and forming an endless storm. With the activation of the Tremor Fruit's ability, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Soon, the ice mountains that had surrounded Marineford shattered in an instant, opening the way for those New World pirates wanting to escape. Holding his great sword, Whitebeard stood in place like a towering mountain, commanding respect. Countless pirates bravely charged toward the Navy before them. The two torrents clashed violently again, with over 10,000 Navy and pirates entangled together, but unknowingly. The pirates had moved one step closer to the execution platform, just as Luffy, who had just rushed over from the Navy's impel down, was exhausted from continuous fighting and severely injured. He found himself unable to move forward. Straw Hat Boy, you can no longer continue fighting. The Revolutionary Army officer, the cross-dressing King Ivankov, who helped Luffy escape from impel down, blocked the severely injured Luffy and urgently advised him. Judging by the distance to the execution platform, they still had quite a way to go and had not yet officially clashed with the three admirals. They were already struggling to cope with the warlords who had not yet unleashed their full power, let alone the likes of Sengoku the Buddha and Garp, who had not yet made a move. The most prudent approach of the moment was to wait here for the Whitebeard pirates to break through the Navy's defense line. Perhaps then there would be a chance to rescue Ace. Please help me. Inject the hormone. Luffy's eyes were buried under his brows as he pleaded with Ivankov. No way. Straw Hat Boy. Ivankov's heart sank. It was clear that Luffy had not listened to his words. His desperate desire to save Ace had made him reckless. However, Ivankov could not just watch Luffy die here. If you inject the hormone again, Straw Hat Boy, your body won't be able to take it. Please do it. I cannot watch Ace be executed. Luffy's resolute voice made Ivankov's heart tremble. Looking at Luffy's reckless determination, Ivankov sighed slightly. He believed that even without injecting the hormone, this kid would still rush toward the execution platform. With the activation of the hormone fruit ability, the hormone spike suddenly pierced into Luffy's body. With a muffled grunt, when Luffy raised his head again, his body was already in a rampaging state. Standing on the execution platform, Arthur, who spotted Luffy from the battlefield, finally felt the weight lift off his shoulders. From Luffy's performance, he knew he would never allow Ace to be executed. As long as the pirates continued their attack, the admirals could be distracted, and that would be the best chance to rescue Ace. Suddenly, Fleet Admiral Sengoku turned around and looked at Arthur and another Navy soldier. That cold, sharp gaze made people tremble. This action made Arthur's heart skip a beat. Had he noticed something? The three admirals were still near the high platform, and Sengoku was close at hand. Attempting to rescue someone now would be tantamount to seeking death. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down Arthur's cheeks. Standing to the right of the execution platform, another Navy soldier holding the execution knife was also trembling under the immense pressure from Sengoku, and it was a miracle that he could still stand. With all his defenses up, Arthur felt the power within him calling out. No matter what, he could not just sit and wait to die. If things developed to an irreversible point, he would have to fight with all his might, even against Sengoku. Just then, the atmosphere around suddenly dissipated, and Sengoku calmly said, "You too, step back. Whitebeard has arrived. This battle is no longer one you can participate in." Upon hearing this, the Navy soldier, standing to the right, felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Arthur say, "I plan to stand here and fulfill my duty." The Navy soldier, who had already reached the stairs, suddenly stopped, feeling ashamed and embarrassed. As a Navy soldier, how could he turn and flee when the pirates were attacking? However, facing one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, and the fierce assault of the Whitebeard pirates with their 43 pirate ships and thousands of pirates, an ordinary Navy soldier could do nothing. Yet, Arthur's words restored the confidence of the soldier who had originally intended to flee. The power of example could always inspire progress. The Navy soldier returned to Arthur's side, standing firm with the execution knife in hand. "What is your name?" Fleet Admiral Sengoku looked at Arthur with a satisfied expression and asked. Although he was just an ordinary officer, he showed such awareness that Sengoku believed he could become a pillar of the Navy in the future. "Kad, Privatikad." Arthur immediately revealed his assumed identity as a Navy soldier. Fortunately, it seemed that Admiral Sengoku did not see through his true identity. Indeed, the enhanced power of the sea god could effectively conceal one's aura, even fooling Admiral Sengoku. "Carl, I remember you. I believe that after this war, you will definitely become an excellent Navy officer," Sengoku said, no longer allowing the two to leave, but instead ordering the live broadcast to be stopped. Admiral Kizaru moved, and in the next moment, a cold aura enveloped the Den Mushi, abruptly cutting off the broadcast that was facing the entire world. The sharp blade in Whitebeard's hand flashed with a fierce blade aura, and more than a dozen PX Bear robots were instantly severed in half. A massive explosion erupted, engulfing the surrounding Navy soldiers in scorching flames, turning them to ashes. The once powerful war machines became mere powder kegs, causing heavy casualties among the Navy. Whitebeard had made his move, and the Navy's top combat power, the three admirals, could no longer sit idly by. As Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji rose, Admiral Sengoku also flashed onto the platform, ready to confront one of the strongest in the New World, Whitebeard. Only Arthur, Ace, and another Navy soldier remained on the execution platform. Arthur felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed the time to save them had come. As long as Whitebeard could hold off the three admirals, it was not impossible to take advantage of the gap and rush out with Ace. More importantly, when Arthur met Fire Fist Ace in prison, the seawater attached to the Sea Prism stone chains had already soaked him through. Breaking the Sea Prism stone chains was just a thought away. Moreover, when Arthur brought food, he had added the black recovery liquid from the green glass bottle inside, which meant that Fire Fist Ace was already in peak condition, only temporarily deprived of his devil fruit powers due to the Sea Prism stone chains. The chance of them supporting each other to escape would be much greater. Just as Arthur nodded at Ace and prepared to break the chains, a blazing blue Firebird suddenly approached the execution platform rapidly. The newcomer was Marco, the first division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, who used his mythical beast ability to bypass the numerous Navy forces on the ground and quickly close in on the execution platform. The three admirals, who were in fierce battle with Whitebeard, soon noticed Marco approaching the execution platform. A golden laser flashed, and, in a split second, the lecherous Admiral Kizaru had already rushed in front of Marco. The blue flames, with a higher temperature, surged towards Admiral Kizaru in a reckless and fierce attack, seemingly wanting to break through the skies. Not simple. Kizaru's laser was disrupted mid-air, and he temporarily retreated to avoid the oncoming attack, but did not expect Marco to faint and suddenly pour all his strength towards the execution platform. At such a short distance, even Kizaru couldn't catch up. As Marco dashed forward, Arthur's face darkened. If it weren't for Marco's arrival, the Admiral wouldn't have been drawn in. Even if Marco could handle the Admiral, the plan for a stealthy escape was now ruined. What frustrated Arthur even more was that Marco clearly did not care about the lives of the two Navy officers on the execution platform. The high-temperature blue flames were enough to turn them to ashes. However, Arthur, as the strongest rookie pirate with a bounty of 370 million, naturally would not fear Marco. But if he stood still, it was hard to say he wouldn't get hurt. Surviving Marco's blue flames was not something weaklings could do, and it would be strange not to expose his presence. Once he took action, the consequences could be worse, as he would immediately be noticed by Admiral Kizaru. At that point, it was hard to say whether the Navy would prioritize attacking the immortal bird Marco or Arthur, who had once killed a celestial dragon. To act or not to act, with his fists tightly clenched and brows furrowed, Arthur found himself in a dilemma. The scorching heat had already made his skin feel like it was burning, and the cold-faced Marco, filled with murderous intent, was less than 10 meters from the execution platform. Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, was within reach, and Arthur could clearly feel the heat of the blue flames. It was evident that Marco had no intention of holding back. If he rescued Ace, the entire execution platform would likely be reduced to ashes. And even if he could counter the attack, it would expose his identity. Between life and death, Arthur remained surprisingly calm, and moisture began to gather in his palm as he made up his mind. Since there was no way to avoid it, he could only forcefully rescue Ace. Fortunately, Admirals Akainu and Akiji were held up by Whitebeard, leaving only Admiral Kizaru in front of him. As long as Marco could hold Kizaru back, there was still a chance to escape, although it remained perilous. Suddenly, a figure leaped into the air, and a raised fist struck Marco, who was close to the execution platform. Marco's body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing into the ground and creating a massive pit, with a violent gust of wind rising around, stirring up dust. With an angry expression, Vice Admiral Karp stood on the platform, coldly watching Marco crash into the ground, the domineering aura of his armed haki gradually dissipating. Although Vice Admiral Karp was very dissatisfied with Fleet Admiral Sengoku's stubbornness and the recent announcement that Fire Fist Ace was sail.The, Roger's son had filled him with rage. As a just Navy officer, he would never allow pirates to tarnish the sacred execution platform. This was the bottom line and responsibility of an old Navy soldier. The mist of water that was faintly in Arthur's hand dissipated, and he looked in shock at the back of Admiral Karp. This old man was unexpectedly powerful, and his astonishing aura made one's heart tremble. Even the immortal bird Marco, who could stand toe-to-toe with a Marine admiral, was knocked flying by his iron fist. This old man is truly formidable, Arthur murmured in shock. Another Marine soldier, standing to the right, hearing this, looked at Arthur with astonishment and said with a wry smile, "He is the hero Karp, the man who is rumored to have pushed the pirate king sail.The, Roger, into a corner several times." You actually didn't know? Arthur had naturally heard of the name of the hero Karp, but he had never seen him in person. To be honest, although he was part of the Navy, he had never even been to the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Many of the Navy's strong figures were known to him only through hearsay. If it weren't for the 3 admirals sitting on the high platform and already using their powers, Arthur would probably not have been able to tell who was who among the 3 admirals. He was also well aware of Karp's name, just never having seen him in person. He hadn't expected that a figure who had once been contemporaneous with the pirate king sail.The, Roger, would still possess such formidable strength after all this time. Indeed, there are no false heroes beneath a great name. Arthur couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. If he had rashly intervened to rescue Ace just now, he might have been struck by that fierce iron fist instead. Hearing the inquiries from the nearby Navy soldiers, Arthur's heart stirred, and he suddenly felt he had said something wrong. At this moment, Arthur was pretending to be a naval officer stationed at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Yet he surprisingly didn't know Admiral Karp, which felt as strange as someone working in a company but not knowing the boss. Although he mentioned it casually, there was no guarantee he wouldn't be discovered. Wasn't that just ridiculous? Arthur quickly brushed it off and shifted his gaze to the fierce battle around the execution platform. Although Arthur was well aware of the strength of Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors, he was still astonished to see him holding his ground against 2 admirals. The power he displayed was truly shocking. It's worth noting that Whitebeard was a legendary figure of the great pirate era, a powerful man from the same generation as pirate king sail.The, Roger. Now, in his old age, his physical capabilities had declined, and his combat strength was certainly not what it used to be. But the massive shockwaves he was unleashing kept spreading, and within hundreds of meters, aside from Whitebeard, Admiral Akiji, and Admiral Akainu, no other navy or pirate could get close to the battlefield. This was the pinnacle of combat in this world, and even from a distance, it made Arthur's blood boil. Regardless of how many pirates and navy clashed, the ultimate focus remained on the battle between one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, and the three admirals. Fortunately, Arthur's goal was simply to rescue Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy, bringing them back alive to Rayleigh, the Dark King, without needing to participate in this monumental battle. Below the execution platform, the Whitebeard pirates, led by the remarkable Marco the Phoenix, were surrounded by heavy navy forces, and he displayed astonishing strength. The searing blue flames were continuously burning, incinerating navy soldiers who couldn't dodge in time. Even when Admiral Kizuru intervened, he couldn't subdue Marco in a short period. At that moment, amidst the rising dust, a figure charged forward rapidly. Everyone's attention was quickly drawn to Luffy, who was roaring as he rushed forward. Having been injected with a stimulant hormone, Luffy was fully powered up, and his previous injuries had completely healed. Although it was only temporary, it allowed him to unleash even greater strength. His rubber fists were sending Navy soldiers flying as he dashed toward the execution platform, his determined eyes fixed solely on Fire Fist Ace, who was kneeling on it. A group of Navy officers immediately moved to intercept Luffy. They could not let anyone approach the execution platform under any circumstances. However, a wave of Whitebeard pirates captains suddenly surged forward, and their overwhelming power caused massive casualties. Although the Navy had an absolute numerical advantage, they could not repel the Whitebeard pirates captains, and the intense battle reached a stalemate. In the ensuing chaos, under the cover of the Whitebeard pirates captains, Luffy charged forward, closing in on the execution platform. Ace suddenly glared at Luffy, as if to say, "If you want to save me, now is the time to act." But Arthur remained unfazed, seemingly ignoring Ace's obvious hint. His peripheral vision completely focused on Admiral Carp below the platform. Although Fleet Admiral Sengoku had just gone to the main battlefield, ready to join forces with Akainu and Akiji against Whitebeard, the gray-haired Carp remained seated, cross-legged in his spot. This man was far too dangerous. If he didn't find a way to get Carp away, he couldn't act to save Ace. Arthur forcibly suppressed his impulse to rescue, remaining as still as a telephone pole, holding the executioner's blade, waiting quietly for any opportunity that might arise. With a resolute gaze, Luffy had already charged up the steps, almost reaching the execution platform. Suddenly, Carp, whom Arthur regarded as a dangerous figure, rushed toward Luffy, his raised fist lacking any killing intent. Carp felt a pang of guilt over his grandson becoming a pirate. He had promised GOLD, Roger, to take care of his family. Now, with Roger's wife dead and his son about to be executed before the world, Carp's resolve for battle wavered for the first time. But Luffy didn't care what Carp thought. He had only one objective, to rescue Ace, and he would knock away anyone who tried to stop him. As the execution platform was about to be breached, Admirals Akainu and Akiji planned to return to assist, but a momentary distraction allowed Whitebeard to seize the opportunity. The powerful force of the Tremor fruit was unleashed, and a massive blow struck the rolling, searing lava, shattering Akiji's ice wall and injuring both admirals, blood spilling from their mouths. Fleet Admiral Sengoku could no longer rush to the execution platform, especially since he had to keep an eye on the enraged Whitebeard. He suddenly took out a din-din mushi and ordered loudly, "Execute immediately." Even if they could not broadcast it live to the world, they could not allow Fire Fist Ace, who carried the bloodline of GOLD, Roger, to live. Otherwise, with his notoriety, countless pirates would gather around him, and he would surely become a formidable enemy to the Navy. The four emperors of the New World had already given the Navy a headache, and they certainly didn't want another Fire Fist Ace to emerge. Upon receiving the order, Arthur and another naval officer raised their executioner's blades high, just as they had been trained. On the steps leading to the execution platform, a fierce-looking Luffy accelerated, his fist aiming with full force at Carp. Carp, unwilling to back down, felt guilty for going against Roger's wishes, but as a Marine admiral, he had to uphold justice and oppose pirates. The glinting executioner's blade was raised, and with Sengoku's command, the two sharp blades descended toward Fire Fist Ace, who was shackled and unable to move. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates and many other pirates flashed with despair in their eyes. They had fought with all their might, but there was still a considerable distance to the execution platform. Even Luffy, who was closest to Ace, was blocked by Admiral Carp, and it seemed Ace was about to die on the spot. With a mixture of sorrow and rage, Whitebeard suddenly roared, his strength surging as he launched a series of fierce attacks on Akainu and Akiji. In an instant, the two admirals could only defend against the furious Whitebeard. Sengoku quickly joined the battle, and the massive golden Buddha appeared, beginning a direct confrontation with Whitebeard. However, the Seven Warlords, who were only half-heartedly participating, looked expressionless at Ace, who was about to be executed, and no one could guess their thoughts. Countless Navy soldiers raised their fists, cheering as Fire Fist Ace, who bore the bloodline of Pirate King GOLD, Roger, was about to face life or death. The morale surged, and the relentless attacks from the Navy gradually pushed back the pirates. Ace, kneeling on the execution platform, flashed a cold smile. An execution blade firmly blocked the other blade, and Arthur glanced at the shocked Navy soldier next to him. With a flick of his hand, he heard a scream as that Navy soldier fell from the high platform. The sea stone shackles, imbued with the power of the sea god, shattered, and Fire Fist Ace, having consumed the black recovery liquid, stood up proudly, his body fully restored. Countless people were stunned into silence by what was unfolding before them. They had thought Ace was about to be executed, but unexpectedly, there was a traitor among the Navy at this critical moment. This execution soldier, who usually went unnoticed, became extremely important at this moment. As the admirals saw Fire Fist Ace about to escape, they planned to return to assist, but Whitebeard would not give them the opportunity, launching a series of fierce attacks that made the two of them cough up blood. "Arthur, kid, I owe you one." On the execution platform, the freed Fire Fist Ace said to Arthur in a very serious tone, "Let's save the thanks for after we escape alive. And just to be clear, repaying this favor won't be easy." Arthur replied with a faint smile. Ace laughed heartily, saying with great confidence, "If repaying a favor was easy, wouldn't that make my life worthless?" The Fire Fist Ace, empowered by the abilities of the Flame Fruit, transformed into a blazing inferno in an instant, charging down to the platform with a fierce aura. Arthur followed closely, the mist around him coalescing, and in the next second, he had teleported to the steps below. "After holding back for so long, it's time to stretch our legs, don't you think, fallen sea god Arthur?" Fire Fist Ace said with a teasing expression. "That's true. Standing like a wooden post for so long, just watching others have fun, it's time to take out these obstacles." Arthur casually replied, "Fallen sea god Arthur? How is that possible?" Hearing Ace refer to the young man beside him, the group of Navy personnel surrounding the execution platform were momentarily stunned into silence. The fallen sea god Arthur, although he had been a pirate for less than a year, had an astonishing growth rate that was legendary. He was a terrifying man who dared to behead celestial dragons, slay Navy vice admirals, and annihilate several elite Navy fleets. It was even rumored that he had once been a Navy soldier, and now he unexpectedly appeared in such a crucial position in Marineford. No one could have imagined that Arthur would disguise himself as an ordinary Navy soldier, calmly observing the battle from the execution platform, and at the most critical moment, he would step in to rescue Fire Fist Ace. The former fleet Admiral Sengoku, who had just regained his human form, fixed his gaze on the execution platform, and in his fury, he crushed the speaker in his hand. Even though Sengoku was powerful, it was impossible for him to return in time. Moreover, facing the furious and full-on assault of Whitebeard, Sengoku had no time to spare. "Someone, go stop them," Sengoku commanded loudly. Numerous officers rushed towards the execution platform, but the combat power of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates was simply astonishing, leading the pirates to fiercely battle the Navy officers attempting to reach the execution platform, who were forcefully held back outside, only able to watch as Fire Fist Ace and fallen sea god Arthur displayed their might. As for the powerful warlords of the sea, although they were engaged in battle with the pirates, it was clear that no one was taking the situation seriously. They appeared to be going through the motions and clearly had no intention of stopping Luffy, let alone fighting the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, especially Hancock, the Empress. When she learned that her beloved Arthur had also arrived at Marineford and was now surrounded by the Navy, she was eager to rush over to support him. In her anger, she unleashed her full power, but she was eliminating Navy personnel rather than pirates, causing the surrounding Navy to cry out in despair, having to defend against both the pirates and this ruthless woman. For Hancock, aside from Arthur, all other men deserved to die. Whether they were pirates or Navy, anyone who dared to stand in front of her was an enemy. Navy Fleet Admiral Sengoku was furious but had no way to deal with it. These warlords, who only cared for their own interests, were already difficult to keep from turning against each other at this critical moment. Water flow strike. With a low shout, countless sharp jets of water formed around Arthur. With a wave of his hand, they suddenly scattered, and the Navy officers stationed around the execution platform had no time to dodge, being struck and sent flying to the ground, their lives uncertain. Fire strike. Intense. Scorching flames surged towards the Navy soldiers, blocking the way. And in an instant, there were cries of agony, with many of those hit turning to ashes. Faced with Arthur and Ace, the elite Navy stationed near the execution platform were utterly powerless to resist. In less than a moment, there were heavy casualties, and the retreat route to the outside had been cleared. A laser flashed by, suddenly approaching Arthur and Ace. "I can't let you leave." The one who rushed forward was none other than Admiral Kazuru. Following closely was a blue flame that whistled as Marco, the Phoenix, suddenly charged in, boldly blocking Admiral Kazuru's fierce attack. "You guys hurry and go. Leave this to me," Marco said, keeping his eyes on Admiral Kazuru while speaking to Arthur and Ace. The battle atop the execution platform came to an end simultaneously, with Vice Admiral Garp's fist connecting almost at the same time as Luffy's. Sent flying, Luffy soared into the air, crashing down towards the ground with a loud thud. Dust was kicked up, but the not seriously injured Luffy quickly got back up, turning just in time to see Fire Fist Ace, who had already been rescued. His original anger was instantly replaced by a smile. "Let's charge out together. Thanks to Arthur. We should rush out first." Ace laughed, looking at Luffy, who had come to rescue him. This younger brother, despite having no blood relation, felt closer than a real brother. Arthur looked at Luffy, and what attracted him the most was that pair of determined eyes. It seemed that nothing in this world could make him give up. For him, becoming the Pirate King might not just be talk. Time was pressing, and with strong enemies surrounding them, this was not the time for nostalgia. Currently, Admiral Kazuru was being blocked by Marco, the captain of Whitebeard's crew. Whitebeard was battling Admiral Akainu, while Akiji was holding off two opponents, even restraining Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, other captains of the Whitebeard pirates were leading their teams to fiercely intercept the Navy trying to approach the execution platform for support, while the Shichibukai, who were only going through the motions, did not put forth their full effort. Vice Admiral Garp felt guilty, and after a fierce exchange with Luffy, he seemed to have no intention of pursuing further. On the surface, at least, everything appeared to be going smoothly. However, the Navy could not allow Ace to leave alive. At just 21 years old, the notorious Pirate Ace, with a bounty of 550 million, was still in a phase of rapid growth and strength. If he were to return to the sea for a few years, who knows how strong he would become. With the bloodline of the Pirate King, he would surely be able to attract countless powerful followers, becoming a significant threat to the Navy in the future. Ace could not leave alive. This was a matter of the Navy's dignity. They originally planned for the four emperors and the Shichibukai to fight to a standstill, but unexpectedly, these Shichibukai were not putting in their full effort, merely going through the motions, resulting in the heaviest casualties being suffered by the Navy. The battle was becoming more intense, and the entire Marineford Square was filled with corpses and blood, with billowing smoke rising into the sky. Fire Fist Ace had already been rescued, and the morale of the pirates surged, pushing the Navy's defenses back several hundred meters. Whitebeard's attacks became more ferocious, with the powerful force of the Tremor fruit continuously smashing through ice and magma. As Akainu and Akiji found themselves at a disadvantage, Fleet Admiral Sengoku had no choice but to join the fray. A massive golden Buddha statue appeared, and its fierce fists, accompanied by a strong whirlwind, smashed toward Whitebeard's face. Whitebeard remained unfazed, wielding his massive blade with a fierce aura, the overwhelming force seemingly ready to shatter space itself. Arthur, Ace, and Luffy, along with their crew, quickly charged into the distance under the cover of the Whitebeard pirates' captain, their momentum overwhelming. The Navy along the way was instantly killed without even a chance to fight back, and the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, was clearly visible with its mast. Arthur's attack style opened the eyes of the pirates. What seemed like a casual wave of his hand sent countless transparent water droplets flying out, piercing through the bodies of Navy soldiers. The pierced Navy either died from their bodies exploding or turned into sieves by the water droplets. At a glance, the Navy fell like ears of wheat, leaving many pirates protecting Arthur in awe. Fortunately, Arthur was not an enemy. Otherwise, they would have no idea how many would die. "He's really impressive." Ace laughed heartily as he watched Arthur, then glanced at Luffy, who was excited after successfully saving someone, and a thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Initially, he was just grateful for being saved, but witnessing Arthur's strength added a sense of mutual admiration to his gratitude. Ace even thought about how great it would be if Sabo, who had gone missing earlier, were here. They could bond as brothers through adversity. However, the most important thing now was not to escape, but to rush to Whitebeard's side to provide support. To Ace, Whitebeard was the most important person in the world, and he was willing to give his life for him. However, Whitebeard's situation was not good. After all, he was old, plagued by illness, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, he had been severely injured by a long knife piercing through his body. Under the siege of the Navy Admiral and Sengoku, the injuries became more pronounced, and Whitebeard knew he could no longer retreat. He could only do his best to ensure the safety of his young pirates and protect the core of the Whitebeard pirates, which was all 16 captains. A violent aura surged, and a fist infused with tremendous power suddenly struck the ground, creating a fierce whirlwind that soared like a blade. The extremely powerful shockwave spread out, instantly forcing back the surrounding Sengoku and Navy admirals. All Whitebeard pirates, retreat! Whitebeard roared, his voice echoing across the Marineford Plaza. Whitebeard stood alone on what was left of the island, facing the Navy. The members of the Whitebeard pirates knew what this meant. They had to obey the old man's orders, even though most of them wished to die alongside him. We can't let them escape, not a single one. Admiral Akainu ordered sternly, and countless Navy soldiers clung tightly to the pirates. The front line remained tense, with the pirates fighting while retreating slowly. Suddenly, Whitebeard let out a long howl, and a powerful fist struck towards the pursuing Navy. The ground cracked and collapsed, and thousands of Navy soldiers screamed as they fell into the shattered earth, their fates unknown. The Navy forces pursuing the pirates faltered, allowing the retreating pirates to regroup and quickly cover each other as they headed towards the warships. However, the Navy admirals would not miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of Whitebeard's distraction, Akainu, Akiji, and the newly arrived Admiral Kazuru attacked from 3 directions simultaneously. A gigantic golden Buddha, infused with immense power, struck down on Whitebeard, causing him to spit blood continuously. While Whitebeard was engaged in battle, Arthur, Ace, Luffy, and the others successfully reunited with the pirate fleet, and it was only a matter of time before they reached the warships. The most troubling thing for Arthur was Ace. If it weren't for Luffy and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates holding him back, he would have already rushed towards Whitebeard. Sengoku looked at Ace, who was getting closer to the shore, and sighed helplessly. It seemed that the idea of executing Ace was no longer practical. The immediate priority was to focus all their strength on taking down one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Full assault, we must take down Whitebeard. Admiral Sengoku ordered coldly. Enough. This battle cannot end in defeat for the Navy. A dissatisfied voice rang out. Clearly, someone was unwilling to follow Admiral Sengoku's orders. Admiral Akainu, engulfed in smoke and molten magma, suddenly abandoned the attack on Whitebeard and charged toward Ace. Whitebeard was startled and wanted to stop Admiral Akainu, but he was quickly blocked by Admirals Akiji and Kizu, leaving him helplessly watching Akainu chase after Ace. Akainu's goal was simple. He had to take down Fire Fist Ace to uphold the Navy's dignity and inflict severe losses on the Whitebeard pirates, making them understand that daring to step into the Navy's headquarters at Marineford meant only one fate, death. The molten magma crashed to the ground, instantly melting the surrounding rocks. Admiral Akainu, with a grim expression, shouted at Fire Fist Ace, "Ace, are you planning to run away like a rat scurrying across the street, abandoning Whitebeard to fend for himself? Is this what you call righteousness? Stay calm. Don't be provoked by such taunts," Arthur coldly reminded, water vapor already gathering in his palm, ready to trap Fire Fist Ace in a water prison. Charging in now would not only fail to save Whitebeard, but would also cost him his life. If Ace died at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, wouldn't those pirates who sacrificed themselves to save him die with regrets? However, Ace, possessing the Maramara Anomi ability, lived by his own rules and would not leave any regrets. Clearly, he was unable to remain calm at this moment. Just as Ace broke free from Luffy and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, Arthur made his move. The water vapor he had gathered suddenly fell, forming a hazy water prison that enveloped Fire Fist Ace instantly. Whitebeard was besieged by the 3 admirals and Sengoku, surrounded by numerous elite Navy soldiers and the watching warlords of the sea. Unless the other 4 emperors arrived and were willing to help, Whitebeard was undoubtedly doomed. The reality was that even if the 4 emperors did arrive, it was uncertain whether they would assist Whitebeard. For instance, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, had long been plotting to take down Whitebeard. Arthur's only option right now is to restrain the impulsive Fire Fist Ace and bring him back alive to Rayleigh. The Dark King. Although Arthur's strength has grown, he still couldn't save Whitebeard from the hands of the 3 admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku, and he cannot afford to make the foolish mistake of letting Ace recklessly charge in. Suddenly, Arthur's expression stiffened as he watched the scorching flames rising in the water prison beside him. The seawater that had formed the prison was unable to advance an inch, and within moments, it was completely evaporated by Ace. This is bad. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he wanted to unleash the power of the sea god once again. No matter what, he had to stop Fire Fist Ace. He couldn't let him throw his life away. However, Arthur still underestimated Ace's strength. The water prison that was once capable of trapping a Navy captain was broken in a very short time, proving the power of the Mera no Mi was indeed formidable. Moreover, Ace's fist not only contained scorching flames, but also the haki that enveloped it, forming a black fist that suddenly smashed down towards Arthur, meant only to force him back. The powerful impact instantly shattered the water barrier in front of Arthur. Just as he was regrouping, Ace had already charged towards the Navy Admiral Akainu. "Ace!" Luffy shouted in shock, wanting to rush in to help Ace. Arthur was well aware of the strength of the Admiral. Fire Fist Ace and Straw Hat Luffy were not opponents for Akainu, and for now, any survivor would be considered a win. A hazy mist of water rose in his hands, and once again, a water prison descended from above, completely trapping Luffy within. Although Luffy's Devil Fruit ability was powerful, under the overwhelming sea water, he instantly lost the powers of the Gum Gum Fruit. His weakened body could not move, and he could only glare at Arthur with angry eyes. Seeing Luffy filled with rage, Arthur felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was truly unfair to be resented for trying to save him. Clearly, a grudge had been formed. "You all retreat first. I will definitely bring Ace back," Arthur said, handing the water prison over to the arriving Jinbei, while addressing the group of pirates loudly. Before anyone could respond, with a shift of the hazy water mist, Arthur's figure almost teleported to the battlefield where Admiral Akainu and Ace were clashing. Amidst the billowing smoke, magma collided with the intense flames before him. Two waves of extreme heat crashing together, creating a violent shockwave. Unable to join the fray immediately, Arthur concentrated his energy, ready to spring into action to assist Ace. At that moment, a figure rushed toward him, causing Arthur to frown. Straw Hat Luffy had burst out of the water prison, presumably opened by Jinbei. However, considering Luffy's tenacious nature, he would never simply retreat. Unlike Arthur, who observed the battlefield, Luffy charged straight into the fray, raising his body temperature as he moved. A powerful strike aimed at the front lines. Many members of the Whitebeard pirates gathered, attempting to overpower Admiral Akainu with sheer numbers, clearly underestimating the true strength of the Marine Admiral. "Get back. You're not his match," Arthur urged urgently, but was already too late. Admiral Akainu swung his molten arm forward, forcefully pushing Luffy and Ace aside, suddenly rushing toward the group of Whitebeard pirates. His fiery fist, imbued with immense strength, crashed down, creating a wave of intense heat. Many pirates didn't even have time to scream before they were turned to ashes by the scorching temperature. It was a one-sided slaughter. Under Akainu's fierce onslaught, the advancing pirates suffered heavy casualties. Yet, there were no bodies or blood on the ground, as everything was instantaneously vaporized by the extreme heat, leaving a nauseating smell of blood in the air. "Retreat now." Jinbei, originally one of the Shichibukai, stepped forward to shield Admiral Akainu, preparing to cover the pirates' escape. Facing the formidable Admiral Akainu, the notion of defeating him with numbers seemed rather naive. Under Jinbei's protection, the pirates began to flee. "If you want to leave, leave your lives behind," Akainu shouted as he charged toward Jinbei, a powerful fist striking out. Fishman karate. Jinbei had witnessed Akainu's ferocity and knew he was not his match. However, Jinbei's goal was merely to buy time for the pirates to escape. If it was just to hold Akainu back, he believed he could manage that. But in his raging state, Akainu was evidently even more formidable, his fierce strike instantly dispersing Jinbei's water mist. With a brutal blow, Akainu pierced through Jinbei's body. Fortunately, Jinbei instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit, yet he was still severely injured, his body flying back and crashing into the ground, creating a large crater, the impact showing the immense force. Akainu landed steadily, poised to finish Jinbei off. "Jinbei!" Luffy rushed over, throwing a barrage of punches like a storm. But he couldn't inflict any damage on the cold-faced Admiral Akainu. At the same time, Fire Fist Ace arrived, flames rising from above, powerful heat spreading out. Faced with Ace, who was also a Logia user, Akainu had to respond seriously. He had to eliminate Fire Fist Ace to uphold the Marine's dignity. Suddenly, Admiral Akainu lunged forward, charging at Luffy, his powerful fist coming down like a force that could destroy the world. Filled with regret, Ace rushed forward, positioning himself in front of Luffy. The searing magma on Akainu's fist rolled menacingly, and just as it was about to pierce through Ace's body, a figure quickly dashed in. A hazy mist expanded rapidly, and under the extreme heat, dense steam rose. With a cold gaze, Arthur stood between Ace and Akainu, fully unleashing the power of the sea god, firmly blocking Akainu's lethal blow. The strong shockwave radiated outward, water mist and magma scattering wildly, with the scorching steam spreading thereafter. Arthur casually waved his hand, and a powerful stream of water suddenly shot forth, instantly knocking Ace and Luffy out of the battle circle. "I'll hold them off. You guys hurry and retreat." Arthur fixed his gaze on Admiral Akainu while shouting to Luffy. Ace shouted loudly. Cold sweat dripped down Arthur's cheeks. He could only truly feel the strength of the Navy's highest combat power by facing Admiral Akainu head-on. However, Arthur couldn't take a step back. He could only grit his teeth and fight with all his might. Turning to flee now would only subject him to even stronger storms. Fortunately, Ace and Luffy finally gave up on the unrealistic idea of rescuing Whitebeard. Luckily, they were not far from the sea, and the water vapor that Arthur was concentrating on became increasingly powerful, continuously forming a swirling vortex. The successive clashes generated strong shock waves that spread outward, with both sides retreating a few steps before charging at each other again, causing the ground to sink and collapse with a thunderous roar. The continuous collisions left Arthur feeling as if his internal organs were severely injured, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Admiral Akainu was also feeling the strain. He hadn't expected this kid to be so formidable. It seemed that defeating the Celestial Dragon and the surrounding Navy Vice Admiral was certainly not a stroke of luck. Just as Arthur was amazed by Admiral Akainu's strength, Akainu was equally shocked. In less than a year, his bounty had skyrocketed from 0 to 370 million. Moreover, the world government had pressured the Navy multiple times, demanding that Arthur be captured and executed immediately. Compared to executing Fire Fist Ace, Arthur's head was equally priceless, and he no longer wanted to be controlled by Admiral Sengoku. In his desire to climb higher and become the Navy's fleet admiral, Akainu decided to prioritize eliminating Arthur to please the world government, intensifying his offensive. Arthur's battle with Admiral Akainu quickly drew the attention of many, and people were asking each other who this young man was that could fight against a marine admiral. The powerful forces clashed continuously, with endless water vapor being evaporated and rising from the scorching magma. However, Arthur's main goal was to buy time and cover the evacuation of the Whitebeard pirates, using the ocean's endless water vapor to barely block the admiral's attacks. This secondary battlefield also attracted significant attention, as the strength of the already famous Admiral Akainu was well known. But Arthur, who rescued Ace and blocked Akainu, piqued the interest of many who were eager to find out who he was. When they learned that he was the fallen sea god Arthur, many were momentarily stunned into silence. If one were to say that there were many strong individuals capable of killing a Marine Vice Admiral or annihilating an entire Marine fleet at Marineford, only Arthur dared to kill a Celestial Dragon. Not everyone could handle the pursuit of an admiral and the exorbitant bounty on their head. Initially, it was thought that this was just a case of misinformation spread by the world government, intending to use the so-called Celestial Dragon incident to conduct a large-scale purge of pirates. However, it was evident from the fact that Admiral Akainu abandoned the pursuit of Fire Fist Ace to fully chase Arthur that the incident of killing a Celestial Dragon was not a mere fabrication. Currently, the fierce battle with Admiral Akainu, with powerful water vapor, swirling and sharp water strikes containing immense power, clearly indicated that this young man was no ordinary individual. If he could survive this encounter, his future would be limitless. However, while many admired Arthur for daring to eliminate the infamous Celestial Dragons, and for being able to survive under the Admiral's attack at such a young age, no one dared to invite him to join their ranks, as it would only bring trouble upon themselves. Watching Arthur battle Admiral Akainu, the one most worried was the Empress Hancock. Yet, seeing her beloved man grow to such an extent in just a few days also filled her with joy. However, as a member of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, Hancock could help slaughter the Marines to reduce the pressure on pirates, but once she attacked an admiral, it would mean giving up her status as a warlord. An Amazon Lily would immediately become a target for Marine attacks, even if she wanted to come to assist. The ongoing fierce battles between the Marines and pirates would block her way, leaving her unable to reach the battlefield, only able to watch anxiously. In her rage, Empress Hancock launched a full-scale attack, indiscriminately slaughtering both Marines and pirates alike, causing everyone around to avoid her, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Hancock's actions were somewhat strange, but each of the warlords had their own agenda. They were summoned to participate in the battle merely to maintain their titles, and most were just going through the motions, killing nearly the same number of Marines and pirates. Arthur, fighting against Admiral Akainu, was not having an easy time. As the Marines' highest combat power, Akainu's strength was truly astounding, and each punch of magma contained immense power, forcing Arthur to respond carefully. Although he learned many combat techniques and ways to deal with haki from Rayleigh, facing the formidable haki of an admiral still caused him great distress. The only consolation was that Admiral Akainu seemed to have given up on pursuing Ace and Luffy, vowing to eliminate Arthur, who had previously killed a celestial dragon. The scorching magma swirled around him, and the high temperature even burned his skin. If not for the power of the sea god, his hair would have long been scorched. After a series of strong impacts, Arthur retreated a few steps, his eyes fixed on Admiral Akainu as he coldly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Every strike from Akainu was filled with threat, and this could not continue. With his anger rising, Arthur decided to stop being passively defensive. His entire aura surged, and in the life-and-death battle with Akainu, the power of the sea god hidden within him was brought to its peak. The nearby sea responded to his command, and in an instant, the weather changed, and waves surged violently, with countless sharp streams of water rising and crashing down toward Admiral Akainu. Akainu's expression changed. He initially thought Arthur, though strong, was just a rookie. Even if he could kill a Marine Vice Admiral, so what? But now it was clear that Arthur was much stronger than he had imagined. The sea, feared by those with devil fruit powers, was actually under the control of this young man. As an admiral, Akainu had seen and experienced countless battles and knew that there were devil fruit users in this world. However, they could only control freshwater, while Arthur could control seawater, which temporarily deprived devil fruit users of their powers, posing a tremendous threat to any devil fruit user. The fallen sea god Arthur must die, not only because he had slaughtered many Marines and killed a celestial dragon, nor just because he had a bounty of 370 million, but because his ability to control seawater instilled fear. Arthur was still very young, so he had unlimited potential. Perhaps one day he could truly control the sea, and by then, who could challenge him? A genius who dies young is not a genius. So this dangerous young man, Arthur, must die here today. With a sudden burst of speed, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the scorching temperature instantly dried up the water vapor in the air. A fist covered in magma came crashing down toward Arthur's face. Growing more exhilarated with each blow, Arthur coldly laughed, and the turbulent coastline formed numerous massive whirlpools, with roaring seawater surging onto the battlefield. Covered in seawater, Arthur charged forward, powerful waves of energy crashing outwards as he fought desperately. The water vapor continued to rise, but under Arthur's control of the sea god power, seawater surged continuously. At that moment on Marineford Square, as the battle between Arthur and Admiral Akainu escalated, the air was filled with the intense clash of scorching magma and endless seawater. The powerful aura radiated outward, and even Admiral Akainu's haki affected the atmosphere, causing Arthur to emanate a strong and unstable conqueror's haki. The Marines and pirates fighting nearby did not dare to approach within miles. Otherwise, they would either be burned to ashes by the high temperature or crushed by the powerful water streams, drowning in pain. After a fierce back-and-forth struggle, with shapes constantly shifting in clashes between magma dragons and roaring water dragons, Arthur seized the opportunity to glance toward the coastline. Most of the pirates had boarded their ships, with Luffy and Ace along with the Whitebeard pirates captains responsible for the rearguard. It seemed the retreat was already more than halfway complete, and Arthur knew it was time to withdraw. However, it was extremely difficult to shake off Admiral Akainu, who seemed like a sticky plaster, and despite using all his strength, Arthur could not force him back. Arthur quickly retreated, and Akainu quickly chased after him. If this continued, they might end up chasing all the way to the coastline. So Arthur had to stop and continue fighting Akainu. At the same time, on the other half of Marineford Square, the battle between Whitebeard, Admiral Sengoku, and Admirals Kizaru and Akiji was still ongoing. Facing three opponents, Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, suffered severe injuries, his body covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. The Navy was also not faring well. Even with the advantage, Sengoku, Akiji, and Kizaru together still couldn't take down Whitebeard, and were instead injured by the tremendous force of the Tremor fruit. However, Whitebeard was indeed getting old, and after being pierced by a long sword earlier, his stamina was running out after such a long battle. But to cover the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates, he fought with all his might, disregarding his life. The immense strength of one of the four emperors struck fear into the hearts of many elite Navy personnel present. Suddenly, the walls of Marineford collapsed with a thunderous crash, and several familiar and terrifying figures appeared in the sight of everyone in Marineford. A Navy colonel, who was engaged in battle with the Marines, turned to look at the direction of the collapsed wall after killing several pirates, murmuring to himself as he saw the notorious figures: Katarina Devon, St. J.B. Warlord, Bacchus J. Oh, Pizarro. How could this be? Those damn guys were supposed to be locked up and impelled down. What is Magellan doing? These people were notorious pirates, held in level 6 of the Navy's maximum security prison, with blood on their hands and countless lives lost at their hands. Logically, they should have died in prison. Yet they appeared here, led by a dark-skinned, rugged middle-aged man, who was none other than Blackbeard, the one who captured Ace and turned him over to the Navy in exchange for the title of warlord. My era has arrived, and those who do not obey will die. Blackbeard laughed loudly and arrogantly shouted at everyone present. Blackbeard, marshal d'étich. Whitebeard, with veins bulging, suddenly had his entire aura surge, creating a powerful shockwave that seemed to shatter the surrounding space. Sengoku and Admirals Akiji and Kizaru were temporarily pushed back by the frenzied Whitebeard. When Akiji attempted to advance and continue the attack, he was stopped by Sengoku, who had regained his original form. Impel Down has fallen, and Blackbeard has betrayed the Navy. Let them kill each other, Sengoku said calmly. Although the battle had been fierce for a while, as the fleet admiral, Sengoku still maintained a clear mind and a clear view of the situation at hand. Just as he predicted, Whitebeard had ample reason to kill Blackbeard, and it was a grudge that could not coexist. A cornered Whitebeard possessed astonishing combat power. If he could fight against Blackbeard and his crew to a mutually destructive end, it would be ideal. However, it was evident that the Blackbeard pirate's target was the already severely injured Whitebeard, surrounding him all at once. The sudden arrival of the Blackbeard pirates caused the battle between Admiral Akainu and Arthur to come to an abrupt halt, although Akainu was eager to eliminate Arthur. The sudden appearance of the Blackbeard pirates posed a significant threat as well. Who knew if they would turn their weapons against the Navy after taking down Whitebeard? Arthur also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, everyone in Marineford Square had their eyes focused on the Blackbeard pirates engaged in battle with Whitebeard. Just as Arthur was planning to take the opportunity to escape, a flash of light suddenly appeared. Admiral Kizaru emerged on the right, followed closely by Admiral Akiji, who appeared on the path Arthur needed to take to retreat, while Admiral Akainu was right behind, forming a triangular encirclement around him. Arthur's expression grew serious, cold sweat sliding down his cheeks. The drop of sweat first froze into icicles, only to be evaporated by the high temperature rising nearby the next moment. Although Arthur barely managed to withstand Admiral Akainu by pushing beyond his limits, he had no chance at all against the three admirals at the same time. It seemed that the Navy was determined to support the world nobles, the celestial dragons, or rather, to carry out the orders of the world government, leaving Arthur forever in Marineford. I hope Uncle Rayleigh's methods are useful, Arthur murmured to himself, his body highly alert, ready to respond to the attacks of the three admirals at any moment. Standing in place, highly vigilant, Arthur could clearly feel the violent, oppressive aura coming from the surrounding area. No matter which side he broke through, he would face an onslaught like a storm. The three admirals seemed to be confident of victory, but instead of rushing to attack, they hesitated about who would strike first. Although the world government had tasked the entire Navy with hunting down Arthur, the credit for defeating the wanted man would only go to the one who actually killed him. Previously, they had been fighting separately to defend Marineford and had not been able to pay attention to this side. But now that Arthur had no way to escape, the three admirals, standing in a triangular formation around him, each had their own thoughts, unwilling to give up this easily attainable credit. On the other side of the square, the furious Whitebeard and Blackbeard pirates suddenly clashed, plunging into a heated battle. Although Whitebeard was fierce, he had already fought for a long time and was physically exhausted and seriously injured. Under the siege of Blackbeard-teached pirate crew, his injuries worsened, and it was only a matter of time before he was killed. Marshal Sengoku stood aside, coldly watching this extremely unfair battle, witnessing the impending death of the strongest man on the sea. While letting Ace, who possessed the bloodline of the Pirate King, escape was a major blunder. As long as they could take Whitebeard's life and successfully eliminate one of the four emperors, they believed that a large-scale battle would erupt in the New World to break the balance of power, significantly weakening the overall strength of the pirates. This was precisely Sengoku's thought and purpose. As long as Blackbeard-teach retreated after killing Whitebeard, there would be no need for any obstruction. The important thing was that the Navy, having suffered heavy casualties, was no longer able to continue fighting against the Blackbeard pirates. Moreover, the warlords of the sea, who were not putting in effort, were eyeing the situation, and no one knew their true intentions. Once they engaged in battle with the Blackbeard pirates, not only was Marineford likely to be destroyed, but 100,000 elite Navy soldiers would also suffer heavy casualties. No one could guarantee that the powerful pirates of the New World would not take action while the Navy was severely weakened, not to mention the Revolutionary Army, which had always opposed the world government. Furthermore, for Marshal Sengoku, being able to eliminate Arthur, who had slaughtered the celestial dragons, would also be a way to account for the world government, and he believed that the five elders would calm down. The violent powers clashed against each other. Even in his heavily injured state, Whitebeard still possessed astonishing combat power. In contrast, Blackbeard and his pirate crew clearly did not want to engage in a mutually destructive battle with the cornered Whitebeard and, for a moment, were subtly suppressed. Although Whitebeard's movements had noticeably slowed down, enraged and embarrassed, Blackbeard had initially planned to swiftly eliminate Whitebeard and, while intimidating everyone in Marineford, deliver a haughty declaration. However, he did not expect Whitebeard's strength to be so astonishing. As Teach launched his full attack, other members of the Blackbeard crew, especially those who had just escaped from Impel Down, naturally could not hold back their strength and rushed towards Whitebeard from all sides. Several figures suddenly collided, and the powerful aura surged, raising clouds of dust from the ground to the sky. Breathing heavily, Whitebeard's cold eyes locked onto the equally distressed Blackbeard in the distance. Gripping his massive sword to support his body, standing tall despite his severe injuries, Whitebeard almost exhausted all his strength to declare loudly, "Roger's treasure is real. Deep in the New World. Those with the guts, go find it." His voice echoed throughout Marineford, leaving those pirates who had already boarded the pirate ships momentarily stunned, before they erupted into ecstatic cheers. For many, Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, was undoubtedly destined to die. And the truth of the treasure proclaimed by the pirate king GOLD, Roger had remained unresolved for decades. Whitebeard's words completely convinced these pirates that the treasure of pirate king GOLD, Roger, was real, and as long as the treasure existed, pirates would not disappear, and this era would not cease. It wouldn't be long before Whitebeard's words spread across the world, inspiring countless young people to brave the Navy and set sail in search of that legendary treasure, undoubtedly strengthening the pirate forces drastically. Marshal Sengoku's face was filled with anger. He had not expected Whitebeard's final words to be this. Just as GOLD, Roger had used his life to usher in the era of great pirates. Whitebeard's words similarly poured fuel on the fire of this era. Originally, the Navy had planned to use Ace and the life of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, to intimidate the world, making everyone believe that the era of great pirates had ended. However, everything was contrary to the Navy's expectations. Even if Whitebeard was dead, the Navy had also paid an extremely heavy price, and more troubles were likely to arise in the future. On the shattered floor of Marineford, amidst the smoke and chaos, Whitebeard had already died, but he still maintained a posture of destroying his enemies, his body covered in wounds, with bullet holes and flesh clearly visible from cannon hits. Even so, he continued to fight fiercely against the Navy and the Blackbeard pirates, successfully covering the retreat of his subordinate captain, who led the pirates onto the Navy's warship, with the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates prominently displayed on his proud back. With Whitebeard dead, countless pirates on ships far from the coast were already moved to tears. With the death of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, a new chapter of this era was opened, and the world began to grow restless, believing that countless strong individuals would rise up. Blackbeard rushed eagerly towards Whitebeard's upright corpse, beneath the massive white cloth. No one knew what Blackbeard was up to. Meanwhile, Arthur, surrounded by the three admirals and at a dead end, roughly understood Blackbeard's intentions. Arthur had undergone devilish training in sail.The archipelago, but learned quite a bit about the powers of devil fruits from Rayleigh. According to Rayleigh, devil fruits were incredibly magical. They not only granted the eater immense power, but once the host died, the devil fruit would regrow somewhere else. It was highly likely that the devil fruit would appear at the moment of the host's death. Blackbeard clearly wanted to seize the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit. I say, is it really okay for you to let Blackbeard do as he pleases like this? Arthur suddenly reminded them. While carefully observing the three admirals, he also kept an eye on Blackbeard's movements in the distance. At the same time, the mist forming around him was continuously attempting to resonate with the sea. In fact, what Arthur was doing was quite risky. He was concentrating all his strength on the resonance, with almost negligible defense. If any of the admirals were struck suddenly, Arthur would undoubtedly die. However, Arthur was betting that these arrogant admirals would not rashly attack without offending the other two, buying him time. Our mission is to take you down, otherwise. Those old men in the world government won't let us off. Hearing Arthur's openly weak statement, Admiral Kizaru said with a mocking expression, "Even if the power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit is taken, is that okay?" Arthur responded dismissively. "What nonsense are you talking about? How could it be taken?" Akiji said, but suddenly his expression darkened as Blackbeard surged forward, charging straight for Whitebeard. If it were a personal vendetta, it could have been left to the Navy to handle. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to kill with a borrowed knife? However, Blackbeard did not do that. Instead, he directly led his pirate crew to besiege Whitebeard, as if he was eager to obtain something. Although the three admirals were also unsure of Blackbeard's intentions. The consequences of Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities being taken would be unimaginable. While the three admirals were subtly worried about Blackbeard's teach schemes, they found it more practical to eliminate Arthur, who had previously killed a celestial dragon, than to engage in battle with Blackbeard. Admiral Kizaru suddenly felt that something was off. Arthur's demeanor was far too calm. Logically, he should know that there was no chance of escape once caught by the three admirals. He soon noticed that a hazy, calm aura seemed to be gathering around Arthur, constantly surging close to him. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't even notice this detail. Moreover, the directions of Admiral Akiji and Admiral Akainu were conveniently blocked by Arthur, making it so that only Admiral Kizaru noticed this. This kid must be up to something. Kizaru immediately made a judgment and decisively dodged a laser, rushing to Arthur's side. Arthur's heart skipped a beat. The hazy water vapor that had gathered almost dissipated, just a moment away from completing the resonance with the distant water vapor. However, the hazy water vapor beneath his feet was still discovered by Admiral Kizaru. This sudden fierce attack left Arthur utterly powerless to block it, as he watched the dazzling laser rush towards him, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. Suddenly, a fist engulfed in boiling hot magma charged in front of Arthur, shattering the dazzling laser and forcing Admiral Kizaru back. "Akainu, what are you trying to do?" Kizaru questioned coldly. "This kid is my prey. You just need to watch." Akainu replied coldly. Admiral Akainu was not being kind. He wanted to personally take down Arthur to earn merit and please the world government, aiming to become the Fleet Admiral, having long harbored dissatisfaction with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As the scorching magma fist charged towards him, Arthur's lips suddenly curled into a slight smile. He genuinely needed to thank Admiral Akainu. Just moments ago, Akainu had blocked Admiral Kizaru's attack, buying Arthur precious time, and in those brief seconds he successfully resonated with the distant water vapor. Even if it was the three admirals, the strongest combat power of the Navy, it still allowed him to escape. Arthur smiled and raised his middle finger, and just as the magma fist reached him, his figure vanished in an instant. In the incredulous gazes of the three admirals, Arthur disappeared in front of them, something no one had expected. The stunned expressions froze on their faces, which were soon replaced by embarrassment and anger. A pirate with a bounty of 370 million managed to escape under the siege of the three admirals. If this got out, where would they put their faces? But reality was such that they could only accept it helplessly. While the three admirals were furious and kept searching for Arthur's figure in Marineford Square, suddenly, a hysterical roar came from the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. The enraged Blackbeard burst out from beneath the white cloth, looking around angrily. Just as the tremor fruit had just formed, when Blackbeard Teach was about to devour it, a figure suddenly appeared. The two stared at each other, and before Teach could react, the other guy reached out first and, as if performing a magic trick, took away the tremor fruit. Just as Teach was about to eliminate this timid guy, that sudden figure vanished in an instant. Having given up the hard-earned title of Warlord of the Sea and gone to great lengths to take down Whitebeard, it was all to seize the tremor fruit. Now, with nothing to show for his efforts, Blackbeard's face twisted into a snarl, almost mad, venting his fury on Whitebeard's corpse. The nearby Navy, who were on high alert, instantly fell victim to the rampaging Blackbeard, with many being killed in an instant. Seeing their captain take action, the other members of the Blackbeard pirates naturally wouldn't sit idle. Killing was a very enjoyable thing, and slaughtering the weak was simply righteous. The Blackbeard pirates attacked together, and many Navy soldiers fell like harvested wheat, resulting in a one-sided massacre, with corpses and blood staining the ground. Buddha Sengoku could no longer stand by. You can kill Whitebeard as you please, and no one would care if you killed the Whitebeard pirates, but you cannot kill the Navy. A gigantic golden figure appeared, and Buddha Sengoku launched a fierce attack on the Blackbeard pirates, causing the entire Marineford to tremble. However, Blackbeard quickly calmed down. Now is not the time to engage the Navy in battle. Although the opportunity to seize the devil fruit was lost, important members had been replenished. The three admirals still had combat power, the warlords were watching closely, and there was a group of Whitebeard pirates seeking revenge. It could be said that Teach was currently the most unpopular person in Marineford. Continuously clashing with Buddha Sengoku, causing immense destruction, the Blackbeard pirates acted without restraint, targeting the injured navy. Bodies of incomplete navy soldiers lay everywhere, and taking advantage of Buddha Sengoku's distraction while protecting navy soldiers, the Blackbeard pirates quickly turned to flee. At the same time, many pirates from CC Pirates were also evacuating from Marineford, including the Whitebeard pirates and New World captains who had come to assist. In the next moment, a fatigued and nearly exhausted Arthur suddenly teleported to the surface of the sea, leaping onto the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. Arthur couldn't hide his joy. Although he had just survived a life-and-death situation, he had managed to seize the tremor fruit from Blackbeard. Even though the tremor fruit was instantly consumed by the blue glass vial, it was still better than having it taken by Blackbeard. Arthur clearly sensed that the blue glass vial had undergone some changes, but he needed to explore what exactly had happened. From a distance, Marine Headquarters Marineford was in ruins. Countless corpses and blood had turned this place of justice into a hellish battlefield. Arthur smiled faintly. He had finally fulfilled the request of the Dark King Rayleigh, and as for what happened next, he had no intention of worrying about it. His extremely fatigued eyes closed, leaning against the ship's railing, and he decided to sleep, thinking that even if the sky were to fall, he would deal with it after waking up. The Blackbeard pirates had retreated, and the Whitebeard pirates were not idle either, quickly boarding their ships to leave Marineford. The three admirals, furious and embarrassed, simultaneously charged towards the coast, preparing to block the retreating pirates. Admiral Akiji unleashed his full power, instantly freezing the seawater along the coast, rendering all pirate ships immobile. It seemed that leaving wouldn't be so easy. Standing at the edge of the ship, Fire Fist Ace was full of fighting spirit, looking towards the approaching three admirals without fear. Although Ace knew that he was no match for the Marine admirals, he felt responsible for ensuring the safety of the Whitebeard pirates now that Whitebeard was dead. It was troublesome, but if a fight was inevitable, then let it come quickly. The Phoenix Marco also expressed his fighting spirit. The vengeance for Whitebeard must not only fall on the Blackbeard pirates. The Marines were also culpable. If they had to fight, they would take an admiral down with them, even at the cost of their lives. To maintain the dignity of the Marines, the three admirals pursued with great speed, and soon the ships of the Whitebeard pirates were in sight. Sengoku the Buddha was also close behind. For the Marines, this was their last chance. Jinbei, the former warlord of the sea, glanced at Arthur, who was sound asleep against the ship's railing, and urgently advised Ace. We should avoid fighting the Marines and evacuate Marineford as soon as possible. We cannot let Whitebeard's sacrifice be in vain. What do you want me to do, Jinbei? Ace said, looking at the rapidly approaching three admirals with a meaningful expression. Use your ability to melt the sea, as long as you open a route to the ocean. We can leave quickly, Jinbei immediately suggested. No matter how strong the three admirals are, they can't pursue us indefinitely at sea. Jinbei volunteered. While you break the frozen seawater and open a path, I will do my utmost to block the three admirals, even at the cost of my life. In fact, Jinbei had not mentioned one thing. The reason Whitebeard saved Ace was not only because he was the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, but also because he carried the bloodline of the pirate king Joel-D. Roger, young and possessing haki, with the legacy of Gold. Roger, Jinbei believed that the Whitebeard pirates would grow even stronger in Ace's hands. Saving Ace today was in fact choosing the successor for the Whitebeard pirates. And with the captains of the 16th Division joining the battle, it was clear that they understood Whitebeard's intentions and had tacitly acknowledged the existence of a successor. Even though Ace was still young and not the top combatant in the New World, as time passed and he witnessed Whitebeard's death, Fire Fist Ace would undoubtedly grow stronger. Therefore, for Jinbei, as long as Fire Fist Ace was alive, the Whitebeard pirates would not be considered defeated in this battle at Marineford. However, it was evident that Ace intended to take revenge for Whitebeard, a decision that could cost the Whitebeard pirates dearly. Jinbei, I will lend you a hand, Luffy said eagerly, but the next second his whole body slumped to the ground, clearly showing the side effects of the earlier excitement-induced hormones. What's going on? Arthur, awakened and looking tired, asked the others with confusion. We are trapped at sea by Akiji. Maybe. Jinbei did not continue. Knowing that Arthur had just fought for a long time and was severely injured, barely escaping with his life. Moreover, when the three admirals had attacked, the Whitebeard pirates had not intervened, so asking for his help now seemed a bit untimely. With great power comes great responsibility. I have no choice but to help, Arthur said, already standing at the ship's railing, looking at the rapidly approaching three admirals, speaking to Jinbei. Ace looked at Arthur with admiration. Although it was their first meeting, Their temperaments were very compatible, especially since Arthur had saved his life from the execution platform at Marineford, having previously fought against a Kainu with his life on the line. And then witnessing Whitebeard's death, it had a significant impact on Ace. Besides the urgent desire to grow stronger, he was determined to ensure the Whitebeard pirates' safe retreat, even at a heavy cost. As the rearguard, Ace was willing to fight alongside Arthur. Jinbei, I leave Luffy to you. Ace glanced at the heavily injured Luffy and requested Jinbei. Don't worry, I guarantee with my fishman heart, you all evacuate, and I'll buy you time. No matter what. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates will always fly high, Ace declared loudly. We've chased them to the sea. We should show these marine officers a thing or two. Marco the Phoenix said with a playful expression as he looked towards the marine admirals. We're the Whitebeard pirates. We can't keep running away. Fight to the death. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates all declared, deeply moved by Ace's willingness to be the rearguard, but to fulfill Whitebeard's last wish. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were annihilated, they had to ensure Ace's safety. This was the original goal of the battle at Marineford. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was well aware of the dangers they would face at Marine headquarters. Having lived on the edge for years, they had no fear of death. Allowing the weaker subordinates to retreat was just right to set the stage for a major battle with the Marines. Just as the captains of the Whitebeard pirates volunteered to fight and the pirates' morale soared, suddenly a pirate ship appeared on the sea in front of everyone. The previously frozen sea miraculously broke open, revealing a wide path that could accommodate ships. Jinbei, the former warlord of the sea, looked incredulously at the ship, and after a long pause, he muttered in shock, How is this possible? It's the Red Force. Arthur's heart stirred. The appearance of a ship was enough to shock Jinbei, indicating that it likely belonged to a figure of the Four Emperors level. Could it be that the ship truly belonged to one of the Four Emperors? If so, it was indeed trouble brewing on top of trouble. In Arthur's view, the Four Emperors had significant grievances against one another, often fighting over territory, making it hard to determine whether this appearance was a blessing or a curse. However, the fact that the other party had opened a waterway suggested they were temporarily on the side of the pirates. It seems you need my help. A hearty voice rang out from the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates. When did he get here? Arthur looked up, secretly alarmed at how this person had appeared there. If this were a real battle, he would have died countless times already. Indeed, it was Shanks, one of the Four Emperors. Jinbei showed a hint of a relieved smile. Shanks and Whitebeard had a good relationship. At least he wouldn't make things difficult for the Whitebeard pirates. But why had Shanks come to Marineford? One thing was certain. Something significant must have prompted the Four Emperor to take action personally. Shanks landed gracefully, a smile on his face as he surveyed the crowd. His sincere and gentle demeanor giving off a friendly vibe. If it weren't for the powerful aura subtly radiating from him, he might easily be mistaken for an ordinary neighborly uncle. This was Shanks, one of the Four Emperors. Arthur discreetly assessed Shanks, who was also sizing him up. For Shanks, encountering powerful individuals in the New World was as common as dirt, and strange devil fruit abilities were naturally familiar to him. But Arthur was evidently different, leaving him somewhat bewildered. The water vapor, faintly enveloping Arthur, resonated with the sea, pulsating like an artery. Come, let's have a match right now. Shanks suddenly pointed at Arthur, uttering a shocking statement that stunned everyone on the ship. The Four Emperor Shanks was challenging a guy who had been a pirate for less than a year. If word of this got out, Arthur would undoubtedly shine even brighter. Idiot Captain, we can't end the war. A plump man wearing small sunglasses, holding a piece of meat, dressed in a green and white striped hat and shirt, and draped in a yellow coat, appeared on the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, expressing dissatisfaction toward Shanks. Haha, I was just joking with my new friends. We have serious matters to attend to. Shanks's expression turned serious, his demeanor shifting as he looked towards the three pursuing admirals and Fleet Admiral Sengoku in the distance, as if he had originally come for the Navy. Seizing this opportunity, Shanks suddenly turned to Arthur and said, How about considering coming aboard my ship? No rush. You can take your time to think about it. Before his words fell, the red-haired pirates had already leapt into action, confronting the Navy's Fleet Admiral and the three admirals. On the surface of the sea, the red-haired pirates and the Navy admirals met head-on. Specifically, Shanks was indeed heading towards them. The plump Loki looked at Admiral Akiji, while the red-haired pirate's first mate, Ben Beckman, held a rifle, coldly staring at Admiral Kazuru, saying, You're not allowed to do anything. What as Shanks, are you planning to join the battle too? Akainu coldly questioned, glaring at Shanks from a distance. Although fighting strong opponents was exciting, the war needed to end now. Anyone who intended to continue the war would become enemies of the red-haired pirates. Shanks calmly responded, Don't meddle in matters that don't concern you, or you'll bring disaster upon yourself. Admiral Akainu, with magma flowing all over him, looked at the pirate ships that were steadily leaving Marineford, feeling anxious. Akainu, if you want to fight, I'm more than willing to accompany you. Although Shanks's tone remained calm, the killing intent in his gaze caused Admiral Akainu to tremble inside. Damn Shanks! While Akainu was very confident in his own strength, he still felt considerable apprehension facing one of the four emperors, especially after the fierce battle earlier in Marineford. If he engaged in combat with Shanks, he would have no chance and could only find a way out with a vague threat. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, how about you give me some face and end this meaningless war? Shanks, we cannot allow the bloodline of the Pirate King, power.The, to escape alive, nor Arthur, who has slaughtered celestial dragons. You must understand the stakes. Sengoku calmly stated, staring at Shanks. For the Navy, Marineford had suffered significant damage, and the elite forces gathered from around the world had suffered heavy casualties, including officers, leading to a massive loss. All these sacrifices aimed to execute power.The, to deter pirates worldwide, yet no one expected Ace to escape from the execution platform with the help of the notorious criminal Arthur. If Ace truly got away, the Navy would have lost, and such a thing could not be allowed to happen. To maintain the Navy's dignity, it was better to avoid losing thousands of elite sailors again. This trade-off seemed worthwhile. Shanks clearly disagreed with Fleet Admiral Sengoku's suggestion. What do you mean, Shanks? Admiral Akainu coldly questioned. The meaning is simple. Although I don't want to engage in combat with you all, if you insist on fighting, I will have no choice but to destroy Marineford and eliminate those remaining elite Navy forces. I believe the Revolutionary Army and Kaido will surely take action. How you decide is entirely up to you. As Shanks spoke, his haki was fierce, clearly ready for battle. Although his haki was only slightly noticeable, some ordinary pirates from the Whitebeard pirates on a distant ship fainted on the deck. Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt a weight in his heart, coldly gazing at the ready-to-fight Shanks, then looking at the exhausted and injured Navy admirals. For a moment, he hesitated. As Shanks said, the warlords of the sea were eyeing Marineford, and the cunning Blackbeard's whereabouts were unknown. Moreover, the other four emperors, like Kaido, would likely take action while the Navy was weak. The most critical threat was the Revolutionary Army. Heaven knows how many countries under the control of the world government they planned to overthrow while taking advantage of the situation. Weighing the pros and cons, Fleet Admiral Sengoku ultimately decided to end the war. It wasn't because of Shanks' influence, but because everything depended on strength. If the Navy forced a pursuit of Arthur and Ace, even if they were lucky enough to kill the pirates, it was hard to say what kind of losses the Navy would suffer. Moreover, the fleet of the Whitebeard pirates had already exceeded the visible horizon, making it unrealistic to engage in battle with the red-haired pirates and then catch up. Retreat. After deliberating for a while, Sengoku issued the order to the three admirals. Admiral Kazuru had a smile on his face, seemingly unconcerned, while Admiral Akiji had a cold expression that revealed nothing of his inner thoughts. However, Admiral Akainu clearly disagreed. Arthur had escaped right under their noses, and Ace possessed the bloodline of Joel.D. Roger. Once back at sea, he would undoubtedly become a fierce opponent for the Navy, and with his reputation, he could very likely take over the Whitebeard pirates. Letting the Tiger return to the mountain would lead to endless troubles. Absolutely cannot let them go. The Navy must not compromise with pirates. Admiral Akainu shouted angrily at Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This is the Fleet Admiral's order. Please execute it. Fleet Admiral Sengoku glanced at the ruined Marine headquarters in Marineford, then sighed slightly, saying that the most important thing now was to preserve the elite Navy forces. There were still too many injured that needed treatment, and they could not afford to clash with the red-haired pirates again. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was somewhat irritated by Admiral Akainu's irrationality. But now some things cannot be said outright, and can only be enforced by the order of the Admiral. Admiral Akainu watched the direction in which the Whitebeard pirate ship was fleeing. Although his face was gloomy, he could only obey orders. Moreover, if he rushed forward to chase alone while the others did not take action, it would be tantamount to seeking death. However, the responsibility for the Navy's defeat in the Battle of Marineford lay entirely with Admiral Sengoku. And Admiral Akainu had already begun to plot in his heart how to push Sengoku down from the position of Admiral. The three admirals of the Navy and Admiral Sengoku retreated, while the red-haired pirates returned to the sea. In fact, Shanks also did not want to fight the Navy. With the death of one of the four emperors, Whitebeard, there were only three remaining in the New World, along with the restless Blackbeard pirates. And it was believed that battles would be inevitable. If they fought against the Navy admirals here, once key members of the pirate crew were injured, they would inevitably be at a disadvantage in the upcoming struggle for dominance in the New World. Neither Kaido nor Big Mom were simple opponents. The Navy also had great concerns. Retreating now was reasonable, but fortunately, Admiral Sengoku was relatively rational. If he had recklessly prioritized the Navy's dignity, this naval battle would have been unavoidable. The Battle of Marine Ford finally came to an end. The Whitebeard pirates and the many pirates from the New World suffered significant losses, especially with the death of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors. The Navy also suffered heavy casualties, with tens of thousands of elite soldiers summoned from around the world lost. What the Navy could not accept the most was that although Whitebeard had died, Ace, who was intended to be executed to deter pirates worldwide, had actually escaped. Even Arthur, who had come to deliver himself, had fled, and such a heavy blow left the Navy with no face. However, compared to greater casualties, it was wise to withdraw for the time being. On the surface of the sea, the pirate ship accelerated forward, and only after confirming that the Navy was no longer pursuing did the Whitebeard pirate ship move at a steady speed. Exhausted, Luffy lay on Jinbe's back at the side of the ship, talking to Ace, whom he had not seen for a long time. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, although still immersed in the pain of losing Whitebeard, knew that they had to continue on the road ahead. The day of reckoning with the Blackbeard pirates and the Navy would eventually come, and before that, becoming stronger was the only belief in everyone's heart. Arthur sat at the bow of the pirate ship, and memories of Shank's invitation to join the red-haired pirates flashed through his mind. For many, becoming a subordinate of one of the four emperors was a rare opportunity, but Arthur ultimately decided to refuse. Ever since he left the Navy, he had grown to dislike being controlled by others. Being alone and unrestrained was much easier for him. During his free time, Arthur took out a blue glass vial, examining the newly appeared classical carvings and the overflowing aura on it with great curiosity. Originally, he had seized the Tremor fruit from Blackbeard, determined to prevent Blackbeard from succeeding at all costs. However, he never expected to have the fruit swallowed directly by the blue glass vial. According to the inscriptions on the stone tablet from the Three Islands, the glass vial would undergo peculiar changes after consuming a devil fruit. Could it be that the liquid inside the blue glass vial would increase? If so, surviving this ordeal would not be in vain. The black liquid inside the blue glass vial had astonishing healing properties. As long as there was a breath left, it could bring someone back to life. If a drop of restorative liquid could be produced each day, it would mean an extra life-saving talisman. Filled with anticipation, Arthur poured out a drop of restorative liquid from the blue glass vial. Unlike before, this time the restorative liquid seemed to emanate a faint, soothing blue aura. This restorative liquid could not be wasted, so Arthur swallowed it without hesitation, and for a moment, a vast aura surged throughout his body. However, the aura quickly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. If it weren't for the dampness on his palm that hadn't yet dried, Arthur might have doubted whether he had actually consumed the restorative liquid. After a while, the liquid he had drunk had long since vanished, and his injuries quickly healed. However, he had originally thought that the vast aura would significantly enhance his strength, but to his disappointment, it had no effect at all. Frustrated, Arthur tried to pour from the blue glass vial again, but no black restorative liquid flowed out. More surprisingly, the ancient patterns on the outside of the vial had mysteriously disappeared, and the soothing blue aura dissipated as well. Could it be that he had obtained a fake glass vial? Arthur couldn't help but smile wryly at his misfortune. However, one shouldn't be too greedy. Just being able to return alive from Marineford was already a blessing from the heavens. Suddenly, not far from the pirate ship, a gigantic sea king appeared, its massive body measuring hundreds of meters long, leaping from the sea and creating enormous, violent waves. Arthur stood up, surrounded by mist, and soon the sea water, under his control, formed even more powerful waves that crashed down towards the roaring giant waves. With a loud bang, Arthur suddenly felt a tremor in his palm. The originally calm sea water began to vibrate. The waves raised by the Sea King, along with its massive body, were instantly enveloped by the sea water, and the intense shaking continued to reverberate, as if the waves controlled by Arthur were about to break the space itself. In just one move, the Sea King was defeated, and for a moment, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at Arthur in shock, although they also had the strength to defeat a Sea King. Achieving such an effortless victory with just one move against such a colossal creature was not that easy. Arthur, the man who managed to escape from the three great generals, still looks very young. It is believed that with the passage of time, he will surely become a top-tier powerhouse on the seas, especially with his ability to control seawater. Even the most powerful devil fruit abilities would have to be wary of him, it's likely that no one would want to engage him in battle on the sea. Moreover, Arthur is not only surprised by his own growing power, but also by the fact that the seawater he just mastered possesses the effects of the tremor fruit. The seawater crashing against the bodies of sea kings has the force to break space. Although his power is far from Whitebeard's, he truly possesses this power. In other words, the drop of restorative liquid in the recently acquired azure glass vial, which is entwined with a ghostly blue aura, actually contains the abilities of a devil fruit. Arthur jumped into the sea, feeling the surrounding rippling water all over his body. This meant that although he had gained the ability of the Whitebeard devil fruit, he was not a devil fruit user and did not have the fatal weakness of being afraid of seawater. Some pirates from the Whitebeard pirates quickly noticed Arthur falling into the sea and hurried to organize a rescue for their great benefactor. To many, Arthur was considered a natural-type devil fruit user, and falling into the sea posed a life-threatening danger, so he needed to be rescued as soon as possible. Jinby, the fishman, was even faster, leaping into the sea and carrying the weak Arthur out of the water. Of course, this weakness was feigned by Arthur. He was not a devil fruit user, but controlling the seawater with the power of the sea god was something that should remain known by as few people as possible. Sorry everyone, I'm just exhausted. Arthur laughed and explained to those around him. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates came forward one after another to show concern. Arthur had risked his life to save Ace from the execution platform, making him a great benefactor of the pirate crew. More importantly, Arthur could have chosen not to come. In times of hardship, true feelings were revealed, and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates genuinely regarded Arthur as one of their own. If it weren't for Shank's earlier invitation, Marco would have suggested that Arthur stay with the Whitebeard pirates as a captain. Upon realizing that the seawater he controlled already contained the power of the Gura no Mi, Arthur was overjoyed. However, to avoid trouble, he could not tell the Whitebeard pirates about it, as it would be hard to explain how he obtained such power. After a while, Arthur took the opportunity to leave, heading directly to the lower part of the ship, where he found the prison cells temporarily holding prisoners and took out the sea stone shackles to put on them. Arthur was beaming with joy. Just as he had guessed, the sea prism stone had no effect on him. It wouldn't bind him, allowing him to move freely and use the power of the sea god. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted outside. From the cheerful voices, it was clear that the red-haired pirates had arrived. This meant that the Marine admirals and the fleet admiral had left, and the Whitebeard pirates, along with the captains from a new world who had come to assist, had finally weathered the crisis safely. The task he had promised to the Dark King Rayleigh, to bring back Ace and Luffy alive, could be considered a success, albeit with a fair share of luck and near-death experiences. But they had made it through. After witnessing many powerful figures in the battle at Marine Headquarters Marineford, Arthur felt a surge of emotions. His desire to become stronger grew. Just as Rayleigh had said, there were as many strong individuals in this world as there were stars. It seemed that it was time to return to sail.The archipelago and learn Haki as quickly as possible to survive in future battles. Now, even if he swaggered back, it wouldn't matter. With bodies strewn across the ground and blood everywhere, Marineford was almost destroyed, and the Marines' control over sail.The archipelago would surely diminish. Moreover, those Marine admirals would have plenty of troubles to deal with and wouldn't have the time to come after Arthur. Arthur thought about this as he walked towards the deck. After the battle, the ruins of Marine Headquarters Marineford were littered with corpses and sticky blood on the shattered plaza. Huge waves from the sea continually washed over the beach, dyeing the seawater red with blood, while surviving Marine soldiers tirelessly carried away the critically injured. Every few meters, piles of corpses were set ablaze, flames rising and gradually turning into char, with thick smoke billowing up towards the sky. Before the flames stood solemn Marine soldiers, many of whom consoled themselves, believing this was the price that justice had to pay. Yet the scene before them was just too tragic. This battle is over. Let's move on. The world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, stood up and spoke casually to the surrounding warlords of the sea. For the warlords of the sea, the war had already concluded. They had received the signal to accept the world government's orders. As for how many Marines had died, it was of little concern to them. The Empress Hancock elegantly stood up, tidying her disheveled hair, and silently walked towards the sea, although her face was cold as ice. Her heart was warm with excitement as she imagined countless scenarios of reuniting with Arthur. She had come to Marineford initially to send Arthur to sail.The archipelago and to preserve the title of the Warlords of the Sea. Now that the war was over, there was naturally no need to stay any longer. Doflamingo kept his gaze fixed on Gecko Moria, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The disdain that the strong had for the weak was never concealed. Indeed, during the previous battle at Marineford, Moria had been defeated by Jinby, and he had also been bested by Luffy on the ship. Such a weakling had no capability to intimidate others and certainly lacked the qualifications to continue as a warlord of the sea. More importantly, Moria's background was not strong. Unlike other warlords of the sea, each of whom either had top-tier strength or a significant background, Moria's lack of both made him expendable. Thus, the world government planned to remove Moria from the ranks of the warlords of the sea, and this order was directly given to Doflamingo. Even though this war is over, I have my business to attend to. Doflamingo rose with a smile, suddenly filled with fighting spirit. Compared to participating in the Marineford War, dealing with Moria, who was also a warlord of the sea, ignited his passion for battle even more. Suddenly, the pacifists who had participated in the fight surrounded Moria, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Wounded and cold, Moria glared at Doflamingo and said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "I'm still a warlord of the sea." "Not anymore, because you are too weak. The world government has decided to remove you." The warlords of the sea do not harbor the old, weak, and sick. Doflamingo sneered at Moria, licking his lips as if anticipating the blood that would soon splatter. "Damn world government. Doflamingo, you are a competent lapdog." Moria's face twisted in rage. He had exerted considerable effort in the Marineford War and had even been injured. He did not expect the world government to betray him, and in his fury, he struck out. Doflamingo flashed and landed on a nearby pillar, looking down at Moria with contempt and saying, "Unfortunately, you don't even have the qualifications to be a dog. Weak ants like you deserve to die." As Doflamingo launched his attack, the pacifist protectors also opened fire, causing suffering for the Marines who were cleaning up the battlefield, with many caught in the explosions and losing their lives. However, even though many Marine soldiers were furious, they had no means to intervene in the fight between Doflamingo and Moria, forced to humbly retreat, as lions never consider the thoughts of sheep. Only by becoming stronger could one have a voice. This was an unchanging truth throughout the ages. On the other side, Arthur emerged from the cabin, his joy evident on his face. The sea contained the power of the Tremor fruit, which was like adding wings to a tiger. Most importantly, the sea and sea prism stone would not impose any binding effects on his body. This meant that although Arthur was not a devil fruit user, he possessed the powers of a devil fruit, eliminating the fatal weakness, allowing him to be unafraid of the binding of seawater and sea prism stone, and making his attacks on the sea even more powerful. The only trouble was that using the Tremor fruit's power in seawater required tremendous physical and mental energy. Although the azure glass vial did not produce more black recovery liquid as hoped, after absorbing the powers of the devil fruit, it could integrate those powers into the seawater, which excited Arthur. If he could continuously obtain the powers of the devil fruit, he would one day stand at the pinnacle of the world. When Arthur reached the deck, he made eye contact with Shanks, who had returned to the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates and was talking to Ace. "What have you been considering, Arthur?" Shanks asked as Arthur approached. Being invited twice by one of the four emperors was a tremendous honor and a recognition of his strength. Shanks's invitation for Arthur to board was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. He had seen Arthur's battle with the three admirals through the live broadcast on his way here. For someone who naturally possessed conqueror's haki and could fight against Marine admirals without fully mastering it, and who managed to escape from under the noses of the three admirals, the ability to control seawater would provide a significant advantage in future naval battles. Not only Shanks, but also Kaido and others would be interested in Arthur, who was alone. Moreover, during the Marineford War, Arthur had successfully infiltrated Marine headquarters and rescued Ace, who was about to be executed, which was no small feat. The Whitebeard pirates would certainly view Arthur as a savior. Although Whitebeard had died and the strength of the Whitebeard pirates had diminished, the surviving captains of the 16 divisions would continue to grow alongside Ace. While I can't say that I can preserve the foundation that Whitebeard had back in the day, it isn't difficult to establish a foothold in the New World. So as long as Arthur comes aboard, he can get on good terms with the Whitebeard pirates, which is a crucial force that will play a significant role in the upcoming battle among the four emperors. Once he makes a name for himself, the whole world will soon know the name of the fallen sea god, Arthur. Having killed celestial dragons and wiped out Navy vice admirals and fleets, Arthur will undoubtedly become a thorn in the Navy's side. Furthermore, Arthur has clearly demonstrated the strength to survive against admirals. Moreover, his powerful control over seawater allows him to exert even greater strength at sea. Even if an admiral comes personally, they would probably have a hard time dealing with him. The bounty will increase, but facing a wanted criminal who cannot be caught, the Navy will not blindly mobilize to capture him. Besides, the battle at Marineford has just ended, and although the Navy has retained some elite high-ranking forces, the heavy casualties among Navy soldiers will inevitably weaken the local Navy's defenses. making it difficult to say that the restless pirates and Revolutionary Army won't take action. Therefore, inviting Arthur on board was a decision made by red-haired Shanks after weighing the pros and cons. He firmly believes that even if Arthur joins the red-haired pirates, it won't provoke an attack from the Navy. At this time, the Navy is too preoccupied with its own troubles to handle. What surprised everyone, however, was that Arthur refused without a second thought and without a hint of hesitation. "Sorry, I won't board." This was an invitation from one of the four emperors, which many pirates would see as a golden opportunity. Being able to be close to red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors, would inevitably lead to rapid strength improvement and a rise in status, allowing him to walk freely in the new world. Arthur's outright refusal was undoubtedly incomprehensible. "Haha, interesting kid. Do you know how many people want to board the Red Force? I'd rather enjoy my freedom than be a sailor." Arthur flashed a smile and answered calmly. It must be said that red-haired Shanks has a captivating charm. His cheerful speech and friendly attitude make it hard for anyone to feel animosity towards him. And it is precisely because of this that he possesses the formidable strength to navigate the new world, being one of the four emperors. If it weren't for the overwhelming aura he exudes during battle, he might really be mistaken for an ordinary neighborly uncle. "That's fine. The red-haired pirates always welcome you." Red-haired Shanks glanced at the sleeping Luffy and called out to the crew, "It's time to leave." What a foolish captain, getting rejected like that. How embarrassing. Lucky Lou, who was gnawing on a piece of meat, laughed heartily in mockery. The entire red-haired pirates quickly departed from the Whitebeard Pirates flagship, their ship quickly starting up and soon disappearing from sight. "Arthur, why not join the Whitebeard Pirates?" Fire Fist Ace suddenly approached and warmly invited Arthur. To Ace, Arthur is a brother for life. If he were willing to join the Whitebeard Pirates, it would be a huge boost, and fighting alongside him would be the greatest reward. Even without needing to say it, Arthur knows that if Ace wants to develop the Whitebeard Pirates, he must return to the New World as soon as possible to preserve the foundation that Whitebeard once held. However, Arthur doesn't plan to head to the New World for the time being. Besides wanting to learn hockey combat methods from the Dark King Rayleigh, he needs to hold the Navy back to prevent them from desperately attacking York Island. And with his father and brother missing, Arthur also needs to investigate that direction. Moreover, he had promised Hancock that he would head to Amazon Lily as soon as possible. "I plan to go to sail.The archipelago." Arthur smiled lightly at Fire Fist Ace and said seriously, "And I'll bring Luffy back." Everyone has their own aspirations. If you come to the New World, you must join the Whitebeard Pirates. "We won't return until we are drunk." A hint of disappointment flashed in Ace's eyes, but he quickly felt relieved. Arthur had already helped him a lot, even during the battle at Marineford, where he was besieged by 3 admirals and nearly lost his life. He naturally cannot ask Arthur to go to the New World to join the Whitebeard Pirates. Furthermore, since Arthur had previously rejected the invitation from one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, it means he won't be joining any other pirate crews for the time being. It would be better to invite Arthur to join the crew again when the Whitebeard Pirates rise to prominence in the New World. Without further ado, Fire Fist Ace planned to return to the New World as soon as possible. Feeling his lack of strength, he prepared to enhance his power quickly while also facing the potential attacks from Kaido and others at any time. Before parting, the best thing is fine wine. Although the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were still mired in the pain of losing Whitebeard, fine wine is always the best medicine to soothe the wounds. Ace walked over and handed a large can of beer to Arthur, who was painting by the ship's railing, downing the beer in his hand in one go, and said to Arthur, "I hope you can take care of my brother Luffy when you have the chance. This kid makes me a bit worried." For this brother, who, despite not being blood-related, is closer than a biological brother, Ace has always been very concerned. "Of course, this is a request from a friend," Ace said with a light smile. "The request from the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates cannot be refused. If Luffy runs into trouble, I won't stand by and do nothing." Arthur also appreciates Fire Fist Ace and has a good impression of the strong-willed Luffy. They fought side by side during the battle at Marineford, and even if Ace didn't say it, Arthur would lend a hand. There is no banquet that doesn't end. Early the next morning, the Whitebeard Pirates and some captains from the New World who came to assist began to lead their pirate ships away. Arthur was also preparing to take the severely injured Luffy back to sail.The archipelago, where he would recuperate while learning the fighting techniques of hockey from Rayleigh, the Dark King. They received a lifeboat from the Whitebeard Pirates and quickly headed towards sail.The. The great battle at Marineford had finally come to an end, but the world did not develop as the Navy had hoped. Although one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, had fallen, the Navy also paid a heavy price. Marine headquarters at Marineford was nearly destroyed, with over 10,000 elite Navy casualties. Even more unacceptable for the Navy was that their original plan to broadcast live to the world the execution of Ace, the Fire Fist who possessed the bloodline of the pirate king sail.The. Roger, to intimidate all pirates and declare the end of the great pirate era, had backfired. Not only did Ace manage to escape, but Whitebeard, before dying, declared to everyone that sail.The. Roger's treasure truly existed. Whitebeard's dying words and Ace's escape did not bring an end to the era. Instead, they opened a new chapter. Whitebeard's proclamation would likely inspire more young people to set sail and join the Navy, as no one could resist the allure of legendary wealth. No matter how one looked at it, the Battle of Marineford was a complete defeat for the Navy, although they did not lose any admiral-level combat power. The breach of Impel Down released many notorious pirates, and numerous dangerous criminals escaped. The Revolutionary Army was already stirring, and with the rise of the new generation of supernovas among pirates, the world was plunged into unrest and turmoil. The Navy faced the greatest crisis in hundreds of years. Soon, orders from the Navy headquarters were issued worldwide, and local Navy branches began to withdraw their forces. Many places descended into extreme chaos, with pirates emerging and rampantly pillaging and slaughtering, leaving ordinary residents in misery. In the New World, the four emperors were also unstable, competing for territory and fighting constantly. The notorious Blackbeard, Teach, led the Blackbeard pirates, hunting down devil fruit users in the New World to steal their powers and strengthen his crew. The Blackbeard pirates continued to grow, occupying a significant amount of territory in the New World. The battles were relentless, and the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, was also in turmoil, with continuous clashes between Navy and pirates, and many formerly peaceful countries facing rebellions, caught in ongoing crossfire. In a dimly lit bar, Arthur put down the newspaper, which contained a lot of information that summarized the world was suddenly thrown into chaos. However, in Arthur's view, this was not the essence of the matter. The world had always been chaotic. It was just that the war on the top had ignited this world once again like a powder keg. Throwing a stack of berries on the table, Arthur, cloaked, walked out of the room. The bar he was in was located in Marineford, but to ensure his safety, Arthur had arrived on the island ahead of time. Sure enough, as the Navy's orders to withdraw forces spread worldwide, sail.The archipelago was no longer under Navy control, with armed thugs everywhere on the streets and bloodshed occurring every moment. Arthur had just stepped out of the alley when several burly men suddenly rushed out, brandishing knives and glaring at him with cold smiles. In fact, this group had not acted on a whim. One of them had been in the bar just moments ago, and Arthur's generous spending, tossing a pile of berries on the table, had sparked ill intentions in him. They had accomplices waiting outside, and as soon as Arthur entered the alley, they appeared simultaneously, surrounding him in the middle. Hasn't the Shambadi archipelago any rules left? Arthur asked calmly. Rules? The group of thugs burst into laughter. One bald man with a scar on his face suddenly stepped forward with a knife, viciously declaring, "This is our territory. Hand over all the money you have." "Even if I hand over the money, I doubt you would let me go, right?" Arthur said, looking at the dagger still stained with fresh blood, his tone calm. "Stop wasting time, kill him." A lean man behind him snapped coldly. The bald, scarred man's eyes turned cold as he lunged at Arthur with the dagger in hand, having done this kind of thing many times before. After all, the Navy had already withdrawn from the Shambadi archipelago, and it had become a lawless land where no one cared about the lives of ordinary people. Even if he killed him, no one would investigate them. The bald, scarred man charged forward, the sharp dagger glinting in the light as it aimed for Arthur's chest. However, the dagger inexplicably veered to the side, failing to injure him in the slightest. Before he could react, a force suddenly swept him away, and his body smashed into the wall, dying on the spot without even a scream, blood dripping down the wall and pooling on ground. The surrounding thugs were instantly paralyzed with fear, staring incredulously at Arthur. Someone let out a terrified scream, and the group of thugs turned and fled. However, after running for a while, they found themselves still rooted to the spot, the misty water on the ground preventing them from moving even an inch. Arthur lifted the brim of his cloak and calmly said, "I need someone to carry the palanquin. You all look lively. If you don't want to die, move quickly." Under the threat of death, these ruthless criminals quickly turned into obedient little lambs. Soon, a soft palanquin was made and carried out. Arthur lay across it, and they made their way to the coast, where the lifeboat borrowed from the Whitebeard pirates lay. Luffy, who had been thrown on it, was fast asleep. Ever since Ace was rescued, Luffy had been smiling and talking in his sleep every day, but recently, the word he mentioned the most was companions. Arthur heard from others that Luffy's companions were sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma, drifting in the air for 3 days and nights before landing in various corners of the world. Moreover, during his journey to sail.The archipelago, Arthur learned that Kuma, one of the 7 Warlords of the sea, seemed to have an extraordinary background. Originally, the world government had ordered him to eliminate the Straw Hat Pirates. But the current outcome showed that he had instead saved them. For Arthur, bringing Luffy back to sail.The archipelago alive and handing him over to the Dark King Rayleigh would mean fulfilling the task he had promised. However, during his parting with the Whitebeard pirates, power.D, Ace had hoped that Arthur would help Luffy, and Arthur did not refuse at that time. The prospect of soon meeting the Dark King Rayleigh made Arthur quite excited. This old man not only had an impressive understanding of hockey, but also possessed a wealth of combat experience akin to an encyclopedia. Carried by a group of ruffians in a palanquin, Arthur and the soundly sleeping Luffy made their way to the tavern where Rayleigh resided. Rayleigh, who had been sitting inside, quickly stepped out, looking at Arthur with surprise, followed by a hint of relief. Rayleigh had initially entrusted Arthur with the task of rescuing Ace and Luffy from Marine headquarters. Marine Ford, without much confidence, it was essentially a gamble. Marine Ford was teeming with powerful figures, and under the scrutiny of so many strong individuals, no one could guarantee their safety. Given that Arthur had not yet mastered hockey in actual combat, it was already remarkable that he had managed to survive, but he unexpectedly infiltrated Marine headquarters. Disguised as a Marine soldier, and at the critical execution platform, he unexpectedly rescued Ace. Even though the Whitebeard pirates had lost Whitebeard and their influence in the New World had significantly declined, potentially losing their original territory, the elite members of the crew were still present, and the captain of the 16th Division would revitalize the Whitebeard pirates. As Ace, the successor of Whitebeard, would surely grow at an astonishing rate to rise above the seas of the New World once again, he would definitely regain their former territory. And with Ace's lineage from the Pirate King GOLD, Roger, many strong individuals would likely come to join him. Thus, this battle was a complete defeat for the Marines. Rayleigh was filled with curiosity about Arthur. This young man possessed an invisible, powerful force that could turn the impossible into possible. The abilities that Arthur held would only grow stronger, and one day he would not only control seawater but the entire ocean, and at that time, he would truly be the sea god. In an instant, Rayleigh felt a surge of excitement, chuckling to himself and waved to Arthur and the others, signaling them to come inside. However, the group of ruffians was already dumbfounded because among them were those who were well-informed and recognized the old man with round glasses as Rayleigh, the Dark King, who had once fought against an admiral at sail.The archipelago. Many of them secretly rejoiced, realizing that these terrifying powerhouses could easily crush them like an ant. Until one ruffian saw a wanted poster nearby and was shocked to discover that the pirate sleeping in the palanquin was actually the notorious Straw Hat Luffy, with a bounty of 300 million. This was the powerful pirate who had charged to the execution platform during the battle at Marineford, fighting against the Warlords of the Sea and Vice Admiral Carp. The pirates carrying the palanquin couldn't help but hold their breath, fearing that waking Luffy would cost them their lives. Just then, another wanted poster made the group of ruffians completely go crazy, and some nearly wet their pants. It turned out that the young man who had them prepare the palanquin was actually the fallen sea god, Arthur, with a bounty of 370 million, who had escaped from 3 admirals during the Marineford battle, having fought fiercely with Admiral Akainu and successfully rescued Ace. They had attempted to rob such a terrifying figure. It was simply courting death. Fortunately, the fallen sea god Arthur was in a good mood. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. The group of ruffians secretly vowed to abandon their evil ways and never rob again. Luffy, still fast asleep on the couch, did not wake even when the doctor they had summoned began a full examination of him, as if the battle at Marineford had drained all his strength. Rayleigh called Arthur to a side room and, with a serious expression, asked, "Arthur, I heard that you refused the invitations from Shanks and Ace. What are your plans for the future?" Arthur did not rush to answer. The words of the Dark King Rayleigh were not simple and likely related to whether he could learn true skills, so he could not give a perfunctory answer. Becoming a being above the sea god and the pirate king, is that possible? Arthur's answer was resolute, with little hesitation, and his gaze towards Rayleigh was equally sharp. Very good. If he truly wants to become stronger, he needs a goal, and those without ambition and hope will ultimately achieve nothing. A smile flashed across Rayleigh's face, fully affirming Arthur's answer. If Arthur were just someone seeking freedom or planning to stay in a corner, Rayleigh would have given him a casual response and would not have taught him the real skills. However, Arthur's answer and his brilliant performance in the Marineford battle made Rayleigh feel that there was hope for the future. He had followed the Pirate King for half his life, witnessing too many miraculous battles and countless deaths. For Rayleigh, who pursued a comfortable life, Cultivating someone who could surpass the Pirate King was the only way to reignite his fighting spirit, and Arthur was clearly the person he was looking for. Training was about to begin, but we need to change locations. After Rayleigh said this, he stood up and left, and the smile he left behind made Arthur shiver. It seemed that the days ahead would not be easy. The Dark King Rayleigh was a very proactive person. Arthur had just returned to sail.The archipelago and had not yet had a chance to rest before being taken to a prehistoric island. There were no humans living here, only fierce, large, prehistoric creatures, making it an excellent place for training battles. Due to Luffy's injuries not fully healing, and the after effects of the previous battles in Impel Down and Marineford, he could not train for the time being and was only allowed to recuperate on the outskirts of the island. But Arthur's tough days began without a moment's pause. This time, Rayleigh was serious and treated Arthur like an enemy, continuously attacking with various methods. The efficient and powerful assaults left Arthur overwhelmed. The confidence he had gained from escaping the 3 admirals in the Marineford battle instantly crumbled. This was still the case when Rayleigh was not using armament hockey. If he fought at full strength, Arthur would probably not last 10 seconds. It's important to note that Rayleigh was a figure from the same era as Pirate King sail.The, Roger. As he aged, he had long passed his prime, but his combat power was still astonishing. Constantly being thoroughly beaten, Arthur quickly realized that although he had killed a celestial dragon, defeated a marine vice-admiral who could use armament hockey, taken down several elite marine fleets, and even survived the Marineford battle while fighting against Admiral Akainu for a while, the fact that his strength was still insufficient was obvious. Calming down, Arthur soon remembered that Admiral Akainu was injured from fighting Whitebeard and that he was on the shore, using the endless sea water to continually exhaust Akainu's magma. The reason he could escape from the 3 admirals was also due to good luck, as they were balancing each other out to please the world government. If they had acted earlier, Arthur would not have had the chance to fight back. His earlier arrogance quickly faded, and his heart was soon filled with the conviction to become stronger. Seeing the change in Arthur's expression, Rayleigh felt quite pleased. It was normal for young people to become complacent due to temporary outstanding achievements. Even the young Pirate King sail.The, Roger, had gone through this phase. But the sooner one can recognize oneself, the stronger one can become, and Arthur clearly had a good understanding of this. Calming down, Arthur continuously learned from Rayleigh's various attacking methods, integrating them into his own fighting style, and within half a month, he had made some progress. Rayleigh quickly changed his teaching approach, focusing on Arthur's deficiencies in defense and offense, providing specialized guidance. Soon, Arthur's vulnerabilities during combat became fewer, and his application of his own power improved another level, even making Rayleigh secretly admire this kid as a monster. Once this opportunity passed, there would be no other like it. Arthur would not miss such a good chance to learn battle techniques, eagerly seeking advice from Rayleigh every day. Sometimes he would even take the opportunity to launch surprise attacks, both to test his learning results and to study how Rayleigh would respond to sudden ambushes. Although he often ended up with a head full of bumps, Arthur's progress was rapid, and soon even Rayleigh had to be cautious of Arthur's sneak attacks. Due to the gap in strength, Arthur did not need to hold back. In fact, in the fierce torrents of his surprise attacks, he even infused the power of the Tremor fruit, nearly knocking his teacher out cold. When Rayleigh learned that Arthur had actually taken the Tremor fruit from Blackbeard and had turned its power to his own use, his gaze towards Arthur changed. For Rayleigh, Arthur's luck was astonishing. While most people in Marineford were thinking about how to save their lives, Arthur not only survived safely, but also rescued Port Gasti, Ace, and took away a devil fruit that was originally Blackbeard's, accruing a great favor from the Whitebeard pirates. Even one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, invited him onto his ship, and he was still under 20. Even Rayleigh felt a bit envious of him. Moreover, the seawater controlled by Arthur had the ability to absorb devil fruit powers, and he was not a devil fruit user himself, meaning that seawater and sea prism stone had no effect on him. This secret was probably known only to Rayleigh in the world. It was simply unheard of, and Rayleigh really wanted to tie Arthur up and study him thoroughly. At noon, sunlight streamed through the trees and beside a pile of rising flames. A giant Tyrannosaurus Rex that had already died was being roasted on a spit. After thinking for a moment, Rayleigh looked at Arthur, who was devouring chunks of meat, and suggested, "This secret must be kept as confidential as possible. Unless absolutely necessary, do not use the devil fruit powers in the sea." Arthur naturally understood what King Rayleigh meant. If such a terrifying ability were to be exposed, it would definitely raise the alert of the strong. Perhaps 1 or 2 powerful individuals wouldn't be able to catch Arthur, but if everyone set their sights on him, even someone as strong as he would be ambushed when alone. Arthur understood the principle that a common man is guilty of possessing a precious item. Moreover, he had not told King Rayleigh the truth. It wasn't his seawater that had the ability to absorb devil fruit powers, but that mysterious blue glass vial, which could instantly devour devil fruits. The restorative liquid produced contained the power to integrate devil fruit abilities into seawater. To keep this a secret, he did not use the blue glass vial as long as Luffy was not in life-threatening danger. Unlike the blazing sword of the king, Arthur also hid the blue glass vial in the sea, making it impossible for anyone but himself to locate it. King Rayleigh nodded slightly. Although Arthur's strength was already considerable among his peers, even among the supernovas, he could hold a top position. However, once he became the target of all strong individuals, especially the likes of Kaido of the Hundred Beasts or the formidable warlords of the sea, it would be difficult for Arthur to protect himself. In fact, joining the red-haired pirates was a good choice at this point, but with the death of Whitebeard, one of the four emperors, the seas of the New World were shrouded in dark clouds, and conflict over territory could erupt at any moment. Joining a pirate crew now could very well make him a pawn. Even if Shanks cared for Arthur, no one could guarantee they would return unscathed from the battlefield. It seemed that the only way forward was to hide his strength. Fortunately, Arthur was not someone who loved the spotlight, so he didn't have to worry too much about his abilities being exposed. King Rayleigh was about to say something more to Arthur when he suddenly turned his gaze towards the eastern coast. Following King Rayleigh's line of sight, Arthur quickly spotted a pirate ship appearing in the distance. This ship was not unfamiliar to Arthur. It was the ship of the Kuja pirates that he had seen before. Remembering the moment he met the Empress Hancock, who could have imagined that this perfect empress would become his woman? It was not surprising that she knew Arthur was here, as this location was not far from Amazon Lily, and entering the jurisdiction of the warlords of the sea, King Rayleigh must have informed Empress Hancock through special channels. King Rayleigh frowned slightly. His initial announcement to Empress Hancock was a sign of respect for the warlords of the sea, but more importantly, it was to avoid trouble. The announcement clearly stated that they were only temporarily renting this prehistoric island and explicitly asked Empress Hancock not to come, to avoid unnecessary trouble from the Navy. However, he did not expect Empress Hancock to show him no respect and lead the Kuja pirates here. If it were the King Rayleigh of the past, such provocation would undoubtedly lead to a battle. However, at this moment, King Rayleigh only wanted to teach Arthur and Luffy and did not wish to engage in a fight with Empress Hancock, one of the warlords of the sea. Besides, the Navy was already troublesome enough. There was no need to offend the warlords of the sea further. If things became unbearable, they could only leave this island. After all, there were plenty of uninhabited islands on the sea. The only trouble would be finding fresh water and food. Before the Kuja pirate ship, led by a massive sea serpent, could get close, a graceful figure eagerly leaped off the ship. It was the stunning Empress Hancock, with her captivating eyes scanning the area anxiously, quickly noticing Arthur, who was devouring a piece of dinosaur meat. As she rushed toward him, King Rayleigh's expression turned cold. It seemed that a battle was inevitable. However, Empress Hancock completely ignored King Rayleigh standing aside, rushing forward to embrace Arthur, her softness pressing against him. Arthur was full of vigor, and even after enduring brutal training every day, he still found it hard to resist. This woman was simply too alluring, making it easy to become entranced. Ahem. Standing aside, the awkward king of hell, Rayleigh, cleared his throat a few times to mask the earlier embarrassment. Rayleigh shot Arthur a glare, secretly blaming the kid for not saying something sooner, as they had almost come to blows with Empress Hancock just moments ago. However, he also admired Arthur's good fortune. He had managed to win over the coveted Empress Hancock. If this relationship were to be publicized, the number of people chasing after Arthur would likely increase by hundreds of times. Empress Hancock, however, did not care about Rayleigh's feelings and was engrossed in showing affection to Arthur, her longing after half a month of separation making her lose her appetite. Soon, countless supplies were transported from a ship, including all necessities, food, and fresh water. If it weren't for Rayleigh's anger, Hancock even planned to build a villa on the island as a love nest for herself and Arthur. With the warlords of the sea and Rayleigh both arriving on the island, their powerful presence made countless giant beasts on the prehistoric island tremble in fear, not daring to step out of their caves. To prevent the two from fighting on the island, Arthur had to quickly mediate. Although Hancock was quite regretful, fortunately, Amazon Lily was not too far from this island, and she planned to return today and visit Arthur every day in the future, threatening the frowning Rayleigh that if Arthur suffered even a little, she would fight him to the end. Arthur had a bitter smile on his face. Although Empress Hancock meant well, it was clearly adding fuel to the fire. As expected, Rayleigh, filled with anger, nearly worked Arthur to death. The high-intensity training left Arthur exhausted multiple times. However, it must be said that the progress was evident. In just 1 month, Arthur's strength had greatly increased, and if he were to encounter Admiral Akainu again, he believed he wouldn't be as helpless as during the Battle of Marineford. Days later, feeling that the time was ripe, the Dark King Rayleigh decided to formally teach Arthur the combat techniques of armament hockey. The basic concept of armament hockey is that when it is applied to the body, the skin turns pitch black, and its hardness increases with the strength of the hockey. The pure black color on Rayleigh's fist gradually faded as he said to the battered Arthur, who was covered in bruises. Arthur, gritting his teeth, dared not express his anger. The fastest improvement over these days had been his ability to withstand blows. Indeed, to learn from an adult, one must first learn to take hits. However, Arthur couldn't shake off the feeling that Rayleigh was somewhat taking the opportunity to get back at him. It seemed that his provocation towards the former Empress Hancock had left Rayleigh still simmering with rage. Despite Rayleigh's usual amiable demeanor, he could be quite persistent once he was serious. That said, there wasn't much to complain about. Rayleigh's generous teaching had benefited Arthur immensely over the past few days. Not only had his control over his strength improved significantly, but he also gained a new understanding of the power of the sea god. Even more exciting for Arthur was that the previously dormant hook-shaped mark on his chest began to subtly circulate with the enhancement of his abilities. With complete concentration, he found he could communicate with ordinary sea creatures. If luck was on his side, he could even control some fish to enter his nets. Arthur even thought that if he changed careers to become a fisherman, he would surely earn a fortune. Arthur was still in the exploratory phase regarding the understanding of the sea soul power. Even Rayleigh had limited knowledge of this ability, but suggested that Arthur go to Fishman Island, believing that on that ancient and mysterious island, he might find records about the sea soul power. The most important thing for now was to learn the power of combat from Rayleigh and to master how to apply hockey in real battles. This was crucial. In these turbulent seas, lacking strength could lead to death at any moment. Moreover, after this battle, he believed his bounty would increase, and the world government would not allow a pirate who had killed celestial dragons to roam free. The only way to survive was to become stronger. Arthur planned to complete his training as soon as possible and investigate his father and brother's whereabouts in the countries along the Grand Line. His family had fallen from grace overnight, and his father and brother had mysteriously disappeared. Although Arthur had returned home and reclaimed the family heirloom, the blazing sword Tim, and had dealt with the treacherous uncle who usurped the position, he still had no news about his relatives. Therefore, Arthur had no immediate plans to venture into the New World, and Fishman Island was a necessary stop on the way to the New World. If he had time to pass through, it wouldn't hurt to investigate the ancient records about the sea soul power. Moreover, the New World was currently tense, with fierce battles expected among the 4 emperors vying for territory. Arthur did not want to get caught up in that. While lingering at the edge of life and death could quickly enhance one's strength, it also made it easier to lose one's life. Arthur did not wish to face the 4 emperors who dominated the New World so early on. In the dense woods, Arthur, wearing a black eye patch, stood still, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, Rayleigh's cold voice came from nearby. Feel it with your heart, not with your eyes. Capture the positions of those stones at the first moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of stones slicing through the air echoed. Although they were just ordinary stones, each one in Rayleigh's hands had power far exceeding that of Cannonball. At this moment, Arthur's eyes were covered, and he could only rely on his consciousness to judge the incoming stones. Over the past few days, these powerful stones had caused him quite a bit of suffering. Suddenly, a net-like illusion unfolded in Arthur's mind. Soon, the stones flying towards him appeared faintly within this grid. Although he couldn't grasp them accurately, this was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough for him. At least he could see the heart net that Rayleigh had mentioned before. With a scream, a large bump suddenly appeared on Arthur's forehead, as a stone imbued with hockey nearly gave him a concussion. However, Rayleigh clearly had no intention of stopping. He was prepared to push Arthur beyond his limits during this critical moment, forcing him to use the heart net to perceive the stones. Screams echoed one after another, but Arthur's movements became increasingly agile, while Rayleigh's throwing speed also escalated. The training only concluded after Arthur dodged a total of 100 stones. His face was battered and bruised from the stones covered in hockey, but the improvement in his strength was evident. Lying on the grass, Arthur gasped for breath. Looking at the darkening sky, it meant that today's brutal training was also coming to an end. Let me test your conqueror's hockey. Rayleigh beckoned Arthur to attack with all his strength. Arthur rolled over and sprang up, his fists clenched as his aura surged. He had just been nearly beaten to death with a rock by King of the Underworld Rayleigh, and now he finally had the chance to take revenge. A hint of amusement flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Although Arthur appeared gentle and refined, he was actually a stubborn guy. Even though he knew he wasn't a match for Rayleigh, he would never miss an opportunity to spar, despite always ending up with a head full of bruises. In Rayleigh's eyes, Arthur's progress was evident. However, he wouldn't say it out loud, as it was still far from enough to establish himself in the new world. Arthur leaped forward, and as he approached Rayleigh, a wave of mist surrounded him, intensifying from weak to strong and then to fierce, with an almost perfect grasp of timing and control over his power. The two figures collided rapidly, and two massive waves of energy violently clashed in midair. With a thunderous boom, a powerful shock wave spread out, uprooting the surrounding trees and vegetation, while some beasts that couldn't escape were directly crushed by the shockwave. Suddenly, a sharp, misty water column descended from the sky, containing a strong and violent aura, crashing down at just the right moment. The Dark King Rayleigh's eyes flashed with approval as the raging wind surged around him, and the ground within hundreds of meters beneath him suddenly caved in with a deafening roar. Arthur's lips curled into a smug smile, and suddenly the water rippled with a tremor, followed by the surrounding air resonating and bombarding the Dark King Rayleigh from all directions. This kid, Rayleigh found himself at a loss for words. He always held back when dealing with Arthur, but this kid always went all out, showing no regard for respecting the elders or caring for the young. The water flow controlled by Arthur inherently contains the power of Conqueror's Haki, and the force of the armament Haki integrated within it is astonishing. Now, with the occasional infusion of the Tremor fruit, it's like adding wings to a tiger. If there were a true enemy, Dark King Rayleigh could easily break through the troublesome water strikes by quickly attacking and killing Arthur. However, that is clearly not an option now. Under passive defense, and in a battle of attrition against the young and vigorous Arthur, Rayleigh finds himself in a difficult situation. As a great pirate of the same era as Pirate King sail.The, Roger, Rayleigh cannot lose face and can only pretend to be nonchalant, continuously using his armament Haki fists to shatter the fierce water strikes coming at him from midair. After a while, Rayleigh, somewhat out of breath, suddenly realizes that Arthur is actually using the surrounding seawater to exhaust him. In a fit of anger, Dark King Rayleigh strikes out, and soon Arthur, covered in bruises, is crouching on the ground, screaming in pain, baring his teeth at the ruthless old man. Cough, cough. Rayleigh lightly coughs to mask his embarrassment, not expecting to take things seriously. It seems that Arthur's strength has indeed grown rapidly over these days, especially in his use of Haki. Although he cannot achieve a pure mastery, he can skillfully apply it in battle. Even Dark King Rayleigh finds himself unintentionally serious while fighting against Arthur. The master leads the student to the door, but the practice is up to the individual. Everything that needs to be taught has already been imparted. As for how powerful Arthur can become in the future, that depends on his own fortune. Just when Arthur thought he could take a break, he suddenly hears a dull thud as an ancient bronze bell is thrown in front of him. Rayleigh, with a serious expression, says, "If you want to make the most of every bit of your power, then use this bell." Arthur looked confused as he stared at the giant clock and asked in bewilderment what to do. Using his sea god powers, he made the clock spin rapidly. If anyone dared to break it, hum. Suddenly, the king of hell, Rayleigh, flashed a sinister smile, causing Arthur to break out in a cold sweat. Controlling the clock the way Rayleigh did was extremely difficult. He needed to accelerate its speed while having a clear control over his strength. Several times, he nearly shattered the bronze bell. However, as time passed, his control over the clock became more proficient, to the point where he could multitask, mastering his strength with greater ease. Just as Arthur was preparing to leave the prehistoric island to investigate news about his father and brother, he suddenly received a new task to train the recently recovered Luffy. Remembering that he had promised poor Gasti Ace to take care of Luffy, Arthur couldn't refuse. However, before that, Rayleigh took Arthur and Luffy back to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. The aftermath of the battle had left the headquarters in ruins, with blood still seeping into the ground in many places. After ringing the bell in memory of the fallen pirates like Whitebeard, Arthur also left a message for his companions about reuniting 2 years later at sail.The archipelago. He believed that once his companions saw it, they would understand the significance of the message. When he mentioned his companions, Arthur noticed a strange light in Luffy's eyes, pure, persistent, and tied to life and death. Such feelings were rare and moved Arthur. However, upon returning to the prehistoric island and hearing that Arthur would train him, Luffy showed clear disdain and reluctance, insisting that he wanted Rayleigh to personally teach him about Haki. It wasn't until Arthur beat him up, leaving him with a swollen head, that he obediently began his training. The animals on the prehistoric island were out of luck, especially when faced with Luffy's voracious appetite. Every day, after exhausting battles with Arthur, Luffy would catch a giant beast for a hearty meal before continuing to fight. Their daily routine quickly became one of constant combat with only brief rest. Arthur initially thought he was quite dedicated to becoming stronger, but compared to Luffy, he was clearly lacking. This single-minded kid only thought about getting stronger every day, sometimes disregarding the combat techniques taught by Rayleigh, opting instead for a straightforward approach of using his fist to send enemies flying. Luffy's progress was unexpectedly rapid. He was focused and constantly learned from battle, making Arthur the best sparring partner. Yet, Arthur always ended up beating Luffy to a pulp. Now, he finally understood how Rayleigh felt when he was training him. Time flew by, and Arthur and Luffy had spent a considerable amount of time on this prehistoric island. Under Rayleigh's guidance, their strength had skyrocketed, and they could even hold their own against Rayleigh in battle, teaming up to take on the odds of 2 against 1. Due to the difficulty in receiving information, they were not very clear about the changes in the outside world. They only learned from Hancock, who visited them occasionally, that the Marine headquarters had been reducing its forces worldwide. Admiral Sengoku had stepped down, and a fierce battle ensued between Admiral Akainu and Admiral Akiji for the position of Fleet Admiral. The fiery magma and freezing ice clashed violently around the island, even altering the island's weather. The battle soon ended, with Admiral Akiji defeated. Displeased with Akainu's methods, he chose to resign from the Navy, and his whereabouts remained a mystery. The new 3 admirals included the veteran Kizaru and 2 newly promoted admirals, Fujitora and Greenbull. Upon hearing this news, Arthur couldn't help but chuckle. Now they had a lineup of the Marine Zoo with Akainu, Kizaru, Fujitora, and Greenbull. Joking aside, Arthur deeply understood the strength of the admirals. Although he had made significant progress, these admirals had not been idle. The complete defeat at Marineford would likely make these already monstrous figures even tougher. And, with Akainu at the helm, their methods against pirates would undoubtedly become more ruthless. The 4 emperors in the New World were in constant conflict over territory, and many of the warlords of the sea had their titles revoked, quickly replaced by even stronger pirates. Among the new candidates for the warlords of the sea, the most surprising was Buggy the Clown. Arthur had met him during the Marineford War and thought he was not particularly strong. However, he later learned from Rayleigh that Buggy was actually an apprentice pirate on the Pirate King's ship, a contemporary of Shanks. Buggy had experienced many significant events, and surviving to this day was a testament to his strength. Each of the other warlords of the sea was also impressive in their own right. Most notably, Hancock retained her title as a warlord of the sea, although she had slaughtered both Marines and pirates indiscriminately during the Marineford War. It was not considered a betrayal of the Navy. With the support of the Amazon Lily and the Kuja pirates, along with her formidable strength, the Navy ultimately decided to keep her as a warlord. Among the 12 supernovas, including Arthur, aside from Luffy and Arthur training on the prehistoric island, the others had also shown growth and impressive performances. It was time to leave the prehistoric island, but Luffy, who intended to leave together, was forcibly held back by Rayleigh because Luffy's training was not yet complete. Although he didn't say it, after spending so much time together, Arthur had become good friends with Luffy, who would routinely ask Arthur if he wanted to board the ship. Arthur, eager to investigate the disappearance of his father and brother, secretly decided that if given the chance, he would help Luffy find his lost companions. At the moment of leaving the prehistoric island, looking at the warm and gentle sunlight felt like stepping into another world. As the waves surged, Arthur sat atop a giant sea fish racing towards the distance, as if something was waiting for his arrival in the unseen. In the palace of Amazon Lily, Arthur stood up first. It was already noon, and sunlight streamed in through the windows. Arthur glanced at the Empress Hancock, who was blissfully smiling and murmuring in her sleep. Thinking back to last night's madness, he couldn't help but smile, although his waist still hurt quite a bit. When he left the prehistoric island, Arthur had intended to investigate the disappearance of his father and brother, but he had promised Hancock to come to Amazon Lily first. The intimate moments of being free from all constraints were truly memorable, but with the world in chaos, it was necessary to start the investigation quickly. "Are you leaving?" The graceful figure pressed closely against Arthur from behind, the subtle fragrance belonging solely to Empress Hancock. Hancock hesitated to speak, although she wanted to leave with Arthur. It was clearly unrealistic. As the Empress of the daughter country, she had a responsibility to stay here. "Come back soon. I'm waiting for you. Since that's the case, let's have another round." Arthur suddenly turned around and embraced Hancock's slender body roughly. "Ah!" Empress Hancock let out a murmured complaint. her slightly flushed face revealing her embarrassment as she allowed Arthur to do as he pleased. Soon, the room was filled with a passionate atmosphere. It wasn't until evening that Arthur left the room alone, coincidentally encountering Marguerite, who was guarding outside the palace. Marguerite's face was flushed, and it seemed she had been listening the whole time. Being on guard as a soldier was evidently tough, and upon seeing Arthur emerge, she shot him a resentful glare. Arthur quickly thought that the palace's soundproofing was quite poor, and the other guardians of the nation had clearly taken the opportunity to leave. Only this persistent little girl stood foolishly here guarding the palace. Thinking of this made Arthur smile. In this world filled with material desires, such pure qualities are truly rare. "What are you laughing at, you jerk?" Margaret said angrily, suddenly realizing Arthur's relationship with Lady Serpent, and she became flustered. "Don't worry about it. We are friends." Arthur helped to smooth things over for Margaret. "Who's friends with you?" Margaret huffed lightly, turned her head, and stopped speaking, secretly reminding herself that he was already Lady Serpent's person, and she shouldn't think too much. She should bless him, but why did her heart ache a bit? Feeling so unwilling? What are you doing? Suddenly being embraced by Arthur, Margaret's body stiffened, and she completely lost her strength, even forgetting to struggle or resist. "Thank you for helping me back then. If it weren't for you bringing me food, I might have starved to death, so we are friends. Let go." Margaret shouted with a face full of shame and anger. Arthur stepped back, continuously dodging Margaret's non-lethal attacks, and stood at a distance, slightly bowing as a gesture. In the next moment, with a haze of mist, his figure vanished from sight. "Safe travels, Arthur." Margaret watched the direction in which Arthur left, tears blurring her vision. After leaving Amazon Lily, Arthur headed north. Although news was scarce on the prehistoric island, he still obtained some information about his family through Empress Hancock. It is said that ever since Arthur caused a commotion in the family, taking away the heirloom sword, the blazing longsword, and killing his uncle who usurped power to become the head of the family, the Fremont family has become fragmented due to factional power struggles. Although they still possess significant influence, mistrust among them has arisen for the sake of personal interests, leading to disarray. While the Fremont family was engaged in internal strife, the young emperor of the Eastern Zhou Kingdom, Zhuin, who had been hiding his talents, suddenly made his move. He first poisoned several powerful elders of the Fremont family. Then, leading the army with the Grand General, he swiftly broke through the outer defenses of the family's private soldiers and quickly surrounded the Fremont family's castle. What he did not expect was that the cunning Emperor Zhou had already planted insiders in the Fremont family through marriage 10 years ago. Many elite guards had defected, and under the guidance of the traitors, they breached the seemingly impregnable castle in just half a day. The Fremont family suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining members were imprisoned in the kingdom's water prison, with reports suggesting that the number of prisoners overwhelmed the facility. Following this upheaval, the Eastern Zhou Empire underwent a complete transformation, with a long-suppressed puppet emperor and finally grasping power. The royal family becoming the core of authority in the Eastern Zhou Empire. The originally kind-hearted Emperor Zhou unrevealed his long-hidden fangs, crazily slaughtering anyone associated with the Fremont family. Within the palace alone, due to years of intermarriage with the royal family, over a dozen members of the royal family with Fremont bloodlines were executed, including infants just born, and ministers related to the Fremont family faced extermination of their entire households. In no time, ministers were filled with dread, many losing their fortunes to curry favor with the officials in charge of interrogations. Despite this, only 1/3 of the ministers remained in the court, with the rest either executed or imprisoned in the water prison. Every day, row upon row of executioners stood before the moat, continuously swinging their blades, and amidst cries and screams, bloody heads fell into the water. Blood stained the moat, and for a time, human lives were treated like grass, with even the executioners trembling, unable to lift their already dull blades. Although the Fremont family had significant influence, there were not many with direct relations. Most were just conforming to the situation, perhaps due to being oppressed by the Fremont family for too long. The nearly insane Emperor Zhuin adopted a better safe than sorry attitude, signing execution lists without even reading them, simply scrawling a blood-red character for execution on the paper. Countless people were implicated, and many ordinary citizens, who were unaware of what had happened, were indiscriminately captured and executed. Numerous small towns were even slaughtered overnight, becoming deserted ghost towns. The Emperor Zhuin, who aimed to eradicate the Fremont family in one go, had become a killing machine. Some conscientious court officials could no longer bear to watch and advised Emperor Zhuin not to involve innocent people. However, those who offered such counsel were subjected to tongue removal and eye gouging, and those forcibly summoned were thrown into boiling oil. creating a horrific scene that instilled fear in everyone. No one dared to speak a word of opposition in front of the emperor in the palace. When Arthur arrived in the Eastern Zhou Empire and landed in a coastal town, he was taken aback by the scene before him. There were incomplete skeletons everywhere. Vultures and crows scattered about, and burned down, collapsed houses filled the area. If Arthur did not clearly remember what this once picturesque, bustling town looked like, he might have thought he had directly arrived in hell. The situation here was even more dire than he had imagined, although he was very confident in his own strength. The most direct approach would be to charge into the Eastern Zhou Imperial Palace, eliminate all the powerful figures of the Eastern Zhou Empire who dare to block him, and directly capture the emperor to end this hellish slaughter. However, once he calmed down, Arthur knew he could not do that. If he forced the killing maniac Emperor into a corner, he might drag the entire Fremont family down with him, making this trip in vain. Arthur is not interested in imperial power. It doesn't matter who is the leader of the Eastern Zhou Empire. However, the Fremont family members are all relatives, and naturally, he cannot stand by and watch them be slaughtered. At the moment, Arthur is completely in the dark about the situation in the Eastern Zhou Empire. Without revealing his identity, he must first find out where the Fremont family is being held and who the strong figures in the Eastern Zhou Empire are. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Although the cautious Arthur doesn't have time to develop a detailed plan, it is necessary for him, who is in the shadows, to gather some basic intelligence. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Arthur was deep in thought, a series of abrupt gunshots suddenly rang out not far away, accompanied by several screams and the sound of footsteps getting closer. It seems that this group of people is charging over here. Come his way quickly. Arthur leaped onto the rooftop and quickly became ethereal, blending into the surrounding mist as if he had vanished into thin air. Soon after, a young girl with short hair, looking spirited and valiant, appeared. One hand pressed against a gunshot wound that was continuously bleeding, while the other held a short musket. She stumbled toward Arthur. Behind her, more than a dozen men in uniform relentlessly pursued her. These were the city defense troops of the Eastern Zhou Empire. The girl, named Millie, was a member of the resistance, and despite her young age, she was one of the main initiators of the rebellion. Wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Many people were driven to desperation by the emperor of the Eastern Zhou Empire, rising in anger to fight against the imperial army while trying to protect their comrades and families. However, they did not expect that the contact with the inside informant was merely a trap set by the imperial army. That informant had already betrayed them, waiting for Millie and her companions to walk into the net. The resistance fighters who escorted Millie fought desperately to carve out a bloody path. But only Millie managed to escape. The imperial soldiers pursued relentlessly, and during the battle, Millie was also injured by gunfire. Suddenly, Millie felt darkness before her eyes. Her steps faltered, and she collapsed to the ground. The pursuing imperial soldier raised his rifle but struck Millie from behind, causing her to feel a sharp pain before losing consciousness, while more than 20 soldiers surrounded her. The leading officer stepped forward, lifted Millie's chin, and said to the soldiers, "I didn't expect such a little beauty. Commander, especially to be sent back to be tormented by those scum in prison. Why don't we have a taste first?" suggested a sergeant with a fawning expression standing to the left. "I also want to see what's different about a woman who can fight so well." The commanding officer flashed a smile, stepped forward, and forcefully tore at her clothing, revealing her body. When did the imperial army fall to this level? A mocking voice suddenly came from the eaves nearby. "Who is it?" The imperial soldiers, feeling guilty, nearly jumped at the sound, raising their guns to aim at the source. When they saw Arthur, who looked very young sitting on the eaves, the leading officer finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought it was a tough character, but now it seemed that even if this kid had been trained from the womb, he couldn't be that strong at such a young age. Now everyone wants to come out and play the hero. Does this kid want to die? How about this? Each of you give me 3 loud bangs, and I'll give you a quick end. As soon as Arthur finished speaking, a group of imperial soldiers suddenly burst into laughter. This kid must be crazy, daring to speak arrogantly in front of the imperial army. The leading officer suddenly turned cold, raised his rifle, aimed at Arthur, and pulled the trigger. However, Arthur suddenly raised his hand, threw the bullet he had caught in midair to the ground, and looked at the group of imperial soldiers with a cold smile. "What are you waiting for? Fire and take this brat down." Seeing a young kid who hadn't even matured could catch a bullet in midair, the leading imperial officer felt a bit flustered and planned to use their numerical advantage to deal with Arthur. Meanwhile, he continuously retreated to a safe spot, and when he saw the unconscious Millie beside him, a plan formed in his mind. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunfire echoed as the Navy soldiers kept pulling the trigger, emptying their magazines. Bullets pierced through the eaves, raising clouds of dust, and Arthur, under the barrage of bullets, was momentarily unaware of his life or death. Soon, as the dust settled, Arthur's figure reappeared, completely unharmed despite such an onslaught. Unfortunately, it seems you are unwilling to accept my kind suggestion, so I'm sorry. With a gentle smile on his face, Arthur's surroundings began to fill with a mist of water. Soon, the Imperial soldiers felt a faint curtain of water forming around them. Some attempted to slash at it with their weapons, but the water curtain was impervious to harm, even swallowing bullets on the spot. In the terrified eyes of the soldiers, Arthur suddenly focused his gaze, and the water curtain abruptly contracted, instantly sucking the air out. In an extreme sense of suffocation, the soldiers screamed and cried until they suffocated. The sight of each person's death was horrific. However, compared to the innocent lives they had taken, these soldiers were not worthy of sympathy. As the saying goes, when you raise a knife against others, be prepared to be cut one day. Arthur's eyes widened, and the water curtain then burst, causing the bodies within to dissipate into thin air, leaving dozens of Imperial soldiers dead on the ground, without a trace left behind. However, it was not too late. Among these soldiers, there was one that slipped through the net, the leading Imperial officer. Arthur did not intend to let him go. It was just that this officer had just retreated to the back, holding a dagger against the neck of the unconscious girl, Millie. Watching Arthur's terrifying methods that had wiped out all his subordinates, the leading officer trembled in fear, his hand gripping the dagger, shaking uncontrollably, even leaving irregular cuts on Millie's fair neck. Get away. If you take one more step, I'll kill this woman. The leading officer's eyes were filled with terror, nearly collapsing as he stared at Arthur. If you bow to me 3 times, I might let you go, Arthur said with a smile. The leading officer, after struggling internally, suddenly pushed the girl aside, knelt down, and kept bowing to Arthur. Your Excellency, please show mercy and spare me. Arthur casually waved his hand, and the water curtain instantly imprisoned the Imperial officer within. The officer glared at Arthur with wide eyes, shouting angrily, I said I would spare you. But that was a lie. How could you trust the words of a pirate? Arthur clenched his fist tightly, and the officer in the water curtain instantly turned into a mist of blood, disappearing before his eyes. Arthur took down a group of Imperial soldiers, but found it rather uninteresting due to their weak strength. Just as he approached Millie to tend to her gunshot wound on her chest, she suddenly stirred awake at a critical moment, and the two stared at each other wide-eyed. In the extremely awkward atmosphere, Arthur broke the silence first, pointing at the torn clothes that the Imperial officer had ripped, and said, Can you believe I was just going to treat your wound? I wouldn't believe you, you jerk, Millie retorted, her face filled with frustration as she drew the dagger from her waist. However, with a muffled groan, her entire body slumped backward helplessly. Arthur, with a bitter smile, quickly stepped forward, caught Millie in his arms, and seized the dagger, tossing it aside. Let go, let go, Millie exclaimed, her clothes torn, exposing her wet lingerie in front of this man. Having experienced a massacre and witnessed the atrocities of the Imperial soldiers firsthand, she knew very well what would happen next, and was determined not to let this jerk succeed, even if it meant death. Just as Millie was about to bite her tongue to end her life, she suddenly realized she had bitten into flesh. Opening her eyes, she saw that the man had blocked her with the side of his palm to prevent her from doing so. You brought this on yourself. Millie's eyes narrowed, her determination hardening as she bit down with all her strength. Faced with Millie's resolute and furious gaze, Arthur felt a tug at his heart. This girl was not very old. What kind of pain had she endured to have such a look of hatred? Although Arthur could completely use the water vapor to protect his palm, he did not do so, allowing Millie to bite down, blood dripping and overflowing. Yet Arthur's gaze remained gentle. What is this person thinking? Millie suddenly felt a bit dazed, unable to understand what Arthur was really after. Initially, she had bitten down fiercely to deliberately provoke him, thinking he might retaliate and kill her to end it all, but Arthur simply stood there calmly, his gentle smile seemingly possessing an unusual magic that made Millie, a resident of the Eastern Zhou country who had experienced slaughter, feel the warmth of the sun for the first time. No, I can't be fooled. There are no good people left in this country. Remembering her brutally murdered parents and siblings, Millie used all her strength to push Arthur away, stumbling to one side to pick up the firearm on the ground. You need to treat your chest wound quickly. Once it gets infected, even a doctor can't save you. Hypocritical and pretentious, pretending to be a good person, Millie said angrily, raising the firearm she had just picked up to aim at Arthur, only to discover that it was completely out of bullets. Arthur smiled bitterly to himself. It was all Millie's fault for waking up at such an inopportune time, just as he was reaching out to deal with her gunshot wound on her chest. It looked suspicious no matter how you viewed it. Indeed, such matters would only make things worse. Moreover, first impressions were crucial, and it would be quite difficult to gain Millie's trust. You can rest assured, I'm not from the Imperial Army. I just returned to the Eastern Zhou Empire not long ago. Cut the nonsense and stay away from me. Ouch, that hurts, Millie said, warily staring at Arthur while backing away. The blood from her gunshot wound had already soaked through her clothes, and if this continued, even if the wound didn't take her life, she would die from excessive blood loss. Before long, having not gone far, the heavily injured Millie collapsed again. Currently, the members of the Fremont family were all imprisoned in the dungeons by the Emperor, facing the possibility of execution at any moment. Arthur needed to confirm the information as soon as possible. It was clear that Millie knew quite a bit, and based on Arthur's speculation, this girl being pursued by the Imperial soldiers was likely a member of the resistance. Saving her could yield a lot of information, so he hurried over, tearing open Millie's clothing to treat her gunshot wound. Although Arthur carried a small blue glass vial capable of healing any injury, treating Millie's wounds was exceedingly simple. However, he wouldn't expose his greatest secret for an outsider. The only reason he wanted to help this girl was to obtain information, nothing more. Stop. You stop right now. Millie struggled under Arthur's weight, but having lost too much blood, she was utterly powerless to push him away. Soon, everything went dark, and she fainted. Arthur extracted the bullet with his bare hands, using steam to clean the wound, then tore off a piece of his clothing to bind it. At least the girl wouldn't die. However, this wasn't a place to linger. Imperial soldiers could come after them at any moment. If there were too many, letting one or two escape could easily expose their identities. If the Fremont family learned that Arthur had returned, their members would be in even greater danger, possibly becoming bargaining chips that would put Arthur in a difficult position. Carrying the unconscious Millie, Arthur vanished from the spot amid the swirling steam. The deathly quiet town, once filled with flocks of crows and vultures, returned to its eerie stillness. No one would suspect that dozens of Imperial soldiers lay dead here, nor that a pirate with a bounty of 370 million had landed, and that Arthur was still a member of the Fremont family. If Emperor Zoan of the Eastern Zhou Empire found out, he would probably be too frightened to eat or sleep. In a damp and secluded cave, flames flickered, illuminating the surroundings and dissipating much of the humidity. Awake, Arthur suddenly spoke to Millie, who was sitting with her back to him, holding out a piece of roasted wild boar meat that smelled delicious. Millie was taken aback. She hadn't expected Arthur to be observing her every move. Looking at her tattered clothes, the bandaged wound, and the coat draped over her, she felt her empty stomach take precedence. Without hesitation, she grabbed the wild boar meat and began to eat. Do as you wish with it, but don't expect to get any information from me. Millie's tone was calm and unyielding. It seemed that since Arthur had seen her vulnerability, she no longer cared. She didn't mind what this man had done while she was unconscious. Her only bottom line was that she would never betray the resistance, even if it meant death. Arthur was well aware that Millie still misunderstood him, but he didn't have time to reassure the young girl. He didn't save her out of gratitude, nor did he wish for a romantic encounter. Tell me, what is the current situation in the Eastern Zhou Empire? Arthur asked in a calm tone. Although he wanted to inquire about the Fremont family, he chose a less suspicious question to avoid revealing his identity. Moreover, this trivial question was likely to gain further trust. You really don't know? Millie fixed her beautiful eyes on Arthur, staring for a while without revealing much, then said with a gloomy expression, "That murderer has completely gone mad. All the people in the places where the Fremont family-appointed officials have been killed without mercy, which is why that small town just turned into a ghost town. In the palace, there is music and dancing, while the executioners in the local areas have softened their hands. And many executioners who refused to carry out executions were shot on the spot." Millie's eyes flickered with unease, anger, and confusion. When she spoke of the Imperial Army, her whole body trembled continuously. It's too tragic. The entire moat has been dyed red, and there are corpses everywhere. This country has no hope left. What about those families? Do they just let the Emperor do as he pleases? Arthur pressed on. Millie let out a bitter laugh and sighed slightly, saying, "The most powerful Fremont family is torn apart by internal strife, and a batch of powerful figures has been secretly ordered to be executed, while the Imperial Army launched a surprise attack on the castle. It is said that the fire burned for 3 days and nights, and the once impregnable castle has become a ruin. The Fremont family was already on the decline, and coupled with internal conflicts, their downfall was merely a matter of time. However, no one expected that the murderer would take his anger out on innocent people." Endless hatred flickered in Millie's eyes. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't get close to Emperor Zhuan of the Eastern Zhou, she would have wanted to chop the executioner, who had sent troops to kill her parents and siblings into minced meat. As for the other families, most of them were like reeds in the wind, all standing on the side of the royal family. Millie took another piece of wild boar meat that Arthur handed her, and, after taking a few big gulps of water, she continued, "All the clans related to the Fremont family have been slaughtered, and their heads sent to the palace in hopes of securing their own safety." Arthur let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Fortunately, Millie showed some mercy. It seemed the Fremont family had long since deteriorated and was no longer a pillar of the empire. "So do you know where the Fremont family members are being held?" Arthur asked the most pressing question. "They are imprisoned in the Imperial Golan Water Prison and the Reef Prison, but both places are heavily guarded." "You really don't know? Are you truly just back from outside the Eastern Zhou Empire?" Millie looked at Arthur with astonishment, only now beginning to believe that what this man said might be true. However, given the current situation, everyone was thinking about how to escape. There was no reason to return to the Empire. Moreover, the Imperial Navy patrolled the seas, and anyone they encountered was shot with cannons regardless of whether they were coming or going. God knows how Arthur got in. But Millie quickly relaxed. The coastline of the Eastern Zhou Empire was so long that even the strongest navy would have gaps. Perhaps this man, who was not much older than herself, was simply incredibly lucky. However, returning to the Eastern Zhou Empire was like stepping 1 foot into hell. It would be hard to leave alive. Although she was still furious that Arthur had seen her completely exposed and wondered if he had taken advantage of her while she was unconscious. She couldn't ignore the fact that this man had saved her. This kindness could not go unreturned. Yet, the usually cautious Millie did not plan to take the unidentified Arthur directly back to the rebel headquarters, but leaving her savior here also seemed inappropriate. Arthur frowned slightly. The Emperor of the Empire had actually imprisoned members of the Fremont family in 2 separate locations, making the rescue much more difficult. It was obviously too late to look for help now. Heaven knows if this already bloodthirsty and nearly insane Eastern Zhou Emperor would, in a moment of madness, execute all the members of the Fremont family. It seems necessary to rely on the power of the resistance, even if it only buys time against the Imperial army. Arthur was confident he could successfully rescue them. However, what Millie said next made Arthur's heart sink. "Although you saved me, I don't trust you. Whether you can join the resistance depends on the leader's decision." Millie expressed her thoughts. "How long do we have to wait for that?" Arthur's tone became serious. He didn't have time to wait for the resistance leader to investigate his identity and needed to talk to the higher-ups of the resistance as soon as possible. "You can't even wait this little bit of time? Is your goal to infiltrate the resistance?" Suddenly on guard, Millie took a step back, staring at Arthur with full vigilance. "Who is it?" Arthur suddenly turned his head towards the direction of the cave, frowning and coldly questioning. Millie was startled and followed Arthur's gaze. Soon a group of more than 10 people rushed in, making the originally small cave feel a bit crowded. A handsome young boy holding a torch carefully examined Millie, who was draped in Arthur's coat, and exclaimed excitedly, "Sister Millie, we finally found you. It's so good that you're okay. We were all worried about you." "Ferdinand, is that you?" Millie stepped forward, speaking uncertainly. "It's me, Sister Millie," the handsome young Ferdinand said with a beaming face, very excited. "Everyone was so worried about you, and the leader even sent out many search teams to find you." "Who is this guy, Sister Millie?" Ferdinand suddenly became alert, looking at Arthur and coldly questioning him. Arthur chuckled softly and did not respond. This kid's reaction speed was too slow. If he were an enemy, I'm afraid more than 10 people would have already suffered heavy casualties. However, most of those who joined the resistance are ordinary residents of the island and have not undergone military training, so it's normal for their battlefield reactions to be this dull. He saved me, but I am not clear about his exact identity, and I hesitate whether to bring him back to headquarters. Millie seemed to trust this handsome young man very much and immediately expressed her thoughts upon meeting him. "Hey, what do you do?" The young man, Fudanton, asked Arthur bluntly. "I used to run a shop on the island," Arthur replied with a faint smile. The handsome young man, Fudanton, nodded and said to Millie beside him, "Sister Millie, he's a merchant. It should be fine." Arthur stumbled and almost laughed out loud. This boy was indeed very interesting. He believed in one-sided words so readily that Arthur even doubted how the rebels had managed to hold on until today if everyone was this gullible. Such a personality might not be a problem in peacetime, but in times of war, it could easily lead to the death of others. Millie had a black line on her face. This brotherly figure she had always looked after, Ferdinand, was good in every way but was just too easily deceived. However, if the Eastern Zhou Empire had not committed a horrific massacre, perhaps Ferdinand would have been living a stable life instead of joining a rebel group where death could come at any moment. Millie stepped aside to quietly discuss with a search team that had come looking for her, and soon she returned to Arthur, saying, "We can take you back to headquarters, but you must wear shackles. If you agree, we can set off immediately." "No problem," Arthur replied without a second thought. To be honest, even sea stone couldn't bind him. Moreover, this small iron shackle was nothing. Arthur's goal was indeed to reach the rebel headquarters as soon as possible to negotiate with the leader about rescuing the Fremont family members. Since the Fremont family members were imprisoned in 2 locations, no matter how powerful Arthur was, he couldn't rescue both sides at the same time and could only cooperate with the rebels for now. Wearing the shackles and a black hood, Arthur followed the others towards the rebel headquarters. In fact, this precaution was completely ineffective. Arthur could easily determine the location of the rebel headquarters by sensing the moisture in the air. Furthermore, on the prehistoric island, following the training of Pluto Rayleigh, Arthur no longer needed to use his eyes to see. He could simply perceive with his heart. Fortunately, Arthur was not an enemy. Otherwise, tonight would have been the end of the rebels. Along the way, Millie and young Ferdinand discussed the issue of traitors the most. This operation was highly secretive, and even if the contact person betrayed them, they did not know the retreat route or the location of the supporting troops. However, there were already Imperial soldiers ambushing on Millie's retreat route, and the reinforcements that were supposed to provide cover had gone silent. From the current situation, they seemed to have been eliminated, which meant there must be a traitor within the rebels who had leaked information. This was a very serious problem. Perhaps the Imperial Army already knew the location of the rebel headquarters, which was why Millie was so eager to return, even risking bringing the unidentified Arthur along. She had to report this matter to the rebel leader as soon as possible to discuss countermeasures. Although Millie and young Ferdinand spoke very quietly, Arthur, who was walking behind, could hear them clearly. In his view, the appearance of traitors was not surprising. The rebels were merely a civilian organization fighting against the heavily armed Imperial Army, with the original purpose of surviving. Although they had firearms and ammunition, most had not undergone combat training. When they realized they could not withstand the heavily armed Imperial Army, it was only natural for some to abandon others to save their own lives. In simple terms, the so-called rebels didn't even have the ability to stabilize their morale. If things continued like this, their annihilation by the Imperial Army was only a matter of time. Arthur felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If the rebels were this incompetent, how could he expect them to hold back the Imperial Army? For the first time, Arthur experienced the embarrassment of being powerless and unable to act, feeling like a lone hand clapping. With a cheer, Arthur knew without guessing that they had arrived at the rebel camp. From the surrounding terrain, it was clear that this was a mountainous area, which indeed posed a challenge against the powerful Imperial Army. The only way to resist was to rely on the treacherous mountains, meaning it wouldn't be difficult for the Imperial Army to locate the rebels' activities. However, the significance of Emperor Zahn's allowance for the rebels to exist was worth pondering. Millie returned safely, bringing joy to the rebel members, who all came out to greet her. It seemed Millie held a considerable reputation among the rebels. Yet, Arthur was politely thrown into the woodshed, clearly not receiving the hospitality of guests. However, Arthur did not leave empty-handed. He had previously used the power of the sea god to completely lock onto the rebel leader. He planned to wait until deep into the night to take action. In the evening, Millie visited him once and even brought food for Arthur. In return, Arthur decided to spare the girl's life. As night fell, the crescent moon was obscured by dark clouds, rendering the ground pitch black. With a swift movement, Arthur stood atop the woodshed while the original shackles remained inside. With a flick of his finger, the hazy mist turned cold and damp, causing the rebel soldiers guarding the woodshed to fall asleep instantly. Arthur moved lightly and swiftly, easily avoiding the patrolling rebel soldiers, and soon arrived at the residence of the rebel leader. He candidly admitted that revealing everything to a rebel leader he wasn't familiar with was somewhat risky, as it could potentially expose his identity and alert the Imperial Army. However, time was running out for Arthur. Who knows if the bloodthirsty emperors within of the Eastern Zhou Empire would impulsively decide to execute all members of the Fremont family. The only way forward was to be open and honest, asking the rebel leader for help in fully delaying the Imperial Army, giving Arthur a chance to rescue people from 2 prisons. Of course, there is no free lunch in the world, and Arthur would also assist the rebels in achieving their ambitions. Whether it was to end the cruel reign of Emperor Vin or to help the rebels rise to become the new rulers of the Eastern Zhou Empire, it was not an issue. Arthur's goal was to save the lives of the Fremont family members, and he was not concerned with the so-called imperial power. Arthur was just about to get up when he suddenly heard a low shout from inside the room. "Who is there?" Startled, Arthur, who was hiding by the window, Didn't he expect that this rebel leader was also a master? He thought he had concealed his presence and the surrounding moisture to almost nothing, yet he was still discovered. Even if he was found out, it was fine to face it honestly. But the response that followed made Arthur's heart sink. Long time no see, the great rebel leader Gabriel. The tone of the reply was full of sarcasm and mockery. Although he couldn't see the person, Arthur, who had been through many battles, could sense a person's combat power just from their aura. The man known as Lancelot was very strong. Lancelot, you shouldn't be here. Gabriel, the rebel leader, sounded somewhat flustered, clearly indicating that the Lancelot appearing before him was not one of the rebels. What does it matter? Anyway, your group of subordinates are pitifully weak. Or have you forgotten the purpose of your rebellion? The uninvited guest Lancelot said teasingly. We just want a way to survive. When are you going to act? If you let that murderer's wine continue, the residents of the Eastern Zhou Empire will all be dead. Gabriel shouted indignantly, his tone filled with helplessness. A way to survive is something you fight for. The higher-ups have ordered you to eliminate that woman. She knows too much, Lancelot said coldly and without any politeness. Gabriel's heart sank. Millie was not only one of the initiators of the rebellion, but also a spiritual support for many. He clearly disagreed with killing Millie. But the strength behind Gabriel was not something the rebels could afford to offend. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment before suggesting. Millie has already contacted the search team. Even if we kill her, it probably won't keep the secret. It would be better to imprison them to prevent any leaks. Then just kill them all. For the sake of the majority's survival, I believe your rebels can still bear this sacrifice. Lancelot sneered, immediately rebutting Gabriel's suggestion, speaking about killing more than 10 rebel members as if it were as easy as pulling out a few weeds. No, they're all members of the rebels. Gabriel's anger surged, glaring at Lancelot and responding coldly. The original purpose of establishing the rebels was simply to ensure that the majority could survive, but later, as the Imperial army pressed in, Gabriel had no choice but to cooperate with the forces behind Lancelot, willing to serve them. But he could never agree to sacrifice rebel members. Otherwise, even if Emperor's One were to be overthrown in the future, how many ordinary residents would still survive? For Gabriel, every member was family. He even remembered each person's name, and he could never agree to Lancelot's outrageous suggestion. Gabriel, it seems you have misunderstood something. My words are not a request, but an order. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Do you think it was someone else who let you survive? Lancelot's tone changed, filled with cold menace. So I'll repeat myself. Eliminate that woman and everyone who has had contact with her. Otherwise, the Imperial army will attack the mountain without obstruction, and you can weigh the consequences yourself. With a clang, Gabriel let out a muffled grunt, followed by Lancelot's icy voice. I'll give you 3 days. After 3 days, I'll come to confirm the bodies. Or I'll personally kill half of your people first, and then let the Imperial army take care of your women, attending to every corner. With a burst of wild laughter,